Super Devouring System Chapter 3395 to Chapter 3472. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The second nine-eyed golden crystal. In view of the above three goals, Xianxia felt that it was necessary for him to create a new identity. First of all, the identity of young Masterling who could not be used in the second universe. Once people found out that young Masterling who was in the second universe, the entire universe would be turned upside down. As for the identity of Prince Xian, he could not use it here either. This was because in order to concoct the level 12 liquid, he would definitely hunt down the races in the second universe whose flesh and blood were of great use and could be used to make medicine. Prince Xian was the bloodline-plucking prince of the human race's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. Naturally, it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. Otherwise, not only would it cause internal strife between the races in the second universe and the humans in the third universe, but Prince Xian's reputation would also be damaged. After thinking about it, Xian felt that he should come up with a full identity in the second universe. It would be best if he was not a human, but a member of one of the native races in the second universe. As for which race to choose, he was not in a hurry. After all, there were many races in the second universe. Not only were there races in the Federation, but there were also races that had not joined the Wanluo Federation. There were too many choices. After confirming the general direction, Xian began to think about his next step. Of the three goals of coming to the second universe, the first one was not in a hurry to imprint his interstellar coordinates. After all, he would not stay here for a day or two. He could just imprint it when he found a suitable place. For the last two purposes, concocting a level 12 liquid wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. All sorts of heavenly and earthly treasures and rare ores were required. Xian's previous harvest from the bamboo pole was basically complete. He had just entered the 10th realm, Grotto Heaven realm, and had not used the level 11 liquid in his hands. He could slowly study the concoction of the level 12 liquid. After considering this, Xian decided to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea first. That was a vast starfield. Looking for the ancient turtle shell was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It would definitely take a long time. The sooner he went, the better. However, there was a very serious problem that needed to be solved. In the second universe, the competition between the races in the Federation was actually very fierce. The humans in the third universe were a whole, and there was still endless killing between them. The second universe was owned by the various races of the Federation, and a large number of different races lived there. Naturally, the situation was even more so. Moreover, these alien races basically had the blood of ancient ferocious birds and ferocious beasts running through their veins. They were naturally aggressive. Therefore, in the second universe, killing was everywhere. If one was not strong enough, it would be almost impossible to move around here. Xian wanted to enter the Sea of Hellish Turtles. Moreover, he wasn't going to find a secluded place to enter seclusion. Instead, he needed to walk around and explore this place in search of other ancient turtle shells. Then, he was destined to meet a large number of elites from the second universe. If he did not have a powerful means, he was afraid he would only be bullied. Unfortunately, the various powerful techniques he had at his disposal had all been exposed. They were either exposed as Prince Xian or as young Masterling who. He couldn't use them casually. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. In terms of magical powers, the Fallen Sky Bow, Dark and Dark Vision, Spiritual Lightning Technique, and so on are all too obvious. I can't use them anymore. As for magical treasures, the Rai Di Seal, Shenong Cauldron, Wild Star Ship, and even the Dongshu Shuttle, Withered Demon Blood Blade, Undying Glass Armor, and so on are all too obvious. Similarly, I can't use them anymore. Muttering to himself, Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seems that there are no magical treasures or magical powers to use at all. Wouldn't it be difficult for me to move around in the second universe? Either I can't move around, or my identity will be exposed and I will become the enemy of the whole world. This is really ket up. Oh, right. While smiling bitterly, Xian's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. In an instant, it was as if he had been enlightened. He raised his hand and patted the back of his head, saying, "How could I forget about the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals? If there's no other way, I'll just have to swallow another one and obtain a new magical power. It's just nice that I can use it in the second universe. Furthermore, I've already reached the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. I don't have enough divine abilities on hand. It's time for me to devour the second nine-eyed golden crystal and obtain a new primordial divine ability. Back in the primordial cage in the demon domain, Xian had obtained countless multi-eyed sense crystals. Among them, there were 108 nine-eyed golden crystals that contained the primordial inheritance. Of these 108 nine-eyed golden crystals, he had only used one and obtained the fallen skybow from it. Now that the time was right, he had to use the second nine-eyed golden crystal. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't arrived at the Nether Turtle Sea yet, Xian activated the Void Cave shuttle to its self-propelled model. Then, he took out a small spatial box from the undying world within his body. Inside was a 9-pupil golden crystal. All the 9-eyed golden crystals looked the same on the surface. There was no way to know what kind of magical power they contained, so he randomly picked one. As he took out the 9-eyed golden crystal from the small space box and threw it to the devouring system, the familiar system notification rang in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained one 9-eyed golden crystal. Appraisal complete. Grade, 9-eyed level 9. Quality, normal 9-eyed. Attribute, spiritual origin crystal. Do you want to start absorbing it immediately? Without hesitation, Xian immediately gave the order to absorb it immediately. Then, he sat cross-legged on the floor of the Dongshu shuttle's main cabin and closed his eyes to focus, entering a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything. The system's notification rang, and the process of absorbing the perfect 9-eyed golden crystal began. Very quickly, traces of dark green spirit source energy were sent into Xian's mind like silk being peeled from a cocoon, automatically entering the purple spirit source core above his sea of consciousness. This process lasted for an unknown period of time. In the end, Xian, who had sunk into it, was suddenly awakened by the system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Absorption complete. You have obtained the primordial mystique, Netherworld Claw. Netherworld Claw. When he heard these 3 words, Xian was stunned. Why did it sound like a kind of demonic mystique? Just as these doubts flashed through his mind, Xian suddenly felt his mind shake, as if something had been sent in by the devouring system. When he returned to his senses, he saw the situation in the sky above his mind. In the central region, the Rai Di Seal and the Shinnon Cauldron each occupied one side. In the sky above his mind, there were originally 4 treasures in each side, but now there were 5. Their positions were slightly shifted, obviously to make space for newcomers. There was a spiritual origin core, a void essence crystal, a black gold dragon scale, a small golden bow, and a dark green withered claw. This dark green withered claw was the imprint of the primordial mystique, the Netherworld Claw, that Xian had obtained from the second 9-eyed golden crystal. Heaven-defying Netherworld Claw this time, Xian was indeed quite disappointed, because this dark green claw looked thin and unremarkable, like a broken bird's claw. It probably didn't have much power. Thinking of this, Xian immediately felt depressed. He sighed and accepted his fate as he extended a strand of his divine sense. Soon, he touched the dark green withered claw that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, an explosion sounded out without any warning. It was like a thunderclap in a drought, instantly causing Xian's consciousness to be shaken to the point that he almost fell asleep on the spot. Boom! With this huge explosion, Xian's consciousness shook slightly. When he finally recovered, he suddenly found that the environment around him had completely changed. It was no longer his knowledge sea, but a vast and boundless void. Looking at this strange and vast starry sky, he was not surprised at all. This void was still filled with an ancient and endless aura, which was surprisingly similar to the void where he saw the giant tortoise when he cultivated the Dongshu scripture fragment and the giant golden star dragon when he fused with the immortal ancestor dragon blood and saw the giant golden star dragon. It was the image of the battle in the desolate era. Screech! Roar! Roar! Just as Xian was in a daze, a different earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the endless distance of the vast galaxy that was filled with an endless ancient aura. He had long been accustomed to all this. Without the slightest panic, He adjusted his state of mind and treated it as if he was watching an extremely realistic holographic movie. The star field full of ancient aura soon became lively. All kinds of sounds filled the air. There were fierce roars full of violent auras, and roars full of the power to swallow the void. There was also a high-pitched dragon roar that seemed to be able to tear the entire universe apart. Yi Xian's body suddenly shook violently. He subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, at the end of the endless and distant void, he saw an extremely tragic battle. The entire boundless void of stars was the battlefield. In this boundless battlefield, there were countless powerful beings that couldn't be seen today. Even though they were separated by the endless void of the Milky Way, Yi Xian could still clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from their bodies. Xiao, just as Yi Xian was in shock, a high-pitched shriek rang out, and a dazzling dark green light suddenly appeared in the boundless bloody battlefield ahead. A dark green claw print that was withered like a ghost's claw shot out violently with a speed that practically surpassed space. It instantly charged towards the end of the boundless expanse of space, and it obliterated everything along the way. Even space itself was slashed into two. In the end, it split the Cyan Heaven Eye at the back of the enemy's camp into two. A single claw actually tore apart the existence that seemed to be the primordial heavenly Tao's giant eye. Even Yi Xian was taken aback by this display of power that surpassed even the heavens fall Dao. In the next moment, he reflexively looked in the direction of the dark green claw and happened to see a figure flash through the void. It was like a ghost. Then, the image of the inheritance disappeared and Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of the system beep in his head once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The physical body's qi and blood boundary has been raised. Current boundary, Grotto Heaven Level 2. Although the nine-eyed golden crystal contained a mysterious energy that was extremely beneficial to one's mind source core, this energy was also beneficial to a starry sky martialist's cultivation base and physical body evolution. However, Yi Xian's mind source core had recently undergone a metamorphosis and evolved to level 7. Therefore, just absorbing the mysterious energy contained within the nine-eyed golden crystal hadn't been enough to raise the grade of his source core again. However, although the power of his body's vital energy and blood had only received a small benefit, it had unexpectedly broken through a small level and advanced to the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven Level 2. This had surprised Yi Xian quite a bit. This could be considered a small surprise. Compared to this small surprise, the power of the underworld claw, which looked like a broken bird's claw, was no different from a huge surprise. Yi Xian still felt as if he was dreaming. He couldn't believe what he had seen on the image of the mystic ability inheritance. The dark green, withered bird claw actually cut the heavenly Tao green eye, which was suspected to be the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Tao, into two. That was really impressive, big bro. If the fallen sky bow was called a heaven-destroying item, then this broken bird's claw was clearly heaven-defying. Even the sky path's green eye had been split in half. This was clearly heaven-defying. Yi Xian had seen a corner of the primordial war from the inheritance of the void cave technique and the heaven-falling bow. At the very least, he knew that the primordial Xianxia had once drawn his bow and shot, annihilating a large portion of the primordial heavens. However, he was completely unaware of the subsequent developments of this unprecedented war. For example, he didn't know how the supreme beings of the two camps had fought in the end. He also didn't know why the Headless Infant Corpse camp had been defeated, what had happened after the defeat, why the corpses of the Headless Infant Corpse camp had all been thrown into the primordial cage, and why the victorious camp had ultimately disappeared into the long river of history. Everything was like a huge mystery that lingered in Yi Xian's mind. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Every time he thought about it, he would always be fascinated. This time, through the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw, although he didn't solve all the mysteries, at least he knew a little more than what he had seen before. At the very least, he knew that in the Headless Infant Corpse's camp, there was once a dark green figure that looked like a ghost. It had once stretched out its claws towards the back of the enemy camp and actually cut the commander of the enemy camp, the Heavenly Tao Green Eye that was suspected to be the clone of the primordial Heavenly Tao, into two. No matter what, with the terrifying power of the Netherworld Claw, it's definitely enough for me to roam freely in the second universe. Even the primordial Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, which is suspected to be the primordial Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, was split in half. Even with my current cultivation level, it's still not enough to display the full power of this primordial divine skill. I don't need the help of other divine skills or secret methods to travel in the second universe. Just this move alone is enough. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Subsequently, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he frowned as he continued. However, the figure that executed the nether claw in the inheritance scene was too fleeting. It was like a ghost, and I was utterly unable to see its appearance clearly. If I want to use the netherworld claw to travel in the second universe, it's best to reveal myself as the bloodline of this divine skill inheritance. Only then will I not attract suspicion. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The ancestor of the Een Demon clan. Now, the data database of the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was far from what it used to be. After successfully completing 2 system competitive missions in succession, the total amount of information stored in the devouring system's data database could be said to have increased explosively. It was several times richer than before. Yi Xian had previously discovered that the information in the devouring system's data database would only be updated when the host came into contact with a new substance. Every system host had different experiences, and the materials they had come into contact with were also different. Although most of them were similar, there were some that did not overlap. And even for those that were similar, different systems would obtain different data and information. Therefore, when the data database of Fairy Xianxia and Xiaoyaozi was replicated and updated by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body, the amount of data grasped by Yi Xian had greatly increased. Previously, even in the data database of the system in Yi Xian's body, there was no information about the Netherworld clan. However, after combining the data databases of the 3 systems, there was finally some information about the Netherworld clan. Although it was still not much, it was enough for Yi Xian to have a general understanding of the so-called Netherworld clan. What he did not expect was that the Netherworld clan was actually the ancestor of the Een Demon clan, a non-federal Federation clan in the second universe. This made Yi Xian immediately think of Ling Huju. Ling Huju had not long ago returned to the Heavenly War Empire under the immortal dynasty of the Human Clan Science and Technology Camp in the Third Universe. He had colluded with the Barbarian Bull clan and the Een Demon clan. Although this matter was later left unsettled, the Barbarian Bull clan disassociated themselves, saying that they were used by Ling Huju and had nothing to do with the Een Demon clan. However, during the exploration of the King of Medicine's remains, Ling Huju joined forces with the Een Demon clan and finally took away the green jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the King of Medicine. Since then, he had completely disappeared and never appeared again. If there were no accidents, he should have returned to the second universe. Perhaps he was in the ancestral land of the Een Demon clan. Yi Xian had guessed correctly. The green jade ruler that recorded the entire inheritance of the Medicine King was indeed in the ancestral land of the Een Demon clan. Right now, it was being studied by the clan leader and a group of elders. However, the jade ruler was not brought back by Ling Huju to the Een Demon clan. That guy had died long ago. It was the elder of the Een Demon clan, Een Chi, who disguised himself and took the cyan jade ruler back to the second universe. Since I've come to the second universe, I should settle my grudges with Ling Huju. This guy is a descendant of the Ling Hu clan, yet he colluded with the second universe's Een Demon clan. This is truly a disgrace to the Ling Hu clan. After all, this young master has accepted a favor from the Ling Hu clan and used their name. Moreover, Mr. Hu has brought the other members of the Ling Hu clan to seek refuge in Triumph City. They can be considered one of us. No matter how you look at it, this young master has the obligation to clean up the clan. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but burst out with a cold light. What's more, when we were exploring the Medicine King's remains, Ling Huju threw an undying and imperishable pearl into the farmer god cauldron. That's this young master's treasure from the desolate era. It's not a garbage dump. How can anyone throw something away as they wish? That undying and imperishable pearl was provided by the Een Demon clan. This matter, the Een Demon clan also has an unshirkable responsibility. What's more, long before this young master, the ancient Medicine King was the previous owner of the farmer god cauldron. Speaking of which, he can be considered this young master's senior brother. Since that's the case, how can this young master ignore the fact that senior brother's inheritance has fallen into the hands of the Een Demon clan? It doesn't make sense at all. In a sense, now that this young master has obtained the inheritance of the Netherclaw, I'm basically the successor of the Netherworld clan. This clan is the beginning of the Een Demon clan in the second universe. In other words, this young master's identity is now the ancestor of the Een Demon clan. My descendants are unfilial. As the ancestor, I naturally have to teach them a lesson and teach them how to conduct themselves and how to be this ancestor's grandson. In the end, Yi Xian felt that this was indeed the case and immediately became excited. In that case, it was obvious that he had to go to the Een Demon clan. Moreover, this time, he was going to show off his ancestry. Just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. However, before he went, in addition to mastering the Netherclaw, he also had to change his appearance. At the very least, in terms of appearance, he had to be extremely similar to the legendary Netherworld clan. In this way, coupled with the fact that he could use the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, his identity would not arouse suspicion. After all, the Een Demon clan was an entire clan. If he went there alone, it would be somewhat dangerous. Of course, even if he went there as a member of the Netherworld clan, it was difficult to guarantee that there wouldn't be any trouble. After all, if an ancestor suddenly fell from the sky and wanted to sit on his neck and act like a tyrant, no one would be willing to do such a thing. However, Yi Xian had confidence in the power of the Netherworld Claw. In addition, if it really didn't work out, he still had other means. At the very least, there was absolutely no problem in terms of safety. Therefore, after some consideration, this matter was settled. Yi Xian decided that his first stop in the second universe was to go to the Een Demon clan. After dealing with this clan, he would go to the Netherworld Turtle Sea. He actually had other considerations in mind. After all, the Netherworld Turtle Sea was too vast. It was an entire star domain. It was a little too difficult for Yi Xian alone to explore there and find clues to the ancient tortoiseshell. If he could subdue the entire Een Demon clan before this and use the clan's power to do things for him, then his efficiency would be greatly increased. The probability of finding the ancient tortoiseshell would also be higher. Soon, Yi Xian focused again. His divine sense touched the dark green withered claw in the sky above his knowledge sea, and a wave of colding energy instantly surged out. He wasn't in a hurry to change. Instead, he carefully pondered the mysteries within, like an old monk in meditation. After a full half a day, Yi Xian's form began to change. From a body of flesh and blood, he transformed into a body of energy that emitted a cold and obscure aura. This was the aura of the fleeting figure he saw in the picture of the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Since then, he finally figured out the characteristics of the Netherworld clan's form. After a short while, the drifting and nimble cold energy transformed again, taking the form of a human. However, it was no longer young Master Linghu's appearance. Instead, it had taken the form of a pale-faced, skinny young man with a pair of triangular eyes. He gave off the appearance of a scheming young man, and his entire body was emitting an extremely cold feeling. Xiao. Suddenly, this cold young man raised his hand and waved. Thousands of miles away, a meteor whistling past suddenly split into two. A dark green withered claw flashed through the void. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Evil weapon. Lustful smoke. Net. The Een Demon clan lived in a cold place in the western star region of the second universe. It was located in the deepest part of this cold place, and its name was the Een Nest, because the Een Demon clan was not a clan of the Federation, and because the members of this clan had always been sinister and evil, they were not well liked among the clans of the second universe. Not to mention the clans of the Federation, even the clans of the Federation did not like to interact with the Een Demon clan. Therefore, the Een Nest where the Een clan lived was basically lonely all year round. Very few strong figures could be seen. At most, one would occasionally see one or two ghostly figures drifting by. These were all the members of the Een Demon clan. After changing his form, Yi Xian even put away the Dongshu shuttle and did not hide his body anymore. Just like that, he used the appearance of a cold human male to cross the void of the second universe with his physical body and quickly rushed to the western star region where the Een Demon clan's Een Nest was located. Along the way, he occasionally gave orders to the Devouring system in his body to activate the attached star communication system and connect to the star networks of the clans of the second universe along the way to obtain some information. Basically, all the clans of the Second Universe had joined the Wanluo Federation. Therefore, the clans of the Second Universe had introduced and used the human race's technology. This could be seen from the fact that the strong clans of the Second Universe all had their own small private battleships and military fleets. However, the clans of the Second Universe's federation could not compare to the human race in terms of the use of the human race's technology and elements. Although their administrative planets also had star networks and even had the star superbrain as the central hub of the star network, they were all the most ordinary and low-level goods. This level of star network was simply unable to stop the invasion of Yi Xian's personal star communication system. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He could easily obtain any information he needed. Moreover, it was done so flawlessly that not a single trace of it could be found. Yi Xian quickly understood the aftermath of the chaos that had happened in the Heavenly Star region of the Third Universe's Heavenly War Empire. Basically, it was similar to what he had predicted and did not attract too much attention from Yi Xian. The only thing that shocked him was the second outbreak of the universe zombies. This time, it was even more serious than the last time. The inexplicable appearance of the universe zombies had actually broken through the administrative planet and spread out in the boundless space of the universe. The planet that Tuoba Linfeng had first massacred had now exploded, causing a huge commotion in the human race and even in the three universes. Just like that, an entire administrative planet was silently massacred. No one was left alive. All the creatures were either torn to pieces, their limbs and flesh scattered all over the surface of the planet, or turned into terrifying cosmic zombies. Some of them were still wandering inside the stars, but some had the ability to fly and rushed into the void of the universe outside the atmosphere. They had already spread out, and their footprints had covered a small area of the star sector. Strange. Looking at the situation, this time the zombie crisis in the universe clearly started from this star, but this place is so far away from the Heavenly War Empire where the zombie crisis first broke out. This doesn't make sense. Analyzing this information, Yi Xian's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. And at that time, the zombie crisis in the Heavenly War Empire was indeed resolved. The 4 zombie kings were all dead. When this young master left, although there were still some low-level zombies, how could the joint fleet of the Immortal Dynasty and the Heavenly War Empire not be able to deal with those low-level zombies? They actually let the fish escape the net? This is not possible. Faintly, Yi Xian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, as if he had overlooked something extremely important. But after thinking hard, there was no result at all. In desperation, he could only temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Now that he was in the Second Universe, it was impossible for him to return to the human race in a short time. He wanted to intervene and explore the matter there, but he was powerless. What's more, the second zombie outbreak was no longer a secret. With the power of the entire Immortal Dynasty suppressing it, there should not be any problems. Taking a step back, if the entire Immortal Dynasty could not suppress it, with his own power, even if he returned to the third universe of the human race now, what could he do? Thinking like this, Yi Xian quickly stopped thinking about this matter. Maybe when he returned to the third universe of the human race soon, this outbreak of the universe zombie crisis would have been completely suppressed. Who knows? In addition to this news, there was another piece of news that also caught Yi Xian's attention, which made him quite interested. And the location of this news was not in the third universe, but in the second universe. A legendary evil weapon at the level of a primordial treasure was about to be born. This evil weapon was called Yanluo. It was said that Yanluo was a mysterious pink silk cloth that was only a foot in size. This treasure was woven from an unknown material, and it was impervious to water and fire. And there were some beautiful women embroidered on both sides of the silk cloth. They were all primordial existences whose spiritual sense had been absorbed by this treasure. It was said that after refining this treasure, there was a chance to shape the soul of the ancient demon that was sealed in the silk cloth, leaving only a trace of spiritual sense, so that it could reappear in the human world and be ready to serve. This treasure was one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. It was a legendary treasure in later generations, and countless strong people in the starry sky were scrambling for it. What made Yi Xian speechless was that according to the rumor, the place where Yanluo was born this time happened to be the Sea of Hades turtles that he was about to go to later. Not long ago, some strong people in the starry sky saw a strange phenomenon in a corner of the Sea of Hades turtles. In a beam of light that rose into the sky, there was a silk cloth fluttering in the wind. But soon, the light beam stopped and disappeared. These strong people in the starry sky went back and looked up a lot of information. In the end, they confirmed that the silk cloth was very similar to the Yanluo, one of the 9 legendary evil weapons of the primordial era. When the news spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar. No one doubted it. Because recently, many primordial treasures had appeared in the world. The Xianxia giant cauldron that young Master Ling Hu obtained was a primordial treasure. In addition, Fairy Xianxia's soul entangling chain, Xiaoyaozi's red blood chop, and barrier breaker boots were all primordial treasures, and they had never been heard of before. Obviously, they suddenly appeared in a mysterious area and were obtained by Xiaoyaozi and Fairy Xianxia, including the demon dust woman's zither of hatred and the fallen demon sun's qi demon flag. They had all appeared recently. It could be said that it was the zither of hatred and other primordial treasures that created the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, including young Master Ling Hu, who was known as a peerless genius. If it wasn't for the Xianxia giant cauldron, he would have died long ago. He wouldn't be able to become a peerless figure like he was now, and his name could shake the 3 universes. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. The ancestor was overjoyed. Obviously, as the news of the primordial treasure Yanluo appearing in the Abyss Turtle Sea spread, all the big and small forces in the 3 universes would be alarmed. Who didn't hope for a young genius to appear in their clan that could compete with the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan or even the 2 peerless geniuses? Without a doubt, the Abyss Turtle Sea would soon become lively. In addition to the experts of various races in the 2nd universe, the experts from the 3rd universe's human clan, the overlord of the 1st universe's Tianji clan, and their servants would gather to fight for this primordial treasure Yanluo. This made Yi Xian somewhat speechless, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he thought that after he left Universe 3, he had jumped out of the center of the whirlpool where the wind and clouds were surging. He didn't expect that even though he ran away, the whirlpool of wind and clouds seemed to have eyes and actually chased after him to Universe 2. It was really depressing. Yi Xian wasn't interested in this so-called Yanluo. It wasn't like he didn't have any primordial treasures or even primordial treasures in his hands, so he wasn't interested in this kind of thing. In addition, this Yanluo was an evil weapon, and it was in the form of a silk. It was obvious at a glance that it was a woman's item, so he was even less interested in it. But even so, he was afraid that he would be dragged into the battle for the treasure this time. Because it was impossible for Yi Xian not to go to the Abyss Turtle Sea. Although he was going there to search for clues about the void dimension technique and try to find other ancient turtle shells, others didn't know and would definitely regard him as a competitor for the primordial treasure Yanluo. When the time came, there would definitely be a fight. It seems that I have to go even if I don't want to. Soon, the Abyss Turtle Sea will be turbulent, and all the major forces in the 3 universes will gather. This is really troublesome. Shaking his head and bitterly smiling, Yi Xian became even more determined to head to the Yin Demon clan and subdue them under his command. If that's the case, then this young master won't be able to do it alone. Some powers will see me as a soft persimmon that they want to pinch at will. If I'm forced into a corner, it's inevitable that my identity will be exposed. Only by taking the Yin Devil clan under my command and leading them to move out in full strength would they be considered a force. Then, there would be fewer existences who would dare to provoke us. Naturally, there would be fewer troubles. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and his speed unknowingly increased by a large margin. Not far ahead was the western star field of the 2nd universe. The Yin Demon clan's ancestral land, the Yin Nest, was in the depths of this star field. They were almost at their destination. The Yin Nest was actually a place similar to the Void Mystic Realm. This was a starry sky-level cold place. It was similar to a black hole with a fixed entrance. After entering it, one would find themselves in a dark and cold world that was different from the outer space. This Yin Nest emitted cold, evil, and filthy aura all year round, which affected a part of the void. Therefore, this small star area around the Yin Nest was filled with Yin Qi. In this vast area, there was not a single life planet. Therefore, no starry sky experts would come to this star area. Even the heaven and earth spirit energy here was very thin. Almost all of it was cold Yin Qi. Why would they come here? As for everything inside the Een nest, except for the members of the Een demon clan, the outside world basically didn't know. This clan was too mysterious and didn't like to communicate with the outside world. Everything about this clan was basically a blank slate to the other races. There weren't many members of the Een demon clan. There were only slightly more than 10,000 of them. Over the countless years they had maintained this number. The members of this clan didn't reproduce through bloodline. All the members of the Een demon clan were born from the Een pool in the depths of the Een nest. The Een pool was a forbidden area in the Een nest of the Een demon clan's ancestral land. Except for the patriarch and the 9 elders, no one was allowed to approach it. The patriarch's name was Een Emperor. It was said that his cultivation base had reached the 15th great realm. He was an almighty expert of the universe. However, Een Emperor had entered the Een pool to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago. He wanted to break through his bloodline and become a member of the Netherworld clan. Moreover, it was a seclusion where he couldn't come out unless he succeeded. Therefore, for the past hundreds of years, the Een demon clan was basically controlled by the 9 elders. The 9 elders were called Een 1, Een 2, Een San, until Een Jiao, the Een Chi who colluded with Ling Hu Ju and went to the Third Universe's Heavenly War Empire and brought back the Green Jade ruler that recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King was actually just a clone of the Een demon clan's old Een Chi. Een Chi's original body was the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. Among the 9 elders of the Een demon clan, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao were the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. Een Si, Een Wu, and Een Lu were the 13th great realm, the Genesis realm. Een 1, Een 2, and Een San were the 14th great realm, the Cosmic realm. The 9 elders weren't all in the clan. The 3 elders of the first grade, Een E and Een San, had left many years ago and weren't in the clan right now. The 3 elders of the second grade, Een Si, Een Wu, and Een Lu, were either in seclusion to break through or outside. They were also not in the clan. For the past 100 years, the entire Een demon clan was jointly controlled by the 3 elders of the third grade, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao. In other words, Yi Xian had to face more than 10,000 Een demon clansmen and 3 elders of the third grade who were in the 12th great realm, the Void Realm, when he came to the Een demon clan this time. As long as he didn't make too big of a commotion, the clan leader and the other 2 elders of the second grade who were in seclusion wouldn't be alarmed. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know this. He didn't even know the structure of the Een demon clan's clansmen, nor did he know that the clan leader, Een Emperor, was a supreme expert of the universe in the 15th great realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to come to his door and call him his grandsons. Moreover, he would be calling him a nest of grandsons. Of course, this feeling was very good. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was floating. He had already decided that in the future, he would definitely look around and see if there were any descendants of the desolate ancient Xianxia clan in the Federation of the Second Universe. If there were, he could go and find a nest of grandsons. As for the Anji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, and the other top 10 clans of the Second Universe, they basically all had the desolate ancient bloodline. Yi Xian reckoned that he would definitely be able to find a corresponding ancestor's inheritance among the 106 9-pupil golden crystals in his possession. When he obtained the inheritance, he planned to go and find a nest of grandsons. These kinds of disciples and grand-disciples were free anyway, so the more the better. In any case, Yi Xian wouldn't complain about having too many. When needed, he could use them as cannon fodder. Of course, everything had to start from the Een demon clan. With excitement in his heart, Yi Xian soon arrived at the western star field of the second universe where the cold aura was at its peak. He stood in the void outside the entrance of the Een nest and roared, "Disciples and grand-disciples of the Een demon clan, your ancestor has arrived. All grandsons, come out and quickly welcome him." Pooh. Translator, trans and editor, trans and suppressing the disobedient descendant puff. In the depths of the Een nest, Elder Een Chi spat out the tea he just drank, and his old face turned black. Then he roared, "Damn it, where did this reckless guy come from? How dare he come to the ancestral land of the Een demon clan to make a ruckus? Calling him a disciple and a disciple, how annoying. I must tear him apart." Before he finished speaking, Een Chi had already leaped up, followed by a group of trusted subordinates, and rushed to the exit of the Een nest in the ancestral land. This scene fell into the senses of the 2 elders, Een Ba and Een Jiao. They were originally furious, but at this moment, they suppressed the impulse in their hearts and didn't move. On the one hand, these three elders who were currently in power in the clan only seemed to be harmonious on the surface, but they were secretly scheming against each other. Since Xianxia had already taken action, the other two were not interested in going. On the other hand, it was just a reckless little thief who came to seek death. The three elders of the Yin demon clan were giving him too much face by taking action at the same time. After a short while, Xianxia led a group of trusted subordinates behind him, a total of more than 100 clansmen of the Yin demon clan, out of the Yin nest's entrance and exit. Their figures floated in the void, and they pointed at Xian angrily. They roared angrily, "Where did this little thief come from? How dare you come to my Yin demon clan to seek death? Quickly kneel and come forward, and I will leave you a complete corpse." At this time, Xian had the appearance of a young human, with triangular eyes, a cold aura, and a pale face. Xianxia thought this was a little troublemaker from the human clan, so he didn't take it seriously. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up into a ferocious smile. "How dare you, the ancestor is here, how dare you, an unfilial descendant, do this? You are simply disobedient and unfilial, I must suppress you today." Xian felt great in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He suddenly sank, and at the same time he shouted, his shoulders slightly shook, and in an instant, he turned into a dark green mist that was faintly discernible to the soul. It was exactly the appearance of the figure he saw in the Netherworld Claw's inheritance. Although it had the shape of a human, it was obvious that it was not a physical body. Its entire body was covered in a thick, dark green fog, and its face could be vaguely seen. Its eyes were also emitting two dark green lights that seemed to have substance. At the same time, an incomparably cold aura gushed out from Xian's body. It was the effect of activating the dark green Hades claw that was hovering above his sea of consciousness. Nether body? This is impossible. On the opposite side, Xianxia's face instantly turned green, and he was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was too great, and even his words were stuttering. The more than 100 trusted subordinates behind him were instantly petrified. As members of the Yin demon clan, they could naturally recognize the nether body. This was because there was a faint trace of the nether bloodline flowing in their bodies. At this moment, they did not even need to look at it. The vague feeling and suppression of the bloodline allowed them to understand it in their hearts. In fact, the reason why the patriarch of the Yin demon clan, Yin Emperor, entered the forbidden area of the Yin pool in the ancestral land's Yin nest to cultivate in seclusion hundreds of years ago was to seek a breakthrough and return his bloodline to its ancestral roots. From there, he could obtain some kind of powerful bloodline ability in the legends of the Nether clan. However, before the patriarch, Yin Emperor, had succeeded in cultivating in seclusion, a pure Nether clan member had already appeared in front of them. This aura was definitely not wrong. The vague feeling and suppression at the bloodline level could not be faked. This person in front of them was indeed a pure Nether clan member. However, wasn't the legendary Nether clan already extinct in the later stages of the primordial era? They only left behind a mixed blood descendant, which was the current Yin demon clan. The aura of the Nether clan member in front of them was incomparably pure. He was not a mixed blood at all. Where exactly did he come from? Xianxia was confused as this question was tangled in his mind. When he thought about how, in a certain sense, this person in front of him was really his ancestor, he suddenly felt as if he was in a mess. It was inevitable for anyone who encountered this kind of situation. A stranger suddenly appeared, and you could be sure that he was your ancestor. What kind of nonsense was this? Before he could sort out the doubts in his heart, Xian spoke again. This young master was born in the later stages of the primordial era. At that time I was still young and coincidentally met with the arrival of the Great Tribulation. I was sealed in an innately cold place by my father. I was finally born recently, but I was shocked to hear that my clan had already been annihilated in the long river of history. I was originally disheartened. Fortunately, I was shocked to hear that there was still a mixed blood descendant with an impure bloodline that had been passed down to this day. I came here with a little consolation. Originally, I wanted to recognize a group of disciples and grand disciples. At the very least, I wanted to pass down the bloodline ability of my Nether clan. I didn't expect you to be such a group of rebellious descendants. When you saw your ancestor, you actually wanted to kill me. This young master is truly bitterly disappointed. Forget it, forget it. In the end, you're just a bunch of mixed blood descendants with impure bloodlines. This young master is indeed too stubborn about this matter. It seems that the bloodline ability of my Nether clan, the Nether Claw that once cut the Heavenly Tao's green eye into two during the primordial era, will be completely severed from now on. When this young master passes away, this ability will become the last song of the starry sky. At the end of his speech, Xian seemed to have some thoughts. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He raised his hand slightly and waved it gently. Swish. Rumble, a peerlessly sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded. Subsequently, in a space 5,000 kilometers away, a small star that was like a shooting star was strangely slashed by a strand of invisible netherworld energy, and it was split into two. Oh my god, Nether. Nether Claw? Seeing this scene, Xianxia was so scared that he almost sat down in the air. The expression on his face changed wildly once again, and a trace of boundless joy could be vaguely seen. This kind of ability was the most powerful ability of the Nether clan's bloodline. Now that Xian had displayed it in front of everyone, its power was exactly the same as in the rumors. Moreover, this person actually knew the secret of the Demon clan's teachings. It was recorded in the teachings that their clan's ancestor, the clan emperor of the Nether clan, had made a remarkable achievement during the primordial era. Once the Nether Claw was used, even the Heavenly Tao's green eye of the primordial era's will of the Heavenly Tao was cut in half. Apart from a group of elders and the clan leader, even the clansmen didn't know about this. Since this person could say it, there was no doubt about his identity. Moreover, from what he said, this person was actually the youngest son of the clan emperor of the Nether clan. He was sealed in an innately cold place and had only been born now. His origins were truly extraordinary. He had pierced through the heavens. Even if the clan leader, the emperor, was here, he would immediately prostrate himself on the ground. Although the other party's words weren't pleasant to the ears and kept calling him a mixed blood, it was still understandable that he was an ancestor who had just been born and didn't know the ways of the world. More importantly, what did the ancestor just say? That he wanted to pass down the Nether clan's bloodline ability. What the F***ck, this was enough. Nothing else mattered. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Boundless Longevity Plop. Ancestor, long live the boundless longevity. This unfilial descendant, Xianxia, has been disrespectful just now. Please punish me, ancestor. Xianxia eventually knelt down. Although they were in the void and the bodies of the demons weren't solid, there shouldn't be any sound when they knelt down. However, in order to show the effect, as he knelt down, he purposely transformed a piece of hemp stone under his knees, making it bumpy. Moreover, even his legs turned into flesh and blood in the instant before he knelt down. As he knelt down heavily, his knees knocked against the bumpy green rock, making a heavy plop sound. Xian couldn't help but feel his scalp tighten when he heard it. This old fellow was really not an ordinary retard. He was too easy to trick. Although he thought so, Xian didn't show it on his face. His figure flashed, and he returned to his human form. He waved his hand and said slowly, that's more like it. That's my good grandson. When I'm going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, I'll definitely choose the most pleasing person. Now, it seems that it's most likely you. Rise. Plop. Plop. It would have been fine if he didn't say that, but once he said that, the 100 or so demon clansmen behind Xianxia all knelt down. Moreover, they all followed Xianxia's example and materialized the flesh on their legs, transforming into a large, bumpy blue stone under their knees. When they knelt down like this, a series of plop sounds rang out, causing even Xian to be caught off guard. There were even a few more vicious fellows. The large blue stone that appeared under their feet was not only full of potholes, but also densely packed with sharp spikes. When they knelt down, their brittle heads would be pierced by the spikes, and blood would flow out. After all, their legs had turned into flesh and blood. What should bleed would still bleed. It seemed that what he said before he rose was effective. When he was going to pass on the bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw, he would definitely choose the most pleasing person to pass on to. In other words, everyone was equal and had a chance. These fellows were all envious. They were trying their best to show off. Regarding this point, Elder Xianxia was also well aware of it. He immediately glared at those guys whose knees were bleeding. He had already secretly prepared to kill them. Damn it, they actually dared to snatch the fortune from Master. They clearly didn't want to live anymore. You guys, who the hell are you? Are you retarded? Yi Xian's expression darkened, and he scolded on the spot. Kneeling and kowtowing is a gesture of sincerity. What's the point of doing this? All of you are already bastards. If you continue to do this, won't people laugh at this old ancestor's nest of devil clan descendants? Not only are they bastards, but they are also all stupid pigs? Wah, I'm so pissed off. Yi Xian had also gotten into character. Previously, he had called himself the young master, but now that Xianxia had brought this group of demon clan clansmen to kneel on the ground, he immediately called himself the ancestor. He spoke so sneakily, however, none of the people kneeling on the ground felt that it was harsh to the ears. Even the words bastards made them feel very comfortable in their hearts. At the very least, this meant that the ancestor before them had already acknowledged their identity as mixed-blood descendants. Damned fellows, how dare you provoke old ancestor? What if old ancestor's body is damaged from anger? Xianxia immediately stood up, and as he scolded, he raised his hands and slapped out 2 palms. These fellows with ulterior motives, I can't let you live. Boom. Boom. 2 energy explosions sounded, and those 2 fellows exploded into a cloud of cold mist on the spot. Their consciousness dissipated, and they turned into ashes. As his trusted subordinates, they couldn't resist the huge temptation and dared to snatch the creation from him. This was clearly an ingrate, and he couldn't be allowed to live. Although Xianxia didn't say these words, the hundreds of devil clan subordinates who were kneeling behind him knew clearly. All of them trembled and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Alright, what did old ancestor say just now? Do I need to ask you to stand up respectfully? Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his expression darkened. He waved his hand, showing his displeasure. This group of fellows didn't dare to delay any longer, and all of them hurriedly got up. Xianxia bowed slightly and welcomed Yi Xian like a eunuch. He pointed at the entrance of the nest and said, Old ancestor, it's windy outside. It won't be good if you catch a cold. Please follow me home. Alright, after all, they are old ancestor's descendants. Although they are bastards with impure bloodlines, they can be considered as family. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Xian seized the opportunity and didn't let it go. He took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and his heart was already bubbling with joy. However, he didn't plan to stop there. As he spoke, he seemed to casually mention it, but in reality, he was throwing it out and thinking about the treasures of the demon clan. Coincidentally, this ancestor has just been born, so I don't know much about this world. It's quite boring, so I'll see what interesting things you unfilial descendants have to play with to pass the time. Yes, there are. Please, old ancestor. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xianxia hurriedly responded and bowed, leading the way in front. Old ancestor, don't worry. There are many interesting things. I'll send them to you in a while. Please don't mind. You know, we are just a bunch of useless bastards. We can't take out anything that can catch your eye. It's fine. As long as you have a heart. Yi Xian waved his hand, but sighed in his heart, this bastard is so king filial. Nest, deep in the ancestral land. In the cave residence of the other 2 elders, Ba and Jiao. Ba and Jiao didn't pay much attention to the situation outside the nest. It was just a reckless young human who came to make a ruckus. With Xianxia's help, he would definitely die. They didn't have the time to care about this kind of thing. Therefore, they didn't know what happened outside at first. It was only when their subordinates reported the situation that Ba and Jiao suddenly stood up in shock and regret. What? The Netherworld clan's young master? He actually displayed the legendary bloodline ability of the Netherworld Claw in front of everyone? He instantly and silently cut a small meteor thousands of miles away into 2 halves? Wahahaha, we've really suffered a huge loss this time. A living ancestor has come knocking on our door, and he actually said that he would choose the one that he liked the most, and that he would impart the bloodline ability, Netherworld Claw. Old 7 is really lucky this time. No, we can't let him take all the advantages. If you want to play, why should you? We are also mixed-blood descendants of the Netherworld clan. We are also bastards. We also have to kowtow to the old ancestor. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Who are these two bastards? When he led Yi Xian into the Yin nest, Yin Qi had already secretly glanced at his trusted aide. The latter understood and immediately walked a few steps forward to rush to the front. Yin Qi could tell that this Netherworld race's young master ancestor had just been born. He was not very shrewd and was easy to coax. As long as he was happy, he would definitely find Yin Qi pleasing to the eye. The Netherworld race's bloodline ability would most likely be passed on to him first. Although he did not say that he would not pass on the other skills, what if the other skills were delayed after one was passed on? No one could afford to wait for 180 years. Therefore, Yin Qi only wanted to make the Netherworld race's ancestor happy. Although he was in the 12th realm, the Void realm, the Netherworld race's ancestor had just been born. His cultivation was not high and was only in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. However, Yin Qi had never thought of using force. On one hand, this little ancestor was not shrewd and was easy to coax. There was no need to use force. On the other hand, the Yin Devil clan was, after all, a mixed-blood descendant of the Netherworld clan. When it came to using force, they might be able to kill a pure-blood member of the Netherworld clan because their cultivation was higher than the other party. However, it was impossible for them to search the other party's soul and obtain the secrets of the other party's bloodline. Yi Xian was well aware of this. That was why he was so calm. He threw out the great temptation of the Netherworld race's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. He was sure that this group of people would not be able to resist. No matter how strong their cultivation was, they could only hold their breaths in front of him. Soon, Yi Xian was led by Yin Qi with an ingratiating smile. They passed through the Yin nest's tunnel and arrived inside the Yin nest. What entered their eyes was a dark and cold world. Although there was also the void and stars, the main color was gray. There was no source of yang energy. There was only cold Yin energy everywhere. Welcome, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. The Yin demon clansmen in front of him were all kneeling on the ground. There were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Yin demons in total. The entire Yin Devil clan had a total of over 10,000 people, and they were all under the control of the 3 elders. 7 Yin's lineage had 3,000 to 4,000 people, and all of them were present, kneeling here. Needless to say, Yin Qi really knew how to arrange things. It was as if he could tell that Yi Xian liked this kind of extravagance, so he arranged things to suit his taste. If Yin Qi knew that the reason why Yi Xian liked this kind of extravagance was because he saw these bastards being taken advantage of by him, and they were so willing, crying and shouting as if they wanted to die, that was why he felt so happy and comfortable. Yin Qi would probably explode on the spot and spit out blood. Hey, what are you doing? What's the point of making such a big show of extravagance? This ancestor has always kept a low profile, and I don't like this the most. Yi Xian was so happy that he almost floated in the air when he saw the Yin demon clansmen kneeling in front of him. Although he said that he liked to keep a low profile, he had already soared into the air and arrived in front of the group of people kneeling, enjoying their worship. He wasn't in a hurry to get them to stand up. First, he smiled and swept his gaze over these guys. Finally, he gently waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Bastards, get up. Thank you, Ancestor. We wish Ancestor Huansuan to enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens." These bastards were all beaming with joy. Ancestor Huansuan had seriously glanced at them just now. Everyone felt that they had caught the Ancestor Huansuan's eyes, and they might even be remembered by the Ancestor Huansuan. It was just a matter of time before they would have a meteoric rise. Overjoyed, these guys all got up one after another. They didn't dare to block the path in front of them, and took the initiative to retreat to the side, looking at him with burning eyes. "Ancestor, this way please." Yin Qi could see that this young master of the Netherworld race clearly liked this very much. Wasn't he so happy now that his mouth was all the way behind his ears? Thinking about it, it was normal. He was the young master of the powerful Netherworld race in the Antiquity Age. Now that he was born in the current age, he found that the Netherworld race had already declined. How strong was the sense of loss in his heart, under such circumstances. It was rare for him to enjoy the noble treatment of those years in the nest of his bastard descendants. Naturally, he was happy. Since the ancestor Huansuan was happy, Xianxia was naturally happy as well. He vaguely felt that he had already grasped the ancestor Huansuan's preferences. It seemed that the Netherworld Claw's divine ability couldn't escape and would definitely belong to him. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that his body was a little floating. On this side, just as the 3,000 to 4,000 subordinates of Xianxia retreated far away, two groups of people immediately floated over like dark clouds in front of them. One on the left and one on the right, there were 3,000 to 4,000 people on each side. When they approached, they directly knelt down in front of Yixian. The two people in the lead were Yin Ba and Yin Jiu. After the two of them knelt down, their heads were lowered, but they each held a small space box in their hands. They raised it high and shouted, "Ancestor, old Aid is here. Please forgive me. I have prepared some small things here. They are a meeting gift for the ancestor. It's the same for old Nine. They're not good things, but they represent old Nine's sincerity. I hope the ancestor Huansuan won't mind and accept them, old Eight." Old Nine, Yixian was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously glanced at Xianxia, who was beside him, and when he saw that his expression immediately darkened, he immediately understood. It seemed that these two fellows were the same as Xianxia, clan elders of the Yin Demon clan. They must have received the news and rushed over to flatter him. To put it bluntly, their ultimate goal was to win his favor so that they could obtain the inheritance of the Netherworld Claw. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately calmed down. As long as the other party had this intention, they would be firmly controlled by him. Moreover, there was Xianxia, who was deeply poisoned, beside him now. Even if the two in front of him didn't fall for his trick, with Xianxia around, they couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Yixian's face darkened. He raised his hand and patted his chest, saying, "Who are these two bastards?" They suddenly rushed out and led a group of people to kowtow. This ancestor Huansuan was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was originally something that Yixian said casually to take advantage of the situation again. He didn't expect that when it reached Yin Ba and Yin Jiu's ears, it was no different from the sound of nature. The two old fellows immediately grinned and were incomparably excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They fought to be the first to reveal their identities and express their loyalty. Yes, yes, yes. The ancestor is so perceptive. Aren't the two of us bastards? Your mixed-blood descendant, your seed, is short for bastard. This is what it means, ancestor Huansuan, right? The one beside you is the bastard old 7, this is the bastard old 8, and I'm the bastard old 9. We're all your seed. Originally, Yixian felt comfortable calling them bastards. However, after hearing it so many times, especially when these two fellows kept calling them bastards and then saying that they were all his seed, Yixian gradually felt that it wasn't so. Weren't they King scolding him? Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios getting the Medicine King inheritance. Yixian felt awkward when he thought about how these bastards had brought him in as well. His face couldn't help but darken. Xianxia, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed when she saw Yixian's unhappy expression. Just as she was about to jump out and attack Yin Ba and Yin Jiu to establish a bad first impression of them in the eyes of the patriarch. However, these two fellows were quick to react. Seeing that the situation was not right, they quickly changed the topic and opened the small space box in their hands in an extremely nimble manner. Walala, ding ding dang dang. In an instant, all the treasures in the two small space boxes poured out and piled up into two small hills in the void. A lot of strange clanking sounds rang out, and all kinds of dazzling brilliance burst out. The surrounding Yin demons all stared at them. Even Yixian's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. There were some heaven and earth treasures and rare minerals that even he didn't have. As expected of the two elders in charge of the Yin demon clan, they spared no expense for the Nether Claw. They were indeed generous. At this moment, seeing Yixian's eyes lit up when he saw the two small hills of various heaven and earth treasures, rare minerals, cultivation resources, and even finished products in front of him, the two elders were immediately invigorated. They immediately stood up and waved their hands behind them. The 6,000 to 7,000 Yin demons immediately retreated silently. On the other hand, Ba and Jiao surrounded Xian from left and right. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they excitedly introduced the two small piles of treasures to him. Look, Patriarch, this is the Wuji gold crystal, the best material for refining weapons. This is the Phoenix blood grass, the best material for refining medicine. It is said that the 14th level liquid of the human race's science and technology faction requires this material. Of course, that is the formula in the derivation. The human race has no use for it, and only the 11th level liquid has been created. What? You don't know what the 11th level liquid is? Oh, by the way, you've just been born, so it's normal that you don't know about this. The 11th grade liquid is a kind of body refining medicinal liquid refined by the human race, it. As they spoke, Ba and Jiao kept the two small hills of treasures in front of Xian back into the small space box. Finally, he stuffed the small box into Xian's hands and said fawningly, Ancestor, with your experience, these little things naturally won't catch your eye. However, they are novel and interesting. Take your time to play with them. We'll gather more for you later. Yes, yes, yes. We are your most loyal bastard descendants. You must remember us, Bastard Old 8 and Bastard Old 9, Old 8, you guys, have gone too far. Before Ba and Jiao could finish their words, Qi, whose face was as gloomy as water, could no longer hold it in and suddenly shouted, Didn't you see that I, Old 7, was the one who brought the Patriarch into the sect? I haven't even had the time to say anything yet. What do you mean by this? Isn't it just a bunch of broken things? Don't tell me I don't have them? As he spoke, Qi coldly snorted and took out a small spatial box from his bosom. He handed it over to Xian with a smile and said in a fawning manner, Ancestor, little 7 has a lot of these things as well. We don't care about them, hee, and they don't have what little 7 has. Hey, this green jade ruler is an item from the primordial era. It is said that it was left behind by a medicine king in the primordial era. It records the entire inheritance of the medicine king. This is a good thing. Little 7 hasn't had the time to study it yet. He just got it not long ago. Oh, of course. To Old Ancestor, this is just a small broken jade ruler. However, it is an item from the primordial era after all. Old Ancestor, you can more or less feel close to it since it came from the same era. At this point, the faces of Ba and Jiao were already filled with disdain. This old thing was too shameless. In order to curry favor with them, he even took out the medicine king's inheritance that he had just obtained, which he had flaunted in front of them after returning, but did not even allow them to touch it. The key was that he said little 7 as if he was a little follower. He cursed his neighbor and wanted to take the Old Ancestor for himself. He was simply too shameless. Nonsense, how is this an item from the primordial era? Xian was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He rolled his eyes and said, How can this Old Ancestor not see the aura of the primordial era? This is at most an item from the primordial era, but it's close to the later stage of the primordial era. This Old Ancestor sighed when he saw it. It's not a bad idea. Little 7, you're a good bastard, a good bastard. Speaking of this, Xian raised his hand and patted Qi's shoulder. He had an expression that said, I think very highly of you. Continue to work hard and you have a bright future ahead of you. Of course, he took the opportunity to throw out a few more words, taking advantage of Qi. However, Qi was flattered. This good bastard was very impressive. From the beginning to the end, he had heard the Old Ancestor say the word bastard many times. However, until now, he was the only one who could make the Old Ancestor praise him as a good bastard. Qi, who was greatly encouraged, immediately puffed out her chest and proudly glanced at Ba and Jiao. The green jade ruler in her hand and the small spatial box that contained a large amount of treasures were respectfully handed over to Xian. With a flip of her hand, the latter stored them into the undying world within his body. At this point, Xian hadn't even entered the door yet, but he'd already received so many gifts that his hands went soft. It could be said that he'd earned an overflowing bowl. Needless to say, his heart was carefree, and his entire body was about to float. Alright, this Old Ancestor has seen the filial piety of the three of you. In short, you're all good bastards. This old ancestor feels rather comforted to have disciples like you. After keeping the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Xian looked at Yin Ba, and Jiao with a face full of praise. He nodded and continued, all in all, you're not bad. There's hope for all of you. Continue to work hard in the future. This old ancestor has decided to choose one of you to pass down the bloodline ability of my Netherworld clan, the Netherworld Claw. Sigh, you guys don't know. This kind of bloodline ability can only be passed down in a special way. Every time I pass it down, I have to recuperate for 100 years. Therefore, among the 3 of you, only one can inherit it within 100 years. The other 2 can only wait for 1 or 200 years. This makes this old ancestor feel rather uneasy. The 3 of you are such good bastards, but this old ancestor can't treat all of you equally. It would have been better if he did not say this. Once he said this, Yin and the other 2 immediately bowed even more. Previously, they were only worried that this old ancestor would be lazy and delay the second one after passing down the first one. Dig the hole first. This ancestor has been sealed in that innately cold place for countless years. I have just come out recently, so I can't stay idle for a while. The 3 of you, lead this ancestor to walk around this nest and see if there are any interesting places to play. After receiving the green jade ruler and the 3 small space boxes, Xian set his eyes on the benefits of this nest. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at the thousands of demons gathered around. He chuckled and said, you bastards are all good bastards. This old ancestor will reward you later. However, all of you can leave now. This old ancestor doesn't like extravagance the most. I have always kept a low profile. Come, all of you, kneel and pay your respects. After he finished speaking, Xian stood in the air with his hands on his hips, as if he was enjoying the reverence of everyone as they knelt down. The corners of Yin Ba, and Jiao's mouths twitched. They despised him in their hearts. Making thousands of people kneel and pay their respects, how could this be considered keeping a low profile? This old thing was simply too shameless. However, they obviously didn't dare to say this out loud. They immediately led the 3,000 to 4,000 demons behind them to kneel and kowtow. Old ancestor, you will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. The thousands of demons kowtowed and paid their respects at the same time. Except for Xian, no one was left standing. Even the patriarch of the demon clan, Emperor, couldn't enjoy such a scene. Xian squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. He felt like he was floating in the air. Soon, after kneeling and paying their respects, the other thousands of demons quickly retreated. Only Yin Ba, and Jiao stayed behind. They slightly bowed and waited at the side. Among them, Yin immediately came forward and said fawningly, Old ancestor, in the depths of our clan's ancestral land's nest, there is an innately cold place called the Yin Pool. Apart from the clan head, Emperor, who is still in seclusion to make a breakthrough, only the clan's 9 clan elders can enter. I will bring old ancestor over for inspection. This was also Xian's purpose. Generally speaking, there would be some forbidden areas in the ancestral land of Demon clan that ordinary clansmen couldn't enter. That was why Xian ordered those ordinary clansmen to leave. He wanted to see if there were any benefits in the core of Demon clan's ancestral land. Yin and the other 2 had long since become obedient to Xian's words. Their minds were constantly thinking about that sentence that could only be passed down once in 100 years. It could be said that they couldn't get rid of it. If only one of the 3 was here, it would have been fine. What could be done and what could not be done? Perhaps there would be a bottom line. However, all 3 of them were here at the same time, and all of them wanted to curry favor with the old ancestor as much as possible. They were afraid that the places that could be used would be taken advantage of by the other 2 first. Therefore, the 3 old fellows were racking their brains. As long as they thought of something that could make the old ancestor look at them in a new light, without exception, they would immediately use it. Along the way, whenever there was something good along the way, there was no need for Xian to say anything. The 3 old fellows were practically crying and shouting as they eagerly ran over to Xian and brought it over on the spot to show their filial piety. After all, this nest was an innately cold place that was isolated from the outside universe and void. There was only a passageway connecting it, which was equivalent to a sealed secret realm. A large amount of yin qi filled the interior of the yin nest for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, many rare minerals and yin attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures that didn't exist in the outside world would grow here. These things, as long as they were of a slightly higher grade, were all dug up and placed into small spatial boxes before being presented to Xian. In a short half a day, the group of 4 finally arrived at the core of the yin nest, the yin pond. There were already a few more small spatial boxes in Xian's undying world. These boxes were filled with rare yin attribute ores and heavenly materials that couldn't be found in the outside world. Now, Xian had dug up almost all of them. The yin pond was actually a large pond filled with boundless profound yin qi. Of course, the water in the pond wasn't ordinary water, but innate yin qi. It was the result of the innate yin qi being so dense that it had turned into liquid. Sigh, looking at this yin pond reminds this ancestor of the yin pond where father sealed me for hundreds of millions of years. It's a pity that the yin pond has dried up. Otherwise, this ancestor wouldn't have been able to wake up so early. It's really a pity. I almost forgot that ancestor also has a yin qi body. Although the yin qi in this yin pond can't be compared to the yin pond where you were hibernating, it's still a rare item in the outside world. Before Xian could finish speaking, yin qi had already patted his head cleverly. He immediately flipped his hand and took out a small bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. He directly cast a spell and filled the bottle with at least 10,000 cubic meters of yin qi before handing it to Xian. He grinned as if he was asking for credit and said, "Although the quality is definitely not satisfactory, it's completely fine for ancestor to use it to soak your feet." This small bottle of yin qi liquid was equivalent to 1/6 or 1/7 of the entire yin pond. Now, yin qi had given it to Xian without saying anything and even said that he was going to use it to soak his feet. It had to be known that every drop of this yin qi was a treasure. To the yin qi's clansmen, 1 drop of yin qi was enough to sustain their cultivation for a year. Moreover, the yin emperor, the patriarch of the yin qi clan, was still in seclusion in the yin pond. If one thought about it carefully, yin qi's words clearly meant that the patriarch, the yin emperor, was in seclusion in Xian's foot-washing water. Perhaps the 3 old things didn't think of this, but Xian did. When he took the heavy bottle, he almost laughed out loud. At this time, the system's familiar notification sounded in Xian's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. You've discovered a yin qi body. Do you want to immediately imprint your interstellar coordinates? Imprint my interstellar coordinates? Xian stared blankly for a moment before muttering to himself. Generally speaking, you could imprint your interstellar coordinates anywhere in the universe, and the system wouldn't deliberately remind you. But if it did, it meant that the location was extremely suitable and most likely had some hidden value. Of course, before this value was revealed, the system wouldn't explain everything clearly to you in advance. Thinking of this, Xian was immediately moved. It just so happened that this yin qi body was also beneficial to his nether body. If he imprinted his interstellar coordinates here, he could just treat it as digging a hole in the depths of the yin qi's ancestral land. After he completely fell out with the yin qi's clan, he could activate the coordinate jump ability attached to the system's title at any time and directly come to this place. Then, he could take this entire pool of yin qi. Grotto Heaven Rank 3 take a bath and take a shower, and have a wet sex. Upon hearing this, yin qi, yin ba, and yin jiao were immediately stunned, and their expressions gradually became strange. They had clearly misunderstood the so-called wet sex. They thought that the desolate ancient great young master in front of them was in the mood for that kind of thing. It was understandable. After all, he had been in that dried-up innately cold land for hundreds of millions of years. Now, he had finally found a nest of bastard descendants. He had probably seen many beautiful women among the yin demon clansmen who were worshipping them. Now that he suddenly had this kind of interest, it was inevitable. However, the clan leader, the yin emperor, was still in seclusion in the deepest part of the pond, while the old ancestor was playing with the beauties in the shallow part of the pond. The clan leader could see everything as soon as he raised his head. This was really a bit inappropriate. However, yin qi and the other 2 were already deeply poisoned, and they couldn't care so much. In any case, the clan leader, the yin emperor, was in seclusion and wouldn't pay attention to anything happening in the outside world. Although the old ancestor was doing this kind of thing with the beauties of the clan above his head, the clan leader wouldn't know anyway, so they could just treat it as if nothing had happened. Most importantly, they couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Normally, when male cultivators were in the mood, they would be impatient and want to immediately get on the horse, let alone the old ancestor, who was a desolate ancient great young master. If they really disobeyed him on this matter, the netherworld claw inheritance that was about to be in their hands would immediately be gone. Thinking like this, Xianxia and the other two immediately summoned a group of beauties from their clan. All of them were like flowers and jade. When they heard that the old ancestor wanted to favor them, they were extremely excited. As soon as they arrived, they stripped naked and moved closer to Xian. The latter was so scared that he repeatedly shouted, back off, this old ancestor is used to doing it himself, it's fine if I do it myself." He was referring to taking a bath, but the surrounding people interpreted it as that matter, and they were all shocked. Doing it himself, after all this time, the old ancestor was actually a lover, it was no wonder. After being sealed in that dried-up cold land for hundreds of millions of years, he could only do it himself. It had probably become a habit. With that thought, Xianxia and the other two immediately sighed and brought the resentful beauties of the clan to do it. They had to appease the resentment of the beauties of the clan. Xian was too lazy to pay attention to all this. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had retreated, he had to make the best use of the time and brand the personal interstellar coordinates of the second universe's plane. Everything was the same as before. When Xian ordered the system to start the brand of the second universe's coordinates, the system's notification quickly sounded in his mind, guiding Yi, step by step. He began the process step by step of the system. First, a strand of the primordial spirit that had been processed through various methods was refined into a special brand. Then, this primordial spirit brand was shot out of the body in an extremely mysterious and complicated way, connecting it to the void where the Yin pond was, fitting, and finally completely fusing with it. Although it was already the third time, the pain of forcibly separating a small strand of his own primordial spirit still made Xian unable to adapt. It was simply difficult to describe with words. After a lot of effort, after separating this strand of primordial spirit, Xian still couldn't immediately adjust his breathing to recover and repair his mind. He had to forcefully endure the various discomfort of the damage to his primordial spirit and force himself to be alert. Again and again, he used different and complicated methods to continuously condense this strand of primordial spirit. This process took the time of a meal, and this was the third time he was familiar with the process. In the end, it was the process of fusing this successfully condensed primordial spirit brand into the void in front of him. Xian paid close attention to the whole process, from connecting the void to fusing the primordial spirit brand with it and finally fusing it perfectly. In the end, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest from beginning to end, and even his whole person was a little on edge. After a total of half a day's work, his personal space coordinates in the second universe finally perfectly fused into the void where the Yin pond was located. After a flash, it completely stabilized and disappeared, and even Xian couldn't catch it. During the whole process, he wasn't disturbed at all. Although there was a Yin demon clan leader at the bottom of the pool, that old guy was in closed-door training, and all his thoughts and feelings were sealed in his body. Even if someone walked up to him and farted in his face, he wouldn't have any reaction. To Xian's surprise, after this personal space coordinates of the second universe were branded, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. There were 2 prompts, and one of them was related to a breakthrough in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully branding your personal space coordinates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of Qi and blood. Current realm, level 3 of the Tao Insight realm. A breakthrough? Xian was stunned, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Soon, he understood. After all, he was soaking in this Yin pond, and his whole body was bathed in a large amount of innate cold liquid. Moreover, his current state was the nether body, which was activated by the nether claw. For the nether body, this kind of innate colding liquid was the best thing to temper one's body. Previously, when Xian's nether body was imprinted with the coordinates of the second universe, he unknowingly started to cultivate. As a result, the cultivation level of his physical body was able to break through a small level, so naturally, he was able to succeed. This was a pleasant surprise, and Xian was very happy. This trip to the Yin nest was really not in vain. Not only did he get back the Green Jade Ruler, which recorded the complete inheritance of the Medicine King, he also obtained a large amount of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures of the Yin attribute and rare minerals. Moreover, he obtained 10,000 cubic meters of innate cold liquid. Even his cultivation realm had a small breakthrough when he was branding his personal space coordinates in the second universe. However, at this point, he had almost obtained all the benefits in the Yin nest. He had already soaked in the core of the ancestral land, so what good things could there be that they did not take out? Thinking of this, just as Xian was about to get up, thinking that there was no more benefit in the Yin nest, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering an undying imperishable bead. Do you want to collect it immediately? Undying imperishable bead, Xian was startled and immediately frowned. It seemed that the undying imperishable bead that Ling Huju threw into the Shinnon cauldron was indeed taken from the Yin demon clan. Besides that one, there was actually another one in the core Yin pond of the Yin demon clan's ancestral land. This item could be considered a rare treasure. Although it was not a good thing, it could not be left in the hands of the enemy. The threat was too great. Xian did not hesitate to collect it immediately. Sea of Abyss turtles. After the second undying imperishable pearl was collected by Xian, it was directly thrown into the Shinnon cauldron in his undying world. It was suppressed at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, just like the first undying imperishable pearl. This kind of thing was too evil. Xian didn't dare to touch it. Even if he kept it in his undying world, he didn't dare to touch it. It was too evil. After doing all this, the entire Yin demon race really didn't have anything to gain anymore. The various cold attribute treasures and rare ores in the Yin nest had already been dug up by Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao and given to him. Even the treasures and resources in their hands were the same. Even the forbidden Yin pool had been filled with nearly 1/6 of the innate Yin cold liquid by Yin Qi and handed over to Xian. Although there was still a large amount of cold Yin liquid left behind, Xian had already imprinted his interstellar coordinates here. In the future, if he wanted to wipe them all out, he could come over at any time. He didn't need to worry about this. This was simply like a swarm of locusts passing through, or even worse. However, whether it was Yin Qi and the other Yin demon clan elders or the other Yin demon clan members, they were all willing to do this. Other than Xian, there was probably no one else who could do such a thing. In their eyes, the greatest treasure now was Xian himself. He was the legendary young master of the Netherworld race. As long as he was happy, he could pass down the bloodline ability of the Netherworld race. Then, not only would the person who obtained the bloodline ability gain another powerful ability, the bloodline in their body would also revert to its ancestral roots and reconstruct the Netherworld race's body. When that time came, their cultivation would definitely soar. If it wasn't for this, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiao, and the other 3 Yin demon clan elders wouldn't have been so willing to let Xian exploit them so wantonly. Seeing Xian walk over from the direction of the Yin pond with a refreshed expression, Yin Qi and the other 2 clan elders, who had just finished their absurd conversation with the group of girls in their clan, immediately had strange expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. The old ancestor was indeed different. After doing that, he was even more energetic than before. This was really like seeing a ghost. As he muttered to himself, Yin Qi seemed to have suddenly discovered a new continent. His eyes instantly widened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He stared at Xian and said in shock, "Ancestor, your cultivation level." "Oh, I just took a bath and felt good, so I broke through a small level." Xian didn't think much of it and casually replied. "What, so good that he directly broke through his cultivation? What kind of realm was this? Could it be that the old ancestor had trained a sharpshooter in that dried-up, innately cold land? Was realm breakthrough achieved by shooting? They had no choice. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Yin Qi and the other 2's faces were filled with admiration. In all honesty, they were not pretending this time, but from the bottom of their hearts. An existence that could break through the realm with a single shot was unprecedented. The ancestor could be considered a freak, and he was probably not inferior to the 2 peerless freaks of the human clan. At least, they hadn't heard of those 2 having this ability, after taking all the benefits from the Yin nest, the things that Yi Xian muttered in his mind had already changed. He had finished plundering everything, but the human resources were still there. Tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen, if they all came out of the nest and followed him to the Nether Turtle Sea. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. It was one thing to have a group of hired thugs, but the most important thing was that these hired thugs were treating him like an ancestor. That was a totally different matter. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, he or she would have to kill over 10,000 Yin demons first. This was definitely the rhythm of running amok in the sea of hellish turtles. After all, the Yin demon race was a notorious race in the second universe. The bodies of this race were extremely Yin energy with the cold attribute. They could transform into other races and switch between flesh and energy at will. As a result, it was extremely difficult to kill them. In addition, the members of this race were vengeful. Therefore, even in the second universe, where martial arts were fierce and life and death battles could be seen everywhere, very few people were willing to provoke the Yin demon race. Sigh, your Yin nest is too small. This old ancestor can just walk around casually. It's really boring. Yi Xian deliberately sighed and continued, forget it. You guys just stay in the nest. This old ancestor will go out for a walk. Previously, I was sealed in that innately cold place for who knows how many years. I've long been bored out of my wits. I really can't sit still. Yes, yes, yes. This is only because of you, old ancestor. If it were someone else, they would have died of boredom. Old ancestor, you should go out more. It's rare for you to come out. Naturally, you should go out and see more. But after all, you just came out and haven't recovered your strength. You're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, 3rd level. There are so many bad people out there. In Little Nine's opinion, it's better for us bastards to take the 180 little bastards out with you. That's right, that's right. If old ancestor has any errands, it's better to have someone to listen to you. When they heard that Yi Xian was going to leave, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao immediately panicked. This old ancestor was a little unreliable. What if he didn't come back after going out? Wouldn't they cry when they came back? Thinking of this, they immediately made their decision. Each of them decided to take some subordinates of their race to follow the old ancestor. They could not only protect the old ancestor, but also keep an eye on him and not let this great opportunity slip away. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Bring 180 people to follow me? Oh, how dare this old ancestor make such a big show? Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and said, no need. This old ancestor appreciates the intentions of you bastards, okay? I don't need to trouble you to serve me all the way. Go do what you need to do. This was obviously sarcasm. Yin Qi and the other two were all old foxes. How could they not see it? However, the three of them didn't think too much about it because they had already made the first impression. This old fellow had an eccentric temperament. He was a desolate ancient hedonist young master who liked to show off the most. He obviously liked to show off, but he always said that this old ancestor had always kept a low profile. Now, he was obviously dissatisfied that this old ancestor was going out for an inspection with only a few hundred Yin demon clansmen following behind him. This was a really shabby rhythm. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but regret it so much that their intestines almost turned green. Their brains weren't bright. They actually forgot about the old ancestor's pretentious character in a moment of carelessness. This unexpectedly left a bad impression. It was simply not worth the loss. Thinking of this, the three of them immediately put on a smiling face and hurriedly spoke again in a hurry to remedy the situation. Oh, old ancestor, look at what you're saying. You're going out for an inspection, so how can you not have a bunch of little bastards following you to serve you? Yes, yes, yes. Hee, the 180 mentioned just now were referring to the delicate beauties in the clan. As for the guards and the like, you have to bring at least 8,000 of them. That's right. According to Little Nine's idea, 2,000 of them will be enough to guard the ancestral land's nest. The rest will all be dispatched together and follow the old ancestor out for an inspection. Nether Turtle Sea? What's that? A place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath? What's so fun about that? I'm not going. Hearing that these three fellows were tactful, they finally changed their words. They decided that other than leaving 2,000 demon clansmen to guard their nest, the other 10,000 clansmen would all follow him out. Only then was Yi Xian satisfied. Yi Xian was even more satisfied when they mentioned the Nether Turtle Sea. However, he didn't show it on his face. He waved his hand and rejected the idea. On the side, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They wiped the black lines on their foreheads and then explained. Forefather, you don't know. The Nether Turtle Sea is really not a place where a bunch of old bastards take a bath. The Nether Turtle Sea is the name of a star region. Just like the star region where my clan's ancestral land, the Yin Nest, is located is called the Shadow Devil Star region. The reason why the Nether Turtle Sea is called this name is because the Nether Turtle clan's ancestral land is located in that star region. Since turtles were originally creatures of water, that star region is called the Nether Turtle Sea. The Nether Turtle clan is not a bunch of old bastards. They are also one of the top 10 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Of course, we don't care about the top 10 clans at all. They don't dare to offend us. This is all because of forefathers' prestige. After all, we old bastards all have the blood of the primordial Netherworld clan flowing in our veins. The Nether Turtle clan also has the blood of a supreme existence from the primordial antiquity era flowing in their veins. This supreme existence is called the Void Turtle. Oh, forefather, I know. It's that bastard. Without waiting for the three old fellows to finish speaking, Yi Xian slapped his thigh, and an expression of enlightenment immediately appeared on his face. Void Tortoise, I know that the tortoise's body is extremely big, and is different from the normal body of my Netherworld race and the desolate ancient Xianxia race. Once the tortoise's entire body is revealed, it will be comparable to a universe plane, and its claws will be as big as a star domain. Even the primordial supreme being like the golden divine dragon is smaller than him. Back then, forefather brought me to meet him. At that time, I crawled on that bastard's shell and rolled around. I even peed on it. I didn't expect this Nether Turtle to be his descendant. Speaking of which, the Nether Turtle clan has to call me ancestor when they see me. Back then, Emperor Father and that bastard were on the same side. It's a pity that I didn't participate in the battle because I was too young, so I was left in the ancestral land of the clan. Later on, I received news that Emperor Father's bloodline was defeated. I don't know the details. I only know that Emperor Father's eye of heavenly Tao was cut open by Emperor Father's nether claw. After that, I was sealed. When I woke up again, it was already hundreds of millions of years later. I don't know if forefather is still alive. Is that bastard still alive? Is he 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 still alive? At the end of his speech, Yi Xian's eyes turned red. He pretended to be so that he could pave the way for what he was going to say later. On the other hand, Yin Qi and the others who were at the side were already stunned by the ancient secrets revealed in his words. They only knew a little about it from the genealogy of the Yin demon clan. They knew that there were two huge camps in the primordial era and a mysterious great battle broke out. In that battle, the forefather of the Yin demon clan, the Netherworld Great Emperor, used the supreme Netherworld claw to cut the commander of the opposing camp, the Eye of the Heavens, who was suspected to be a doppelganger of the Will of the Heavens in the primordial era, into two. That was all there was to it. They were fascinated by everything related to that battle, but they didn't know anything about it. Now, when they heard their ancestor speak casually, they finally found out that their bloodline ancestor, the Netherworld Emperor, was actually on the same side as the Nether Turtle clan's ancestor, the Void Colossus, during that unparalleled battle all those years ago. Moreover, once the Void Colossus revealed its true form, it was actually even larger than an existence like the divine gold dragon, and a swing of its claw was capable of destroying an entire region. What was even more shocking was that the ancestor in front of them had actually rolled and peed on the back of the Void Giant Turtle. TSK, TSK, TSK. Existences like the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Turtle were definitely the most powerful existences in the primordial era. The ancestor in front of them could pee on the back of the Void Giant Turtle when he was still young. It could be seen that the Netherworld Great Emperor was also an existence of this level. As expected of the supreme existence that could split the commander of the enemy camp, the Eye of the Heaven Dao, who was suspected to be a clone of the primordial Heaven Dao, into two with a single claw. It was really heaven-defying and truly extraordinary. When they thought like this, Xianxia and the others were filled with heroic spirits. Even though they didn't know if the forefather of the Netherworld Great Emperor had perished, at least the young master, the ancestor before them, had survived. Moreover, he possessed the complete Netherworld Claw bloodline ability. Once it was passed down, the future of the Yin Demon clan would simply be limitless. At least, compared to the Netherworld Turtle clan that was in the same camp as the Void Giant Turtle clan, they were really too lucky. When they thought up to here, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but feel slightly sad for the loss of the Netherworld Turtle clan, and they shook their heads and sighed before continuing to introduce the Netherworld Turtle clan to Yixian. Speaking of which, the Netherworld Turtle clan is really pitiful. I didn't know that their forefather was in the same camp as our Netherworld Great Emperor before, so I didn't feel anything. Now, I really can't bear it. That's right, the Netherworld Turtle clan actually has nothing to do with the so-called Underworld territory. They are all living beings with flesh and blood. The reason why they are called Netherworld Turtles is because although they are alive, they are as good as dead, so they are called Netherworld Turtles. The bloodline inheritance of the Netherworld Turtle clan is said to be a kind of primordial void technique. It was originally engraved on an ancient turtle shell, and it was the clan's most precious treasure. However, the ancient turtle shell collapsed and was lost at some point in time. From then on, the Netherworld Turtle clan lost their bloodline inheritance, and even the spiritual sustenance of the clan was gone. However, the Turtle clan has a long life, and all of them have become living fossils, just like living dead turtles, so they are called the Netherworld Turtle clan. If it wasn't for the long life of this clan and the existence of a few terrifying old monsters, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe and would have been exterminated long ago. Sigh, how pitiful. It was the first time that Yixian had heard these words, so the shock in his heart was rather strong. He hadn't even seen the Netherworld Turtle clan, yet he'd already felt a dejected and decaying aura assault his face just from the description of Xianxia and the others. When he thought about how these Netherworld Turtles were all descendants of the Void Turtle clan, even if they were bastards with impure bloodlines, they were more or less related, yet now they'd fallen into such a state. Instantly, it caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he'd taken the Void technique to be his fundamental cultivation technique since a long time ago. If he really had to speak of it, it could be said to be of the same origin as these Netherworld Turtles. Keep strangers away now. Everything was settled. It was even to the extent that the objective of heading to the Nether Turtle Sea this time was decided in advance under the guidance of Yixian. Moreover, everything was done in a logical manner, and it didn't arouse the suspicion of Xianxia and the others at all. In truth, Xianxia and the others were extremely willing to be on good terms with the Nether Turtle clan. The Dark Turtle race was not one of the top 10 races in the Federation of the Second Universe, but in terms of overall strength, they were not far from the top. However, their clan's faith had been lost. All of the Dark Turtles had lost their clan's sacred tool, which was the ancient turtle shell. All of them were dejected and had long since stood aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, they were ranked in the lower middle of the 10 greats. But in reality, because all the clansmen of this clan had long lives, they could live for millions of years. Therefore, although there were not many abyss turtles in the clan, only 1,000 or so, each and every one of them was a top-notch expert. Among them, there were several nether turtles at the level of living fossils that had not appeared in the world for hundreds of millions of years. It was as if the real turtles had died, but in fact, they were still alive. It was said that they already possessed cultivation strength that far exceeded the 15th Great Realm hundreds of millions of years ago. It was simply impossible to imagine what level they had reached now. It was precisely because of this that even though the Dark Turtle clan only had a total of over 1,000 clansmen, and all of them stood aloof from worldly affairs, they had always been ranked among the top 10 clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. Anyone would be willing to be on good terms with such a powerful race. However, in the past, the Yin Demon race wouldn't even dare to think about it. Firstly, they didn't have the foundation. Secondly, it was simply impossible. But it was different now. Their ancestor, Quan Ming, was an existence that had rolled and urinated on the back of the Nether Turtle clan's bloodline ancestor all those years ago. So, with this connection, they had the qualifications and possibility to form a good relationship with the Nether Turtle clan. To the Nether Tortoise race, they might not care about the face of the Een Devil tribe's patriarch, the Een Emperor, but they had to give face to Patriarch Quan Ting. Otherwise, they would be going against the bloodline race's patriarch and not putting the void bastard in their eyes. Therefore, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao originally intended to accompany ancestor Huan Jing on this trip to the Nether Turtle Sea. However, things were different now. If they could really help the Nether Turtle clan find the lost sacred artifact of the clan, even if it was just a fragment of the ancient turtle shell, they would definitely be able to obtain it. In addition to the relationship between Patriarch Quan Ting and the Een Devil race, perhaps the Een Devil race would be able to form an alliance with the Nether Turtle race. If they really succeeded, the Een Demon race would no longer need to be a fence-sitter that was ridiculed behind their backs by the myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race. They would have a solid ally, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had a backer. In the future, if anyone dared to provoke the Een Demon race, the Nether Turtle race would be the first to oppose them. Just thinking about it made them feel good. Those old bastards were all very stubborn fellows. Once they recognized an ally, they wouldn't easily abandon it. Who wouldn't want such a stubborn backer or shield? At the thought of this, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They were even more enthusiastic about this trip to the Nether Turtle Sea than Xian, and they urged them to set off on the same day. The latter was just what they wanted, so they agreed after some hesitation. Immediately, apart from leaving behind 2,000 clansmen to guard the nest, the remaining 10,000 or so clansmen left the nest under the leadership of Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Jiao, the three elders of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Considering Joy Thump ancestors' pretentious nature, as well as the birth of the bloodline progenitor of the Een Devil clan, Een Chi and the other two had spent a lot of effort in making arrangements for the procession. Although the Joy Puppet ancestor was an expert of the Grotto Heaven realm, his status was extremely noble. Naturally, they couldn't be too casual about this trip. Therefore, Een Chi and the other two took out a primordial treasure-level chariot from the clan's treasury. It was simple and unadorned, made of bronze, and emitted a strong primordial aura. It was only the size of a palm when kept, but once activated, it was 1,000 feet long. The chariot shaft was made of bronze, and it was pulled by 9 green dragons in the form of energy. The extravagance was simply astounding. Those who didn't know would think that a real primordial supreme expert had descended to the mortal world. This treasure didn't have any offensive abilities, but its speed and defensive abilities were extraordinary. However, it still couldn't enter Yi Xian's eyes. The reason why it could be appraised as a primordial treasure was because of its extravagance, limitless extravagance. In short, this 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix chariot was definitely a divine artifact, but its practicality could be completely ignored. The Een Emperor of the Een Demon clan had obtained this Luan for many years, but he had never dared to sit on it before. This was because he was afraid of being beaten to death. Even a grand universe almighty was like this, so one could well imagine how luxurious and hateful it was to the point where the roots of one's teeth itched. However, this treasure was just right for the Joy Puppet ancestor's temperament. Therefore, when the three thought of it and took it out, they immediately offered it to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian didn't like it, thinking about his current identity, it was a perfect match. Therefore, he refined it on the spot. This treasure phoenix would be his in the future. The 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix chariot was so stunning. 9 energy-formed azure dragons pulled the chariot, and the body of the chariot was 300 meters long. It was like a moving temporary imperial residence, so it naturally couldn't be too lacking in terms of maids. Een Chi and the other two arranged for 500 beautiful Een Demon women to serve on the Azure Phoenix chariot. There were countless kinds of spirit wine and spirit fruits, and there were many things that Yi Xian hadn't eaten before. It was simply too extravagant. After the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix chariot, there was an army of more than 10,000 Een demons. They were orderly and awe-inspiring, and the leaders were 3 elders. This kind of extravagance was something that even the patriarch of the Een Demon race, Een Emperor, couldn't enjoy. When the experts of the second universe saw this, they were all dumbfounded. They felt as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As this huge and luxurious army gradually moved away, the news quickly spread. The entire second universe was in an uproar. All the powers and experts were secretly guessing who was inside this 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot that made people feel so envious and jealous that the roots of their teeth itched. Who exactly was the supreme existence inside this 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot, especially the azure phoenix chariot? There was a huge flag with the word Huan written on it, which made people's imaginations run wild. However, no matter how the great powers racked their brains, they couldn't think of any supreme existence in the history of the Yin demon race who had the word Huan in their name. Even in the second universe, among the supreme experts in the entire 3 universes, there was no one with the word Huan in their name. For a moment, the 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot of the Yin demon race, as well as the supreme existence with the word Huan in their name sitting inside the chariot, became a figure that stirred up a storm in the blink of an eye. Countless powers and experts from the 3 universes gathered their gazes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Pretty Boy Roll Over Universe 2, The Edge of the Nether Turtle Sea. Ever since the news of the primordial evil artifact Yen Luo being born here spread, the Nether Turtle Sea had become the focus of the 3 universes. After all, this was a treasure from the primordial era. Almost all of the 4 peerless geniuses of the primordial era were famous because of this treasure. No force could underestimate the birth of the Yen Luo. All of them sent their fleets and experts to fight for it. When Yi Xian led the Yin Demon clan's army out of their nest and arrived at the edge of the Nether Turtle Sea, their surroundings were already in an uproar. The fleets of all the major forces spread out and covered a large area of the Nether Turtle Sea. This was the second universe, so among the fleets in the surrounding void space, the races of the second universe occupied the majority of them. In addition to the Imji clan, Raging Bull clan, Greedy Wolf clan, Colorful Python clan, Golden Eagle clan, and other powerful clans that appeared in the Heavenly War Empire, there were many more clans that Yi Xian could not name. Only the master of this Nether Turtle Sea, the Nether Turtle clan, did not appear. Other than that, there were the human forces from Universe 3. In the human technology camp, there were many forces from the Immortal Dynasty. In the gene cultivation fluid field, there were Bodhi technology, Celestial Biotech, Shinong Gene, the Xianyuan, Huangfu, Nangong families from the 3 empires, the Tuoba, Gong, Chengyu, Duanmu, Wu, and Shintu families, as well as the Huyan, Bailey, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, Life Genes, and other powerful forces. There were even more forces in other domains. As for the cultivation camp, the Tenju Celestial Palace, the mysterious Buddhist sect, and other large and small sects sent teams. Yi Xian saw many familiar faces in these teams, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and so on. In the distance, there were 2 figures faintly discernible. They were Fairy Xianxia and Xiaoyaozi. They had suffered a loss in the Heavenly War Empire and lost a lot of face. Even now, they were a little more low-key. In addition, the Wanluo Federation headquarters also sent 2 fleets. One of them was the Sunlan fleet of the Federation's Overwatch Council. Its commander was still Yi Xian's old enemy, Hongdou Liefeng. Other than that, the Great Prince Long Xiong was also in the fleet. In addition, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, who had been beaten up by Yi Xian, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Qin Empire, Su Biqing, also appeared. As for the older generation, each of the 3 empires had sent ancestor Qianquan-level figures. On the Heavenly War Empire side were Yi Xian's old acquaintance, Old Devil Zhan Tu, and his old friend, the eyebrowless ugly ghost. These 2 guys chased Yi Xian all the way to the second universe, but they lost track of him. In the end, they were unwilling to give up and just happened to hear about the birth of Yen Luo, so they came to join in the fun. In addition, the Immortal Dynasty's Imperial Family Dormitory also had a dormitory elder of the 15th Great Realm. He was also Yi Xian's old acquaintance, the last city lord of the Death Starfield's dormitory elder city, Long Ziwen. Seeing so many old acquaintances, Yi Xian thought that Triumph City would also come to join in the fun, but in the end, he didn't see them at all after searching around. He didn't know if Old Devil Zhan Tu remembered his words and said that Triumph City was now focusing on development and making a fortune in silence. They wouldn't participate in other things. Or maybe that old guy calculated that he was already involved with this matter using his heaven measuring technique, so there was no need for him to lead a team to join in the fun. But in short, since Triumph City's team didn't come, Yi Xian was relieved. Although there were many acquaintances around, except for the fleets of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, the three girls' families, Yi Xian could casually destroy all the other forces and fleets without the slightest bit of psychological pressure. These were the forces and fleets that appeared on the surface, but they had already spread out over a large area of the void. In the dark, there were many other forces and races that were lying dormant. For example, the fleets of the Tianji clan and their slaves from the first universe. There were also other races in the second universe that didn't join the Myriad Luo Federation. Because these races didn't join the Myriad Luo Federation, even if they came, they would quietly lie dormant in the dark. The only exception was the Yin Demon clan. They were definitely an anomaly. The Yin Demon clan was originally more low-key and walked a sinister path. But this time, it was as if they were convulsing and were completely different. At present, the Yin Demon clan occupied a small area of the void. The bronze carriage at the front was extremely eye-catching. Looking around, there were many forces in the surroundings, but there was absolutely no force that was so showy. Because of this, the Yin Demon clan's camp had become the focus of almost everyone. The eyes of all the experts of the major forces were all cast in this direction. After all, the Yin Demon clan only had a total of slightly more than 10,000 people. This time, almost all of them had come out, but Yin Qi and the other two elders were still waiting outside the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage like coachmen. This kind of treatment was absolutely unimaginable even for the clan leader, the Yin Emperor. Around them, a large number of experts were privately discussing spiritedly. Yi Xian's ears were quite sharp as well. He'd heard almost everything clearly and was almost certain of it. For example, the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, were saying, "Humph, I wonder which old bastard is sitting in this showy carriage. Just looking at him makes me hate him. He was even more showy than that big bastard. No matter how I look at him, I feel uncomfortable." In such a solemn occasion, there was actually music and dancing in the carriage. There were also quite a few Oriole voices. It was clear that they were seeking pleasure. This young miss was angry. If this young miss knew who was sitting in the carriage, she would definitely skin him alive. Another example was the 10,000 Luo Federation's Overwatch Council Blue Fleet. As the commander of the fleet, the deputy supervisor of the Federation, Hongdo Lifeng, flew out of the main flagship. After patrolling the surroundings, he seemed to have been disturbed by the music of the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. After frowning and glancing over, his face suddenly darkened. He immediately snorted and muttered, "Humph, pretentious, who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was instantly angry. When he saw Hongdo Lifeng earlier, he was already a little angry and had been holding it in. He didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to provoke him. If he could suppress the anger in his heart, he might explode. Thinking like this, Yi Xian changed his tone and a sarcastic voice instantly sounded out from the Nine Dragons Azure Luan carriage. "Hey, that pretty boy over there, come and kowtow. This ancestor finds you more pleasing to the eye and wants to take good care of you. In 3 breaths, get over here. Pretty boy, want to take care of me, in 3 breaths, get over here." Hearing this, the experts of the various forces in the surrounding void were suddenly in an uproar. Even Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao were dumbfounded. They were in chaos in an instant. As for Hongdo Lifeng, his entire person was dumbfounded. What was this situation? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The ancestors' love for men. Hey, the pretty boy over there, come and kowtow to me. I like you and want to take care of you. Come here within 3 breaths. As Yi Xian's sarcastic voice sounded out, the surrounding space instantly went into an uproar. The old monster in the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage of the Yin Demon clan was actually an old pervert. Under such circumstances, he actually took a fancy to Hongdo Lifeng and wanted to take care of him on the spot. This was too shocking. Even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, Ancestor Wu Mei, and the other ancestor Qian Kuan were stunned. They stared blankly at the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage that was surrounded by tens of thousands of Yin Demon clansmen. The surrounding void experts all had weird expressions on their faces. They looked at the Nine Dragons Blue Phoenix carriage and then at Hongdo Lifeng. Their faces were full of ambiguity. To be honest, Hongdo Lifeng's appearance was indeed quite good. He was very pleasing to the eye. Although this person was a middle-aged expert in his 40s, he had a white face without a beard. Moreover, he had a head of elegant long hair and was quite handsome. He didn't like to speak, but he always gave people an incomparably calm and mature feeling. It wasn't too much to say that he was a pretty boy. It was just that no one thought about it before. Now that the old monster of the Demon clan mentioned it in public, the more the experts looked at him, the more they felt that it was true. However, his cultivation was indeed not bad. He was slightly stronger than Xianxia and the other two. He was at the 13th realm, the 5th level of the mystic light realm. Xianxia and the other two were only at the 12th level, the void realm. Although they were at the later stage of the void realm, Hongdou Lifeng was indeed half a realm stronger than them. After all, among the 5 deputy supervisors of the Overwatch Council in the Federation headquarters, Hongdou Lifeng had always been ranked first. If one were to count carefully, he was the most trusted subordinate of the Overwatch Council's Long Hui. Moreover, this time, Hongdou Lifeng was the commander of the Sunlan fleet, one of the 2 fleets of the Federation headquarters. He had a high status and authority. Now that he was called a gigolo in public, he was instantly furious when he wanted to take pity on him. He roared like thunder, "Old monster of the Demon clan, don't pretend to be crazy and provoke me. Otherwise, I will definitely suppress you. Don't make a mistake." It was no wonder that he was so fearless. The demons had moved out in full force. Although there were more than 10,000 of them, there were still 2 fleets of the Federation behind him. Putting aside the other fleet that he didn't have a good relationship with, at least the blue fleet in Hongdou Lifeng's hands was quite sizable. 5 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and 15 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were close to 100,000 Federation soldiers inside, and they were completely unafraid of the enemy. This was especially so for the Devil clan. Although the 3 elders of the Devil clan were present, they were only at the 12th stage of the Void Realm and were inferior to Hongdou and Lifeng. The one who truly made people apprehensive was their clan leader, the Emperor. However, it was rumored that this person had always been in a life and death seclusion. As long as he didn't come out, in the eyes of true experts, the Devil clan didn't need to fear them. If they were truly angered, Hongdou Lifeng was even confident that he could suppress Xianxia and the others in one fell swoop. Including the perverted old monster in the flashy 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Although this person was mysterious, no matter how strong he couldn't be stronger than the Emperor, the patriarch of the Devil clan, right? Hearing Hongdou Lifeng's warning words, Xianxia and the other 2 immediately felt awkward. The 3 of them also secretly complained in their hearts. This old ancestor was really too monstrous. It was probably because he had been locked in that already dried up and cold land for too long. Every day, he played with himself and actually had this kind of habit of being gay. However, the person who was pleasing to the eye was actually one of the higher-ups of the 10,000 Net Federation. His cultivation was at the 13th stage of the Mystic Light Realm, and the 3 of them weren't his match at all. At this moment, facing Hongdou Lifeng's warning, the 3 of them were about to turn red, but they didn't say anything. It wasn't that they didn't want to stand out, but that they couldn't beat the other party, let alone bring him over for the old ancestor to play with. If they really did make a move, they would be asking for humiliation. Even the old ancestor would be mocked by the experts of the surrounding forces, which was not good. In this situation, the 3 of them looked at each other and secretly communicated. They decided that if the old ancestor didn't say anything, they would pretend that this matter didn't happen. After all, Hongdou Lifeng was also one of the higher-ups of the 10,000 Net Federation, so he shouldn't continue to pester them. Although this would cause them to lose a lot of face, it was better than actually making a move and being completely slapped in the face. Unfortunately, although the 3 of them had made a good plan, the old ancestor didn't plan to cooperate at all. Just as Xianxia and the others were feeling apprehensive, the gloomy voice from the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage behind them sounded again. 3 breaths have passed. Gigolo, you dare to disobey this old man? Today, I'll first turn you into a stick, then slowly play with you, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out. It was as if a weak dark green light shot out from the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Its speed was extremely fast, and even the supreme experts of the universe in the distance couldn't react in time. Almost at the same time, a skinny dark green ghost claw suddenly appeared in front of Hongdou Lifeng without any warning. It wasn't very big, only the size of a meter, and it disappeared in a flash. The moment the dark green ghost claw suddenly disappeared, Hongdou Lifeng let out a miserable howl. His arms and legs were all cut off at the roots, and they left his body with a rain of blood. He was really turned into a stick in an instant. This scene was too strange, and it happened too suddenly. All the experts in the surroundings were stunned. A supreme existence at the middle and late stage of the mystic light realm at the 13th level was reduced to a human stick so easily? Heavens, what is the cultivation of that old pervert in the Azure Phoenix carriage? This kind of divine ability is too terrifying. He was actually able to turn a late-stage profound light realm expert into a stick in the blink of an eye from 1,000 miles away. What a terrifying divine ability. Netherworld Claw. This old man remembers now. This is the legendary Netherworld Claw. How is this possible? This divine ability is the bloodline divine ability of the desolate Netherworld race. Although a trace of the Netherworld race's bloodline flows in the Een demon race's body, unless they completely revert to their ancestors, they definitely won't be able to reproduce such a terrifying divine ability. It is said that the reason why the Een Emperor, the patriarch of the Een race, entered a life and death seclusion several hundred years ago was to revert his bloodline to its ancestor. Could it be that he has already succeeded? No, this isn't the Een Emperor's voice, and his style is even more different. Furthermore, this old man has fought the Een Emperor twice before, and he definitely doesn't have this kind of homosexual nature. Who is this monster? Why is he able to use the bloodline divine ability of the Netherworld race? Didn't this race already go extinct in the late stage of the desolate ancient era? As cries of surprise rang out in the surroundings, Yi Xian's eccentric voice rang out from the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage once again. Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiao, what are you three old bastards still standing around for? Hurry up and bring that stick over for this ancestor. This kind of pretty boy is rare, so I need to properly play with him. Hearing this summon and seeing how terrifying the Netherworld Claw was, the old ancestor was able to turn a late-stage mystic light realm cultivator into a human stick from thousands of kilometers away. Even though it was a sneak attack, there was still a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was still shocking enough. To live as long as heaven, seeing Yi Xian use the Netherclaw divine ability once again and turn Hongdou, who was at the late stage of the profound light realm, into a human rod with a single strike. Yin Qi and the other 2 were overjoyed. They realized that this was a great opportunity to establish their ancestors' might, so they immediately knelt down together as if they had a tacit understanding. The tens of thousands of Een demon clansmen around the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix chariot had basically figured out this old ancestor's temper. At this moment, there was no need for Yin Qi and the other 2 to remind them. They immediately knelt together in the void. Before each of them knelt down, an uneven large bluestone slab appeared under their knees. Plop! Plop! More than 10,000 figures simultaneously shrank by a large amount, and the sound of knees hitting the bluestone floor could be heard. This gave the experts of the various major forces in the surrounding void a great shock, and then they were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. Immediately after that, a thunderous roar rang out, and the voices of over 10,000 people converged into one. Patriarch Huanting, we are powerless. Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, live as long as the heavens. Bang! Bang, bang! Bang! Immediately after the last word, there was the sound of a large number of figures falling into the void. Among the camps of the major forces, there were many experts who could not withstand it and almost fell into the void. The scene in front of them was too shocking. No matter what, they couldn't have imagined it. What era was this? There was actually such an old monster who liked this kind of thing? It was simply too shocking. Facing the strange scrutinizing gazes of the experts from the various major forces, Yin Qi puffed up his chest and stepped forward. He said proudly, "Don't be negligent. My ancestor, Huanting, is the young master of the primordial Netherworld race. Back then, in order to avoid the unprecedented battle in the primordial era, he was sealed by the Netherworld Great Emperor in the primordial Een Cold Land when he was young. He only came out recently. Counting the years, my ancestor's lifespan is boundless, and he has already lived for hundreds of millions of years. It is not an exaggeration to say that he will enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Furthermore, this Hongdou Lifeng actually dared to reprimand my ancestor in public. This is truly disrespectful. This matter must be explained. Otherwise, when those Tao protectors who were sealed together with my ancestor for hundreds of millions of years awaken, the entire 10,000 Federation will be in trouble. Those Tao protectors were already existences that surpassed the universe when they were first sealed by the Netherworld Great Emperor hundreds of millions of years ago. Don't make a mistake. It was unknown if it was because he had been by Yi Xian's side for a period of time, but Xianxia had also been infected with this kind of bragging problem. However, his image in the past was still quite reliable. At least, he would not make up nonsense. Coupled with his identity as a powerful elder of the Yin demon race, the credibility of his words at this moment was naturally very high. For a time, none of the experts from the various major forces in the surrounding void had any doubts. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in shock. The young master of the Netherworld race? That's amazing, what a great origin. No wonder he can use the bloodline ability of the Netherworld race, the Netherworld Claw. I didn't expect him to be in existence from the primordial era. He was sealed when he was young, so he avoided the unprecedented battle and lived from the primordial era to the present. My Yingji clan has a small amount of records related to that battle all those years ago. The Netherworld Emperor was indeed a figure that shocked a generation, and he'd once executed the divine ability of the Nether Claw to split the azure eye of the Heaven Dao into two. His combat strength was shocking, and I never imagined that his young son would actually survive until now. This is not the most shocking thing. Didn't you hear what Elder Xianxia said? A few Tao protectors of the Netherworld were sealed by the Netherworld Emperor along with him, and they were similarly formidable members of the Netherworld clan from the primordial era. All those years ago, they were already supreme existences that had surpassed the universe realm, and they'd lived until now. Even if their cultivations had remained stagnant for a myriad of years, their cultivations were extremely terrifying. Apart from the Netherworld turtle race, among the races of the second universe, the Yin demon race has become the second race to be confirmed to have an existence that surpassed the universe realm. This is simply heaven-defying. Who dares to provoke them in the future? As these exclamations sounded, Hongdou Lifeng, who had been cut into a human stick 1,000 miles away, trembled. He was a late-stage mystic light realm expert at the 13th realm. After his limbs were cut off, he quickly regrown them with a secret technique. However, his vitality was greatly damaged, so he could not fight with others for the time being. In the small Federation fortresses behind him, some experts swarmed out and came to his rescue. However, Xianxia, Ba, and Jiao were even faster. Whoosh, whoosh, with a few whistling sounds, the three of them actually used a secret technique to teleport on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Hongdou Lifeng. Before he could react, a dark golden chain had already wrapped around the latter's neck. Hongdou Lifeng was shocked and immediately roared, "How dare you! I am the Deputy Director of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, let your sister out. It is your good fortune that the old ancestor has taken a liking to you. Stop talking nonsense and shut your beak. When the old ancestor plays later, there will be time for you to shout." Xianxia and the others felt that their words earlier had already shocked the experts of the various great powers in the surroundings. After all, a few Tao protectors of the Netherworld whose cultivation had already surpassed the almighty figures of the universe during the primordial era were no joke. Although there were similar existences in the top forces of the three universes, they had never appeared and had not shown their faces even once in hundreds of millions of years. However, the Tao protectors of the Yin demon clan were different. Their duty was to protect the young master of the Netherworld. Now that the young master had woken up, how could the Tao protectors be far away? Just this alone was enough to deter the crowd. Therefore, the three of them were completely unrestrained. Although they knew that this was most likely a lie and had never heard Patriarch Huanting mention it, it was more than enough to scare the experts of the various large forces. At this moment, the three of them used the dark golden chain to lock Hongdou Lifeng. In an instant, they used the teleportation ability again and dragged him back to the void occupied by the Yin demon clan in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that the sarcastic voice resounded out once more from within the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage, and it carried a sense of praise. Not bad, you three old bastards are really efficient in handling matters, and you've won the heart of this ancestor. I'll remember your contribution in this matter. Hearing this strange voice in front of him, Hongdo Lifeng, who was already strong on the outside but weak on the inside, suddenly trembled violently. This was definitely a temperamental old demon. Even the generals under his command were cursing him as an old bastard, but Xianxia and the other two were secretly delighted. Even the dignified elder of the Yin Devil clan was so unbearable in front of him. It was enough to show how powerful his despotic power was. How could he have a good time in the hands of such a perverted old demon? Thinking of this, Hongdo Lifeng even wanted to die. He swallowed his saliva and stuttered, "Old ancestor, I didn't mean to offend you. What happened before was a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding your mother. Quickly get in and serve the old ancestor well." Before he finished speaking, Xianxia had lifted his foot and kicked Hongdo Lifeng into the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. The ancestor is mighty. The Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage was an ancient treasure. Although it didn't have much battle power, and even its defensive abilities weren't satisfactory, its value was completely reflected in the level of showing off. It was extremely useless, and even Xianxia and the others didn't like it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so easily given it to Yixian. However, no matter how useless this phoenix carriage was, it was still an ancient treasure. Not to mention its other abilities, it was still quite powerful in terms of privacy. Even the most powerful people in the universe couldn't see the scene inside the phoenix carriage. In reality, if Yixian wanted to, he wouldn't even let out a sound. However, there were miserable cries ringing out from within the phoenix carriage. This was the result of his deliberate actions. "Ah, you old pervert! Ah! Save me, save me!" The miserable cries were incomparably shrill, sometimes mixed with one or two angry words like old pervert, and then there were wolf howls. When they entered the ears of the powerful people in the surrounding space, their hairs stood on end. They subconsciously imagined the inhuman torture that Hongdo Lifeng was suffering. Soon after, many people began to shiver. After all, Hongdo Lifeng was a powerful person in the middle and late stages of the mystic light realm. If it was only physical pain, even if his bones were broken and his soul searched, he probably wouldn't howl so miserably. For him to howl like this, it was most likely torment of that level. Thinking of the Netherworld race's young master's penchant for homosexual acts, everyone felt extremely disgusted. Goosebumps covered their bodies, and they felt their stomachs churn. As expected, an old monster couldn't be measured with common sense. Too much time had passed, and his mentality had long been deformed. It was unimaginable. This was just a small interlude, but the commotion it caused was not small. The experts of the various superpowers all had fear in their hearts. Regarding the Yin Devil clan, which was originally very difficult to deal with, even more so, no one was willing to provoke them. However, Hongdo Lifeng was, after all, the deputy supervisor of the Wanluo Federation Overwatch Council. The other powers, including the royal elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal Dynasty and the commander of another fleet in the Wanluo Federation headquarters, could ignore this matter. However, the Overwatch Council Blue Fleet that Hongdo Lifeng commanded could not remain uninvolved. The commander had been captured and was being tortured inhumanely. If they did nothing, they would all be dealt with according to military law when they returned. This Blue Fleet wasn't weak either. They had 5 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and 15 large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. If they really disregarded everything, they had the power to fight to the death with the Yin demon race. Now that the situation was like this, Hongdo and Liefeng's 5 deputy generals had no choice but to fight the Yin demons to the end. A total of 20 large fortresses and small fortresses began to recharge. The muzzles of the main cannons appeared and aimed at the Yin demon camp in another corner of the void thousands of miles away. Immediately after, the threatening words of one of Hongdo's deputies rang out from one of the small fortresses. He demanded that Xianxia and the others immediately hand over their commander, Hongdo Lifeng. Otherwise, they would fire together and fight to the death. This scene was actually within the expectations of the experts from the other forces. It was because of this that the Immortal Dynasty army, which also came from the Immortal Star, and the other fleet from the Wanluo Federation headquarters, had been holding back and not moving. Hongdo Lifeng had an entire fleet under his command here. It was not their turn to take action. In an instant, the atmosphere in this expanse of space tensed up once more. The Nether Turtle clan that the various great powers were waiting for had yet to appear, yet unexpected conflicts had already erupted one after another in the camps of the various great powers. The scene was bustling to the extreme, causing the experts of the various great powers who were waiting in the surrounding space to not feel bored from waiting. Not only did the good show play out one after another, it had not even ended yet. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Facing this situation, Xianxia and the others were a little dumbfounded. This fleet was different from the other forces. It was directly under Hongdou Liefeng's command. They would definitely dare to fight to the end. If they didn't fight, they wouldn't be able to report back. Before the three of them could come to a conclusion, Yi Xian's sarcastic voice rang out again from the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. He said lazily, "Didn't this ancestor just take a fancy to a pretty boy and get him to play with him first? I won't kill him. Is there a need for you to be so excited? What a killjoy. In addition, this guy is too weak. How long has it been? He actually cracked after a few rounds. This bloody mess really makes this ancestor sick. Forget it, I've had a taste anyway. He's just an embroidered pillow that looks good but is useless. This ancestor doesn't want him. I'll just return him to you." As he spoke, a figure had already flown out of the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. It was Hongdou Liefeng. His clothes didn't cover his body, and his exposed skin was bruised. It was obvious that he had suffered inhuman torture. Facing the strange gazes of countless experts from the various factions, Hongdou Liefeng, who had lost his battle strength because of his heavy injuries, was thrown by Yi Xian. His body uncontrollably shot toward the Sunlan fleet. However, his face had long turned green. He howled miserably like a mad wolf. "Don't believe him. I didn't lose my virginity. I didn't crack." It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once this matter was mentioned, the gazes of all the experts immediately swept toward Hongdou Liefeng's buttocks with pity. Quite a few people sighed. Sai, the deputy director of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, had been played by that old demon until he cracked. How could the word tragic be enough? No, it's not like that. That old demon didn't play with me. I really didn't crack. I didn't lose my virginity. Hongdou Liefeng howled miserably again. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He was finished. This was why Yi Xian hadn't killed him in the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Letting him carry this big black pot and live well was more satisfying than directly killing him. In the void thousands of miles away, the commanders of the 20 large fortresses and small fortresses saw Commander Hongdou Liefeng's figure appear. Although he had been played with until he cracked, he had returned alive. Thus, they all wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and successively gave the order to stop charging. However, what no one expected was that while the Sunlan fleet was planning to settle the matter peacefully, the netherworld old monster in the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage suddenly attacked again. "Humph. I've returned the person to you. However, you dared to threaten me in public just now. How should I deal with that?" Along with the cold snort, before the starry sky powerhouses of the various camps could recover from their shock, a faint dark green light that was exactly the same as before shot out from the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a small fortress of the Sunlan fleet thousands of miles away. It was where the deputy commander's voice had come from. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. This scene was very familiar. Even though the Netherworld race's Netherworld Claw was extremely powerful, Yi Xian's cultivation was still weak. Every time he used it, he would expend a lot of energy. This was the same as when he used the Heaven-Falling Bow. After all, these two abilities were the bloodline abilities of supreme beings of the primordial era. Since they were equally powerful, they would naturally expend the same amount of energy. Yi Xian had already used it a few times. Even though it seemed casual, he was just forcing himself to use it. However, this was necessary. He couldn't show any weakness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Compared to the time when he only used a sneak attack to turn Hongdou Liefeng, who was in the late stage of the mystic light realm, into a human rod, Yi Xian even used his claw to cut a small meteor in the void thousands of miles away in order to intimidate Xianxia. Even though this time, Yi Xian's netherworld claw was much closer, only thousands of miles away, his target was a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Therefore, it was much more difficult. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, the most direct difference was that the power of his cultivation, the power of his physical body, and the power of his blood had instantly reached a peak. Even though it wasn't like when he used the heaven-falling bow when he was still very weak, almost all the energy in his body was drained and he fainted on the spot after shooting the arrow. However, it wasn't too far off. Luckily, Yi Xian had all kinds of treasures and spirit herbs in his hands. He also had a large amount of cultivation resources like multi-pupil sense crystals and star core sources. Therefore, after using the netherworld claw, he immediately took out a large amount of resources from his undying world and threw them all to the devouring system to recover at full speed. Everything was done secretly. After paying such a price, before Yi Xian could fully recover, his goal of using this attack to show off his strength had been successfully achieved. Rip. Boom. First, there was a crisp sound that sounded like a piece of silk being torn apart. Then, there was a huge explosion that covered the sky, shocking and illuminating a small part of the void. A steel battleship and a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was like a small meteor, but it was even more sturdy. However, at this moment, it was instantly cut in half by the giant dark green nether ghost claw. The sound of an explosion resounded. Countless electric sparks flickered, and flames soared into the sky. The small fortress that had been cut in half completely collapsed. A large amount of resources fell from the cut, and the figures of some Federation military experts scurried out in panic. This scene stunned everyone. That freak in the 9-dragon Cyan Phoenix chariot was too cruel. He had only threatened him with a few words, but he had directly destroyed a small fort with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It had to be known that this was the Blue Fleet of the Wanluo Federation's Overwatch Council. It was a powerful department of the Federation headquarters, yet the other party did not take it seriously at all. Amidst the shock, understanding rose in everyone's hearts. This freak old demon could not be provoked. He came from the later stage of ancient times hundreds of millions of years ago. He was the only son of the Emperor of the Netherworld. Presumably, he was used to running amok in the later stage of ancient times. In this world, he was even more fearless. Furthermore, behind him were a few Netherworld guardians whose cultivations and abilities far surpassed the 15th realm of Qiankuan. Once they were awakened, other than the most powerful hidden powers of the various major powers, who in this world could face them head-on, even Zhan Tu, Long Ziwen, and the Browless ancestor, who were at the 15th realm of Qiankuan, couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. To cut a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in half was something they could also do with great ease. After all, they were powerful beings of Qiankuan. However, they could not be like this killing god, stirring up such a disturbance over a small matter. He was too unrestrained and did not take the Wanluo Federation seriously at all. It was best not to provoke such an existence. He was practically a madman. Even the Sunlan fleet, who had a small fortress destroyed, swallowed their anger and did not continue to pursue the matter. The other party's background was too great. Since Commander Hongdou Liefeng had already returned, there was no need to continue fighting him head-on. The final plan of how to deal with the matter would be reported after returning to the Overwatch Council. The great gods in the Federation headquarters would naturally have an explanation. For a moment, the aces of the various major powers in the surrounding space all revealed fearful expressions. Only the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, who were in 3 different ships, seemed to have a telepathic connection. They quietly muttered to themselves at the same time. This style is so familiar. So cruel and unforgiving when reason is right. Why does it feel like it's exactly the same as that big bastard's style? I must be hallucinating. This can't be real. How could it be him? If it's true, then it's really a big problem. I actually took a fancy to a pervert with homosexual tendencies. It's so creepy. An unexpected storm had come to an end. Yi Xian's goal had been achieved. Without a doubt, the Huanting Elder's cruel and domineering image had now been deeply ingrained in people's hearts and shocked everyone. From now on, in this sea of Hades turtles, there was basically no power who dared to provoke them lightly. It was also at this moment that there was finally movement in the vast sea of stars surrounded by the fleets of the various major powers. Previously, when the various major powers had arrived, none of them had recklessly entered the Sea of Hades turtles. Instead, they had quietly waited at the edge of the star field where the ancestral land of the Hades turtles was located. Their purpose was to wait for the Hades turtle clan's response. The Hades turtle clan had a long lifespan, and several old fossils in the clan had already been terrifying existences who had surpassed the 15th Great Realm many years ago. Although they would not show themselves under normal circumstances, this star field could usually allow some idle experts to enter and explore, but it did not mean that the fleets of the various major powers could enter at will. After all, this was the star field where the ancestral land of the Hades turtle clan was located. Even powerful figures like Xianxia, Long Ziwen, and the ancestor Wu Mei had to be afraid of the few living fossils of the clan. Only with permission would they dare to enter with the fleets behind them and fight for the primordial treasure that was about to appear. At this moment, the Hades turtle clan had clearly responded. After all the top powers of the three universes had come together. No matter how strong the Hades turtle clan was, it was impossible for them to really dare to block the entrance. Everyone was well aware that they had given them face, but they had to be tactful too. In the depths of the vast star field ahead that was covered in mist and revealed a dense and desolate aura, a gray-colored Hades turtle that was terrifying to the point of being the size of a small meteor had suddenly revealed itself. Its entire body was suffused with a dense gray aura that revealed a mysterious aura. This was an extremely formidable Hades turtle, and it actually possessed a cultivation at the middle and late stage of the 15th Great Realm. It was a senior great figure of the universe. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the turtle ancestor invites you in. This gray pouncing nether turtle that was as large as a small meteor was an elder of the nether turtle clan. The lifespan of the nether turtle clan was extremely long, and they'd lived for a few millions of years. Even if it was an elder of the clan, he was already at the 15th realm, the advanced stage of the universe realm, and he'd lived for countless years. Unfortunately, the masters in the surrounding starry skies couldn't feel much vitality from this nether turtle. Perhaps with its nether turtle bloodline, it could live for another few million years, but this kind of life was no different from death. The nether turtle clan had lost their faith, and even the bloodline inheritance of the clan had been personally lost by them. The blow was too great, and all of the nether turtles were no different from being dead. The Sea of Nether Turtles was a very vast star region. However, there were only a little over 1,000 nether turtles in this star region. This was the total population of the Nether Turtles clan. In the past, some starry sky masters who wandered around the Nether Turtle Sea star field would not see a single nether turtle for dozens or even hundreds of years. They were all hibernating in their nests, usually sleeping for thousands of years and rarely showing themselves. Today, this nether turtle elder that was enormous like a star and possessed a cultivation at the advanced stage of the universe realm at the 15th level had made an appearance, and it was already a rare and grand occasion for the experts of the various powers in the three dimensions of the universe. Even if all the experts present had seen a true nether turtle in the past, it was at least a few thousand years ago. If they didn't know that the nether turtle clan had a long lifespan and lived for millions of years, the outside world would probably think that this clan had gone extinct a long time ago. The nether turtle tribe's elder had only come here to make a statement. After a few words, he was about to leave. What he said was nothing more than a warning to the powerhouses of the various races of the three universes not to wreak havoc or disturb the hibernation of the nether turtle clan after entering the nether turtle sea. They had no choice but to do so. The various great powers of the three universes had joined forces to come here in search of fortune. Even though the nether turtle clan had a few peerless existences, they weren't strong enough to become enemies with the three universes. They gave them face and didn't trespass. After the elders of the nether turtle clan made an appearance, they could only give them a few words of warning and immediately let them pass. All of this was originally just a formality, and everyone was well aware that everything would unfold after this nether turtle tribe elder left. In this vast star field of the Sea of Nether Turtles, the battles that followed would still be carried out as usual. As long as they didn't make too big of a commotion, as long as they didn't disturb the slumber of the 1,000+ nether turtles of this clan, everything would be fine. All the nether turtles of this clan were lethargic and lifeless, and they didn't have the heart to contend for supremacy, so they wouldn't pay too much attention to these disputes. However, just as the Nether Turtle clan elder was about to turn around and return to his slumber, Xianxia, who was beside the Nine Dragons' Azure Lawn carriage, took a step forward and suddenly spoke out loud, saying something that caused Yixian to be dumbfounded. "Fellow Daoist, please wait a moment. How can you be so rude as to ignore the visit of your clan's granduncle and turn around to leave?" The granduncle that he was referring to was naturally Yixian. In Xianxia's eyes, his identity was the young master of the Nether Turtle tribe, and he came from the later stage of the Primordial Age. Back then, he had rolled and peed on the back of the Void Turtle tribe's bloodline ancestor, the Nether Turtle tribe. If he really counted, he was indeed the granduncle of this Nether Turtle tribe. Therefore, Xianxia's words were said confidently, and all the experts in the surrounding void heard it and were all dumbfounded. At this moment, all the experts in the starry sky turned to look at Xianxia as if they were looking at a fool. In the face of a Nether Turtle who had the terrifying cultivation of the universe late stage, the 15th Great Realm, this fellow actually dared to reprimand him for being rude to his face and even said that his granduncle was here to visit. This was clearly the rhythm of seeking death. In fact, even Yixian had such thoughts in his heart at this moment. Now, he simply wished that he could strangle Xianxia to death on the spot. The words that he said to Xianxia and the other two previously were just to pave the way for him to order all the more than 10,000 demon clansmen to help him search for the fragments of the ancient turtle shell after entering the Sea of Nether Turtles. Who would have thought that this old fellow would be so serious and actually take it completely seriously and actually dared to reprimand a terrifying Nether Turtle who was in the later stage of the universe late stage? This was clearly the rhythm of roasting Yixian on the fire. With Yixian's cultivation and strength, he was confident that he could use the Nether Claw to fool Xianxia and the other two existences. Even if it was a powerful figure in the 15th Great Realm of the universe late stage, Yixian might be able to bluff his way through without knowing the inside story. However, this person in front of him was only an elder of the Nether Turtle tribe. Behind him was the tribe leader of the tribe and the living petrified beings who were said to have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Those were supreme existences whose cultivation had long surpassed the 15th Great Realm of the universe late stage many years ago. Facing such existences, Yixian was not confident that he could fool them. This time, he was really going to be killed by Xianxia this time. On this side, Yixian, who was in the Nine Dragons Green Phoenix carriage, secretly complained, but Xianxia, who was beside the carriage, did not feel anything. Seeing that the elder of the Nether Turtle tribe who was about to turn around and stop in the void ahead stopped in his tracks, and countless experts from the various large forces looked towards him, this old fellow was actually delighted. He felt that he had finally helped the ancestor to show his face again, and presumably, the ancestor's impression of him would be better. As a result, he became even more excited. His voice did not stop as he continued to speak with assurance. "Our ancestor is the young master of the Netherworld. He was sealed in an innately cold place by the Netherworld Great Emperor in the later stage of the Antiquity Age, and he only came out recently. During the battle all those years ago, the Netherworld Great Emperor of my tribe and the Void Giant Turtle tribe's bloodline progenitor were on the same side, and they were comrades in arms. Moreover, the Netherworld Great Emperor of my clan had a very close personal relationship with the Void Tortoise, the bloodline progenitor of your clan. According to the young master of my clan, before he was sealed when he was young, he even rolled on the back of the Void Tortoise, and peed on it. In this way, our clans aren't outsiders, and the young master of my clan is clearly your Nether Tortoise's granduncle. This time, the young master of my tribe did not come to the Sea of Nether Turtles for that Yanluo net. He heard that your Nether Turtle tribe lost the ancient turtle shell of the Void Ancient technique, and he couldn't bear it, so he brought us here with the intention of helping the Nether Turtle tribe find the inheritance. This is a friendship between comrades in arms. Elder of the Nether Turtle tribe, how can you be rude?" At the end of his words, Xianxia waved his sleeve and stood proudly. In his opinion, although the other party's cultivation base was at the advanced stage of the universe realm, he was only an elder of the Nether Turtle tribe after all. He was also an elder of the Een Devil tribe, and he was also an elder with power. If he really wanted to talk about it, they should be on equal footing. Therefore, from the meaning of his words, it was obvious that he was hinting that the elder of the Nether Turtle tribe would welcome the arrival of the ancestor of the Nether Turtle tribe and the existence in the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage into the tribe. When he realized this, Yixian really wanted to kill someone, and he could not wait to slap Xianxia to death on the spot. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Forcing a duck onto a perch. Young master, please move. Turtle ancestor invites you. As soon as this sentence was spoken, there was an uproar in the surroundings. The information revealed was too much and too shocking. First of all, the Nether Turtle clan indeed had a living fossil that had a longer lifespan than the clan leader. That was definitely a supreme existence whose cultivation was far beyond the 15th realm, the universe realm. This was because Ming Tsang, who claimed to be the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan, clearly revealed a terrifying aura when he spoke from afar. He was definitely a terrifying existence whose cultivation was beyond the universe realm. Even the clan leader was a terrifying existence beyond the universe realm. Then, how could the person he called Turtle Ancestor be weak? Even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, and the ancestor without eyebrows couldn't help but tremble when they thought about it. They were too frightened. In addition, it was related to this young master of the Nether clan who claimed to be Huan Xing. Previously, when Yin Qi called him the young master of the Nether clan, although the starry sky powerhouses of the various major forces did not have much doubt, there were not many who really took this matter to heart. But at this moment, when the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan said that the turtle ancestor invited him, all the powerhouses suddenly realized how shocking the identity of the Nether clan's young master was. If not, why would the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan specially invite him? The clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan had a long lifespan, and his clan leader was at least in existence for millions of years ago. Although he was not from the Antiquity Age, at most, he was only slightly related to the Antiquity Age. But, as an old monster who had lived for so long, one could imagine how high his vision was. But even so, the clan leader of the Nether Turtle clan still did not hesitate to interrupt his cultivation and take the initiative to invite him after knowing the identity of the young master of the Nether clan. This clearly showed that he was treating the young master of the Nether clan as an existence of the same level. In fact, the latter did have this qualification. Although he was the only one who had awakened now, when the Nether Emperor sealed him back then, he left behind a few protectors of the Nether clan. They were all supreme existences beyond the 15th realm. Once they appeared, the young master of the Nether clan would definitely be heaven-defying, and he would be able to walk the 3 realms of the universe. No wonder even the turtle ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan looked at him in such a different light. He was indeed qualified. Realizing this, even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, and the ancestor without eyebrows looked at the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot with burning eyes. This was a great god. If they had a good relationship with him, there would definitely be benefits in the future. Previously, they had thought that this netherworld young master was too arrogant and domineering when he traveled in such a flashy azure Luan carriage, but now, they felt that everything was reasonable. How could such an existence not have some extravagance? At this moment, Yin Qi, who was standing beside the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot, was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He had a smug expression on his face. Beside him, Yin Ba and Yin Jiao were also incomparably envious. They felt that they were a step slower and had their limelight stolen by Yin Qi. This would definitely leave a much better impression in the elder ancestor's heart. In fact, Yi Xian wanted nothing more than to strangle Yin Qi to death on the spot. What kind of existence was the Nether Turtle ancestor? He was definitely a supreme expert who surpassed the 15th realm, the universe realm. Yi Xian didn't have the confidence to face such a supreme existence. Once his identity was exposed, he might immediately die on the spot. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. The Nether Turtle clan's patriarch had already spoken. The Nether Turtle clan's patriarch who was at the 15th realm of the universe realm was waiting in front. Moreover, the experts in the surrounding void were also looking at the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot anxiously. If Yi Xian retreated now, not only would everything go down the drain, but the Nether Turtle clan's patriarch in the void ahead might not let him go. It seemed that he had to meet the Nether Turtle ancestor no matter what. Sighing inwardly, Yi Xian immediately stepped onto the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot. He glared fiercely at Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao and reprimanded, "You 3 old bastards, look after my chariot. I'll be right back." It wasn't that he didn't want to ride the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot over, but the other party was the Nether Turtle clan's patriarch. Yi Xian didn't dare to act recklessly. At this moment, as Yi Xian stepped out of the 9 dragons' azure phoenix chariot, an uproar instantly sounded in the surrounding void. Heavens, is this the Netherworld young master? He's so young. Nonsense, he was sealed by the Netherworld Great Emperor when he was young. Until now, he has returned. It's as if millions of years have not passed. Naturally, he's still young. Although he has triangular eyes, he's still quite handsome. Don't be love-struck. This is the Netherworld clan's young master. Are you worthy? It's none of your business. I just like him. What can you do? At the same time, three voices that Xian was very familiar with came from the three large fortresses of the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and the Zhao family, eh? Those eyes are getting more and more familiar. That's right, they're so sneaky. They're obviously not good people. They're so similar to that guy. They can't be twins, right? It feels like their temperaments are about the same. What a familiar wretchedness. It's coming straight at me. Although these three girls didn't mention names, and their voices were mixed in with the tide of exclamations, they really didn't attract too much attention. But Xian had a guilty conscience and clearly heard them. At that moment, he subconsciously shrank his neck and complained bitterly in his heart. These three girls are really not ordinary sharp. They can still recognize me in this state. Was I born in the year of the dog in my previous life? Young master, please. It was also at this moment that Xian had already appeared, and in order to show his respect, he didn't directly carry the flashy Nine Dragons Azure One carriage forward. The attitude of the Dark Turtle clan elder, who was waiting in the air in front of him, was clearly much more polite. When he spoke, a small hill had already appeared on the back of the huge turtle, and a layer of gray energy light enveloped it. The meaning was obvious, it was to let Xian enter the light barrier. Cough cough, Xian coughed awkwardly. The other party was a universe realm expert of the 15th Great Realm, and he was at the late stage of the universe realm. Wouldn't standing on the other party's back make him a mount? It really felt a little like his heart was beating wildly, but he was now the Netherworld clan's young master. It would be too embarrassing if he was afraid of this little show of extravagance. Thinking like this, Xian secretly clenched his teeth. His figure flashed, and he landed on the back of the Netherworld Turtle clan elder. He entered the gray light barrier that was like an enormous palace. Young master, sit tight. In the next moment, the Dark Turtle elder's muffled voice sounded again. Then, Xian felt the whole world shake violently. Translator, Transin editor, Transin big bastard is still alive. The Dark Turtle elder's speed was simply too fast. Even though Xian was inside the gray energy shield on the elder's back, he was still dazzled and could not see the elder's trajectory at all. He only felt that the stars on both sides were brushing past him, and endless clouds and mist were drifting endlessly. His entire mind was in a daze. In the end, he simply closed his eyes. Only in this way would that kind of dizziness not be so intense. After an unknown period of time, Xian felt his body suddenly become sluggish. The Dark Turtle elder, who was like a small meteor under his feet, finally came to a stop. Had he arrived at the end of the road? Xian subconsciously opened his eyes, only to find that the Dark Turtle elder under his feet had disappeared. At this moment, he was standing on a huge planet. This planet was simply too big. Standing on the surface of the planet, even with Xian's cultivation level of level 3 Grotto Heaven, he could not see the end of the planet. If it were not for the fact that he could see the stars in the void when he looked up, he would have thought that he had come to a secret realm that was isolated from the second universe. Just as he was feeling puzzled and was about to call out to the Dark Turtle elder who had brought him here, an ancient voice that seemed to have traveled across the river of time suddenly sounded in his ears. I didn't expect that Netherworld young master would be so interested in my ancestors' void dimension technique. Moreover, you have cultivated to the peak of the 7th level and have already stepped into the level 1 black hole realm. It is said that during the late antiquity era, Netherworld young master once rolled and peed on my ancestor's back. Could it be that you obtained the void dimension technique from my ancestor at that time? Hearing these words, Xian was stunned. Cold sweat dripped down his back. This should be the voice of the Dark Turtle elder. As expected of a terrifying existence who had surpassed the 15th level of cultivation, the universe realm. Xian currently had a dark body, but the elder could see through his cultivation at a glance. Not only did he know that Xian cultivated the void dimension technique, But he also clearly saw that Xian had only cultivated to the peak of the 7th level and had stopped at the level 1 black hole realm. This made Xian feel as if he had been completely seen through by the elder, as if there were no more secrets. Of course, it was just a feeling, and it was impossible for it to be real. At the very least, it was impossible for the nether turtle ancestor to see through the headless infant corpse. No matter how heaven-defying and powerful the nether turtle ancestor was, how could it be compared to the headless infant corpse? It should be noted that even the void tortoise, the bloodline ancestor of this clan, could only cower in front of the headless infant corpse. It did not even dare to breathe loudly. However, the other party's words were clearly probing and seemed to have given rise to some suspicions. Although Xian felt awkward, he could only brace himself and endure. Fortunately, he was certain that the other party had not seen through all of his secrets, so he still had some confidence. He straightened his neck and forced himself to say, "Isn't that so? Although I mainly cultivate the nether body, Uncle Void Tortoise is also the supreme master of the remote antiquity. His Dongshu skill is also very mysterious. Back then, I pestered him to teach me a few levels of the skill. I didn't expect that hundreds of millions of years have passed since we parted ways. I want to continue cultivating, but there is no other way." Fellow Daoist turtle ancestor, your clan is the descendant of the void giant turtle. Does your clan have the void dimension technique after the 7th level? Was it really taught by the void ancestor himself? You little slippery fellow, you actually still dare to joke with this ancestor at a time like this? Must I expose you? I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed if you want to obtain the void dimension skill beyond the 7th level. That's because the tortoise shell in your hand is actually a lost clan artifact. The void dimension skill recorded on it is only up to the first 7 levels. If you want to obtain the void dimension skill beyond the 7th level, you'll have to help my clan rescue the void dimension ancestor. Huh? That bastard is still alive? Xian instantly lost his composure when he heard the other party mention the void tortoise. He didn't even think about it as he blurted it out. Only after that did he feel vexed. This was clearly a lie, and it was no different from confessing without a fight. Ha ha ha, little guy, you're not pretending anymore? The nether turtle ancestor was overjoyed and actually chuckled softly. The unbelievably vast star beneath his feet was shaken by his laughter and slightly rose and fell, causing Xian to roll his eyes. He spread his hands and said casually, "So that's what happened. That tortoise shell is the clan artifact of your void tortoise clan, so I'm naturally familiar with its aura. I left it in my body. You're a supreme existence that surpasses the universe, so you can more or less sense a trace of its aura. Naturally, you'll be able to see through my identity." In the end, Xian couldn't help but feel annoyed. He shook his head and sighed, "Mistake. What a huge mistake." After all, although his identity was exposed, the void tortoise ancestor didn't seem to have any ill intentions. It seemed that he had something to ask of him. Xian was confident in his heart, so there was nothing to be afraid of. "Since you don't want to pretend anymore, let me guess your identity. First of all, your identity as a human cultivator is undeniable. Although this nether body is indeed pure, this old turtle can still clearly distinguish the aura of a human cultivator. There aren't many young geniuses in the human race recently. The 4 legendary heavens prides probably don't have a foundation like yours. So, it seems that there are only the 3 legendary monstrous geniuses to choose from. Little friend, are you Prince Xian, the invincible war god, or young Master Ling Hu? The 3 legendary monstrous geniuses?" Xian raised his hand and rubbed his nose. He said in a muffled voice, "Even Prince Xian is included? If that's the case, all of them." These words were a little strange. If one suddenly heard it, they might not be able to react in time. However, the void tortoise ancestor obviously understood. The vast ground under its feet rose and fell again, and its hearty laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha, Prince Xian, the invincible war god, young Master Ling Hu, all of them are the same person. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid the 3 universes would be completely turned upside down. Little friend, you're really amazing. The divination I made back then was right. I let that girl bring half of the ancient tortoise shell out of the void tortoise sea, and it actually attracted the son of destiny. My clan's ancestor is saved." The girl he was talking about was obviously the purplish warbler. Yi Xian suddenly understood. So, all of this was planned. However, what the hell was this divination? It sounded familiar. Then, Yi Xian remembered the heaven-measuring technique of the old devil mosquito butcher. That old devil seemed to have calculated something with the heaven-measuring technique, so he did his best to arrange himself and finally succeeded in connecting with him. Tui, coming into contact with him, Yi Xian immediately asked this question. Translator, trans and editor, trans in the wastelands of the outer regions that old geezer mosquito butcher you speak of has some ties with my clan. There are some things that will have to be settled in the future. At the mention of the heaven-measuring technique and old ghost mosquito butcher, the nether turtle ancestor's tone instantly changed slightly, and it faintly revealed a wisp of monstrous resentment. However, he wasn't willing to speak about it and merely mentioned it briefly before falling silent. Yi Xian's curiosity was immediately piqued. Old ghost mosquito butcher was indeed a scourge. Judging from the deep resentment in the nether turtle patriarch's voice when he mentioned him, it was clear that he had been harmed by him in the past. As a result, Yi Xian felt that old devil mosquito butcher's mysteriousness seemed to have increased by a large margin in an instant. The strength that the old fellow had displayed in the Death Star region was that of a universe almighty at the 15th level. Now, it seemed like he had held back at that time. His true strength definitely surpassed that of a universe almighty at the 15th level. Otherwise, how could he have the qualifications to harm the nether turtle ancestor? Before this, Yi Xian had thought that the most mysterious person in his mind was the Mad Mosquito King. But now, it seemed that the Mad Mosquito King's throne was going to be lost. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was originally a demon from the first universe. Later, when he came to the third universe of the human race, he had an old grudge with Xianxia, the palace master of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates in the Cultivation camp. Now that Yi Xian had arrived in the second universe, the moment he mentioned old devil mosquito butcher, even the ancestor of the Nether Tortoise clan held a deep grudge against him. This was clearly a sign that he had wreaked havoc on all 3 universes. The throne of the number 1 mysterious figure would most likely belong to this old man. However, now was not the time to delve into the matter of old ghost mosquito butcher. Yi Xian was most concerned about the news of the giant void tortoise. Based on the words of the Nether Turtle's ancestor earlier, Xianxia was already able to confirm that even in the Nether Turtle clan, there was merely the first 7 levels of the ancient void dimension technique. Once one arrived at the 8th level, the black hole realm, one would be unable to continue cultivating. Although this news was disappointing, the patriarch of the Abyssal Turtle clan had also given them a glimmer of hope. They seemed to know the whereabouts of the giant void tortoise, and they wanted to ask Yi Xian for help to rescue it. If this was a success, then the rest of the Dongshu ancient chant wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, for the headless infant corpse, this was definitely great news. The void tortoise was one of the primordial supreme beings on the same side as the headless infant corpse. It was a comrade of the primordial Xianxia, the golden divine dragon, and the netherworld emperor. This was a true primordial supreme. Even if he was seriously injured, he would still be an invincible existence in the present age. With him as a backer, Yi Xian would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3 great planes of the universe. That was much more useful than being the young master of the netherworld. Behind him stood a living supreme of the primordial era, therefore, although he realized that it wouldn't be easy to save the void tortoise, Yi Xian had no intention of considering it at all. On one hand, the benefits were too great. On the other hand, he really did need the Dongshu ancient chant. Of course, the most important thing was that the void tortoise was his own turtle. For the sake of the headless infant corpse, if there was even the slightest chance of success, he would save it. Patriarch Turtle, what we are going to discuss now is of great importance. It concerns the life and death of a supreme of the primordial era. Naturally, we can't treat this like a child's play. Feeling the responsibility on his shoulders, Yi Xian puffed up his chest. In his opinion, rescuing a supreme of the primordial era wasn't something that just anyone would have the opportunity to do. However, he was obviously a key figure, so he felt a strong sense of existence. His tone couldn't help but become more proactive. So, in the face of such an important matter, shouldn't we talk about the secret recipe face to face? It doesn't feel right to talk through the void like this, does it? That does make some sense. But haven't you noticed that you're standing on top of the old turtle's head? We've been discussing face to face all this time. Before the abyssal turtle ancestor could finish speaking, Xian felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently, as if a tsunami had occurred. The entire vast and boundless land quickly surged up, and at the end of the horizon, an arc slowly appeared around him. Faintly, an incomparably enormous turtle head appeared from beneath his feet, F*ck. What a big tortoise head. So this entire continent is your tortoise skull, then where is your tortoise shell? Isn't it as big as a star field? Xian finally understood the meaning of the patriarch turtle's words. They had indeed been discussing face-to-face all this time. Not only had they been discussing face-to-face, but Xian was standing on top of the patriarch turtle's head. This world isn't the second universe of the outside world. It's the ancestral land of my dark turtle clan, the dark turtle mystic realm. There's only one void passage that connects to the outside world, and there's a universe realm dark turtle clan elder guarding that place. Outsiders can't enter at all, so what's wrong with me showing my true form? It's not to the point of shocking the world. When he spoke up to here, the nether turtle's ancestor paused abruptly, and then he changed the topic. Even though the ancient void insight technique recorded on the ancient tortoise shell of my nether turtle clan can be seen by everyone, if one wants to truly cultivate it, then one must see the scenes of the inheritance left behind on the ancient tortoise shell. This isn't something that just anyone can accomplish, and only the chosen one of this old turtle's divination can accomplish this. Since you've already cultivated the ancient void dimension technique to the peak of the 7th level, it means that you've seen the inheritance scenes in the ancient turtle shell and seen the void dimension ancestor's true form in the scenes. That's a true void dimension turtle. Every single one of its scales is the size of an entire region, whereas, I, the old turtle, have a head that's like a star at most, and my entire body is only the size of a palm of space. So, why would it make you so surprised? When he spoke up to here, Xian completely understood, and he rolled his eyes before he continued. No wonder your dark turtle clan was so generous and actually intentionally left the ancient turtle shell behind. After all, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to cultivate it even if they obtained it, whereas, only the person that can cultivate it would be the person you're looking for. Moreover, after cultivating it to the peak of the 7th level, that person would definitely come to the sea of nether turtles to search for the next level of the technique. Fuck. What a great scheme. This young master is extremely displeased right now. It feels like I was schemed against and even died. It's too displeasing. Little fellow, you're trying to play tricks again. Before Xian could finish speaking, the nether turtle's voice resounded once more, and it carried a firm tone as it continued. Even though this old turtle doesn't understand exactly what's going on, based on the divination, it isn't just you who's helping my nether turtle clan. From a certain perspective, it's similarly my nether turtle clan that's helping you. So, don't give me these empty tricks. This old turtle is certain that you'll definitely be willing to do this. Moreover, the desolate ruins in the Outerium originally contained boundless fortune, and it's a rare opportunity for you. Are you really willing to miss this opportunity? The desolate ruins in the Outerium? Translator, Transin editor, Transin I've seen this demonic blade before. Even this old turtle doesn't know where the so-called barren ruins is. The vast earth beneath his feet trembled slightly. This was caused by the nether turtle ancestor shaking his huge head. Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. He did not pay attention to this and only heard the nether turtle ancestor's voice. This old turtle only knows that it's a dilapidated void. It's definitely not in the 3 universe planes. It should be floating in some mysterious unknown universe. Tens of thousands of years ago, the void turtle ancestor of my nether turtle clan once sent back a frame of images imprinted with his divine sense. This old turtle received it and has been keeping it ever since. Along with that frame of images imprinted with his divine sense were only a few words. They are the bloodline ancestral words of my nether turtle clan. The general idea is that this imprinted image is the barren ruins. If we want to welcome the return of the void ancestor, we can only use the heavenly divination technique to detect the child of destiny. Only then can we succeed. This is the origin of the heavenly divination technique that this old turtle has mastered. It originally belonged to the void ancestor. At this point, Xian basically understood the whole story. Obviously, the void turtle ancestor was indeed still alive and had sent a message tens of thousands of years ago. It was similar to a cry for help and passed down the Void Turtle clan's bloodline innate heavenly divination technique to the Nether Turtle ancestor to use this technique to divine the heavenly divination technique. After that, the Void Turtle clan deliberately lost the ancient turtle shell, which was obtained by Xian and led him to the Nether Turtle Sea today. The child of destiny is you. This is beyond doubt. Therefore, you are qualified to see the frame of images sent back by the Void ancestor. However, this old turtle can't give you any clues. You have to find them yourself. As he spoke, a bright light suddenly burst out from the horizon. A vast image of the void suddenly appeared in front of Xian. This mysterious void seemed to be an exiled universe plane, and it exuded an extremely dense and ancient aura. Spatial rifts could simply be seen everywhere here. Spatial turbulence that carried a terrifying aura of destruction frequently whistled out from them, and some had even transformed into black holes that devoured everything. Although there were stars and galaxies in this picture, without exception, they were all badly damaged. The countless stars in the vast galaxy were almost all intertwined, and some had even completely collapsed. Floating in this dark and silent mysterious void, Xian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the dilapidated ancient space in front of him. Everything was too familiar, and it was exactly the same as what he'd seen in the Inheritance of the Divine Ability Heavenfall Bow. Obviously, it was the location of the final battle of that peerless battle that occurred countless years ago during the Primordial Era. To be more precise, it was a corner of the void battleground of the Primordial Era. These so-called ruins should be a part of the ancient starry sky in the remote antiquity era. They had the same origin as the remote antiquity cage that was connected to the forbidden area of the Devil Emperor star. Furthermore, they were separated and banished as well. The only difference was that the damaged void in the Devil Emperor star area of the first universe was not only a cage, but also a burial ground, which emitted an endless aura of death, making people desperate. Although the starry sky here was also dim, and there wasn't even a single shining star, one could sense countless auras of life. Although they were obscure and ethereal, they were extremely powerful. Most of the life auras were emitted from the relatively large stars in this desolate ancient galaxy that had been exiled. In the depths of the cores of these stars, there were obviously extremely powerful creatures hibernating. In addition, there were also some auras vaguely detectable in the large number of spatial rifts all over the dilapidated void. Although they were much fewer in number, they were more terrifying and powerful. Without exception, the existences hibernating in these spatial rifts were obviously supreme creatures of the primordial era at the same level as the divine golden dragon and the primordial Xianxia. In one of the spatial rifts, Xian saw a terrifying giant tortoise that was as large as a small star area. It was just floating there silently, and no one knew how many years it had been dormant. Although the turbulence in the spatial rifts was surging and eroding, the giant tortoise's dim body was not damaged at all. It had never been shaken. Moreover, on the giant tortoise's back, which was as vast as a terrifying continent, there was a terrifying black devil blade. The blade was tens of thousands of miles long, and a small part of it had pierced into the tortoise's back. It was extremely sharp. Blood-green markings appeared on the body of the devil's saber, and it was extremely evil and filthy. It emanated a sort of evil aura that shook the soul. At the instant one glanced at it, it actually caused one to have the misconception that a strand of brutal and monstrous invisible devil flames was surging towards them. Moreover, the exposed half of this terrifying devil blade was covered with ferocious gaps, silently telling how tragic the battle it had been through in the past was. Although this demonic blade's might was similarly dim and not as ferocious as before, the faint aura it emitted was no different from the demonic blade formed by Tuoba Linfeng's bloodline ability, Demonic Flame Space Flash/. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that this black devil blade that was inserted vertically into the giant tortoise's back was real. When Tuoba Linfeng was fighting with Xian, the weak light that shot out from between his eyebrows with a wave of his hand expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, the demonic mountain saber that it transformed into was illusory. The devil blade that Tuoba Linfeng used at that time was actually condensed from an incomplete ability called Devil Flame Space Flash/. Once it was used, the corpse energy in the body would instantly condense and take form. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the opponent's vitality, blood, and primordial spirit. It could be called a secret technique of the corpse Dao. At that time, the blood-green magic saber circling above Tuoba Lin's head caused Xian to feel a sense of trepidation. It even caused him to suspect that in the primordial era countless years ago, the primordial era creature that left behind that bloodline ability really had a real magic saber in his hands. At that time, the energy devil blade that was condensed from the corpse energy was already so terrifying. Even Yixian's quasi-starry sky treasure weapon, the withered demon blood blade, was slightly inferior. If this ominous devil blade really had a real body, its devil might was simply unimaginable. This was Yixian's sigh in his heart at that time. He didn't expect that everything would be confirmed now. In the desolate era, there was indeed such a real supreme devil blade. It was unknown which enemy camp's powerhouse was in possession of it, but it must have been a desolate era supreme existence. Otherwise, how could it hurt the giant tortoise? Until now, this supreme devil blade was still stuck on the giant tortoise's back. This must have been a scene that appeared hundreds of millions of years ago in the desolate era, and continued to exist until today. Just thinking about it made people shudder. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was him. I don't know about this either. The Nether Turtle Patriarch's voice rang out again. Although I have lived for countless years, when I was born, it was close to the present era. I can't even be considered as an ancient creature, let alone the desolate antiquity era. Everything about that majestic era is just a legend to me. I've never seen it with my own eyes, however, since you've seen this supreme demonic blade from the desolate antiquity era, there might be some kind of connection between them. Perhaps the clues related to it are the key to saving the Void Ancestor. Why don't you know anything? Yixian was stunned for a moment, then he rolled his eyes. You can't be thinking of relying on me to save the bastard, can you? That's really fun. You won't stop until I'm dead. You're the chosen one. Who else can I rely on if not you? The Nether Turtle Ancestor did not feel embarrassed at Yixian's complaint at all. Instead, he said matter-of-factly, believe in the guidance of the divination technique. This is one of the Void Ancestor's two great bloodline abilities. It can steal the secrets of heaven. Now that I speak of it, my Nether Turtle clan paid an enormous price when we utilized this heaven-defying divine ability to calculate the method to find the heaven's chosen child. During these 10,000 years, the Nether Turtle clan has become old and dispirited, and it's all because I, this old turtle, extracted the vitality of all my clansmen to conceal myself from the detection of the workings of the heavens and caused the calamity to descend. This time, although Old Turtle can't give you too much help, I can help you once again with the guidance of the heavenly divination. However, after this, my Nether Turtle clan will have to seal itself off. Otherwise, if I use the divination technique twice in a row, I will be detected by heaven's secrets since I don't have the supreme cultivation of the Void Ancestor. At that time, a calamity will befall our clan. The Nether Turtle clan won't be able to protect itself. Detection of heaven's secrets? Yixian furrowed his brows. He suddenly recalled the heavenly tribulation he had attracted back in Triumph City in the Death Star field when he had used the genetic evolution fluid to break through to the 8th realm. At the same time, he had also evolved the fallen Skybow's supernatural power and the demonic dragon's bloodline in his body. At that time, there was a large expanse of cyan thunderclouds rolling in the sky, pouring down from a void crack that appeared in the void. These were not the key points. The key was that Yixian clearly saw a green heavenly eye in the depths of the void crack where the green thundercloud came from. He suspected that it was the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao in the untainted land. In the end, Yixian combined the power of the demonic dragon bloodline and the Skyfall bow to shoot the Skyfall arrow, destroying the thundercloud. At the same time, the void fissure that was leaking the thundercloud was forcibly closed. Even the faint trace that it had sensed was forcibly erased. Otherwise, once that cyan heaven's eye awakens, Triumph City and Yixian would be in great trouble and wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Could the detection of heaven's secrets mentioned by the ancestor of the Hellish Turtle clan be referring to a similar scene? That was most likely the case. It seemed that this divination technique was not a good thing. It would attract the green heavenly eye that was suspected to be the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao in the untainted land. This was simply a secret technique to attract disasters. Yixian originally wanted to learn it. He could not help this old bastard work for nothing. He had to at least get some benefits. But now, he immediately dispelled the thought. That cyan heaven's eye was at the same level as the headless infant corpse. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor, a supreme-level creature in the desolate antiquity era, couldn't really kill it when he used the Netherworld Claw to cut it in two. At most, he would only be slightly injured, but the Cyan Heavens I would still exist. Living to the present, it was just hibernating and hiding in some unknown mysterious void. One day, it would rise to the sky. From this, it could be seen how terrifying it was. Xian avoided this kind of existence like the plague. How would he dare to provoke it easily? He immediately dismissed the idea of asking the ancestor of the Hellish Turtle clan for this divination technique. It was too dangerous, and it was better not to touch it. Whoosh, whoosh. It was also at this time that the sound of air breaking suddenly came from all directions of the continent under Xian's feet. Turning his head to look, he saw that around the vast continent beneath his feet, there were gigantic tortoise shells that were like mountains soaring into the sky. They were all gray and stained with blood. This caused Xian to be horrified, and he immediately cried out in alarm, "Old bastard, are you trying to use the divine ability of divination? These gray tortoiseshell stained with blood. This old turtle stripped them from my body. They represent vitality. Brat, do you think that the divination technique that can predict heaven's secrets can be calculated by just finding some broken bricks and tiles?" Ugh, Xian immediately felt a chill run down his spine. It represented life force, so sacrificing life force wasn't a big deal. The key point was that this method of peeling off pieces of bloody tortoise shell from his tortoise's back while still alive was a bit of a heavy taste. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill run down his spine. This time, he decisively did not want this divination technique. The old bastard could peel off tortoiseshell from his back. What would he do if it fell into his hands? Would he peel off the skin every time it was calculated? This was 2F** King evil and bloody. Xian decisively gave up. During this process, the bloody tortoiseshell that rose from the vast continent under his feet did not stop. After a short period of time, the sky was covered with a huge curtain formed by tortoiseshell. It had a radius of 3,000 meters. Perhaps it was nothing to the ancestor of the Hellish Turtle clan, whose head was as big as a star. However, if it was used on Xian, it would definitely kill him. Even if he peeled off all the skin on his body, he would not be able to piece it together. It seemed that this divination technique was indeed not something that could be performed by a human. It was too deadly. Pay attention, the divination curtain has been laid out. This old turtle is about to start. Everything in the divination is related to saving the ancestor of the void realm, and they are all critical elements. Perhaps they are scattered and not related to each other, but all of them need you to string them together. At this time, the voice of the ancestor of the Hellish Turtle clan rang out again. When it reached Xian's ears, his heart trembled and he felt a little embarrassed. Sigh, brat, if this old turtle were to perform this divination myself, there would be no need to build such a divination curtain. Everything is just to let you see it more directly and clearly. Don't be distracted. This divination of this old turtle has lost at least 1,000 years of my life, so you better not waste it. 1,000 years of life, this old bastard in front of him. If it were any other starry sky master, they would not be able to hold on and would weaken on the spot. Just as Xian was sighing in his heart, the divination curtain above his head, which was pieced together by pieces of bloody tortoiseshell, suddenly flashed with a blurred light. Then, some effects began to appear in this light. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Unstoppable Translation. In the sky, the divination screen showed a void. It was unknown where it was located, but it should be the third universe occupied by the human race. However, this void must belong to an extremely remote area, because the scene in the screen was too terrifying. If it was in a region where the human race was active, such a scene appearing in the vast void of the universe would definitely be seen by others. The three universe planes would be shocked and panic would ensue. Zombies, universe zombies. Although there were not many of them, only a few hundred to less than 1,000, these hundreds of universe zombies were obviously not ordinary low-level zombies. They spread out in the vast void of the galaxy and were approaching the front of the void. It seemed that there was a target there, which should be a star, but it could not be seen in the divination screen. The hundreds of universe zombies had all evolved self-awareness and possessed a different kind of intelligence that belonged to zombies. Their body shapes were different. Some of them had evolved to have all kinds of characteristics that only ferocious beasts had, while some still maintained the body shape of a human. However, they were even stranger. There were many strange parts on their bodies, some like tentacles, some like antennae, and all of them must have extraordinary functions. There were hundreds of universe elites, and each of them had a very strong aura. They were at least existences in the 8th realm of the black hole realm. At the front of this army of elite zombies, there was clearly a figure that Xian was very familiar with. He had his hands behind his back and was moving slowly, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. It was the zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng. Above his head was a black demonic blade with a monstrous demonic aura. It was the same blade that Xian had seen in the battle with him. It was in the form of energy, but it was exactly the same as the demonic blade that was inserted into the back of the void giant turtle. Even the aura was the same. What was even stranger was that the zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng's appearance was clearly different from before. Previously, he could see his state at a glance. He was definitely a universe zombie, not a living person. But now, there was no trace of a zombie in his body. At this moment, he was moving slowly in front of this army of elite zombies. His body was sometimes in the form of flesh and blood, sometimes in the form of floating energy, and sometimes again, as if he was an illusion that did not exist. It was hard to imagine that his form of existence could change as he pleased. Even Xian's nether body could not achieve this. Although the nether body was in existence in the form of energy, it could also transform into the appearance of a human. For example, Xian was like this now. He maintained the nether body, but his appearance was that of a human's flesh and blood. However, this body of flesh and blood was merely an illusion created by the nether body. It was not a true body of flesh and blood. A true supreme being of the universe would be able to see through it with a single glance. This was also the reason why Xian had always maintained his nether body. That way, his true identity would not be exposed. If he wanted to regain his human body, he would have to remove the nether body and let the little dark green claw in his head enter a state of cooling down and hibernation. It was absolutely impossible for him to be like Tuoba Linfeng, changing at will with a thought. This guy didn't die? He actually brought out such an elite zombie army from the Heaven Battle planet. In the midst of his shock, Xian came to a realization. From the looks of it, the second outbreak of zombies in the universe should be caused by Tuoba Linfeng. This guy is too strange. He actually brought an elite zombie army to fight guerrilla warfare in the third universe. Before this, no one even knew of their existence. This is too scary. Although there aren't many elite zombies in this army, only a few hundred to 1,000, but they are all true elite zombies, and have evolved to have the unique intelligence of zombies. If they continue to grow like this in the future, they will continue to grow. The number of elite zombies will steadily increase like a rolling snowball. In the end, maybe they will develop into a powerful race. At that time, it will be difficult to eradicate them. The human race will face a huge existential crisis. Is this zombie king an old friend of yours? What's above his head is the energy demonic blade. Since this person and his energy demonic blade appeared in the divination screen, it means that he is one of the key elements to save the void ancestor. As for what role he will play, you will need to connect all of this. At this time, the abyssal turtle ancestor's voice sounded again, but there is one thing that is without a doubt. You must first find this guy and control him. However, this matter won't be that simple. Although this kid's cultivation isn't very strong right now, only at the late stage of the mystic light realm, he has already evolved into the heavenly devil physique, which allows him to undergo countless transformations. It will be very difficult to capture him. Demonic body? Xian was startled, and his eyelids jumped. He can now change between a physical body, an energy body, and an illusory soul body with a thought. Is it because of this so-called demonic body? This demonic body refers to the kind of extraterrestrial demon that can appear at any time during a cultivator's cultivation? That's right, the so-called heart demon is an extraterrestrial demon. The demonic body that this person has evolved into is a type of extraterrestrial demon. The abyssal turtle ancestor's voice sounded again. Extraterrestrial demons are actually a type of living creature, but no one knows where they are born and where they live. They are the most unpredictable and can change into a myriad of things. They can travel through the void without any obstruction. It is not easy to capture an extraterrestrial demon alive. At this point, the divination screen in the sky suddenly disappeared with a flash of light. Yi Xian fell into deep thought. What he saw just now was too shocking for him. Tuoba Linfeng actually did not die, and he was also responsible for this matter. If this caused a disaster for the human race, Yi Xian's Dao heart would be affected. After all, the cause of everything was more or less related to him. In addition, other than gathering a powerful elite zombie army under his command, this fellow had unexpectedly evolved into a heavenly demon body. His cultivation had soared to the late stage of the profound light realm, which was the 11th great realm. It was likely that when Yi Xian finally found him, his cultivation would be at least at the void realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled. It seemed that there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Ordinary cultivators in the void realm would be very difficult to deal with. Although Yi Xian might be able to kill him, capturing him alive would add countless variables, not to mention that Tuoba Linfeng had an extraterrestrial demon body. It seems that this matter is not so easy to accomplish. Before it even started, I already feel that there are many difficulties. I am speechless. Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. Green eyes reappear looking up, the image of the divination screen in the sky had appeared once again. This time, there were no living creatures in the divinatory screen. The background was a sea of stars, and all the stars were gray. It was clearly the sea of hellish turtles in the outside world. However, because the stars in the picture were basically the same, and none of them were particularly large or had any obvious characteristics, it was very difficult to determine the exact location of the star field represented by this picture. After all, the nether turtle ocean was too vast. At this moment, in this scene of the Sea of Stars, there was a star that was soaring into the sky. A pale pink screen of light, in which a piece of silk was floating. The silhouette of a woman seemed to be dancing on the silk. Counting carefully, there were a total of 6 silhouettes. Their shapes were different, but they were all graceful. Without a doubt, this silk net was none other than the primordial treasure, the smoke silk net, that was about to emerge in the nether turtle sea. Its characteristics were too easy to identify. It could be seen at a glance. At this moment, this primordial treasured silk net had actually appeared in the divination screen of the nether turtle ancestor. This could only mean one thing, and that was the silk net was obviously one of the elements to save Big Bastard. Moreover, it was similarly extremely crucial, and it was ranked right after the silk net that was related to the Supreme Devil Blade. This clearly showed how important it was. Soon, the scene in the divination screen disappeared again. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had to fight for the primordial treasure used by this woman. As such, what followed was bound to be a reign of terror. This treasure had attracted a large number of forces and powerhouses from the 3 universes. There were even a few supreme beings of the 15th realm of the universe. Even though they were quite afraid of the Netherworld young master that Yi Xian had pulled out, they wouldn't be polite if the Netherworld young master wanted to compete with them for the Yanluo rumble. Boom! Just as Yi Xian was shaking his head and smiling bitterly, a series of loud explosions suddenly came from above without any warning. Even the ground beneath his feet was shaking violently, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Yi Xian was aghast, his heart was violently shaken. In a flash, he guessed something and looked up in shock. In his line of sight, the divination screen in the sky, which had a radius of around 10,000 feet and was pieced together by gray and blood-stained tortoiseshell, exploded, and a spatial rift appeared behind the exploded screen. There was a large amount of azure tribulation clouds within the rift, and they were like a raging river that was gushing out. Their auras were extremely terrifying, and they revealed a heavy aura of destruction. That wasn't the main point, the real key was the scene in the depths of the Cyan Fissure. There was clearly a huge Cyan Heavenly Eye sleeping there. At this moment, the eyelids of the Cyan Heavenly Eye had begun to tremble slightly. This was clearly the rhythm of waking up. This scene was exactly the same as the heavenly tribulation he had attracted when he had used the genetic evolution fluid to break through to the 8th realm and Triumph City in the Death Star field. At the same time, he had also evolved the fallen sky bow and the demonic dragon bloodline in his body, causing his power to soar. In the sky, there was also a large expanse of rolling green thunderclouds, which also poured out from a void crack that appeared in the void. Similarly, there was also a Cyan Heavenly Eye that was sleeping. At that time, if Yi Xian hadn't used the demonic dragon bloodline and the fallen sky bow to shoot the fallen sky arrow to destroy the thunderclouds, and at the same time, forcibly closed the void crack that was pouring out of the thunderclouds. Even the trace he sensed at that time was forcibly erased. It would have been very difficult for Xian to survive that tribulation. Now, all of this had happened again. The nether turtle ancestor was right. This divination technique was so heaven-defying that it had once again attracted the attention of the heavenly eye and sent down a heavenly tribulation. Quick, immediately close this fissure and erase the trace. Otherwise, once the heavenly eye awakens, we will all die. Xian immediately screamed in horror. Although the headless infant corpse was attached to his body, it didn't show any reaction at this moment. In fact, the infant corpse had been hibernating all this time, without the slightest trace of aura. It seemed to be in some kind of critical metamorphosis and evolution. This time, it was unlikely that they could rely on the headless infant corpse. Although Xian had used the power of the demon dragon's bloodline and the heavenly fallen bow's divine ability to shoot an arrow and erase all traces of his senses, it was effective last time. This time, it might not be. Moreover, he was now in the nether body. Although he could remove this state with a thought, return to his human form, and then use the fallen skybow's power, the process would still take time no matter how fast it was. The Cyan heavenly eye in the depths of the mysterious fissure in the sky would wake up at any time. It was too late. At this moment, Xian felt an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. It even surpassed the time he fought with the heavenly Dao Azure Eye in the ancient desolate cage in the demon domain. The desolate ancient cage was a corner of the desolate ancient starry sky, and the so-called heavenly eye in it was actually incomplete. At most, it could be regarded as a clone of the heavenly eye. The one that appeared in the sky now was definitely the real heavenly eye, and it was suspected to be the supreme existence that had fought against the headless infant corpse in the desolate ancient era. Although it had appeared in the Death Star field before, at that time, although this heavenly eye had appeared, it did not show any signs of waking up. Moreover, it was different now. Its eyelids were trembling, and it could wake up at any time. Sigh, what will come, just like last time. This really makes me speechless. This time, the Nether Turtle clan is really going to be sealed off. However, what made Xian even more speechless was that in the face of such a terrifying crisis, the Nether Turtle ancestor did not panic at all. It was still extremely calm, and even its tone was so indifferent, revealing a touch of laziness. Immediately after, around the vast land under Xian's feet, a grey blood mist rose into the sky and swept towards the fissure in the sky. Xian was stunned, and his heart instantly jerked. He knew that the vast land beneath his feet that seemed like an enormous star was actually the head of an enormous turtle, the head of the Nether Turtle ancestor. Then, it wasn't difficult to guess where the grey blood mist that shot into the sky from this expanse of land came from. No wonder he smelled such a dense smell of blood earlier. It turned out that the Nether Turtle ancestor had expected this scene and was prepared for it. All of this was the heart-blood essence of the Nether Turtle ancestor. Every drop of heart-blood essence represented one's lifespan, and it was extremely likely for one to die halfway if too much was lost. Yet now, the Nether Turtle ancestor had sacrificed large amounts of heart-blood essence, and this was only possible because of his terrifying size. If it was anyone else, that person would have probably perished on the spot after sacrificing such a huge amount of heart-blood essence. In fact, if it was anyone else, they would be utterly unable to produce so much heart-blood essence, and they would not be able to gather it even if they tried. Rumble. Boom. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Nether Turtle Seal Rumble. Boom, a huge explosion sounded out. Xian was shocked as he raised his head to look. In front of the huge spatial rift in the sky, a blood-colored giant tortoise was rapidly exploding and pouncing toward the rift. All of the cyan tribulation clouds were moved by its body, as if there was some kind of mysterious suction force in the body of this blood-colored giant tortoise. This blood-red giant turtle was condensed from a large amount of blood essence from the heart of the Nether Turtle ancestor, which was whistling around the vast land under Xian's feet. It represented the lifespan of the Nether Turtle ancestor and the fate of the Nether Turtle clan. However, at this moment, in order to hide from the heavens and protect Xian, to buy time for him to grow and return in the future to save the void bastard, the Nether Turtle ancestor was willing to do anything. The giant blood-red tortoise was surrounded by a large amount of cyan tribulation clouds. Soon, it rushed into the spatial crack. Then, it exploded, turning into a bloody mist that covered the sky. It blocked everything and blocked all traces of detection. This scene was too shocking. Xian saw a giant turtle explode into powder with his own eyes, but the bloody mist was still performing its original function and completing everything. The moment before the void crack in the sky completely disappeared, Xian clearly saw the terrifying green eye in the depths of the void crack slowly open a slit. It was a close call. If it weren't for the Nether Turtle Patriarch's quick reaction and preparation, the cyan heavenly eye in the depths of the void crack would have opened completely. Xian had a strong intuition that once his figure was seen by that cyan heavenly eye, even if it was just a glance, then in the future, no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to escape its detection and pursuit. His body trembled slightly, and only now did he realize that his back was already wet. Although he was now a powerful existence in the third level of the Grotto Heaven realm, Xian was still not even an ant in the face of this green eye that was suspected to be an avatar of the primeval era's will of the heavens. Not only him, but even a powerful figure in the 15th level of the universe realm was just an ant in front of the green eye of the heavens way. Old bastard, I have to say, I have to thank you this time. I feel like I've turned back from the brink of death. My whole body is wet. These words were from the bottom of Xian's heart. As he said, he raised his hand and wiped his forehead. Sure enough, it was full of cold sweat. There's an aura in your body that is not weaker than that. To Xian's word translation, the turtle ancestor's words translation. Is words. Is word words. Is words. Words translation. Words of words translation. Is words. Words translation word translation. Words translation. Translation words translation. Translation words translation words ice translation is translation is translation in translation. Although the feeling lasted only for a moment, the blood tortoise sent a message to me before it exploded. It said, it sensed the fear and anger of the cyan heaven's eye. It clearly sensed something from this side of the void. An existence that can make the heavenly eye angry and fearful. I admit that I am not qualified to do so. Then, there is no doubt that the thing is in your body. It was really too dangerous this time. Fortunately, the blood tortoise exploded in the end and erased all traces. Even the path of the tribulation cloud was completely erased. Even if it really wakes up, it won't be able to find this place. While speaking, the turtle ancestor's voice was getting weaker and weaker. However, we can't use the heavenly divination technique again. This time, we have been targeted by the heavenly eye. If there is a next time, the other party will definitely lock on to our position at all costs. You'd better take care of yourself. Get Yen Luo, capture the heavenly devil body, then come back and enter the sea of hellish turtles. When the time comes, I will naturally sense it and send my clansmen to pick you up. Before that, my clan needs to seal the clan. This time, not only did I pay 10,000 years of my life to peek into the secrets of the heavens, but the luck of the entire hellish turtle clan has also been reduced by half. If we don't seal the clan, I'm afraid a great disaster will befall us. Little guy, you'd better take care of yourself. At the end of his speech, the voice of the hellish turtle ancestor gradually weakened, as if he was about to fall asleep. Xian immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, Hey, old bastard, are you serious? You're actually going to sleep while talking. Can't you tell me what to do first? Is your hellish turtle clan really going to seal the clan? Then what about this sea of hellish turtles? Now that the top forces of the three universes have gathered here and are making a ruckus in your home, you should at least leave 1 or 2 universe realm experts to watch over it, right? Besides, this young master is now in a cooperative relationship with you, and fighting for the Yen Luo is not my business alone. You should at least contribute a little. Leave 2 universe realm elders to be this young master's bodyguards. No, to help this young master seize the Yen Luo, that should be fine, right? No. As soon as Xian finished speaking, the hellish turtle ancestor flatly refused. All the hellish turtles will immediately fall asleep and enter the secret realm of the hellish turtle clan's ancestral land. They will not appear in the sea of hellish turtles in the outside world. After you leave, the secret realm of the Hellish Turtle clan will also be sealed. Unless more than 3 existences beyond the universe realm join forces at the same time and attack with all their might, there is a chance of breaking it open within a year. Therefore, no matter how great the chaos outside is, it will not affect my Hellish Turtle clan. As for the Yanluo, this old turtle has confidence in you. Good luck, I have high hopes for you. Swish, as soon as the last sentence was said, Yi Xian felt a sudden blur in front of his eyes. A rapid sound of breaking through the air rang out, and his entire body seemed to have entered a mysterious state of extreme speed. Of course, it was passive. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he opened them again half a second later, the giant turtle head under his feet had already disappeared. At this moment, he was standing in a vast void, and the stars around him were emitting a faint gray aura. This was clearly the Sea of Hellish Turtles, and he had already been sent out of the Hellish Turtle's secret realm by the Hellish Turtle ancestor. If nothing unexpected happened, at this moment, all the thousands of Hellish Turtles in the clan should have entered the Hellish Turtle secret realm. The Hellish Turtle clan was completely sealed. Wow, you old bastard, you're too stingy. You just said you have high hopes for this young master and you directly sent me away. Don't be so infuriating. After realizing that he had been unceremoniously swept out of the door in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Didn't he just want to trick the 2 Hellish Turtle clan elders into becoming his personal guards? It's not like he would kidnap them and leave the Sea of Hellish Turtles. It's too infuriating to not even agree to this. Battle Lion. After a wave of depression, Yi Xian gradually calmed down, and he rolled his eyes before he had a plan. Even though the Nether Turtle clan has already been sealed, the outside world isn't aware of this. Moreover, the Nether Turtle clan's elder that made an appearance earlier possessed a cultivation at the advanced stage of the universe realm, and he was much more formidable than Zhan Tu, Long Ziwen, and the Browless Freak. As for the Nether Turtle clan's elder that spoke later, he even emanated a terrifying aura that surpassed the universe realm. Even the Nether Turtle clan's elder was like this, so it's obvious how terrifying the Nether Turtle ancestor's cultivation is. This ancestor was personally received by the Nether Turtle clan's elder and was sent to the Nether Turtle ancestor's place of cultivation. Everyone witnessed this at that time. When he spoke up to hear, Yi Xian felt confident in his heart, and he grinned complacently. So, even though the Nether Turtle clan has already been sealed, this ancestor can still pull this banner. After all, this is the territory of the Nether Turtle clan, and those formidable Nether Turtles might make an appearance at any moment. Pulling this banner is more or less useful. So long as I don't force those old fellows into a corner, then there's basically no one that dares to disobey this ancestor. When he thought like this, Yi Xian instantly became excited. Even though that old bastard, the Nether Turtle ancestor, is stingy, he still wasn't able to escape this young master's scheme. He was used in the end. Yes, everything else can be put aside for now. The only important matter at hand is to obtain that primordial treasure, Yuan Luo, that female cultivator utilized. After he adjusted his state of mind, Yi Xian immediately fell into deep contemplation, and he recalled the scenes he'd seen in the divination screen of the Nether Turtle ancestor. In the end, he confirmed that the star that surged up amidst the light that shot into the sky really didn't have any conspicuous characteristics, and it seemed extremely inconspicuous like the other gray stars in the surroundings. From the looks of it, it will be extremely difficult to find this star that hides Yanluo. Frowning, Yi Xian was a little speechless. The Sea of Nether Turtles is too vast, and the desolate ancient treasure, Smoke Silk Net, is hidden in an inconspicuous little star. When it appears, although a pillar of light will appear, the range is too wide. If the distance is too close, I'm afraid that the treasure will be taken away before I can arrive. This matter is really a headache. No matter what, we have to find Yin Qi and his group of old bastards first. Although our numbers are still too few, and if we throw them into this vast Nether Turtle star field, we won't even be able to make a splash, but it's better than nothing. Thinking like this, Yi Xian temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. Since he could not determine the exact location of the star where Yanluo was located, he could only treat it as a blind cat hitting a dead mouse and rely on luck. Very soon, Yi Xian leaped up and left his original spot. He randomly chose a direction to look for Yin Qi and the others, at the same time, in a corner of the Sea of Nether Turtles, even though the ancestor Huanxing had temporarily left and was led by the patriarch of the Nether Turtle clan to meet the ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan, Xianxia, and the others were still guarding the surroundings of the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage as they casually strolled around this star region. From time to time, he would shout a few words, often startling the nearby starry sky masters who heard this movement. After understanding what was going on, the looks on their faces would suddenly become strange. In the end, they would retreat one after another, as if they were avoiding ghosts and gods. Ancestor Huanting, the best in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. Ancestor Huanting, punch and kick. The three great universes, cry bitterly, the ostentatious display was already big enough. The Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage, which had a radius of 1,000 feet, was a desolate antiquity treasure that used everything on the level of extravagance and ostentatiousness. Probably even the immortal emperor of an immortal dynasty would not be embarrassed to drive such a carriage. It was too ostentatious. However, not only were more than 10,000 members of the Demon clan guarding such a flashy top-grade carriage, everyone also knew that the carriage was completely empty. Except for more than 100 demon maids, there was not a single soul in sight. Not only did they have the guts to boast so loudly, but they even added that Patriarch Huanting had punched and kicked the three universes, making them weep in pain. This could no longer be described as high-profile and ostentatious. It was simply the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Many of the starry sky powerhouses among the forces were all glaring, but most of them dared not say anything. After all, the incident of the Federation Headquarters Overwatch Council's Deputy Director Hongdo Lifeng being torn apart by the perverted Huanting ancestor was still fresh in their minds. No one dared to provoke such an old monster. Even the four prodigies of the human clan who came to the Sea of Hellish Turtles to fight for the desolate antiquity treasure could only be angry but did not dare to say anything. They could only discuss and curse in private. This so-called ancestor Huanting is simply too arrogant. I thought there was no existence more arrogant than Ling Huchong in the world. I didn't expect to see one in the end. Sigh, if only that Ling Huchong was in the Sea of Hellish Turtles right now. If this perverted old monster bumped into him, the scene would be very interesting. Stop dreaming. Ling Huchong can't come back. He has been banished to the vast and unknown void. Maybe he has already been torn to pieces by the endless void turbulence. You don't say. Now that I see this perverted old monster, I really do miss him. Perhaps only a monster like him can suppress this kind of trash. Even if the invincible war god came, it wouldn't be enough. Although his battle strength is strong, his shameless arrogance can't suppress the situation. It was also at this moment that one of the top forces from the three universes that had entered the Sea of Nether Turtles could no longer bear to watch. He stood up and openly questioned the Demon clan, asking them to get out of the Sea of Nether Turtles. Rumble. Rumble, amidst the rolling thunder, a black fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters rushed over from the distant void. A huge lion's head was etched on the hull of this starry fortress. It was the Battle Lion clan from the second universe. The Battle Lion clan was warlike by nature, and their bloodline was extremely powerful. They were ranked third among the clans of the Second Universe Federation. Even the other clans in the top 10 didn't dare to provoke them easily. This was because all the clansmen of this clan were too warlike. They either didn't fight, or they fought to the death. They would only stop when one side fell. This time, they entered the Sea of Hellish Turtles to fight for the primordial treasure Yen Luo. Although the Battle Lion clan had only dispatched a starry fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, the one guarding the fortress was a 15th level universe realm expert of the Battle Lion clan. In addition, there was also the young patriarch of the clan, the number one genius of the Battle Lion clan, Lion Bafeng. At this time, as the black starry fortress rumbled over, Lion Bafeng's arrogant laughter resounded through this part of the sky. Ha ha ha, Demon clan, has your entire clan become a clown? How dare you play such tricks in the Sea of Hellish Turtles? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Blood Slaughter Lion. Today, this young lord will exterminate your Demon clan. Exterminate your clan. The young master of the Battle Lion clan, Zhang Bafeng's arrogant roar reverberated in all directions. A large portion of the Dark Turtle Sea's void was shaken, and there was a faint echo in the void. This was illogical, as if it was an illusion. However, a few strong people in the starry sky exclaimed, "Battle Lion's Roar." This is one of the bloodline abilities of the Battle Lion clan. It's not the strongest, but it can intimidate the mind. It has the same effect as the mysterious 9 heavens 10 earths chant of Heavenly Naga from the human cultivation camp. The Een Demon clan is in trouble this time. The reason why they are feared is because their clan leader, the Een Emperor, is very powerful. He is already at the late stage of the universe realm, the 15th Great Realm. If they attack the Een Emperor's nest, it is very likely that the Een Emperor will wake up, which will lead to bad consequences. However, the Een Demon clan is moving in full force. Apart from Ancestor Huan Ting, who has been invited by the ancestor of the Netherworld clan and hasn't replied for 2 days, the strongest among the 10,000 Een demons are only 3 elders at the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, the 12th Great Realm. This is clearly not enough, especially when they are facing the Battle Lion clan, which is one of the top 3 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Although the Battle Lion clan has only mobilized a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, the one overseeing it is a 15th Great Realm Battle Lion clan elder. Even the young master, Lion Badian, is known as one of the 3 invincible young masters of the Second Universe. He is young, but he is already at the early stage of the Void Realm, the 12th Great Realm. Although Xianxia and the other 2 Een Demon clan elders are in the same Great Realm, his bloodline talent is extremely extraordinary. He is known to be invincible in the same realm. He might be able to fight 1 against 3 and suppress the 3 Een Demon clan elders. If this is really the case, then the Battle Lion clan sent out a young clan leader to suppress the 3 clan elders of the Een Demon clan at the same time. If this matter were to spread, even if the clan leader of the Een Demon clan, the Een Emperor, were to awaken, he would have no choice but to swallow his anger. He can't stand up, or he will be a laughingstock. The 3 elders were suppressed by the young master of the Battle Lion clan. How can they still have the face? As the discussions continued, fleets from different forces from the 3 universes gathered one after another in the surrounding voids. They had long disliked the Een Devil clan's high profile. However, they were afraid of the mysterious Huan Tan ancestor, so they did not dare to voice their anger. But things were different now. The Battle Lion race was ranked 3rd among the races of the Second Universe Federation, and they were not even afraid of the Dark Turtle race. This was because the Battle Lion race also had a supreme Battle Lion that surpassed the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, and there was more than one of them. Therefore, the Battle Lion clan could completely disregard the so-called Netherworld Young Master, Ancestor Huan Ting. Even if his Tao protectors woke up at the same time, they might not be able to do anything to the Battle Lion clan. They were existences that surpassed the 15th Great Realm. The few Grand Elders of the Battle Lion clan were also powerful Battle Lions of the same level. At most, they would just fight. The experts in the fleets of the various forces that were swarming over seemed to have realized something. This time, the vexing army of the Een Demon clan would most likely be completely defeated here. Not to mention that their Netherworld young master was not here at the moment. Even if he was, he would not be able to change anything. Soon, a large number of fleets from various forces gathered in the surrounding void. They floated in the void a little further away as if they were watching a show. From time to time, there would be some mocking laughter from the fleets. Everyone was waiting to see the Een Demon clan make a fool of themselves. They wanted to see how Xianxia and the other 2 Void Realm patriarchs of the Een Demon clan would be suppressed. The Battle Lion race felt no pressure in this battle. Young clan leader Sherbafing definitely had the strength to suppress Xianxia and the other 2 in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he was a junior. Under the situation of 1 against 3, even if he deliberately beheaded Xianxia and the other 2 Een Devil clan elders on the spot, the Een Devil clan could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. Not only did the experts of the various forces in the fleets in the surrounding void understand this point, but even the young master of the Battle Lion race, Sherbafing, was also well aware of this point. Seeing a large number of fleets crowding over and stopping a little further away to watch, Sherbafing felt that this was a good opportunity to gain face. At this moment, he had already leaped out of the pitch-black starry sky fortress of the Battle Lion race alone. He was suspended in the void of the sea of hellish turtles in front of him. Not even a guardian was following behind him. Standing proudly, his aura penetrated the mountains and rivers. He sneered and pointed at Xianxia and the other two Void Realm patriarchs. The three of you, do you dare to answer? Humph, don't blame me for not reminding you. My battle lion race either doesn't take action, or once we take action, we will either perish or destroy the enemy. Otherwise, we will not give up. I respect the three of you as my seniors, so I will allow the three of you to join forces and fight together. If you dare to fight, then come forward. If you don't, then immediately tuck your tails between your legs and get out of the sea of hellish turtles. Get out of the sea of hellish turtles. In the last sentence, Sherbafing clearly displayed the battle lion's roar innate ability of the battle lion. As the roar came out, a large part of the void of the sea of hellish turtles was stirred up, and there was a faint echo in the void. Not only was it unscientific, it was like an illusion, and it was even more shocking. Xianxia, Ba, and Jiao, who originally had gloomy expressions, felt their hearts tremble, and they almost fell to the ground. Sherbafing's bloodline innate ability was indeed extraordinary. In the battle lion race, even some of the older generation's battle lions were far inferior to him. Although there was still a certain distance to the bloodline atavism, he looked down on the race since ancient times and was known as a rare genius in the race. If not, he wouldn't be known as invincible in the same realm, and he wouldn't dare to challenge the three great Void Realm elders of the Demon race at the same time when he was only at the initial stage of the Void Realm. All of this was because the bloodline ability of the battle lion race was too powerful. The battle lion's roar was only an auxiliary innate ability inherited in the race's bloodline, and the race was called the battle lion. The real most powerful bloodline innate ability was obviously related to battle. It was said that the bloodline ancestor of the battle lion race was the blood slaughter lion of the Desolate Era. Its 9 transformation of the berserk lion was incomparably powerful, and it had once shown in the unparalleled battle of the Desolate Era. However, which camp did the bloodline ancestor of the battle lion race belong to? Whether it was the headless infant corpse's side or the side suspected to be the Desolate Era's will of the Heavenly Way's side, which was the side with the eye of the Heavenly Way. No one knew about this matter, and there was simply no way to confirm it. The battle of that year was too long ago. What? Are you afraid to fight? Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Poodle Roar. Blood Slaughter Lion, First Change. An earth-shattering lion's roar resounded through this side of the world. As Lion Bafang's voice spread out, a phantom of 100 feet long berserk lion suddenly appeared behind him. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its angry eyes were filled with killing intent, causing this side of the void to tremble slightly. In an instant, this blood phantom of 100 feet long berserk lion entered the body of Lion Bafang, whose hair was fluttering in the wind. His figure instantly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he revealed his bloodline true body. A blood-colored berserk lion that was 100 feet long, with a pair of blood-red eyes that were as huge as a mountain, stared closely at Xianxia and the other two, and had already locked onto their auras. The various races of the second universe basically had the blood of some ancient or even desolate ancient beasts flowing in their bodies, but for other races, revealing a huge bloodline true body was basically the last resort. Even the last 7 races of the top 10 of the Federation of the second universe were the same. Only the top 3 races revealed their bloodline true body, which was far from the peak of their true combat power, but it was just the beginning. It was also because of this that these 3 races were able to firmly stand in the top 3 of the Federation of the second universe for hundreds of millions of years, unshakable and unshakable. Even the Dark Turtle clan, which had a few living fossils in the clan and was generally incomparably powerful because of their long lifespan, had never truly entered the top 3. From this, one could see the strength of the top 3 races of the Federation of the second universe. And the Battle Lion clan was only at the bottom of these 3 races, but even so, it was still not to be ignored. Roar. Blood Slaughter Lion, Second Change. A second violent lion roar sounded, and behind Lion Bafang, a giant blood-red lion phantom appeared. Then, this giant blood-red lion phantom instantly entered Lion Bafang's body, causing his body to expand again in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the true body of a giant lion. A pair of blood-red eyes that were as huge as a mountain were still staring at Xianxia and the other two, locking onto their auras. Although his cultivation aura was still at the initial stage of the 12th Great Realm, the supreme fiendish aura had already turned the world upside down and was completely different. If it was said that the first transformation, which revealed 100 zhong-long berserk lion's body, had only shocked Xianxia and the other two, then now, as the true body of 1,000 zhong-long berserk lion appeared, Xianxia and the other two were so shocked that even their courage was trembling. Blood Slaughter Lion's second transformation? My God, his bloodline true body has become 10 times more powerful than the first transformation. It's exactly the same as the legends. Legend has it that every time the 9 transformations of the bloodthirsty mad lion erupts with a transformation, the bloodthirsty true body will grow 10 times stronger. Even if the bloodthirsty mad lion's aura doesn't change, the difference in the power of their blood and chi is like the difference between heaven and earth. Any opponent that could match them before will be instantly crushed. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terror of the bloodline true body will increase exponentially. It will reach the level of the void tortoise, and with a wave of its claw, it can create a galaxy. However, no battle lion has ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the Battle Lion clan has only reached the 3rd transformation of the bloodthirsty mad lion. However, the young patriarch of the Battle Lion race, who is known as the existence with the strongest bloodline talent in the race in the past 10,000 years, had long since reached the 4th transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion's divine ability many years ago. Heavens, the 4th transformation? What kind of concept is that? The 2nd transformation is 10,000 zhong-long. The 3rd transformation is 10,000 zhong-long. Wouldn't the 4th transformation be 100,000 zhong-long? A body of 300,000 meters? Even the starry sky fortress is just a small thing in front of him. As they muttered to themselves, Xianxia, Ba, and Jiao couldn't help but tremble in their knees. If Lion Ba Feng could really use the 4th transformation of the bloodthirsty mad lion, then his bloodline true body would reach an unprecedented 100,000 zhong-long, which was 300,000 meters. A small part of the sky would be covered by his body. Even if his cultivation aura didn't change, he was still at the early stage of the void realm, but who would dare to treat him as an existence of the void realm? A terrifying bloodline true body of 300,000 meters, even if a real powerhouse of the universe came, he would have to treat it with caution, right? Roar. Bloodthirsty mad lion 3rd transformation. Just as Xianxia, Ba, and Jiao were exclaiming, in the void in front of them, the young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan, Lion Ba Feng, roared again, and a small part of the void trembled. His voice was too loud. After all, the current Lion Ba Feng was already 1,000 zhong-long universe battle lion, far from his previous human form. Along with this violent roar, a majestic universe astral wind instantly blew in the surrounding universe void. The invisible universe energy was completely sucked in and gathered in one place, forming a huge invisible vortex in the center. And this energy vortex was located next to the mouth of the bloodthirsty mad lion pavilion. After swallowing, the young master of the Battle Lion clan, Lion Ba Feng's body rapidly expanded like a balloon. 2,000 zhong, 3,000 zhong, until the final 10,000 zhong, the bloodthirsty mad lion 3rd transformation was completed, and its size was indeed as described in the legends. From the previous 10,000 zhong, it had expanded to the current 10,000 zhong, which was 10 times its original size. 10,000 zhong, which was equivalent to 30,000 meters, was comparable to a small fortress. Moreover, the visual effect was even more shocking than that of a small stronghold. Although the diameter of a small fortress was 50,000 meters, and this bloodthirsty mad lion was only 30,000 meters, the former was a majestic steel fortress, which was not rare in the universe void, while the latter was just a bloodthirsty mad lion. Normally, even a 10,000-meter-long star beast would be shocking enough, but now, a 30,000-meter-long bloodthirst lion had suddenly appeared in the void. Gasps could be heard from the starry fleets in the surrounding void. As for Xianxia, Ba, and Jiao, they were so shocked that they almost fainted on the spot. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and they gnashed their teeth, hating each other. Damn it, this broken lion dog can change too much. In the blink of an eye, it has already become 10,000 zhong long, careless, really too careless. Just now, when it barked for the first time, we should have attacked and not given it a chance to continue its berserk transformation. All demon clansmen, listen up. Leave behind 100 people to guard the 9 dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. The rest of the clansmen, follow the 3 of us and eat this lion dog alive. That's right, this guy can berserk transformation and is suspected to carry the rabies virus. For the peace of the universe, there is no time to be polite with him. Our clan will not lose face to him. This is not a one-on-one battle, this is a dog slaughter battle, a crazy lion dog. The old ancestor returns poodle, rabies virus. The dignified young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan was actually associated with such words at this moment. This made Lion Ba Feng so furious that he felt unwell. Roar! How dare you insult this young patriarch? All of you must die. The 3 patriarchs of the Een Demon clan? In this young patriarch's eyes, you are just a bunch of ants. This young patriarch alone will suppress all of you. Roar! The gigantic blood berserk lion went completely berserk. It let out a furious roar, and its huge figure, which was like a small fortress, suddenly burst out. With a leap, it covered a distance of 10,000 miles and directly landed in front of the Een Demon clan's camp. Swish! Ka-cha-cha, boom! Boom! A fierce hurricane blew up. The gigantic blood berserk lion raised its right forelimb and swept it towards the Een Demon clan's camp. In an instant, the sound of bones shattering could be heard. There were even some concentrated sounds of explosions. Some of the weaker Een Demon clan's clansmen couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, they were blasted to death by the majestic power contained in the sweep. For a moment, the space where the Een Demon clan's camp was filled with thick black fog. The Een Demon clan's clansmen didn't have flesh and blood bodies. This black fog was the manifestation of their divine souls being destroyed and their bodies disintegrating into energy. With just a sweep of the claw, at least several hundred Een Demon clan's clansmen had died. Such a terrifying power of chi and blood had already surpassed the effect of the peak of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Currently, the young patriarch of the Berserk Lion clan, Shi Ba Feng, was at least at the middle or late stage of the beginning realm. Moreover, this was only the effect after he had successfully activated the 3rd transformation of the Blood Berserk Lion. Although the patriarch of the Battle Lion clan had only cultivated to the 3rd transformation of the Berserk Lion, legend had it that this young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan had surpassed his master and had long grasped the profundity of the 4th transformation of the Blood Berserk Lion. At this moment, after seeing him display the terrifying might of the 3rd transformation of the Blood Ferocious Lion with their own eyes, the experts from the various powers who were watching the battle from afar all cried out in shock, "Awesome, my brother! What a huge lion! It's actually over 10,000 zhang long. Even if it's a true ferocious star beast, it's rare to see one with such a size." That's right. The bloodline of the warrior lion clan's young master is too extraordinary. Even if he hasn't returned to his ancestral state, he is not far from it. One day, he will become the #1 overlord among the younger generation of the various races in the 2nd universe. Such a heroic figure is destined to shake the world. Shi Baofeng's name has been resounding in the 2nd universe for a long time, but he rarely appears in front of people in a real battle. I didn't expect that today's first battle would be to suppress an entire clan. It's too amazing. The young generation of the 2nd universe finally has an amazing person. That's right. The shame of Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the others being suppressed by the peerless genius of the 3rd universe may be washed away today. Although the ones being suppressed are not from the human race, the Een Demon clan is not a race of the Federation. This battle with the Warrior Lion clan is very satisfying. It's a pity that young Masterling who has been exiled. Otherwise, if he were in this sea of dark turtles at this moment, he would probably kneel down and submit to the supreme majesty of Shi Baofeng. Alas, back in the heavenly war star field, the Warrior Lion clan's young master did not appear. He missed the opportunity to become famous in the 3 universes. In the face of these exclamations, the Warrior Lion clan's young master, Shi Baofeng, was in high spirits. He proudly pointed out, although these 3 old guys are clan elders, in this young master's eyes, they are not even ants. To suppress them, the 3rd transformation of the Blood Ferocious Lion is already extravagant. There is no need for the 4th transformation. As for that foodie Ling Hu Chong, this young master did not go to the Heavenly War Empire that day. Otherwise, I would have suppressed him. Although I do not have the habit of slaughtering and eating people, I can still smash his body with 1 claw and kick his head under my feet like a ball. These words were too arrogant. Most of the fleets watching the battle in the surrounding void were from the human race from the third universe. There were forces from the science and technology camp and also forces from the cultivation camp. Although they did not like young Master Linghu, the latter was, after all, a human. At this moment, he was being belittled by the young master of a certain clan from the second universe. Many human race experts were indignant. However, the warrior lion clan's young master was indeed too powerful. At this moment, the 10,000 feet bloodline true body he had revealed was explosively heaven-defying. What's more, in the pitch-black starry sky fortress behind him, there was a supreme being of the 15th great realm. The surrounding human race experts were indignant but did not dare to say anything. For a moment, the prestige of the warrior lion clan surged throughout the entire void. The battle instantly shook the sky. The more than 10,000 members of the Demon clan were all mobilized. Except for 200 clansmen who protected the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage and retreated, the rest all joined the battle to suppress the warrior lion clan's young master. Boom! Boom, 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 violent explosions rang out unceasingly. The 10,000 feet tall lion Bafeng detonated the entire void by himself. Every minute, every second, there were casualties among the demons. Even the 3 elders, Qi, Ba, and Jiao, who had the cultivation of the 12th great realm, the middle and late stage of the void, began to retreat and spurt out blood. Lion Bafeng was indeed too powerful. The might of the third transformation of the blood slaughter lion could not be measured with common sense. This was clearly the rhythm of suppressing an entire clan by himself. The most powerful member of the Demon clan was the clan's leader, Di. He was already a supreme existence of the 15th great realm, the late stage of the universe realm. However, at this moment, Di was not here. No one took the Demon clan seriously. The young master of the Berserk Lion clan, who was ranked 3rd in the second universe, wanted to suppress their entire clan by himself. PFFF, unexpectedly, Elder Qi was struck by Lion Bafeng's claw. A fierce gale burst forth, and Qi suffered heavy internal injuries. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so furious that he was about to go crazy. Poodle, just you wait. Soon, my clan's old ancestor will return. At that time, he will make you into a braised lion's head in soy sauce and let my clansmen eat to their heart's content. Ha ha ha, that's right, braised lion's head in soy sauce. Smash his dog's head. The Demon clan's temperament was disagreeable, and they were all a bunch of troublemakers. In just a short while, close to 1,000 clansmen had their bodies blown up and turned into black fog. The battlefield could not be said to not be desperate. But even so, not a single one of the clansmen of the Demon clan retreated. Although there were casualties at every moment, they still fought bravely. Following Qi's words, the surrounding Demon clan's clansmen all roared insolently. Their fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. This was clearly the rhythm of the entire clan fighting until there was not a single soldier left. Even if they all fell here, they would not lower their heads. Seeing this scene, even the experts of the various major powers who were watching the battle in the surroundings sighed one after another. They all believed that the Demon clan was finished this time. Even if the clan's leader, Di, revived in the future, he would not be able to shake the Battle Lion clan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios braised lion's head in brown sauce. Yo, this ancestor seems to have heard someone say braised lion's head in brown sauce. Where is it? This ancestor is drooling. Along with this abrupt voice, in the distant void, a figure wearing clothes whiter than snow quietly appeared. His hands were behind his back, and he had the air of a hedonistic young master. His face was pale, and the corners of his mouth outlined a cold and arrogant smile. His triangular eyes were filled with a fierce light, and they were tightly locked onto the 100,000 feet tall lion that was displaying its divine might in the void. It was none other than Yi Xian. Of course, his current appearance was that of the ancestor of the Demon clan, the young master of the Netherworld clan, Huan Ting. In the surrounding void, exclamations could be heard in an instant. Heavens, look who's here. The ancestor of the Demon clan, Huan Ting? He was actually not stopped by the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan. This is too shocking. He was so arrogant before, calling himself ancestor in front of the late-stage universe realm elder of the Netherworld Turtle clan. He can still return calmly under such circumstances. Could it be that the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan really invited him? That should be the case. Moreover, this revealed too much information. At least, the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan has acknowledged his identity. Previously, he sent the patriarch of the Netherworld Turtle clan to personally welcome him. This is clearly the rhythm of treating him as an equal. Could this ancestor Huanting really be the young master of the extinct Netherworld clan from the primordial era? This is most likely the case. Moreover, the ancestor of the Netherworld clan is most likely on the same side as the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan. This is a sign that they will join forces again in the future. The Een Demon clan has found a great backer. The situation seems to be chaotic. This is the Netherworld Turtle Sea. Although the Battle Lion clan is not afraid of the Netherworld Turtle clan, just like how their young patriarch bullied the Een Demon clan, the few supreme experts of the Battle Lion clan who have surpassed the universe realm are not here. If the ancestor Huanting goes crazy, the elder of the Battle Lion clan who is guarding the Black Fortress behind most likely will not dare to make a move. Otherwise, the Netherworld Turtle clan's living fossil will definitely take action. It seems that this battle should stop between the Lion House clan and the ancestor Huanting. It will not expand. Since it involves the universe realm god, it will be difficult to end it. The Battle Lion race's current generation genius against the Netherworld race's sealed young master? The two of them were separated by a period of time, but in this world they started a great battle. This battle is unprecedented. Een Chi, Een Ba, Een Jiao, and the other members of the Een Demon clan were so excited that they cheered. With the return of the patriarch, our race will prosper. That's right. The ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan personally invited us, and we returned with gifts in the end. Our ancestor is mighty, and he must have formed an alliance with the Nether Turtle clan. This is our territory now. Ha ha ha. How satisfying. The Battle Lion race's lion dog actually dared to provoke my race in the Underworld Turtle Sea. Now, he is stupefied. He actually kicked an iron plate. This is my territory, and I call the shots. I humbly request the Grand Ancestor to destroy the lion head. Patriarch Huanting, the #1 expert in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Patriarch Huanting, punch and kick him. Lion-headed big dog, crying bitterly. In the end, these praise-like slogans suddenly burst out again, and with a slight change, it was targeted at Lion Boffing, who had manifested his blood lion true body. In the face of this shocking change, the atmosphere in the surrounding void froze in an instant. The unexpected return of the Een Demon clan's young master was too shocking. Previously, some people suspected that he was detained by the ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan. After all, this person was too insolent before, and he actually disrespected the ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan, who was at the late-stage universe realm, and called himself the ancestor. In fact, the reason why the young patriarch of the Battle Lion race attacked the Shadow Devil race was not only because he couldn't stand the sight of the Shadow Devil race and wanted to make a name for himself in this battle, but also because he considered that Patriarch Huanting of the Shadow Devil race might not return. But at this moment, with the arrival of Xianxia, this speculation was instantly shattered. The experts of the major forces who were watching the battle in the surrounding void all had their hearts in their throats, knowing that there would be a great battle. At this moment, with the arrival of Xianxia, the Battle Lion race's young master, Lion Boffing, also stopped his attack. Across thousands of miles in the void, he stared at Xianxia, who was slowly walking in the void with his hands behind his back. He sneered and said, "Young Master Netherworld? That's me, Big Poodle. Don't think that you can avoid death by getting close to me. Today, you are destined to be made into a braised lion head by me." Xianxia sneered as he replied with a sneer. Then, he unceremoniously waved his hand and pointed in the direction of Lion Boffing, Xiao. A weak dark green light rushed out from between Xianxia's eyebrows. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed thousands of miles. In less than half a breath, it had already arrived in front of the 10,000-meter-tall lion. Immediately after, before anyone could recover from their shock, this weak and almost undetectable dark green light instantly soared. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3,000 meters tall, transforming into a terrifying dark green withered claw. Immediately after, the dark green light suddenly flashed and the withered claw disappeared. As for the head of the 10,000-meter-tall lion, it silently rolled down from its shoulder. Pfft. Walala, after the sound of a gushing waterfall, the sound of a gushing waterfall could be heard. From the neck cavity of the lion that had lost its head, a boiling hot blood soared into the sky, surging for 10,000 meters, and finally turning into a majestic rain of blood that sprinkled down into the void. This scene happened too quickly, catching everyone off guard. At this moment, along with the boiling rain of blood that soared into the sky, Xianxia's voice that was filled with a strong sense of laziness suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the 3,000-meter-tall lion's head that was glaring angrily disappeared along with the blood lion's body that was spurting out scarlet blood from its neck cavity. Even the large amount of berserk lion's hot blood that was pouring down like rain in the void had disappeared without a trace. This was caused by Xianxia activating the devouring system's forceful devouring ability. Although this blood slaughter lion could not be raised, its flesh and blood were extraordinary. The Battle Lion clan originally had the bloodline of the blood slaughter lion, and right now, the young patriarch of the clan, Devouring, had even used his bloodline ability to manifest the third transformation of the berserk lion's true body. To Xian, this flesh and blood was the best alchemy material. At this moment, after he used the devouring system to absorb it into his body, the berserk lion's true blood was immediately stored in a bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. Even the headless berserk lion's body was stored in a large-capacity spatial magic treasure, which could ensure that it would not rot and the medicinal effect would not be lost. In the future, when he needed to use it, he could use it at any time. As for the huge berserk lion's head, Xian had just said that he wanted to eat the braised lion's head. He was already drooling, so naturally, he would not go back on his word. The berserk lion's head was immediately thrown into the Shenong giant cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, it was roasted by the orange-red fire in the cauldron. With a wave of his hand, a braised lion's head that had shrunk to the size of 6,000 to 7,000 meters, like a small hill, with golden oil and sweat dripping down its surface, and the fragrance of meat assailing the nostrils, appeared in front of Xian. Gulp! Gulp! Let me out! Damned Ling Huchong, there will be a day when this young master will suppress you. Oh woo, this is simply too much. This is absolutely intolerable. We, the young patriarchs of the top 10 clans in the second universe, are actually being raised here as great medicines. Ling Huchong, you will die a horrible death. Just you wait, one of the 3 invincible youths in the second universe, the Iron Blood Battle Lion, Devouring, is this young master's good friend. Soon, he will find you and suppress you. Bang! Bang! Inside the Shenong cauldron, the young patriarch of the Yingji clan, Ji Jinghong, the young protagonist of the barbarian bull clan, Jin Haoyan, and the descendant of the greedy wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, who were imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron, were crazily shouting and roaring. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and a ferocious lion head that was 3,000 meters long fell from the sky, startling the 4 of them, and their roars came to an abrupt end. This is, heavens, lion head of Devouring? That's right, it's definitely him. This young master is good friends with him, how could I be wrong? This guy is too savage, he actually came to the second universe. Is this the rhythm of slaughtering the War Lion clan in one fell swoop? Look, he's setting fire again. Do you have to be so savage? He actually wants to eat braised lion head? Swish, before the 4 of them could finish speaking, a large lion head that was shiny and fragrant flew through the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Gulp! Gulp! Only at this moment did Ji Jinghong and the other 3 realize that they had subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Moreover, all 4 of them were swallowing, without exception. The 4 of them were ashamed and resentful. They all turned around and hid in the corner of the cell. Their minds were in complete chaos. At the same time, in the Netherworld Turtle Sea, the young master of the War Lion clan, Devouring, and Xian were engaged in a shocking battle. To be precise, it was the void where Xian had cleanly beheaded him with a single claw. Gulp! 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 Although it had shrunk due to being roasted by the fire, it was still 6,000 to 7,000 feet in size. It was golden in color, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air. In the surrounding void, the fleets of the various major forces that were watching the battle from afar suddenly appeared. Immediately, a series of strange gurgling sounds were heard. Countless people gulped at this moment. This was a completely subconscious action. After all, Lion Boffing's bloodline was extraordinary to begin with. Furthermore, he had activated his bloodline true form with the Bloodthirst Lion's bloodline ability and reached the third transformation. After being roasted by the orange-red flames of the farmer god cauldron, all the impurities were evaporated, leaving behind only the essence. This braised lion's head was not only delicious, it was also a great medicine. Once swallowed, one's cultivation would definitely skyrocket, it was simply too fragrant. Anyone who smelled it would be tempted. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, it was to the extent that there seemed to be some whispers of suspicion that could be heard vaguely. Huh? Why is it so fragrant? It's not like this old man hasn't roasted the lion's head of the Battle Lion clan before. Back then, I had secretly hunted one. Although its bloodline is not as good as Lion Boffing's, but the fragrance shouldn't be so different, right? What a familiar feeling. Another peerless foodie has appeared out of nowhere. He is definitely comparable to the peerless monster of the human clan, young Master Linghu. What's wrong with this world? Have they all been infected by young Master Linghu? That's definitely the case. That guy is a poison. Even though he has been banished to the turbulent void, his influence has been left behind. In the three great universes, who knows how many peerless foodies will be born in the future? Sigh, the clansmen of a race with extraordinary bloodlines in their bodies have to be careful in the future. They can't go out alone anymore, and they can't walk at night. There will be foodies who will attack them. Ha ha ha, delicious. The most delicious food in the world. Previously, this young master thought that, what meat was the most delicious in the world? I didn't expect there to be something even more delicious. This trip to the Dark Turtle Sea is really not in vain. Back in the Nether Turtle secret realm, I had a drink with the Nether Turtle ancestor Hai, who was already as large as a star, and it was so bland that birds could fall out of my mouth. Who would have thought that there would be a braised lion's head to go with the wine right away? Just as the experts of the major forces around were whispering in their hearts, Xian had already arrived above the huge braised lion's head. He waved his hand to release an invisible force, wrapped up pieces of golden and shiny meat, and sent them into his mouth. As soon as they melted in his mouth, he almost swallowed his tongue in enjoyment. He almost spilled the beans and exposed his identity. In the end, he came to his senses and quickly changed his words. At the same time, he didn't forget to pull out the flag of the Dark Turtle ancestor and secretly warn him. After all, in the pitch-black starry sky fortress in the distance, there was still a mighty figure of the Battle Lion clan guarding it. Now, the young patriarch of the clan was slaughtered and even made into braised lion's head in public. As a mighty figure of the universe, it was impossible for this person to not do anything. Although Xian was not afraid of him, in order to avoid an unnecessary battle to the death, he deliberately brought out the Dark Turtle ancestor to suppress the situation at this moment. After all, this was the Dark Turtle Sea, and Xian had already brought out the Dark Turtle ancestor. Even if the other party was a mighty figure of the Battle Lion clan, he couldn't do anything. He should be able to accept it after saying a few harsh words and leaving. It could barely be considered a passable explanation. Regarding all this, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Jiao, and the other members of the Yin Demon clan were not in the mood to pay attention to it at all. With the arrival of the ancestor Huan Ting, all the worries in their hearts had completely disappeared at the first moment. In their view, the return of the ancestor Huan Ting was definitely the result of drinking and chatting happily with the Dark Turtle ancestor and forming an alliance. This meant that the entire Dark Turtle Sea was now their territory. Then, before they had time to digest the great joy in their hearts, the ancestor Huan Ting had already suddenly made a move. In an instant, he killed the young master of the Battle Lion clan, Shi Baofeng, who was raging and arrogant before, and roasted him into a shiny golden color in an instant. At this moment, with Xian's call and the first to start eating, coupled with the enticing fragrance that kept entering their noses, these guys had long been unable to hold back. They swallowed their saliva crazily, and after cheering, they pounced at the same time. Although the braised lion's head was huge, in the face of more than 10,000 Yin demon clansmen, it was really nothing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 Yin demon clansmen were like countless ants climbing on the body of an elephant. They all hung on this huge braised lion's head and ate heartily. In less than 10 breaths, half of the huge braised lion's head was eaten, revealing the eerie white bones. This scene stunned all the experts of the major forces who were watching the battle in the void. Shi Baofeng was too miserable, the Ying demon clan was too ruthless, and the ancestor Huan Ting was too cruel. At the end of the battle, he actually roasted the enemy's head and turned it into a huge white skeleton. Everyone shuddered in fear. Translator, trans and editor, trans and intimidate. How dare you kill our young master? Old thing, you will definitely die. Rumble. Previously, everything had happened too quickly. As such, the battle lion race's supreme expert couldn't react in time. As Lion Bafeng's dog head was roasted into a braised lion's head, he was petrified. He was too shocked. At this moment, in that pitch-black starry sky fortress in the distant void, an earth-shaking roar finally rang out. The mighty figure of the war lion race was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He roared and turned into a golden arrow light, rushed out of the fortress, and shot toward this side. In a short period of time, more than 10,000 demons ate at the same time. The braised lion's head that was 6,000 to 7,000 feet long was not very edible. It had already turned into a huge skull, and not a single piece of meat was left. Xian ate the most. His body was surging with energy, and the pores all over his body were overflowing with golden light. This was the sign that his flesh and muscles were being nourished by energy and were overflowing with energy. In the distance, the voice that had muttered a few words earlier appeared again. Eh? Strange, strange. It actually has such terrifying medicinal effects. Could it be that the young master of the battle lion race is different? The ordinary lion that was roasted previously didn't even have 1/3 of the medicinal effects. Which bastard is it? Get out here. Get out here if you have the ability. The golden arrow light that was shooting towards Xian paused for a moment. Then, the roar of the battle lion race's supreme elder could be heard. It was too infuriating. The battle lion race was ranked third among the races in the second universe. They were one of the 3 strongest races since ancient times. They had always run amok in this plane. Today, his race members, including the young master, were being discussed about the medicinal effects of the meat. This made him feel as though he was about to explode. Ding! Congratulations to host. Physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, level 4 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Ding! Congratulations to host. Physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, level 5 of the Grotto Heaven realm. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification sounded in Xian's mind. After eating so much of the golden lion meat, his body was overflowing with golden light. The chi and blood in his body were boiling, and every cell in his body had been baptized. The effect of the orange-red fire was so good that it even attracted the attention of the hidden senior-level foodie. However, the benefits of Xian's meal had already been revealed. His physical body's blood and chi cultivation had advanced 2 levels in a row, and the blood and chi in his body had increased explosively. Right now, he felt like he could blast apart a star with a single punch. The lion golden lion meat. Lion the dragon race's meat. Is the golden lion meat? Is there golden lion meat? Is there one is there? Is there? Another one. After receiving such a huge benefit, Xian had no intention of hiding it. He raised his head and roared, revealing the fact that he had advanced 2 small stages. He even said that it was not enough. He wanted to roast another golden lion meat and directly push his cultivation from the heavenly passage realm to the 9th stage great perfection. This scene was too insolent. In the surrounding warships that were watching from the void, the exclamations of the powerhouses from the various major forces resounded endlessly. They were all lamenting the fact that a foodie had appeared in the second universe. This was not inferior to young Master Ling Hu's momentum. At the same time, there were also some people whispering that if they had known that the golden lion dog meat was so effective, they would not have waited until today. They would have hunted countless golden lion dogs for a sumptuous meal. At this moment, the dignified battle lion race was being treated as a meat medicine or a rare delicacy in this kind of situation. The golden arrow that was shooting toward Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. The mighty expert of the battle lion race was so angry that he coughed up blood. This was too shocking. The mighty expert of the battle lion race was so angry that he coughed up blood. This made the starry sky powerhouses of the various major forces in the surrounding void sigh endlessly. They were even more afraid of this so-called ancestor Huan Ting of the Yin demon race. His mouth must have been smeared with poison. Just like young Master Ling Hu, he could infuriate people to death. Huh? Old lion dog, are you delivering blood to this ancestor? Unfortunately, it came from your mouth. It must be smelly. This ancestor has always been picky and does not like contaminated ingredients. If you are sincere, stretch out your neck and this ancestor will personally draw the blood. Look at you, you are so old that your hair is about to fall off. Your meat must be hard and not easy to chew. Only this blood can be used. If it is not smelly, it can be used to make medicine. Facing the mighty expert of the battle lion race who was about to reach him, Xian was calm and fearless. He continued to ridicule him. Then, he rolled his eyes and kicked the huge skull in front of him, which had been eaten until there was not even half a piece of meat left. Hey, your young master, return it. There are still bits and pieces of meat on the inner wall of the skull. If you want to taste it, take it back to the fort and slowly dig it out. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The white skull that was shot out was smashed into powder by the mighty expert of the battle lion race. Then, Xian raised his hand again. A dark green claw that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air above his head and suddenly slashed down. Netherworld claw? It is indeed a very sharp and terrifying bloodline power. The eyes of the mighty expert of the battle lion race flashed and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you were a little stronger, even if you were only in the 12th realm of the void realm, this attack would be able to defeat this old man. Unfortunately, you are only in the 10th realm of the Grotto Heaven realm, level 5. No matter how powerful your power is, it is useless in front of a mighty expert of the universe realm. Demon bastard, die. With that last sentence, the body of the war lion race's supreme expert suddenly swayed. After dodging the 300-meter-long dark green withered claw at an extremely fast speed, he suddenly raised his hand and was about to slap down at Xian. How dare you? Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, escaping was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, the effect of the previous show of strength would be ruined. However, facing a mighty expert of the 15th realm of the universe realm, if he did not want to retreat, he would have to use other methods to force his opponent back. In this way, his identity would be exposed. In a moment of desperation, Xian gritted his teeth and immediately took out the fragment of the ancient tortoiseshell that recorded the incomplete Dongshu scripture from the undying world in his body. Holding it in his right hand, he raised it high above his head. There was no fear on his face as he shouted loudly, "This old ancestor has been sealed for hundreds of millions of years. My cultivation has not recovered yet. The guardians of the netherworld are also still in hibernation. Otherwise, how could an old dog like you be so arrogant in front of me? But even so, if this old ancestor wants to restrain you, it is still a piece of cake. Don't forget whose territory this is. The old ancestor of the dark turtle race is this old ancestor's sworn brother. After drinking to our heart's content, we have already called each other brothers. You dare to touch this old ancestor in the ancestral land of the dark turtle race? This is that old tortoiseshell's natal tortoiseshell. The old tortoiseshell personally gave it to you. Do you dare to act rashly again? This old ancestor only needs to crush it lightly. The old tortoiseshell of the dark turtle race will instantly descend. He is a supreme expert who has surpassed the universe realm. Old lion dog, are you sure you want to pull him over for a chat? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The will of the turtle sea rumble, as Xian subconsciously tightened his fingers and channeled a wisp of his vital energy into the ancient tortoise shell. A change that even he didn't expect suddenly occurred, a huge roar resounded, and the void shook. It was not just a corner of the void, but the entire vast star field of the nether turtle sea. At this moment, when Xian lightly pinched it and infused a wisp of qi and blood energy into the ancient tortoise shell, it began to shake in its entirety. Thousands of miles of the void shook, and countless stars swayed. This scene was like the end of the world. The universe was shaken, and the scene was so terrifying that all the masters in the surrounding void were stunned. The supreme master of the War Lion clan, who had turned into a golden arrow and shot toward Xian, trembled all over. He was so scared that he stopped 1,000 miles away. His face was filled with shock. Like all the experts in the surrounding fleets, their gazes converged on the ancient tortoiseshell fragment that Xian held between his fingers and raised high into the air. At this moment, no one doubted Xian's words. They were sure that this ancient turtle shell was the natal turtle shell of the Nether Turtle Patriarch. This was really F***ket up, who would have thought that this kid would really become sworn brothers with the Nether Turtle Patriarch? What kind of existence was the Nether Turtle Patriarch? Even the ordinary elders of the Nether Turtle clan were at the late stage of the universe realm, and the clan leader was a supreme master who had surpassed the universe realm. He was an ancestor of the clan. No wonder the entire star field of the Nether Turtle Sea was shaken. This was clearly the result of the Nether Turtle Patriarch's anger. Although there were many masters in the universe present, including the top forces of the 3 major realms, and more than 10 supreme masters of the universe realm, most of them were at the 3rd or 4th stage of the universe realm, which was the early or middle stage of the universe realm. Even if it was them, they had never seen such a scene in the past. The entire star field was shaking. This was definitely a terrifying method that far surpassed the universe realm. It was simply unimaginable. Even Xian was dumbfounded. He was well aware that the words he said just now were just a bluff, and it was just to scare off the mighty figure of the battle lion race. He never expected that just by lightly moving his finger and injecting a weak wisp of qi and blood into the ancient tortoiseshell, it would actually cause such a change. The entire star field was shaking. Could it be that the tortoiseshell in his hand really had some other miraculous use? Rumble, an enormous rumble resounded once more, and then, an unimaginably enormous tortoise beast appeared in the air above the vast sea of nether turtles. Its body covered the entire Nether Turtle Sea. Although it was not as terrifying as a real void tortoise that could cover an entire Nether Turtle Sea with a wave of its claws, a turtle that was as big as the entire Nether Turtle Sea was still extremely terrifying. It was far beyond the size of the Nether Turtle ancestor, whose head was as big as a star. The strange thing was that this terrifying giant tortoise was suspended above the Nether Turtle Sea. Although it was huge, its body did not have a trace of flesh and blood. It was completely made up of grey tortoise bones. This was a nether turtle. A real nether turtle had no flesh and blood, only bones. Xian had sharp eyes and saw a hole smaller than the eye of a needle on the back of this terrifying nether turtle. The edge of the hole was exactly the same as the palm-sized ancient tortoiseshell in his hand. He instantly came to an understanding. This ancient tortoiseshell in his hand was obviously ripped off from the back of this terrifying nether tortoise. It ought to have come from the hands of this void tortoise, and it utilized this ancient tortoiseshell to brand the first 7 levels of the void dimension technique within it. But what was the identity of this nether turtle, with its body that was as big as a vast nether turtle and its aura that could shake an entire nether turtle ancestor? This grey-boned nether turtle was definitely far more powerful than the nether turtle ancestor. Its cultivation could no longer be measured by the universe realm. The so-called universe realm was clearly an ant in front of it. Except for the headless infant corpse and the great eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be an avatar of the great path of heaven, this was the first time Xian had seen such a terrifying existence in reality. Even the weeping soul blood horn and the demonic dragon phantom were far inferior to it because they were incomplete and illusory. It was also at this time that the battle lion tribe's elders, Zhan Tu, the eyebrowless ancestor, Long Ziwen, and nearly 10 other powerful figures of the universe realm and the surrounding void were stunned and muttered to themselves one after another. Nether turtle? Ancient nether turtle. The legend is actually true, it's actually true. Legend has it that there was a period of time between the primordial age and the ancient age, called the primordial age. The creatures of the primordial age were all direct descendants of the primordial age. After the ancient age, the ancestors of the various races of the present world appeared. They are not direct descendants of the primordial age, but were born from the primordial age after a generation. For example, the Nether Turtle clan's true bloodline ancestor should be the primordial Nether Turtle, and the void turtle of the primordial age is the bloodline source of the primordial Nether Turtle clan. Legend has it that after the primordial Nether Turtle died in the early ancient age, its obsession did not dissipate and turned into the Nether Turtle Sea's star domain will to protect this star domain. I didn't expect that all of this was true. The primordial Nether Turtle has appeared, and this is the star domain will of the entire Nether Turtle Sea. Heavens, where did this kid come from? Is he just the young master of the Netherworld Great Emperor from the primordial age? If so, why would the Nether Turtle ancestor give this ancient turtle shell to him? How is this the Nether Turtle ancestor's life source shell? It is clearly the only life source shell of the primordial Nether Turtle's body. As soon as these words were spoken, Xian came to a realization. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed in his heart. It turned out that this was only the projection of the primordial Nether Turtle's obsession and not its real body. Otherwise, if he could capture this primordial Nether Turtle that was comparable to a star domain, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3 universes in the future. However, it was better than nothing now. With the protection of the star domain will of the Nether Turtle Sea, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in this vast Nether Turtle Sea. At the very least, this battle lion race expert in front of him could absolutely crush him with a raise of his hand. No wonder that old bastard Nether Turtle ancestor did not even leave a universe stage Nether Turtle clan elder to him. After all, there was no need for that at all. He was holding the only life source shell left behind by the primordial Nether Turtle before its body collapsed. In this star domain, he could summon the star domain will to descend at any time. He was simply invincible, so why would he need any guards? Wahahaha. That old bastard Nether Turtle ancestor is really too evil. He actually deceived this ancestor. It was clearly the life source shell of the primordial Nether Turtle, but he insisted that it was his. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Come on, lion dog. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, come and kill this ancestor. Do you believe me when I say I'll kill you? At this moment, Xian looked like a top profligate who deserved a beating. This was intentional. After all, his current identity was the young master of the Netherworld lineage. Before he was sealed hundreds of millions of years ago, he was already a profligate young master of the primordial era. Now that he had lived to this day, he naturally had the right to look down on everyone. However, his current appearance was indeed too hateful. In the fleets of the top forces from the 3 planes of the universe, countless masters of the universe were glaring at him, gnashing their teeth in hatred. This guy's face was really asking for a beating. Unfortunately, no one dared to beat him up no matter how much he asked for a beating. At this moment, the mighty figure of the war lion race was so stifled that his entire old face had turned purple. The aura around his body surged and he clenched his fists tightly. However, he stood in the void thousands of miles away and did not dare to make a sound. Although he was a mighty figure of the universe, he was no different from an ant in the face of the primordial underworld dragon's will projection that could cover the entire Nether Turtle star field. When the primordial underworld dragon's true body completely collapsed in the early primordial era, the only piece of armor left behind was now in Xian's hands. This piece of armor was the switch that controlled the Nether Turtle star field's will. Currently, Xian held the power to kill. In this star field, he could directly destroy anyone he disliked. Yo, old lion dog, why aren't you making a sound? Why aren't you reacting to this ancestor's question? Are you deaf or mute? The mighty figure of the battle lion race didn't make a sound, but Xian didn't intend to let this go. In his opinion, a primordial era profligate like the Netherworld young master should be someone who wouldn't show mercy even if he was in the right. If the other party admitted defeat at this time, he would immediately let go of all previous enmity, which would instead arouse suspicion. They would think that he was guilty, therefore, Xian couldn't back down. The more it was like this, the more he had to beat the dog while it was down. Anyway, he had already killed the battle lion race's young master, roasted, and eaten. This enmity was too big to be resolved, so he didn't care to deepen it. It just so happened that he could also use this opportunity to ruthlessly beat up a universe almighty expert and help increase his despotic power. Yo! Old man, you're still not saying anything? Are you insisting on going against this ancestor's rhythm? You? You, me, you old bastard. Let me, you, I specialize in curing all kinds of things you. As he spoke, Xian rolled his eyes and instantly stepped forward. With a few large strides, he arrived in front of the supreme being of the war lion race. He glanced at the latter, whose face was filled with vigilance, and raised his hand to point at the will projection of the ancient nether turtle that was floating above the entire star field. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Look carefully, there's a super bastard up there staring at you. You old bastard, aren't you dissatisfied? This ancestor will now teach you how to be a human. No, it should be how to be a Pekingese. If he dares to fight back, kill him immediately." Yi Xian was practically roaring when he said the last sentence. He tightened his grip on the palm-sized ancient tortoiseshell and channeled another wisp of qi and blood energy into it. In an instant, the entire nether turtle star field shook slightly again. The war lion race's universe god realm expert's body trembled slightly. At this moment, he clearly felt that there was an indescribably terrifying and powerful aura that instantly locked onto his body. Not only the body, but the soul as well. He did not know what kind of method this was, but the chi could even lock onto the primordial spirit. It was simply unheard of. But there was one thing that he was extremely clear about, and that was if he dared make the slightest movement now, then he would immediately face the consequences of being obliterated in both body and soul. Even teleportation or tearing through space to escape from this region of stars was impossible. There was no chance at all, if it was said that this war lion race's universe god realm expert was full of resentment towards Yi Xian before, then now, as his entire body and primordial spirit were locked onto by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle that covered the entire nether turtle star field, the only thing left in his heart was boundless fear and panic. An extremely strong sense of life and death crisis enveloped his mind. At this moment, the war lion race's universe god realm expert suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Death, he had never been so close to him before. As long as this hateful fellow in front of him who made the roots of his teeth ache thought about it, he would instantly be reduced to ashes and not even a strand of hair would be left behind. He would be completely annihilated by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle hanging above his head. Faced with this unprecedented life and death crisis, the war lion race's universe god realm expert did not even dare to move his body, for fear that the slightest movement would lead to disaster. Of course, more importantly, Yi Xian, who was only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, was not much of a threat in his eyes. Even if he stood here and forcefully endured the other party's bombardment, at most he would be in a sorry state and suffer some minor injuries and lose face. Compared to being instantly obliterated by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle hanging above his head, even a fool would know what to choose. Boom. Old lion dog, does it feel good? Yi Xian's figure shot in front of the war lion race's universe god realm expert and punched out, causing an explosion in the air. Although he was in the nether body state right now, it did not mean that he could not use his physical body's blood energy. The strength of this punch far exceeded the war lion race's universe god realm expert's expectations. It was definitely not something that a 10th level Grotto Heaven realm expert could achieve. One had to know that Yi Xian cultivated his physical body's blood energy, mental energy, and the void dimension technique. He also had the demonic dragon bloodline and the nether bloodline. With all of these combined, he already had the overall strength to fight across realms. Although it was not to the extent of crossing 2 realms and reaching the 12th level, the void dimension realm, it was definitely not below the mid-late stage of the 11th level, the mystic light realm. The war lion race's universe god realm expert was caught off guard and was immediately blasted to the point that his blood energy surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, this was also the result of him not daring to use the energy in his body to resist. Otherwise, a mid-late stage mystic light realm expert wouldn't be able to injure a 15th level universe god realm expert and cause him to spit out blood. He'd long since seen that Yi Xian wanted to use him, the supreme expert of the universe, to establish his might and make him suffer some physical pain. Intimidated by the life and death crisis, the supreme expert of the war lion race could only grit his teeth and cooperate. He could only hope that this little bastard would achieve his goal and let him go after he was satisfied. As long as he left this sea of nether turtles, the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle above his head would not be able to affect the outside world. At that time, he would be completely safe. That's him. Is this a dream? I actually saw a universe realm expert being beaten up by a level 5 Grotto Heaven realm expert. Not only did he not dare to fight back, he didn't even circulate his energy to defend himself. He was forcefully punched to the point of spitting out blood. This is too humiliating. This ancestor Huan Ting from the Yin Devil clan is too powerful. Not only does he have the Nether Turtle Sea Star Domain Will as his backer, but his own strength is also extraordinary. He is only at the 10th level of the Heavenly Passage realm, and even if Universe Immortals didn't resist, they still wouldn't be able to make him cough up blood. This is at least the battle prowess of a middle or late stage mystic light realm cultivator. This person has the strength to fight across realms. Is it another peerless monster? This level of arrogance is indeed comparable to the invincible god of war and young master Ling Hu of the human clan. He does have a foundation, and he himself is a peerless monster-level existence. This time, the races of the second universe finally have a peerless genius born. I wonder if the Tianji clan, the overlords of the first universe, will do the same. Is this the golden age of the three universes coming together? Luo Yunyang thought. If this is really the case, then the battle that will break out soon will be extremely exciting. It will shake the world since ancient times. However, the theory of luck will fall into illusion. If the other two big planes also have peerless geniuses, then the theory that the human race will dominate this battle's luck will fall apart. The future is even harder to predict. It's full of uncertainties. We need to increase our cultivation as quickly as possible so that we can survive the upcoming war. Rumble. Awu, old lion dog, do you admit defeat or not? Boom, Yi Xian did not hold back at all as the experts of various forces in the surrounding void cried out in alarm. He kept punching and bombarding the War Lion clan's experts like sandbags. The War Lion clan's experts opened their mouths and spat out blood again. Their old face turned from purple to green. They were clearly angered to death. There was no doubt that after this battle, even if the mighty figure of the War Lion tribe could survive, he would become the laughingstock of the three universes henceforth. There had never been such an astonishing event. A mighty figure of the universe in the 15th realm was bombarded like a rubber ball by an existence at the 5th level of the Tao Insight realm in front of countless masters of the starry sky. Puff. With another punch from Yi Xian, the War Lion clan's experts spat out blood. Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts. By now, the Lion clan's experts. The War Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts, Lion clan battle, Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts. Perhaps, it was a combination of both. Not far away, in the void closest to where Yi Xian was bombarding the War Lion clan's experts, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu, the three elders of the Yin Demon clan, jumped up and stood in front of the tens of thousands of Yin demons like cheerleaders. They waved their hands and led the way. Soon, countless experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts, Lion clan's experts were shouting and waving their hands to lead the way. War Lion clan ancestor, number 1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heaven. War Lion clan ancestor, punch and kick. Lion-headed dog, cry bitterly, he was a War Lion clan's expert at the 15th level of the world realm. How could he endure such a scene when he was being beaten up by a cheerleader? As the shameless slogans came from the void not far away, the Qiankuan tribe elder of the battle lion race really wanted to cry. He really wanted to cry on the spot without a single shred of snot flowing out of his nose. In 3 different directions, Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, who were originally in their respective big fortresses, took advantage of the fact that the clan elders were not paying attention and slipped out. They rushed out of the big fortresses and converged in one direction like telepathy. Not long after, the 3 girls stood still in the void not far away from the battle circle. Their faces were full of suspicion as they stared at Yi Xian, who was cursing and beating up the War Lion clan's experts. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, as if they were going to dissect Yi Xian from the inside out. According to my analysis, the probability is at least 70%. Zhao Chanru's face was filled with mystery as she stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who was in the air in front of her. She lowered her voice and whispered to Xianyuan Ziying and Duanmu Xiaocha, "You all know that it's impossible for that guy to be banished to the turbulent void. He has too many tricks up his sleeve, so this definitely won't happen." Since then, there has been no news of him, and a netherworld young master has appeared in the second universe. This is too strange. Don't forget, this guy said when he was in the Heavenly Battle Star field that he would come to the second universe to wreak havoc. Speaking of this, Zhao Qianru curled her lips and said, Tisk, isn't this the right thing to do? No, Sister Qianru, you're wrong. Duanmu Xiaocha immediately shook her head and said, the probability of 70% is too low. In my opinion, the probability of that guy in front of us being him is at least 85%, or even as high as 90%. Haven't you noticed? This style is simply carved out of the same mold. He is not forgiving when he is in the right, and even more so when he is in the wrong. This kind of thing, other than this blind idol of mine, is there any other living person who can do it? Besides, this foodie's virtue is simply a carbon copy. There is absolutely no doubt about it. There is more than 80% chance that it is him. Pfft. As soon as Duanmu Xiaocha finished speaking, the purplish warbler covered her mouth and chuckled. She shook her head and sighed, it seems that the two of you don't know him very well. What do you mean by 70% or 85%? In my opinion, there is a 100% chance that it is that big bastard. At this point, Shan Yuanziying rolled her eyes and stealthily pointed her finger at the empty space in front of her. She patted her chest and said with certainty, if you don't believe me, just watch. After this guy gives that guy a good beating, he'll definitely use the same old trick again. He'll either ask for compensation for his hard work or medical fees. He won't see if that guy is coughing up blood, but he's definitely sprained his wrist after beating him up for so long. He'll definitely clamor for compensation. Hearing this, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were shocked and gasped. Ah? It can't be? So shameless? My goodness, Ziying, you know him very well. But if this is the case, can we still say that we know him when we go out in the future? Before the two of them could finish speaking, Yi Xian, who was indeed a little out of breath from the beating, suddenly sneezed. He stopped moving, rubbed his nose, rolled his eyes, and glared at the war lion race's supreme expert, who had a bloody nose and a swollen mouth. What are you looking at? I sprained my wrist in order to cure you. How are we going to calculate the medical fees? You tell me yourself. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Subduing Others with Virtue. Pft. Young Master Netherworld, don't go too far. The Battle Lion Tribe Elder, who had been holding back his anger after being beaten by Yi Xian, finally couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly turned ferocious as he glared fiercely at Yi Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, this is too much. Our leader won't self-destruct. Even if he dies, he'll definitely drag you down with him. He was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. It was bad enough that a mighty figure of heaven and earth was beaten up by Yi Xian in public, but he still wanted to blackmail him. Couldn't you find another excuse to blackmail him? He even said that he sprained his hand and wanted to pay for his medical fees. What the F***ck? A mighty figure of heaven and earth was so angry that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who was he going to find to pay for this? Oh my. Your temper is rising. But it's understandable. It's normal for you to be angry after being beaten up. But why is your IQ dropping so quickly? Yi Xian was calm and unafraid. He was still sarcastic, and his words were full of mockery and ridicule. This ancestor remembers that I didn't hit your head just now. Could it be that you were so angry that you broke it? Humph, with this super bastard above us, the entire sea of nether turtles is under our control. You want to self-destruct as a mere mighty figure of heaven and earth? Do you think that's possible? You. The Battle Lion Tribe Elder's face turned green again. He squeezed out a word with great difficulty, but he couldn't finish it. With the projection of the primordial nether turtles well above him, he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. He was just trying to scare Yi Xian and put up a strong front. Now, it seemed that it was useless. This guy was indeed from the primordial age and had seen much of the world. If he wasn't a Grotto Heaven Realm Jr., the self-destruction of a mighty figure of heaven and earth wouldn't scare him at all. At this point, the Battle Lion Tribe Elder was completely defeated. He didn't dare to bargain with Yi Xian anymore. He could see that this guy was tired of beating him up and didn't intend to do anything else. Now, he just wanted to get some reward for his hard work. It would be fine if he was the Battle Lion Tribe Elder. Since this old, the Battle Lion Tribe Elder Translation, the Battle Lion Tribe Art Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Lion. The Battle Lion Tribe Elder was still. And the Lion Tribe Elder. The Lion Battle Lion Tribe. Was the Lion Dragon Tribe Elder Translation. The lion was with Sea Realm? Elder in translation and translation? Translation. After all, there were so many fleets in the Sea of Nether Turtles right now, and all the top-rate powers of the 3 dimensions of the universe had gathered here. With his current reserves, who couldn't he plunder? With that thought in mind, the Xianxia tribe elder from the Battle Lion tribe cowered. The ferocious look on his face disappeared. Although he was still expressionless, he did not dare to put up a strong front. Even his voice had become much weaker. Fine, I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? *CK your mother. Yi Xian was immediately infuriated. The other party's attitude of giving alms made him quite unhappy. He glared and said, this old man was deliberately tactful and said that it was medical expenses. You old lion dog, you actually don't know how to appreciate favors. If you continue to dawdle, do you believe that this old ancestor will directly detain you and then send someone to your Battle Lion tribe to ask for a ransom? Kidnapping. Pooh. *CK. The War Lion race's universe supreme being really couldn't hold it in, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. If he gave it up now, on the surface, it was to compensate for the medical expenses, which was barely acceptable. However, if this fellow really shed all pretense of cordiality and directly detained him and sent someone to the tribe to ask for a ransom, then he really wouldn't have the face to continue living. A dignified universe supreme being, the elder of the Battle Lion race in the second universe, was actually kidnapped and extorted for a ransom. This was definitely unprecedented and unheard of in history. This old ancestor's patience is limited. I'll give you 3 minutes to pay for the medical expenses. As for the specific standards, that will depend on your sincerity. Since he had already spoken, Yi Xian had no more scruples. He immediately waved his hand. If this old ancestor is satisfied, you can turn around and scram. Otherwise, that bastard up there has been bored for a while. It's time to let it exercise its muscles and bones. This was a blatant threat. Either he gave enough, or he would directly kill it if it was not enough. The War Lion race's Xianxia race's body trembled. Everything that happened today made him doubt his life. It was too painful. Whoosh. As the War Lion race's universe supreme being gnashed his teeth, a small space box was shot out by the War Lion race's universe supreme being toward Yi Xian. The latter caught it and used his divine sense to investigate it. Immediately, he beamed with joy. As expected of a universe supreme being, he was too rich. Although this small space box was not eye-catching, there were many things inside. There were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as rare minerals. Among them, there were even some precious medicines needed to concoct level 14 and 15 liquids, which could even be used to refine great medicines of heaven and earth with the Shinnon cauldron. As for other kinds of magic treasures, there were countless battle weapons, armors, and small private warships, as well as some other treasures with special purposes. In addition, there were also many cultivation resources. Yi Xian saw more than 30 level 9 colored star core origins. Although he did not care about these things and still had a few cubic meters of them, to an ordinary star sky expert, they were definitely top-notch resources. As expected of a universe supreme being. Although the resources in this small space box could not compare to the resources in the Black Wind Scout Fortress, it was still about 30% to 30% of the total. Even to Yi Xian, it was a windfall. This old man was not an ordinary person who was afraid of death. In order to buy his life, he probably took out at least half of the cultivation resources in his hands. That's right. We are all civilized people. If you hurt someone, as long as you are willing to pay for the medical expenses, we can still be good friends. With a flip of his hand, Yi Xian kept the small space box in his undying world. Immediately, his expression changed into a smile. This old ancestor has always won people over with virtue. Old friend, take care, I won't see you out. Although these words were infuriating, to the Xianxia tribe elder of the Battle Lion tribe, it was no different from the sound of an immortal from the outer realm. He snorted coldly, turned around, and rushed into the pitch-black starry sky fortress behind him. With this snort, Yi Xian's anger was ignited again. Originally, he really wanted to let the other party go. Who would have thought that this fellow would not learn from his beatings? Before he even left the Sea of Nether Turtles, he actually put on a straight face and even dared to snort. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Eh? If you want to leave, then leave. Why did you come to this ancestor's starry sky fortress? Hurry up and get rid of all the Pekingese inside. Leave the fortress behind. This ancestor finds it pleasing to the eye and keeps it for fun." In other words, this was clearly the rhythm of extorting 100,000 meters of starry sky fortress from the other party. A second ago, he was still talking about using virtue to win people over. This scene had long stunned the experts of the various powers in the surrounding void. At the same time, they suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Translator, trans and editor, trans and translator, trans and editor, trans and although space battleships and other technological elements of the human race had been popularized in the second universe for a long time, space battleships were imported goods to the various races of the Federation of the second universe. They did not have powerful research and development abilities. Therefore, although they could build some planetary-level battleships with a length of 1,000 meters and star-level battleships with a length of 3,000 meters, they could build them. Even the top 10 races of the Federation of the Second Universe could build small fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. They had long obtained starship construction assembly lines from the human race through the Wanluo Federation. However, small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and large space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could only be imported. Even the top 10 races of the second universe did not have many space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Each race only had about 20 of them, and all of them were guarded by powerful beings of the universe. Even the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm, did not have the qualifications to be allocated one. Therefore, for the Battle Lion race, this pitch-black Black Lion space fortress was definitely an important resource. It belonged to this powerful being of the Battle Lion race. Without a doubt, once he handed it over, this powerful being of the Battle Lion race would no longer have a space fortress. Even if he could get another one in the future, he would have to pay a heavy price. The relationship between the human race and the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe was tense. For this kind of strategic resource, the export of it would definitely be very strict. Even so, the meat that should be cut had to be cut. In the end, the enraged Battle Lion race's Qianquan race's elder stepped out of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress with a large number of Battle Lion race's clansmen following behind him with their tails between their legs. They left the Nether Turtle Sea Star region with their tails between their legs. Along the way, whether it was the Battle Lion race's Qianquan tribe elder or the large number of Battle Lion race clansmen following behind him, none of them made a sound because the terrifying giant tortoise projection above their heads could still be seen. Not long after they had completely left the star field of the Nether Turtle Sea, the Battle Lion race's Qianquan tribe elder raised his head and let out a roar. Roar! Little bastard of the Netherworld, you have gone too far. My Battle Lion race will definitely not let this matter rest. You think you can do whatever you want just because you control the will of the Sea of Hellish Turtles? Our race naturally has a way to resolve this matter. Just wait and see. Roar. Amidst his roars, the Battle Lion race elder and many Battle Lion race Atlas Studios editor, David Hua Luo David Absolute, at the same time in the Sea of Hellish Turtles, after the War Lion race's Qianquan race elder left with a large number of War Lion race clansmen behind him, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the empty Black Lion into his undying world. Yi Xian truly didn't have the ability to keep the other party here. Of course, this referred to the situation where he didn't use the Headless Infant's corpse, the Thunder Emperor's seal, the Fallen Sky Bow, and other powerful divine abilities and treasures from the primordial era. Just by relying on the primordial Netherworld Turtle's will projection above his head, he would not be able to kill the Battle Lion race elder. Not long after the other party left, Yi Xian tried to communicate with the will of the ancient Nether Turtle that was floating above his head and covered the entire Nether Turtle star field. He wanted the other party to take advantage of the fact that the War Lion race was far away and kill him from afar. Unfortunately, the response he received disappointed him greatly. The primordial netherworld turtle's will projection only protected the life armor in Yi Xian's hand. It did not care about anything else. In other words, even if Yi Xian had the life armor, the primordial netherworld turtle's will projection would not care even if Yi Xian threatened it. If Yi Xian was forced into a corner and wanted to destroy the life armor, the primordial netherworld turtle's will projection might destroy him first. This result caused cold sweat to appear on Yi Xian's back. He hurriedly put away the nether turtle life armor in his hand, afraid that if it fell and broke, the will projection of the primordial nether turtle would fight him to the death. Fortunately, only he was aware of all of this, and it was because he'd received a strand of the consciousness of the nether turtle's projection. Everyone else was completely unaware of this, otherwise, he would probably immediately become a rat that was despised by everyone in this nether turtle sea. Without the threat of the primordial nether turtle's will projection, the masters in the fleets of the top forces from the 3 realms of the universe would definitely attack him because he had already incurred the wrath of the masses. But now, Yi Xian realized that the trump card in his hand was actually just a vase. After looking at it but not being of use, Yi Xian immediately had other thoughts in his mind. He would be a bastard if he did not take advantage of the situation. He had to take advantage of the fact that these guys had not found out the truth and the deterrent effect of the life armor in his hand was still there. He had to take action immediately. He had to take advantage of these guys first. Otherwise, once he was exposed, he would not have the chance to take advantage of them. He would regret it forever. In any case, his current identity was that of the patriarch of the Een Devil race, young Master Netherworld. Even if he incurred the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, he could just leave and no one would know who he was. The Een Devil race would take the blame. Thinking like this, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. Because he'd already put away his lifebound tortoise shell, the will projection of the ancient nether turtle that was slowly fading away. He turned around and looked at the fleets of the various powers in the surrounding space. He cleared his throat, put his hands behind his back, and immediately said in a strange tone, "Fellow Taoists, this patriarch has always won people over with virtue. It can be said that I have a compassionate heart." Speaking of this, he saw that the nearby fleets had begun to retreat one after another. It was as if they couldn't afford to provoke them, but they could still avoid them. His face immediately sank, and there was a look of displeasure on his face. Then, he continued, "The Nether Turtle Sea is a mixed bag of good and bad people. Don't be fooled by the fact that you have a lot of people. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but you may not know who is who. It is very possible that there are bandits in this place." Originally, this matter had nothing to do with this patriarch, but this patriarch has always been compassionate and compassionate. It just so happens that the Nether Turtle sees Will as a friend who has gone through thick and thin with this patriarch. How can this patriarch stand idly by when bandits are happening here? So, don't panic. I don't dare to say anything else, but as long as this patriarch is still alive, and as long as you haven't stepped out of this Nether Turtle Sea, this patriarch will take care of the safety of all of you. I will absolutely not allow any accidents to happen to you. Come, little 7, little 8, you lead the old bastards in the clan to register the surrounding fellow Taoists. This is for their safety. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. This young man is so fair, protection fee, for everyone's safety, persuading people with virtue. I really admire your mother. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the experts from the various great powers in the surrounding fleets from the 3 great universes were stunned for a moment. Then, they were all enraged. All of them glared at Yi Xian fiercely, as if they would never submit. Although the universe realm expert from the Battle Lion race was in a miserable state, he deserved it. He was courting death by provoking the Een Demon clan. He deserved to end up like this. However, the experts of the various forces in the surrounding fleets were all innocent. They had nothing to do with the Een Devil clan or this shameless netherworld young master. If they were blackmailed by him even like this, they really couldn't swallow their resentment. How could he have the face to say that it's fine if it's just a little bit and use the compensation standard of that universe realm elder from the Battle Lion race? He had been blackmailed with a small space box of cultivation resources and a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With such a standard, some of the fleets in the surrounding void couldn't even take out such a standard. some of the powers had come with 10,000-meter-long fortresses or even 3,000-meter-long ordinary stellar-level battleships to join in the fun. According to that standard, even if they pawned the underwear of all the experts in the fleets, they still wouldn't be able to gather enough. Besides, why should they pay a protection fee for no reason? Right now, there were over 100 great forces in the surrounding void. Could it be that the Netherworld young master could annihilate all of them in a fit of rage? If that was the case, he would never think of leaving the Netherworld Turtle Sea again. He would just hide here and live out the rest of his life. Once he went out, he would be suppressed immediately. He had offended all the top powers in the 3 universes. How could he survive outside? With that in mind, all the experts in the fleets immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, they absolutely could not be the first to stand out. That guy was probably thinking of making an example out of the unlucky one to set an example for the rest. Because of this, the few fleets that were retreating quickly and wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible all stopped as if they had agreed. They couldn't run at this time, or they would immediately be targeted. For a time, the entire expanse of space was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, and the atmosphere was strange to the extreme. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression immediately darkened. Looks like they aren't giving me any face at all. Could it be that they really think that the law won't punish the majority and I won't be able to do anything about it? Wasn't it just to catch a bird that stuck its head out and kill the chicken to warn the monkey? This ancestor has plenty of ways to complete this matter reasonably. I will definitely not allow anyone to find fault with it, lest this group of people find fault and come together to seek revenge, which will mess up the situation. Thinking like this, Xian sneered inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. He slowly turned his head and swept his gaze over the starry sky masters around the fleets. Suddenly, he saw 2 familiar figures next to the fleet of the immortal army from the dynasty, the imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, and the eldest prince, Long Xiang. Among the 5 princes, Long Xiang was originally the one with the greatest chance to become the crown prince of the dynasty. Ever since Prince Xian was sent to the Deathmaster Starfield, he was the most active of the 5 princes. Previously, when he went to the Heavenly Battle Starfield, Yi Xian, using the identity of young Master Ling Hu, had beaten him into a pig's head. He didn't expect this guy to be so thick-skinned. The swelling on his head had probably just disappeared not long ago, but he actually ran to the Netherworld Turtle Sea of Universe 2. He clearly wanted to seize the primordial treasure, Yen Luo, so that he could use it as a bargaining chip to obtain the crown prince of the dynasty in the future. It's him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up. He raised his hand and pinched his thumb and middle finger, then winked at the eldest prince, Long Xiang, who was in the distant void. Then, he smiled charmingly and said softly, "This little brother's face is so fair. Come, I like people with fair skin the most. I met one before, but I didn't expect to be so disappointing. It's rare to meet a little brother again. Come, this ancestor serves. No, I should treat you to a drink." As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved at the eldest prince, winking at him. Oh my God, the latter was caught off guard and was so frightened that he cried out for his mother on the spot. He almost fell on his butt in the void. His face turned green in an instant, full of horror. How could this perverted old monster be up to no good when he called him over? What, treating him to a drink? It was simply nonsense. He couldn't wait to blurt it out. He was obviously going to serve the hole behind him. The example of Hongdou Lifeng was still in front of him. That was the result of him directly poking the hole until it cracked. When he thought of that result, half of Long Xiang's soul flew away. His face turned from green to white in an instant. He looked at the imperial elder, Long Ziwen, with a sad face. With tears streaming down his face, he begged bitterly, Ancestor Ziwen, save me, save me." In the face of this unexpected scene, the imperial elder, Long Ziwen, was also dumbfounded. Then, his face became incomparably gloomy, but he didn't say anything for a while. He was secretly calculating and analyzing in his heart. Yi Xian suddenly pointed his spear at Long Xiang. Did he really take a fancy to his soft skin and tender flesh, or did he do it on purpose? His goal was to provoke a dispute and make an example out of him. If it were another time and another place, this kind of thinking and consideration would naturally be unnecessary. However, it was different now. The old monster opposite was too strong. Even the star domains will of the entire sea of hellish turtles was in his hands. Even with Long Ziwen's almighty means, he couldn't jump around at all. Didn't he see the local tyrant of the second universe, the Xianxia elder of the battle lion race, which was ranked third among the various races of the Federation, being dealt with so miserably? Long Xiang was the eldest prince of the dynasty, so he naturally had to be saved. However, it was also because of this that he had to be more cautious. In the face of the current situation, if he wanted to put on airs as an almighty in the universe, it would definitely not end well. It didn't matter if he, Long Ziwen, was beaten up and lost face. However, if he really allowed the eldest prince of the dynasty to be toyed with by that old pervert, the entire immortal dynasty's reputation would be swept to the ground. That would be a great sin. Thinking of this, Long Ziwen's eyes couldn't help but flash. At this moment, he had even prepared for the worst. If it really couldn't be done, even if he had to personally kill Long Xiang on the spot, he definitely couldn't let the old monster toyed with him. Although it would also be a great loss of face, at least the dynasty's reputation would be preserved. This flash of light from the bottom of Long Ziwen's eyes was coincidentally seen by Long Xiang, who was pulling on his lapel and pleading. He knew this patriarch Ziwen very well. At the same time, as the imperial prince of the immortal dynasty, Long Xiang and Long Ziwen's perspective on this matter were basically the same. Therefore, he immediately understood the meaning of this flash of light. In an instant, a deep sense of despair surfaced in Long Xiang's heart. He didn't want to die. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a pain in the ass, for Long Xiang, this was too much for him to accept. His future was definitely limitless. Soon, he would be able to obtain the position of crown prince of the dynasty. How could he die prematurely? Because of something that no one else could talk about. He was unwilling, he was on the verge of being driven mad, he was on the verge of hysteria. The rims of his eyes had instantly turned blood red. Since Patriarch Ziwen was unreliable and he had prepared for the worst, he could just kill him on the spot to protect the reputation of the imperial dynasty. Then, he could only rely on himself. With bloodshot eyes, Long Xiang looked around, trying to find a way to divert this disaster. Hongdou and Lai Feng's miserable state had left too deep an impression on him. He had never considered the possibility that this abnormal old monster was deliberately stirring up trouble, using this opportunity to find a bird that stood out and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Even if he had considered it, he did not dare to gamble. This concerned his own life, therefore, he would rather believe that the old monster in front of him really liked fair and clean people because this was his only hope. If the old monster really liked fair and clean people, then with so many starry sky experts in the surrounding void, wouldn't it be possible to find someone more pleasing to the old monster's eyes than him? If it was in the past, he, who liked to put on a pretentious and benevolent image, would naturally not do such a thing in front of so many powerhouses. But now, he couldn't care less about it at all. His bloodshot eyes quickly swept over the three girls, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, who were not far away. The three girls were all devastatingly beautiful women. Naturally, they were many times fairer and more pleasing to the eye than him. However, this perverted old demon seemed to have a liking for men. He wondered if he would fancy these three girls. Long Xiang was nervous, but he could not care less. He had to take a gamble. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at the three girls, the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, and shouted, "Patriarch, if you want to talk about fair and clean, how can I be as fair and clean as those three? Look, her skin is as tender as jade, and her skin is as smooth as cream. That's the best." The expressions of old man Shan Yuan, the representatives of the Duanmu family, and Bodhi biogenetics changed drastically when they heard this. Their gazes were filled with hostility. "First Prince, what is the meaning of this? This is too much." "That's right. You are so shameless. You are a direct descendant of the dynasty. How dare you do this in front of the elites from the top factions of the three universes? Patriarch Ziwen, I don't think it's appropriate. The imperial family should give us an explanation." Long Ziwen's face instantly turned gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Instead, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He subconsciously looked at the void where the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were. The three girls were absolutely stunning. Any man would be tempted by them. However, the old monster opposite them seemed to like Xiang. He wondered if this plan would work. That was right. Although Xiang's plan was unkind and would more or less cause the immortal dynasty to be criticized behind their backs, it was not a serious matter. After all, it would be resolved with a little explanation. It was better than letting the first prince of the imperial family be humiliated or killed in front of everyone. Therefore, even in Long Ziwen's heart, he actually agreed with Xiang's plan. How could he care so much when it was a matter of life and death? Seeing his reaction, old man Xianyuan, the leader of the Duanmu family, and the representative of Bodhi biogenetics were so angry that their faces turned green. Their chests were heaving up and down. Even Patriarch Long Ziwen, who led the team from the dynasty, had this idea. What else could they say? Even if they could complain to the dynasty about this, they could not continue to reprimand him. Moreover, their hearts were in their throats at this moment. That perverted old demon was indeed lustful. This had already been proven. That cracked part of Hong Do's Liefeng's body was proof. However, a pervert with lustful desires might not necessarily dislike women. Those three girls were so fair and attractive. If the old guy was really moved by them, thinking of this, old man Xianyuan and the other two felt their hearts twitch. They looked at the void where Yixian was standing in horror. At the same time, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru did the same. They looked at Yixian with cold smiles and actually took the initiative to talk to him. Oh, Patriarch Huan, is it? You're very hospitable. You're an existence who lived from the primordial age to the present. Since you like to drink so much, could it be that your father also made some spiritual wine from the primordial age and sealed it with you and kept it until today? That's good stuff. Are you really going to let others taste it? Of course we are. The three of us are girls. I guess we don't meet your requirements? But since we're so fair and clean, why don't you make an exception and let us drink a pot of wine? Since you didn't say anything, we'll take your silence as a yes. We're coming. Sisters, let's go. As they spoke, the three girls' figures flashed, and their faces darkened as they shot toward the void where the Een Demon clan's camp was located. This scene was too strange, and it stunned all the experts in the surrounding void. The expressions of old man Xianyuan, clan master Duanmu, and the person in charge of Bodhi biogenetics changed drastically. Their entire minds were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They didn't know what the three girls were doing all of a sudden. Looking at their attitude, it seemed that they couldn't wait to jump into that perverted old demon's 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot and let him play with it. As for the first prince, Xiang, who had been thinking about whether or not his plan would succeed, he opened his mouth wide in surprise. His face was filled with shock as he muttered to himself, Is this prince hallucinating? As for Yixian, he was defeated in an instant. When he subconsciously turned his head and met the eyes of the three girls, Yixian's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. And now, as the words of these three girls came out of their mouths, it completely confirmed the guess in his heart. Damn it, do these three girls really have the same nose as a dog's? This young master already has the netherworld physique, how could they still recognize me? Of course, it didn't matter if they recognized him, but the key was that he had promised last time that the next time they met, he would definitely refine their armor a second or even third time. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to fulfill this promise. The materials and armor for the last 2 times were still in Yixian's undying world. Looking at the three girls, it was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. If he could not complete the task this time, he was afraid that they would come to settle the score with him. Thinking of this, Yixian subconsciously shrunk his neck. He turned around and hid in the 9 dragons Azure Phoenix chariot behind him. Sorry, this ancestor is feeling a little unwell. I need to rest for a while. When they saw this scene, Xianyuan Ziying and the other 2 girls who quickly arrived immediately started teasing him. Feeling a little unwell? Ancestor, are you okay? TSK, you're feeling unwell after seeing us 3 beauties. Ancestor, your behavior is very suspicious. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Old Bastard, how dare you, bang. Bang, when Yixian heard the 2 words, he felt his vision go dark. He almost fell down from the 9 dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage. These 3 girls seemed to hold a deep grudge against him. They were even more ferocious than before. No, this time, he couldn't fool them, otherwise, something big would definitely happen. Fortunately, their armor had only been refined once before. Even if he refined it twice now, it wouldn't take much time. I just need to ask them to wait outside for a while. However, this matter is too strange. I have to explain it. Otherwise, the experts of the various forces in the void will be suspicious. It will be troublesome if I ruin it. Although Yixian didn't turn around, his voice was loud and clear. 3 beauties, please wait for a while. This ancestor's 9-dragon Cyan Phoenix carriage is a little messy. 3 beauties, I can't be rude and make a fool of myself. Please wait for a while. I'll clean it up right away. Hearing this, the experts in the fleets of the various forces in the void suddenly understood. Disdain appeared on their faces. This old man is really bad. He kills both men and women. Moreover, he seems to be even more impatient when it comes to women. When he saw the 3 beauties coming to him, he was afraid that the mess in the carriage would make the beauties unhappy. He actually hurriedly went inside to clean up first. Only old man Xianyuan, clan master Duanmu, and the person in charge of Bodhi biogenetics were anxious like ants on a hot pot. They couldn't wait to rush over and snatch the 3 purplish warbler girls back. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to do that. Because if they did, they would be the ones who stood out. They were afraid that they would be killed on the spot by that temperamental perverted old demon as a warning to the rest. In addition, in another void, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Zhan Tu, frowned and subconsciously exchanged glances with the ancestor next to him. The latter's eyes flashed. Although he didn't say anything, he raised his hand and pinched his fingers to calculate. His bald eyebrows were tightly knitted. At this time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru had also arrived beside the 9-dragon Cyan Phoenix carriage. The 3 girls obviously saw through Yixian's thoughts and snorted. Seeing that he wanted to make up for it, they didn't say anything more and just stood beside the carriage. Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao hurriedly came over with smiles on their faces and carefully served them. This was the prey that the ancestor had his eyes on. Moreover, from the ancestor's reaction, he seemed to be very nervous. They had to serve them carefully. Who knows, they might become their 3 ancestors in the future. If the 3 purplish warbler girls knew what they were thinking at this time, they would probably go crazy and kill them on the spot. With Yixian holding the fort, no matter how high the 3 old men's cultivation was, they definitely wouldn't dare to fight back. After entering the 9-dragon Cyan Phoenix carriage, Yixian didn't dare to delay at all. He immediately entered the carriage's secret chamber. After activating the restriction, he immediately took out the 3 girls' armors from the undying world in his body, as well as 3 treasures for the second refinement. Then, he immediately ordered the devouring system to start the second refinement. Although the 3 sets of armor were being refined at the same time, both the system and Yixian were far from what they were in the past. They had grown too much, and the 3 sets of armor were only being refined for the second time, so it wasn't too complicated. Therefore, after the time it took to eat a meal, the refinement was completed. Yixian didn't stop. He took out the treasures for the 3rd refinement and immediately started the refinement again. This time, the refinement took slightly longer, but it only took about an hour before it ended. Fortunately, there weren't any accidents along the way. In less than 2 hours, the 3 armors were successfully refined for the 3rd time. They were completely different from before, dazzling and dazzling. This time, I can finally report back. Yixian raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He heaved a long sigh of relief and stepped out of the 9-dragon Cyan Phoenix carriage. When he turned around, he saw the 3 purplish warbler beauties with cold faces. He immediately put on a smile on his face. 3 beauties, I'm sorry. It's really too messy inside. It took a while to clean up, but there's no problem now. Please come in, come in. After he finished speaking, he turned around and scolded, "What are you waiting for? This ancestor wants to entertain the human beauties. Why are you staying here and being an eyesore? Get out now, all of you." There were originally hundreds of beautiful demon maids in the 9-dragon Cyan Phoenix carriage. When they heard Yixian's scolding, they all immediately moved and walked out of the carriage. Then, Yixian led the 3 purplish warbler beauties into the Phoenix carriage. Old Man Xianxia, family head Duanmu, and the person in charge of Bodhi biogenetics in the void in the distance beat their chests and stamped their feet, but they couldn't do anything. The fleets in the surrounding space didn't leave because it was meaningless. Unless they retreated from the Nether Turtle Ocean, otherwise, no matter how far they fled, the Nether Turtle Ocean would be able to instantly annihilate them with a mere will projection of the primordial Nether Turtle. After all, the Nether Turtle Ocean was huge enough to cover the entire Nether Turtle Ocean. At the same time, inside the 9 Dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage, after the hundreds of demon maids left, this was the world of Yixian and the purplish warbler beauties. As a primordial treasure, the 9 Dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage didn't have any offensive abilities. All of its power was reflected in defense and extravagance. Therefore, even the most powerful beings in the universe couldn't spy on everything inside the Phoenix carriage. This was something that all the major powers had tested before. The 3 purplish warbler beauties all knew this, so they immediately relaxed when the Phoenix carriage's curtains fell. Little Xianxia, you're really something. The outside world thought you were exiled to the turbulent void. I didn't expect you to be living so comfortably. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're actually an ancestor of a clan and hundreds of beautiful maids. Is this a money-squandering cave? Are you drunk and dreaming? So what? You don't even have the mood to care about our precious armor. Don't think we don't know that you were cramming for nearly 2 hours just now, right? Humph, you didn't take my important matter seriously. You decide how you want to settle this matter. As they spoke, the 3 beauties frowned and looked like they were about to rush out and expose Yi Xian's true identity and background. Yi Xian immediately panicked. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out the 3 female cultivators' precious armors that had just been refined for the 3rd time. In an instant, the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage was overflowing with precious light. The 3 precious armors floated in front of Yi Xian. It was too beautiful. The 3 beauties immediately cried out in surprise, "Wow, oh yeah. Heavens, because they were too excited and their voices were too loud, Yi Xian didn't turn on the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage's restriction to silent mode. Therefore, the 3 beauties' cries accidentally spread out and were heard by the experts of the major powers in the surrounding void. Old Man Xianxia, Clan Master Duanmu, and the person in charge of Bodhi biogenetics were immediately enraged. They even thought that the old pervert in the Phoenix carriage had gone berserk and was forcing himself on them. They couldn't care less about anything else and rushed out with a roar. Old bastard, how dare you? Wow, you're too shameless. Suspicion creeps in. Oh no, we seem to have screamed too coquettishly, the people outside seem to have misunderstood. You damned girl, what do you mean we screamed too coquettishly? You're going to be the death of me. It's all this guy's fault, he made our armor so beautiful and mighty. The sisters couldn't help themselves. Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru all cried out in alarm when they heard the angry roars of Old Man Xianyuan and Clan Master Duanmu. Duanmu Xiaocha, who had always been a loose talker, suddenly blurted out a coquettish word. Xianyuan Ziying and Zhao Qianru immediately blushed and chased after her to beat her up. For a moment, the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage was filled with boundless spring breeze. The 3 peerless beauties were far more charming than the 100 demon clan maids from before, causing Yi Xian to be stunned. Fortunately, the 3 girls knew their limits and knew that now was not the time to make a fuss. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Old Man Xianyuan and the rest were to fight with Yin Qi and the others outside. They didn't even have the time to carefully appraise the armor that had just been refined for the 3rd time. After hurriedly handing over the treasures for the 4th time to Yi Xian, they reluctantly walked out of the 9 Dragons Azure Luan carriage. Before the 3 girls lifted the curtain, Yi Xian had already kept the 3 armor and the treasures that had been refined for the 4th time into his undying world. Then, he regained his composure and followed the 3 purplish warbler girls out of the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage with his hands behind his back. Although the 3 of you are fair and clean, you're still too noisy. You don't even have a lump in your throat, this ancestor really doesn't like it. Quickly leave, otherwise don't blame this ancestor for slapping you to death. As soon as they exited the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He looked at the 3 purplish warbler girls who had grievances written all over their faces and sternly scolded, "Humph, you wasted 3 cups of this ancestor's spirit wine for nothing." At this moment, Old Man Xianyuan, Patriarch Duanmu, and the person in charge of Bodhi biogenetics were right in front of the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. When they saw the three ladies of the purplish warbler, who were completely unscathed, and their dresses and hairpins were not messed up at all, coupled with Xianxia's words, they immediately understood what was going on. They stared at him as if they had just seen a ghost, completely speechless. After messing around for so long, this old man was actually a serious homosexual. 3 such delicate beauties delivered themselves to his door, but because they didn't have a Adam's apple, they were actually chased out. What the F***ck, old man Xianyuan and the other 2 didn't dare to say anything on the surface. They hurriedly dragged the 3 ladies of the purplish warbler who were still praising the ancestors' spirit wine and hurriedly returned to their respective space fortresses. Next, they would definitely send someone to ground the 3 girls. They were really troublesome and had such big guts that it made people's hair stand on end. They had to be on guard, in the surrounding void, in the fleets of the top forces from the 3 dimensions of the universe. Countless starry sky masters had extremely strange expressions on their faces. This ancestor of the Een demon clan was so strange that they were completely speechless. As for the imperial crown prince, Long Xiang, he had already fled to a small fortress of the immortal army with his tail between his legs. He definitely wouldn't dare to show his face for a while. If that old monster were to take a fancy to him again, he would really die. Yi Xian didn't plan to torment that guy anymore. It was more important to get down to business first. As the 3 ladies of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were dragged away by their respective elders, his expression completely darkened. He turned around and scanned the fleets in the surrounding void. When he saw that no one had taken the opportunity to escape when he was refining the 3 ladies' armor, his expression eased a little. Then, he said in a muffled voice, "Very good. It seems that you all still trust this ancestor. In that case, the protection fee I mentioned earlier will be waived. However, this is after all my territory. If you want to search for treasures here, you should at least show some appreciation, right? This ancestor won't set any standards. All of you, prepare your own gifts and present them to me. As long as they are acceptable, this ancestor won't care too much. Otherwise, if anyone wants to treat this ancestor like a beggar and treat me like one, the consequences will be, you'll have to think about it yourselves." At this, the experts in the surrounding void heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked gratefully at the 3 bastions of the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and Bodhi biogenetics. Their eyes were full of gratitude. This old monster was obviously disgusted by the 3 girls just now, which affected his mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Since Yi Xian had lowered his standards, or perhaps it could be said that he didn't set any standards at all, the leaders in the surrounding void were all excited. This old monster was temperamental. On one hand, he was doing extremely shameless things. On the other hand, he could shamelessly say that he would win people over by virtue. It was rare that he had loosened up, so they had to take advantage of this opportunity to get this matter done quickly. Otherwise, who knew when he would suddenly change his mind? At that time, it would be troublesome. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable to hand over some resources and treasures for no reason, who asked the primordial treasure, the Silk of Desire, to appear in this dark turtle sea. At present, this star field was almost completely under the control of old monster Huan Tan. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they had no choice but to pay to avoid disaster. After all, the Silk of Desire was not an ordinary primordial treasure. Not only was it impervious to water and fire, the beautiful women embroidered on both sides of it were also ancient existences whose spiritual sense had been absorbed by the treasure. It was one of the 9 great evil treasures of the primordial era. It was said that after refining this treasure, there would be a chance to reforge the soul of the primordial demon, who was sealed inside the silk until only a trace of spiritual sense was left, and reappear in the human world as a slave or servant, at the disposal of the master. None of the major powers were unmoved by such a precious treasure. The scale of the fleets of the major powers that had entered the Dark Turtle Sea was so large that it far exceeded the scale of young Master Ling Hu's sudden appearance in the heavenly battle starfield. Therefore, for this treasure, it was acceptable for the major powers to pay some dispensable treasures and resources. As long as they didn't act like the Qianquan elder of the battle lion race, they would be fine. With this thought in mind, almost all the major powers of the 3 universes in the surrounding void began to move. Holding the idea of paying to avoid disaster, they all prepared some treasures and resources, put them in a small space box, and sent people to deliver them to the corner of the void occupied by the Yin demon race. For Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao, they had never been so glorious in their lives. Almost all the major powers of the three universes had arrived. They were holding space boxes filled with all kinds of treasures and resources, waiting in line for the three of them to register. Exposed at least 60%. A light flashed in Zhang Tu's eyes as he sneered. Previously, this old man felt that this matter was a little strange. That Ling Huchong was clearly moved to the second universe, but the two of us couldn't find any trace of him. However, this Yin demon clan suddenly appeared at this time, and a desolate ancient ancestor's behavior is quite similar to Ling Huchong's. Yes, this old man has been suspicious about this for a long time. On the side, the eyebrowless old man also sneered, his eyes sweeping in the direction of Yi Xian from time to time, especially the three women of the Xianyuan family. If this old man remembers correctly, the three women of the Xianyuan family were specially taken care of by Ling Huchong in the Medicine King's giant cauldron in the Heaven Battle Star Field. Ha ha ha, hearing the eyebrowless old man mention this matter, Zhang Tu grinned again. Speaking of which, this is a pleasant surprise. Before this old man had never suspected these three girls, but this time is different. Everything in the world can't be so coincidental. These three women have been strangely ambiguous with Ling Huchong many times. This matter is thought-provoking. Perhaps they really know some secrets about this boy, such as his true origin. However, this matter is not urgent. The three women of the Xianyuan family are there anyway, and we can make a move at any time. Everything should wait until we join forces to capture this Ling Huchong. Yes. The eyebrowless old man nodded, but suddenly frowned and said worriedly, however, it would be fine if it was elsewhere, but now that we are in the Dark Turtle Sea, I don't know how that Ling Huchong did it, but he actually swindled the immemorial Dark Turtle life armor from the Dark Turtle old ancestor. Now that this entire star field is under his control, the two of us have no chance or possibility to make a move. This matter is really a headache. It doesn't matter. Zhang Tu waved his hand and said with certainty, don't be fooled by this boy's words. Since he came to the Dark Turtle Sea, his purpose must be the desolate ancient treasure, Yan Luo. Moreover, according to this old man's speculation, the Yin demon clan was most likely fooled by him. This boy definitely has nothing to do with the Netherworld young master. It's not like we haven't seen his means before, so he must have obtained the Netherworld clan's bloodline divine ability from somewhere. If that's the case, his value will be even greater. This is a good thing for both of us. This time, he's in the Nether Turtle Sea, and if nothing unexpected happens, then the primordial treasure, Misty Net, will probably fall into the hands of that bastard. But for the two of us, this is good news. This boy thinks that no one knows his true identity. Moreover, his current identity as the Netherworld young master has offended too many forces. At the very least, the Battle Lion clan, which is ranked third among the various clans in the second universe, will absolutely not let him go. They will definitely wait for him outside the Dark Turtle Sea, so, after obtaining the Yan Luo, this boy will definitely abandon his identity as the Netherworld young master. At that time, there might be chaos, and he wants to take advantage of the chaos to escape the Dark Turtle star field with another identity. You mean to say, the eyebrowless ancestor continued and probed, we'll secretly help him safely escape the Dark Turtle star field, and then we'll make a move outside the Dark Turtle star field and capture him? Exactly. Zhang Tu nodded and laughed fiercely. Once he leaves the Dark Turtle star field, the life armor in his possession is useless. Although this boy has other treasures in his possession, such as the Medicine King's ancient cauldron, he was in the dark before this, so he was prepared. But it's different this time. I'm in the dark while he's in the light. At that time, we'll suddenly make a move, and this boy might not have the time to withdraw other treasures when he's caught off guard. So, we'll definitely be able to capture him. So, not only do we have to help him successfully escape the Dark Turtle star field after this, we'll secretly follow him and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Moreover, we even have to try our best to cooperate with him and seize the Yan Luo. After all, every time this kid obtains a precious treasure, our gains will be even greater after it falls into our hands. Ha ha ha. As they finished speaking, the two old fellows looked at each other and laughed. They were extremely certain that Yi Xian was a bird in a cage, and they firmly believed that it would be impossible for him to escape. Ancestor, all the protection fees are here. Please take a look at the list. After some trouble, all the small spatial boxes sent over by the various forces in the surroundings had been recorded. Moreover, Yin Ba and the others even made a list and passed it to Yi Xian. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian placed all the small spatial boxes into the undying world within his body. At the same time, his divine sense invaded all the small spatial boxes to check the treasures and resources contained within them. If there were treasures whose quantity and quality were truly unacceptable, then he naturally wouldn't let them go. He would definitely take the lead and punish them properly. However, these fellows were rather conscientious. After Yi Xian checked all the small spatial boxes, even though the treasures and resources contained within them varied in quantity, they were basically passable. Since it was like that, then there was no need to continue entangling himself with these fellows. In Yi Xian's opinion, the most important matter in the Dark Turtle Star field now was to obtain the primordial precious treasure, the Yen Luo, that was about to appear. Previously, he didn't know the use of the ancient tortoise shell in his hand, so he had no choice but to wait for the precious treasure to appear before making a move to fight for it. However, it was different now. Since the ancient tortoise shell was the life armor of the primordial nether tortoise, and after the latter's main body collapsed at the beginning of the primordial era, it actually left behind a strand of obsession to protect the Dark Turtle Star field and become the star field consciousness of the Dark Turtle Star field. Then, through the projection of the primordial nether tortoise's will, Yi Xian might be able to find out the location of the primordial precious treasure, the Yen Luo, in advance. Even if it was just a rough location and region, it was of great significance. At present, the other matters had basically come to an end. Even the Battle Lion clan, although they had suffered such a huge loss and would definitely not let this matter rest, they would at most wait outside the Dark Turtle Star field and absolutely wouldn't dare to rashly enter this place to cause trouble. Yi Xian could completely calm down and explore the location of the primordial precious treasure, the Yen Luo, and then secretly rush over and make preparations in advance. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and immediately took out the ancient tortoise shell that he had kept in the undying world in his body. In the next moment, just as Yi Xian was about to inject a strand of vitality into it to summon the projection of the primordial nether tortoise's will and secretly inquire about the location of the Yen Luo, a strange change suddenly occurred at this moment. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly rang out from an extremely distant star field in the northern region of the Nether Turtle Sea. Immediately after, a pale pink pillar of light soared into the sky, illuminating more than half of the Dark Turtle Star field. With the appearance of this pink pillar of light, the soft laughter of several women could be heard clearly. Hee hee. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rising into the sky, Yuyan silk. As the pink beam of light soared into the sky, a woman's giggle could be heard. The masters of the universe from the 3 planes of the universe were stunned. Then, they cried out in surprise, "Treasure light is rising into the sky. This is the sign of the birth of a great treasure. Yuyan silk, it must be Yuyan silk. It's absolutely right. It is said that there are some beautiful women embroidered on both sides of the silk. They are all existences at the level of Desolation era whose spiritual sense has been absorbed. After refining this treasure, there will be a chance to mold the souls of the Desolation era demons sealed in the silk, leaving only a trace of spiritual sense. Then, they will reappear in the world and be ready to be ordered." Now that the women are laughing, it must be related to the female cultivators sealed in this treasure. Oh my God, could it be that those beautiful female cultivators sealed in this treasure have been awakened with the birth of this treasure? If so, who can take this treasure? They are existences from the Desolation era. Even if only a trace of spiritual sense is sealed in this treasure, it will be difficult to suppress them. Things are getting serious. No matter what, I have to get this treasure first. Those beautiful female cultivators all have a trace of their spiritual sense sealed in this treasure, so they can't leave. Even if I can't refine it, as long as I get this treasure, I'll still have a chance in the future. Rumble. Boom! Along with these exclamations, the large and small battleships in the fleet all moved. With a rumbling sound, they rushed in the direction of the pink light column. In addition, Zhan Tu, the ancestor without eyebrows, Long Ziwen, and other powerful figures of the universe also jumped up and crossed the void with their physical bodies. Their speed was not slower than those small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, or even faster. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared in the gray void ahead. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the battleships in the surrounding void had left. Those that were still in sight were some planet-level battleships with a length of 1,000 meters, or some stellar-level battleships with a length of 3,000 meters. Apart from that, there was the camp formed by more than 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan. Because of the 9 Dragon Scion Phoenix carriage, and because Xianxia and the other two thought that Ancestor Huan liked to show off, the Yin Demon clan did not bring any battleships with them. This huge group of people had traveled all the way from the Dark Nest Star Field. Although their momentum was indeed extraordinary and extremely eye-catching, at this moment, the drawbacks were also showing. They were lagging behind the other major forces. After all, most of the Yin demons were weaker than the Black Hole Realm. At this moment, they were all gathered around the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. How fast could they be? Get on the ship. Get on the ship. Get on the ship now. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Black Lion Star Fortress that he had extorted from the Warrior Lion clan and Qianquan clan not long ago. At the same time, he jumped and roared. With another wave of his hand, the 9 Dragons Scion Phoenix carriage was stored in his undying world. Actually, he could have traversed the void by himself. However, on one hand, it was because he couldn't use the void shuttle. With Yi Xian's cultivation, which was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Passage realm, the speed at which his physical body traversed the void was far inferior to that of the Starry Sky Fortress. On the other hand, the Yin Demon clan members were still very useful. After obtaining the Yen Luo, Yi Xian still had to rely on them to attract attention. Then, he could take the opportunity to change his identity and slip away. Therefore, no matter how burdensome the Yin Demon clan members were, Yi Xian had to bring them along. Soon, the 10,000 or so Yin Demon clansmen entered the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress under the lead of Xianxia and the other 2 elders. They immediately rushed to their respective posts in the fortress. Soon, the Black Lion Star Fortress started a space jump under the control of the Yin Demon clan members according to Yi Xian's command. Its target was the pink light pillar that shot into the sky. Rumble. After a short while, the Black Lion Star Fortress arrived first. After a space jump, it traversed thousands of miles and arrived at the area where the pink light pillar shot into the sky. In the surrounding void, only a few star fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could be seen from afar. They were stationed in different positions and surrounded the pink light pillar. They maintained a distance of about 10,000 miles. In addition, Zhan Tu, Ancestor Wu Mei, and the other Universe Realm experts could be seen clearly as they stood in the void. As for those small fortresses and large fortresses, they were on their way here and soon arrived as well. The fleets of more than 100 top-class forces from the 3 universes surrounded the entire void space. They kept a safe distance of about 10,000 miles, surrounding the pink light pillar that was soaring into the sky. The reason why all the forces didn't start fighting immediately upon arrival was because they were afraid of each other and restricted each other. On the other hand, the scene in the pink light pillar was too weird. The diameter of the light pillar was about 100 miles. Its height was impossible to estimate. In short, it shot into the sky and pierced a huge hole in the horizon. And in the central region of this incomparably thick pink light pillar, a pink silk spread open, and on it, a gorgeous figure appeared, singing and dancing. It was a woman. She was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as jade. She was wearing a fiery armor, but a large part of her snow-white skin was exposed. Her heroic spirit was impressive, but at the same time, she gave off a gorgeous aura. What was even weirder was that while the woman was singing and dancing, there was a canopy of flames around her body. It was black with a hint of red. It was clearly corpse fire. Seeing this, the faces of the Universe Realm experts around the void were gloomy. Some of them even cried out in alarm. Gorgeous corpse drought demon? This is one of the 4 ancestors of corpse doctrine in the remote antiquity era. I didn't expect that a wisp of origin sense would be sealed in this treasure. What's worse is that the corpse ancestor drought demon has clearly awakened. It seems that it will be born together with the Yen Luo. How can it be broken? Hearing this, the surrounding void was suddenly filled with exclamations. Many experts were shocked, including Yi Xian. No one expected that such a great expert from the remote antiquity era would be sealed in this treasure. Drought Demon was tormented, and it was burning. Xian had some understanding of zombies before. There were basically 5 types of zombies. The first type was white zombies. After the corpse entered the corpse cultivation ground, it began to grow white hair all over its body. The second type was black zombies. If the white zombies were full of blood essence, they would shed their white hair in the future and be replaced by black hair that was a few inches long, as hard as steel nails. The third type was jumping corpse. The black zombies would absorb blood for a period of time and shed their black hair. They would mainly move by jumping, and their jumping steps would be faster and farther. The fourth type was flying zombies. They evolved from jumping corpse to absorbing moonlight. Flying zombies were usually zombies that were more than 1,000 years old. They were agile and could jump up trees and houses as if they were flying. They could absorb soul essence without leaving any external wounds. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Colorful corpse Hitorigami zombies were different from zombies in the universe. They were more dangerous and were regarded as the most evil creatures. They were not tolerated by the various races in the universe. Among the 5 forms of zombies, white zombies and black zombies were generally dormant in the corpse nurturing ground. Because they did not cause chaos in the world, they could temporarily linger on. However, once they reached the third form of the jumping corpse, the growth of zombies required more blood essence. They had no choice but to leave the corpse nurturing ground and begin to cause chaos in the world. Zombies at this stage would basically be slaughtered. There were very few zombies that could grow into the fourth form of the flying corpse. This was because every flying corpse required at least thousands of years of blood essence to nurture. Third form jumping corpses were usually killed before they could grow to this extent. Since ancient times, there were almost no zombie cultivators that could grow into the zombie demon, which was the Hitorigami realm. There was only one in the desolate antiquity era. Because of its uniqueness, the original name of this female zombie had long been forgotten. No one mentioned it again. Instead, it was called the Hitorigami, the 5th form of the zombie. Since it was a zombie demon, its power was naturally extraordinary. Even if it did not reach the level of the supreme desolate antiquity like the golden divine dragon and the void giant turtle, it should be the strongest under the supreme desolate antiquity. It should belong to the same level of existence as the void ladle. However, it was only a wisp of Hitorigami's spiritual sense that was sealed in this treasure. Its original body might have long been destroyed in the distant desolate antiquity era. Although this wisp of Hitorigami's spiritual sense was not too terrifying, it had the cultivation of the 15th realm of the universe realm. A wisp of spiritual sense was already a mighty figure of the universe realm. It was enough to show how powerful the Hitorigami zombie demon in the desolate antiquity era was. However, all of this had nothing to do with the powerhouses of the major forces who were guarding the surrounding void. Now, it was just Hitorigami's spiritual sense that gave them a headache. There must be more than one wisp of the spiritual senses of the beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity sealed in the Yanluo. The others were still in deep sleep. But now, the corpse ancestor Hamba had awakened. He had the cultivation of the 15th realm of the universe. Thus, it brought endless obstacles and variables to refine this treasure net. Not to mention refining Baoluo. From the looks of it, just collecting Baoluo would be extremely difficult. In the pink light beam, the internal field of the Yanluo had been activated because of the awakening of the corpse ancestor Hamba's wisp of spiritual sense. Presently, the misty net was over 300 meters wide, and it was like an enormous pink carpet that undulated with ripples. On this carpet, the corpse ancestor and Hitorigami were singing and dancing. This scene was so strange that it left everyone speechless. In this state, who would dare enter the pink pillar of light and obtain the treasure? In that case, he would definitely be attacked by the corpse ancestor, Hitorigami, without a doubt. Therefore, after the initial shock and exclamations, the countless experts in the starry sky soon fell into a dead silence. Even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, Ancestor Wu Mei, and nearly 10 other powerful figures of the universe were frowning. They fell into deep thought. Obviously, they were thinking of countermeasures to break this zombie. Yi Xian also fell into deep thought. Facing a body of primordial spirit sense of the universe realm, he also had a headache. He couldn't use force to suppress it. Perhaps, the will projection of the primordial dark tortoise can help. After thinking hard for a while, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. He then waved his hand and took out the ancient tortoise shell that he kept in his undying world. Dual projection of the primordial dark tortoise controlled the entire dark tortoise star field. Although the corpse ancestor and Hitorigami were powerful figures of the universe, under the control of the will of the primordial dark tortoise, they were destined to be suppressed. At this time, as Yi Xian took out the ancient tortoise shell from his undying world, the experts of the major forces in the surrounding void all gathered their gazes with vigilance. Obviously, these people understood the terror of the primordial dark tortoise's will projection. If Yi Xian wanted to make a move, they wouldn't have the slightest chance. The Yanluo would definitely be taken away by Yi Xian, and they wouldn't even have the chance to stop him or snatch it. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the will projection of the primordial dark tortoise controlled by Yi Xian. Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei exchanged glances across the void. This was exactly what they wanted to see. Once Yi Xian succeeded, they would secretly add fuel to the fire. No matter what, they had to create chaos so that Yi Xian could take the opportunity to change his identity and escape. The two of them would secretly follow behind and wait for an opportunity to capture him after he left the Dark Tortoise Sea Star field. However, the other forces obviously wouldn't give up so easily. The voices of the leaders of some forces could be heard from some small fortresses. Young Master Netherworld, didn't you say that you wouldn't fight with us for the Yanluo? You're the Emperor's son of the Netherworld Great Emperor, but you actually went back on your words. Relying on that piece of life armor in your hand, are you planning to eat all over the world? That's right. You change your words in the morning. Your table manners are too ugly. How despicable. To think that we've expressed our intentions before. Whether it's protection fees or deliberate extortion, young Master Netherworld, you've already benefited a lot. Even if you want to fight with us for the Yanluo, at least you shouldn't use the power of the primordial dark tortoise's will projection, right? That's a little too shameless. Among them, even the imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, couldn't help but warn Yi Xian with a dark face. Although the Dark Tortoise clan is strong, it's only one of the clans in the Second Universe's federation. Although the Dark Tortoise Sea is vast, it's only a corner of the Second Universe. Young friend, you came from the primordial age, so you shouldn't be willing to cower in this corner of the Second Universe, right? Everyone present is from the top forces of the three universes. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Although these words were said tactfully, the warning and threat were extremely obvious. Yi Xian immediately sneered. He rolled his eyes and directly replied without any trace of politeness, F***ck your mother. Damn old man, how do I behave? When did I need you to tell me what to do? If you continue to complain, do you believe that I will immediately suppress you? Long Ziwen was so angry that his face turned red. He raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian, but he didn't dare to be tough anymore. He finally understood that this guy was not only shameless, but also a troublemaker. He wouldn't listen to any good words. He was too rampant. Yi Xian coldly snorted when he saw that the other party had finally stopped talking. He didn't continue to speak ill of him. His right finger slightly moved, and he immediately channeled a strand of vital energy into the life armor in his hand. Rumble, in the next moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. The huge will projection of the primordial dark tortoise that had appeared once before appeared in the sky above the Dark Tortoise Sea without any suspense. Translator, Transin Editor, Transcendamned Primordial Turtle. As Yi Xian took out the ancient tortoise shell again and injected a wisp of vitality into it, he summoned the will projection of the primordial nether tortoise and immediately extended his divine sense to communicate with it. Very quickly, a heavy voice that exuded a strong sense of vicissitude suddenly appeared in his mind: the birth of the net of smoke. The end of the mission, the dissipation of the nether turtle, the ancient times. Return to ruins. Rumble. Boom, before Yi Xian could react, the huge projection of the ancient nether turtles will that covered the entire nether turtle star field suddenly trembled and began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was so unexpected that Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. In the surrounding void space, the countless starry sky masters and the fleets of the top forces from the three universes looked up at the sky in horror. Then, they subconsciously turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, he was standing above the Black Lion starry sky fortress that he had extorted from the Battle Lion tribe. He held the ancient tortoiseshell in his hand and raised it high above his head. His posture was extremely showy, but the expression on his face was sluggish. Yi Xian's entire body trembled as he recalled the words that had just sounded out in his mind. His entire body felt unwell. Obviously, the reason why the will projection of the primordial underworld tortoise had been dormant since the beginning of ancient times until now was to wait for the appearance of Yan Luo. Yet now, this treasure had officially emerged into the world, and the primeval nether turtle's mission had been completed, so it was about to disperse. Although Yi Xian did not know the meaning of this mission or who gave it to the will projection of the primordial abyss tortoise, there was one thing without a doubt. Once the truth was exposed, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Yi Xian was clearly aware of how ferocious and shameless he was before this. Presently, he was absolutely surrounded by enemies in the Nether Turtle Sea, and everyone wished for nothing more than to crush him. A mistake. It's definitely a mistake. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shuddered again. Facing the suspicious gazes cast at him from all directions, he hurriedly covered it up. It must be the wrong way to open it. This ancestor was a little impatient. I'll try again later, let the old bastard rest first. Gotcha. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, he raised his right hand high above his head. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering came from the palm of his right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian's body stiffened. His face turned green as he mechanically turned his head to look. Soon after, his entire face drooped. It was so black that it could compete with the bottom of the pot. Broken, the ancient tortoiseshell, although it was the turtle tortoiseshell, the tortoiseshell tortoisisage, turtle was Lucas of Amon. However, from another perspective, this armor was of great significance to the current Yi Xian. It was like a protective talisman. Even if the projection of the primordial nether turtle's will in the sky dissipated, as long as the life armor was still in his hand, then the experts from the various top forces who were eyeing him covetously in the void would not dare to do anything extreme to him out of fear. Even though the previous scene of the nether turtle's will projection dissipating had indeed aroused their suspicions, these fellows did not dare to rashly probe. After all, if his guess was wrong, Yi Xian would be very likely to find a few unlucky people and punish them as an example to others. Yi Xian was also well aware of this. That was why when the projection of the abyss tortoise's will in the sky above his head dissipated, he didn't panic and even tried to cover it up with words. But now, as the life armor of the abyss tortoise between his fingers was broken, everything was different. If it was broken in private, it would be fine. But now, he was in the limelight, and the life armor was held in his right hand and held high above his head. Even a green-eyed person would have seen the scene of the life armor shattering clearly. Now that the life armor was gone, how could he summon the projection of the abyss tortoise's will? This was clearly a sign that something big was going to happen. If nothing unexpected happened, then with the disappearance of Yi Xian's protective talisman, the experts from the various powers that were eyeing them covetously in the air would definitely avenge their grievances and take revenge on their enemies. Xianxia and the others in the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress understood all of this. At this moment, this group of old bastards were all dumbfounded. In the surrounding void, the experts from the various top forces from the 3 dimensions of the universe were initially stunned, then shocked, and then ecstatic. Some of them even began to laugh hideously. This kind of accident was so shocking that no one had expected it. But when they realized what had happened, their thoughts immediately changed because of this. They were afraid that the Yan Luo would not be able to be collected for the time being. With so many experts around, they were not afraid that it would fly away. They could only wait and see. On the other hand, Ancestor Huan Ting of the Yin Demon clan could take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge. After all, they had nothing to do. Even Zhan Tu and the eyeless ancestor were frowning at this moment. Their eyes flashed with hesitation as they considered whether they should change their previous plan and immediately take action to suppress Yi Xian and take him away first. After all, although the Yan Luo was a primordial treasure, it was an extraordinary primordial treasure. This could be seen from the fact that the primordial corpse ancestor, Hamba, had awakened along with it and seemed to want to come into being together with it. Just the spiritual sense origin of the remote antiquity alluring cultivators sealed in it was already in existence at the 15th realm of the universe, let alone the other remote antiquity alluring cultivators sealed in it. Once this treasure was refined, it was tantamount to fully controlling several remote antiquity alluring cultivators. this was definitely a supreme treasure. After refining it, the remote antiquity alluring cultivators would be fully awakened. When that time came, several remote antiquity alluring cultivators could crush the enemy at the same time. Was there anything more satisfying than this? In addition, it was said that the one sealed inside was a beautiful cultivator from the desolate era. For a male cultivator, this was not only a weapon for attack, but also a treasure for sex. In private, when no one was around, they could use this treasure to summon the sealed beautiful cultivator to serve them. What kind of enjoyment would that be? Even Zhan Tu, ancestor Wu Mei, and other remote antiquity alluring cultivators could not ignore this treasure. They all coveted it. Because of this, even though young Master Ling Hu represented a great fortune, the three absolutes of medicine, tool, and formation, in addition to the mechanical battle bug technology, and the primordial treasure, the medicine king cauldron. After hesitating for a while, Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor finally gave up on the idea of immediately attacking. Although young Master Ling Hu was important, they did not want to give up on the Yan Luo. They wanted to have it all. At this time, Yi Xian finally could not bear the increasingly hostile gazes around him. After secretly gritting his teeth, he made up his mind and immediately shouted with a sullen face. What? Is this the start of a rebellion? The arrival of old enemies, come on. Try standing out and I'll crush all of you on the spot. When facing the experts of the three universes that were glaring covetously at him and revealed hostile expressions, Yi Xian braced himself and shouted, and he seemed to be fearless on the surface. So what if the lousy tortoiseshell is shattered? Don't forget where we are. Don't forget who gave that lousy tortoiseshell to this ancestor. Humph. Humph. If you have the ability, then send a few almighty figures. In any case, this ancestor's sworn brother, the Nether Turtle ancestor, is a supreme almighty figure that has surpassed the universe realm. Do you dare bully this ancestor in his territory? All of you can give it a try. When they heard this, the experts of the various powers in the surroundings were instantly stunned, and they revealed hesitant expressions once more. They'd almost forgotten this. Besides the will projection of the primeval Nether Turtle, the entire Nether Turtle clan stood behind this damnable Nether Turtle young master, and any random elder from this clan was already in existence at the advanced stage of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm. The Patriarch's cultivation had even surpassed the Universe Realm, so the turtle ancestor of the clan was obviously even more formidable. The turtle ancestor had once invited the young master of the Netherworld and even gave him his ancient tortoise shell, so how could their relationship be ordinary? This was still the Nether Turtle stellar region, and with the Nether Turtle clan here, this shameful young master of the Netherworld was still in existence that could do as he pleased, and no one dared to offend him. When they realized this, even though the experts of the various powers in the surroundings were greatly disappointed, at least this damnable fellow was unable to utilize the will of the Nether Turtle to fight for the primordial treasure, the mist net of desire, with them. This matter could be considered as a form of consolation. When they thought like this, the experts of the various powers instantly grunted coldly, and they unwillingly withdrew their thoughts of causing trouble for Yi Xian. All enmity could wait until they left the Nether Turtle Ocean because the young master of the Netherworld would be able to leave this place one day. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and didn't dare continue making noise so as to avoid provoking a rash fellow to go head-on against him. At that time, he would be completely exposed. Then, he frowned and fell into deep thought again. The current situation was very unfavorable to him. Although the experts of the major forces in the surrounding void did not immediately launch an attack, for Yi Xian, the Desolation Silk Net was a must-have item. Now that he had lost the help of the will projection of the primordial turtle, it instantly became very difficult to complete this task. Yi Xian had offended all of them with his own strength. He was in existence at the level of a rat crossing the street. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to obtain the primordial treasure, Yan Luo. Clang, just as Yi Xian was frowning in deep thought, the melodious sound of a zither suddenly came from a certain direction in the distance, bringing with it a sharp and austere aura. Although the sound was not loud, it actually caused Yi Xian's heartstrings to tremble. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. At the same time, the experts of the major forces in the surrounding void, who were thousands of miles away, all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound of the zither. A slender and beautiful figure was stepping on the void, crossing over from the end of their line of sight. She wore a black dress and had snow-white hair. It was Zhao Lingyang. She was one of the 4 peerless prodigies of the human race. Her cultivation was at the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, the successor of the undying dark phoenix, the palace master of the parting hatred palace, and the owner of the primordial treasure, the zither of hatred. She was also the daughter of the palace master of the 6th palace, Xianxia, and the woman who had almost become Yi Xian's wife. Of course, Yi Xian was forced to marry her, but this matter was announced to the world by Xianxia at that time. Therefore, in the eyes of the world, Zhao Lingyang had indeed almost become Yi Xian's wife, and the reason why she fell into the demonic dust was because of her love for Yi Xian that turned into hatred. It could be said that the depth of love and the intensity of hatred destined one's life. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang's face was covered by a black veil, but Yi Xian still recognized her at a glance. In fact, the experts of the major forces in the surrounding void did the same. Although they could not see her face, the black dress, snow-white hair, and the demonic zither on her shoulder were all Zhao Lingyang's trademark. No, she could no longer be called Zhao Lingyang anymore. She was now the demonic dust woman, and the sound that was filled with killing intent came from the beautiful and ancient jade zither on her shoulder. The demonic dust woman fell into the demonic dust and was unrestrained. Although she used the zither as her weapon, she did not have the gentle aura of a woman. Even the zither on her shoulder was majestic and majestic. The name of this zither was Hateful End. Its sound could manipulate people's hearts and control their emotions. It could create endless illusions on the spiritual level. In the cultivation camp, it was already a famous killing weapon. Its grade was a primordial treasure, and its origin was even more extraordinary. It was rumored that it originated from the primordial era. It was refined by a powerful creature from the primordial era using the 9 heavens spiritual jade and the silk of the heavenly demonic silkworm. Even the entire body of the zither was actually carved from a piece of fallen phoenix tree that came from the 9 netherworld prison. Of course, the phoenix that resided on this piece of fallen phoenix tree was not an ordinary phoenix, but the 9 netherworld prison's undying phoenix. Although the main material came from the 9 netherworld prison, its surface glowed with a gentle white light. Its sound could make people feel peaceful, and it had the mysterious power to control the souls of all living things. It was originally a mascot. Unfortunately, the person who refined this zither was bewitched by the heavenly demon in his heart and fell into the demonic path. He called himself the Zither Demon, and this was how the name Hateful End came about. With this zither, the demonic dust woman became famous in a single battle and became one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race. She once sat cross-legged in the void, took out the zither of Hateful End, and played it with her knees crossed. The dozens of starry sky masters around then encountered a nightmarish scene. They were all suppressed by the demonic sound of the zither in an instant. Some of them were not injured and soon woke up quietly, as if they had just walked around the 9 netherworld prison. Their whole body was weak, and their mind was injured. The rest of the people were in a terrible state. They were injured to varying degrees, and many of them were seriously injured. There were even a few people who died directly. Under the terrifying illusions of the demonic zither that were manifested in their souls, their divine souls were directly destroyed. This was definitely a powerful and unpredictable killing weapon. Now, the demonic dust woman came with the Hateful End. Her purpose was undoubtedly to fight for the primordial treasure, Yan Luo. After realizing this, the starry sky masters of the major forces in the void suddenly frowned, and their hearts sank. Yi Xian immediately felt his scalp tighten. Although he did not feel guilty about this woman, because Yi Xian was the real victim of everything that happened before. If he was not strong enough, he would have been humiliated at that time. However, this woman's fall into the demonic dust was ultimately related to him. Yi Xian felt a little guilty. This was the rhythm of an old enemy. It was also at this moment that an even more unexpected accident happened. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Deplorable Zither Kill Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Witch, Void Level 1. System Evolution Level, Intermediate Mutation. Note, Deprive. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating a system competitive mission. Mission requirement, Subdue Witch. Mission reward, choose any item you want from the other party's system store. Punishment for mission failure, the system will be devoured and the host will be obliterated. Following the system notification in his mind, Xian was stunned for a moment before his expression darkened. His eyes were filled with suspicion. It was not that he had never seen Zhao Lingyang before. If she had been a system carrier before, this system competitive mission that was automatically triggered when the two system carriers first encountered each other should have appeared long ago. In other words, the devouring system in Zhao Lingyang's body didn't exist before. She only obtained it after she fell into the demonic dust world and became the witch. This was also proven by the first sentence of the system notification, the last sentence of the system notification, deprive. This made Xian feel a sense of crisis. Only now did he know that the devouring system could be stolen. The witch's devouring system in her body was stolen from someone else's body not long ago. As for the person whose internal system was seized by him, there was no doubt that he was already dead. Xian had already encountered two system hosts before. They were Xiaozi and Fairy Xianxia. But compared to the two of them, the witch in front of him was obviously more dangerous. First of all, not only was her system stolen from a bloody massacre, it was also an intermediate mutation, the same as Xian's. Of course, although both systems had evolved to intermediate mutation, the direction of the mutation was definitely different. According to Xian's guess, the direction of the devouring system in the witch's body should be system devouring. Yes, systems devouring each other. This was clearly explained by the system notification in Xian's mind. If this system competitive mission failed, the system in Xian's body would be devoured by the opponent's system. And as the host, Xian, would be obliterated. As for the consequences of the other party's failure, it was the same as before. He would only have to pay the price of an item from the system's auxiliary exchange shop. In addition, Xian's devouring system would imprint his source code, however, it would not be devoured, and the host would not be erased. This was clearly unfair. The reason for this situation could only be due to the mutated attribute of the other party's system. And because of this, the witch dust woman was destined to be terrifying. If Xian fought against her, he could only win. Once he lost, he would die. Apart from that, Demon Dust Lady's cultivation had surpassed Xiaozi and Fairy Xianxia. The latter was at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm, while Demon Dust Lady was at the 1st level of the Void Realm. Even though it was only a small difference of a level, it was a difference of an entire level. It could not be ignored. Xian was only at the 5th level of the 10th level of the Void Realm. The Witch Dust Lady was almost 2 levels higher than him. Without using the Fallen Sky Bow, Rai Di Seal, and other powerful treasures, Xian would face an unprecedented challenge. Don't forget that the other party also had the demonic zither of hatred. It was unpredictable, and its power could not be underestimated. At the same time, just as the system notification sounded in Xian's head, the Witch Dust Lady, who was walking in the air, also heard the system notification in her head. The system's competitive missions were always relative, and not one-sided. However, in the two competitive missions that Xian had experienced before, his true identity hadn't been leaked. Whether it was Xiaozi or Fairy Xianxia, neither of them knew his true identity. Even Prince Xian, who wasn't considered his true identity, didn't know about it. This might be one of the mutated attributes of the system in Xian's body that had evolved. Now, although the Witch Dust Lady had confirmed that Xian was a system carrier, she still did not know his true identity. However, since he was a system carrier, one thing could be confirmed. Xian was not some netherworld young master from the end of the primordial age. He was a master of the current era. Xian quickly realized this. His expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. Unfortunately, before he could think of a way to hide this fact, the Witch Dust Lady had already spoken. From thousands of miles away, her gaze fell on Xian. She frowned. So you're a master of the current era, and not from the primordial age. However, why do I feel like I've seen you before? Hearing this, Xian shuddered. His face was full of shock. Were all women's noses so sensitive? This girl almost recognized him. Fortunately, she only felt like she had seen him before. Otherwise, if she shouted that he was Prince Xian, Xian would probably go crazy. Immediately after, he realized that his reaction was a little too extreme. The change in his expression was too obvious. This was clearly the reaction after being penetrated. Cries of surprise rang out from all around. He even felt a few suspicious gazes from the Black Lion warship. They were from Xianxia and the other Yin demons. What did I hear? The Netherworld young master is actually a fake? How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Is there a need for the witch dust lady to lie about this? She has no grudges with that guy. Moreover, with her identity, if she was not sure, why would she suddenly say something like this? Don't be hasty. After all, the witch dust lady is now a master of a palace. She is the founder of Lihan Palace, the founder of Lihan Palace. Yes, such a person naturally cherishes her reputation. It is impossible for her to speak nonsense. She has her own channels. And didn't you see the look on that guy's face? His reaction was too intense. It was clearly the feeling of being caught in the crossfire. This is really interesting. I don't know how those idiots of the Yin Demon clan in the Black Lion Fortress feel. They are actually being called old bastards by an impostor who pretends to be their clan ancestor, and they are still shouting that they will enjoy immortal blessings forever. Ha ha ha, what a big joke. Bullshit. Bullshit. Witch, you have ulterior motives. You are clearly misleading the public with your lies. Before the mocking voices of the experts of the major forces could be heard, Xianxia's flustered and exasperated roar came from the Black Lion warship not far from Yixian. He pointed his spear at the witch dust lady standing thousands of miles away and reprimanded her in public. Humph. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to reprimand this palace master? The witch dust lady's face was gloomy. Her eyes had been locked on Yixian's face, but now they had shifted to the pitch-black Black Lion warship. With a shake of her hand, she placed the simple jade zither on her shoulder in front of her chest. Holding it with one hand, she waved her arm and played it. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. The Chi demon flag swings in the heavens clang. The sound of the guqin was bleak, revealing an incomparably sharp demonic killing intent. As the sound of the guqin rang out, a gigantic blood-red heavenly saber roared out from the ancient jade guqin in the fiend dust woman's hand. It slashed down from the sky, heading straight for the Black Lion Star Fortress. The power of this guqin was very strong, and it had different attacking methods. Illusion Kill and Blood Kill were two of the methods that the fiend dust woman had displayed. Previously, in the human clan's Cultivation Camp Star area in the Third Universe, the fiend dust woman had used the guqin of hatred in the battle that had made her famous. She had displayed the power of Illusion Kill. A large number of starry sky experts in the surrounding void had their minds affected when they heard the sound of the guqin, and they began to hallucinate. This kind of hallucination was not a real illusion, but it had the power to kill. In the end, after that battle, some starry sky experts had died under the power of the guqin of hatred's Illusion Kill. They had lost their breath before they could walk out of the guqin's illusion. At this moment, there were a large number of top experts from the three universes in the surrounding void. Although the fiend dust woman looked down on the world and was unruly, she was not as arrogant as young Master Linghu, who looked down on all the heroes in the world. Naturally, she would not casually display the power of the guqin's Illusion Kill. That would be too stupid. The sound of the guqin would kill all the existences in this star area, so it would undoubtedly make too many enemies. Because of this, the power of the guqin of hatred she had displayed at this moment was called Blood Kill. Compared to Illusory Kill's indiscriminate area of effect attack, Blood Kill's ability to lock onto its target was much more precise. At this moment, this gigantic blood-red heavenly saber whistled through the air and headed straight for the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, which was 100,000 meters in diameter. Even Yixian, who was standing in the void not far from the Black Lion, was not included in the attack range. The fiend dust woman's purpose this time was obviously to teach Xianxia, who had spoken rudely to her, a lesson. Yixian naturally could not allow this to happen. His expression immediately darkened as he snorted coldly. He didn't have a good impression of Zhao Lingyang to begin with, and the moment she arrived, she immediately brought him quite a bit of trouble. Moreover, the two of them were now enemies that couldn't be resolved. Otherwise, if Yixian failed in this system competitive mission, he would have to pay the price of his life. His evolution path would be cut off, and the devouring system in his body would be taken away by the other party. Yixian could not accept all of this. On top of that, Yixian and Devil Dust Lady were given different punishments for failing the competitive quest. It was obviously unfair, so Yi Xian was quite resentful. At this moment, when he saw how arrogant the fiend dust woman was and how she attacked at the slightest disagreement with the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress with a single slash, he was infuriated. You dare to act all high and mighty while carrying a broken zither? You actually want to kill this ancestor's subordinates in front of this ancestor? Do you want to be suppressed? Swish. Swish. As the cold words came out of his mouth, Yi Xian waved his hand twice in succession. Two faint dark green lights shot out from his palms, and the wind seals expanded. In the blink of an eye, they turned into two dark green withered claws that were thousands of feet long. When the netherworld claws appeared, one rushed toward the blood-red heavenly saber while the other rushed toward the fiend dust woman's body. While blocking the opponent's attack, they also wanted to counterattack. Rumble. Clang. A deafening explosion resounded as the 10,000 zhang long blood-colored heavenly sabers collided with the dark green netherworld withered claws. A terrifying energy hurricane erupted, and a small part of the void became blurry. The devastating energy storm caused ripples to appear in the void of the universe. In the face of the other netherworld claw, the fiend dust woman was calm and fearless. She sneered and waved her hand again. A cloud of blood-red energy whizzed out from the body of the ancient zither, and once again, it caused a burst of energy explosion. In the surrounding void, the masters from the three realms of the universe were dumbfounded. This kind of power was too amazing. Whether it was the remote antiquity magical skill, the netherworld claw, or the remote antiquity treasure, the zither of hatred, they were far beyond what an ordinary master of the starry sky could possess. Although this battle was only a short collision, it was incomparably gorgeous and extravagant. Brilliant colors bloomed in the void, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was also at this moment that the experts of the various forces in the surrounding void thought that this battle would soon continue and become more and more intense. However, an unexpected change occurred. Rustle, the crisp sound of a hurricane suddenly came from a distant part of the universe's void in another direction. A blood-red flag made of animal skin suddenly appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet long, but it emitted an endless murderous aura that shook the sky. Even the void faintly resonated with it, which attracted the attention of Zhang Tu, Wu Meizi, and the other powerful figures of the universe. Following behind this blood-red flag made of animal skin, a black-haired figure in a black robe strode over. His face was cold, and the lines on his face were as sharp as knives. He exuded a cold and resolute aura. Seeing this figure, someone immediately exclaimed. At the same time, he revealed the origin of this blood-red flag made of animal skin, which shocked everyone. This person was the fallen demon's son. He was one of the 4 peerless talents of the human race. He was at the 9th level of the mystic light realm, the successor of the primordial demon clan, the hall master of the fallen magic hall, and he owned the primordial treasure, the Qi demon flag. As for this powerful flag made of animal skin, it was the Qi demon flag, a primordial treasure. It was said that during the primordial era, there was a powerful primordial spirit named Qiyu. He had the body of a human and the hoofs of an ox. He had 4 eyes and 6 hands, a copper head, and an iron forehead. His ears were like halberds, and he had horns on his head. He used his horns to push people down, and even his voice could summon the wind and rain. This Qiyu was violent and loved to fight. He had a strong killing intent, and he was called the primordial demon god. Some people called him the Qi demon. This Qi demon flag was related to him. It used Qiyu's skin as the flag and his bones as the flagpole. It was refined by a powerful being from the primordial era. When the demon race was activated, red clouds of killing intent surged on the flag. If it could display its full power, it would have the power to sweep through the heavens and earth. This hall master wants this blood-red fog. All of you, leave. As exclamations sounded from the surroundings, the fallen demon's son's figure flickered. With a single step, he arrived in front of the black blood beasts. He raised his hand and grabbed the black flagpole. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble. Roar. It looked like a casual wave of the flag, but a few ancient fiend celestial projections that were tens of thousands of feet tall were hurled out of the flag. They were all crimson-bodied and horned beasts, and they roared as they charged toward the pink pillar of light. This person's purpose was clear. As soon as he arrived, he went straight to the pink light pillar where the primordial treasure, Yuyan Luo, was located. He even said that he had taken a fancy to this treasure. He even scolded the countless experts in the surrounding void to leave quickly. He was so arrogant that he was even more arrogant than young Master Ling who had caused a sensation in the three realms of the universe not long ago. In the surrounding void, all the top forces from the three realms of the universe were instantly enraged. It was also at this moment that the familiar system notification sounded out once again in Xianxia's mind, causing him to roll his eyes. Another one? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Claw of the Netherworld Broken String Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Fallen Demon Son, Rank 1 Void Master. System Evolution Level, Intermediate Mutation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the system competition mission. Mission requirement, subdue the Fallen Demon Son. Mission success reward, redeem a treasure from the system store of the other party. Punishment for mission failure, redeem a treasure from the system store of the other party. With the arrival of the Fallen Demon Son, the familiar system prompt sounded in Xianxia's mind again. This time, his expression was slightly better, and he was not as gloomy as when he first met the Demon Dust Woman. After all, although the Devouring system in the Fallen Demon Prince's body was also an intermediate mutation, the direction of its mutation was unknown. At the very least, it was not as ferocious as the Witch Dust Ladies, who had forcibly snatched it from the bodies of other system carriers and had the deprivation attribute. Although the system competition mission between Xian and the Fallen Demon Son had been activated, the punishment for failing the mission was very fair. However, the Fallen Demon Son's expression completely changed at this moment. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Moreover, there were two competitors at once. One was Xian, and the other was the Demon Dust Woman. He looked at Xian from a distance of thousands of miles in the void, and there was a suspicious look in his eyes. Previously, in the territory of the Cultivation camp in the Third Universe, the Fallen Demon Son had fought with the Devouring doppelganger. At this moment, Xian gave him a vaguely familiar feeling. But soon, his gaze moved away from Xian and swept toward the Demon Dust Woman in the other direction. His expression was gloomy and solemn. When I first saw you, you were clearly not. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. This is really surprising. Speaking of this, the Fallen Demon Son's eyes shone with a murderous intent. Obviously, like Xian, he was very unhappy with the Demon Dust Woman's Devouring attribute mutation system ability. Even if he failed the system competition mission, she would devour the system in his body, and then his existence would be erased. It was really annoying. These words were said without rhyme or reason, and the powerhouses of the various forces in the void were confused. Some of the old monsters seemed to have understood something, and all fell into silence. However, although the Fallen Demon Son was arrogant when he had first arrived, he had summoned the demon flag and summoned a few demon god phantoms, demon god shadows, and translation of the demon god translation, demon air translation. Calms' realm, was. What's more, Yanluo was there, and it didn't look like it was going to escape immediately. The Fallen Demon Son was not in a hurry, and even Xian was temporarily put aside by him. His most important target now was the Demon Dust Woman. It was precisely because of this that the experts of the various great powers who were roaring furiously in the surrounding void suddenly stopped in their tracks, and they no longer pressed forward. They looked at the sudden change in the scene before them with slight astonishment. They were all puzzled as to why the Fallen Demon Prince had suddenly turned to attack the Witch Dust Maiden, and he had even disregarded the treasured artifact, Lustful Mist Net, Clang. The two of you should join forces. I'll suppress you together. The Demon Dust Woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She sat down cross-legged in the void and waved her right arm. The sound of the zither rang out, and two huge blood-red dragons rushed out of the zither. They opened their mouths and roared as they rushed toward Xian and the Fallen Demon Son respectively. Roar! Roar! In the blink of an eye, the 4,000-meter-tall demon gods that rushed out from the Qi demon flag began to engage in a fierce battle with one of the blood-colored dragons. As for the other blood-colored dragon, it also traveled thousands of kilometers and approached in the blink of an eye. It raised its claw and pressed down towards Xian's head. You're really a toad yawning. Each of you is more arrogant than the other. How can this ancestor be suppressed by you two little kids? Yi Xian sneered. His body swayed, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. With a wave of his hand, a dark green light shot out. It expanded with the wind and turned into a dark green claw that was thousands of feet long. With a slash, it cut off the tail of the blood-red dragon. A scarlet energy rain poured down, reflecting a small part of the void red. Roar, the blood-red dragon roared angrily. Although it was an energy body, because of the zither, it was clearly endowed with some kind of demonic nature. It appeared to be extremely agile. After the dragon tail was cut off, its ferocious nature was completely aroused. With a roll of its body, it rushed toward Yi Xian again. Yi Xian had already used the netherworld claw more than once. It was basically a single slash and a single swipe, making it seem extremely simple. However, in reality, this kind of netherworld clan bloodline ability was clearly not the case. The reason why the other changes did not appear before was because with its incomparably sharp aura, just a simple swipe and claw was enough to achieve its goal and solve the problem. Other more complicated divine ability changes were completely unnecessary, but this time, the 2,000 feet long blood dragons summoned by the demonic zither of hatred were clearly extraordinary. This could be seen from the fact that the other 1,000 feet long blood dragon was able to fight against 4 and directly block the 4,000 feet long demon god phantoms formed by the fallen demon child waving the Qi demon flag. Similarly, on Yi Xian's side, the netherworld claw, which had always been victorious, only managed to cut off the dragon tail of the 10,000 feet long blood dragon in front of him. It did not completely destroy it. In this way, the more complicated changes after the netherworld claw had a place to be used. Even if Yi Xian wanted to hide his strength, it was impossible, because with his current identity as the young master of the netherworld, other than this divine ability, he could not use any other sharp techniques. Netherworld claw, claw into the netherworld. Yi Xian sneered. Facing the ferocious blood dragon that was pouncing towards him, he was not afraid at all. In the next moment, the dark green claw that had just cut off the blood dragon's tail exploded with a loud bang. The raging dark green strange energy swirled in the void, expanding and retracting. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark green skull that was thousands of feet tall. In its huge eye sockets, dense evil flames leaped. In the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away, as if it had teleported at an extremely fast speed. Then, the dark green skull's sinister wide mouth suddenly opened, and actually swallowed the blood dragon that was about the same size as it in one gulp. The latter did not struggle at all, and in less than a breath, it had completely disappeared. Screech! After devouring the blood dragon, the dark green skull let out a tyrannical howl towards the sky. Its eyes that were filled with fiendish flames shot out a bloody light, and its baleful aura soared. Its body also expanded in the blink of an eye, reaching a size of 2,000 feet. This was clearly the effect of devouring the blood dragon and seizing its energy to increase its power. Zheng! In the distant void, the demon dust maiden, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised her hand. A wisp of bright red burst out from between her fingers. It was actually cut by the zither strings on the first floor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The red-eyed green rock, the demonic zither of hatred, had a total of 9 strings. Every single string was capable of conjuring a blood dragon. Furthermore, they were natal blood dragons. They were far more powerful than the regular blood dragons conjured from the demonic zither. This had already been proven before. The demon dust maiden had condensed 2 lifebound blood dragons from the 8th and 9th strings of the zither. Even the Netherclaw was unable to completely destroy one of them, while the other could take on 4 of them by itself. It blocked the 4 demons summoned by the demon Qi banner that were over 10,000 meters tall, but even so, when the second transformation of the Netherworld Claw appeared and the claw transformed into the Netherworld, the 9th dragon, whose dragon tail had been severed, still could not escape the fate of being devoured. The fall of the natal blood dragon and the breaking of the 9th string were only external wounds that cut the witch's finger. What was more serious was the recoil, which caused certain internal injuries to her. The demonic zither of hatred was damaged as well, requiring post-battle repair. In this battle, its power had been completely affected. After all, if the 9 strings of the demonic zither were to be completed, there would have been an ultimate move, which would have conjured all 9 natal blood dragons. However, at that moment, as the ninth string was broken, the natal blood dragon dissipated for the time being. The final move of the demonic zither of hatred had no chance of being used in that battle. Her expression turned ferocious as she looked at all of that. She glared at Xian and said, "Damn you. I was careless, and you damaged the foundation of the demonic zither. You'll definitely die today." Clang, 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 the witch waved her hands, ignoring the blood that seeped between her fingers as she caressed the demonic zither of hatred on her knees. Bloody mist rose. Clang, 3 tunes from the demonic zither and 3 dragon roars were heard. 3 dragons that were over 10,000 feet long burst from the body of the demonic zither of hatred. The 3 dragons that appeared this time were even more bloody. They were conjured from the 5th, 6th, and 7th strings of the demonic zither. Of the 9 strings of hatred, the first was the most powerful, the 9th was the weakest, and so on. The 3 natal blood dragons that burst from the body of the demonic zither were all more powerful than the previous 2. This time, because the zither strings were stained with the blood of the witch dust woman's fingertips, its power was further enhanced. Now, the 3 natal blood dragons rushed out at the same time. One of them faced the fallen demon prince, while the other 2 surrounded the dark green skull. The battle instantly escalated, stirring up this small part of the void. 2 of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, as well as the mysterious netherworld young master whose identity was unknown. The 3 of them each used their own divine abilities as they fought endlessly. In the surrounding void space, the top powers from the 3 universes had been stunned for a long time. Everything in front of them was a little chaotic. The 3 sides were in chaos, and they didn't even know the reason for the fight. In short, these 3 fellows were like water and fire, as if they were enemies in their previous lives. On the surface, it looked like Witch Dust Maiden was fighting 1 versus 2, but in reality, that wasn't the case. This was because between Xian and the fallen demon's son, he would clearly launch a sneak attack or 2 whenever there was an opening. This was definitely the rhythm of a 3-way war. This left everyone stupefied. These were 3 exceptional youngsters, yet their violent tempers were just too shocking, right? They couldn't tolerate it when they met, and they had to fight to determine who was stronger. Other than that, what shocked them even more was the methods displayed by the 3 of them. Among the 3 of them, Witch Dust Maiden and the fallen demon prince were the strongest. They were at the first stage of the void realm, which was comparable to the elders of some races. The netherworld young master, whose identity was difficult to determine, was even more abnormal. He was only at the 5th stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, but with the complicated changes of the netherworld claw divine ability, he was evenly matched with these 2 peerless geniuses of the human race. Chi Demon Flag Hall, Demon God Roar, Hateful Zither Zheng, Blood Dragon Ferocious. There was also the power of the netherworld claw's divine ability, and the dark green skull's murderous aura was monstrous. They were all primordial divine abilities and primordial treasures. The standard of this battle was so high that even some of the older generation experts couldn't help but look sideways. They secretly sighed that the era was indeed different. The new generation was replacing the old, and the era belonged to the new generation. They, the old generation, would probably all die on the beach in the near future. Roar! Roar! GGG, the blood dragon roared, the demon god roared, and the dark green netherworld skeleton laughed strangely. The energy bodies condensed from the internal domain of the 3 divine abilities and the treasures intertwined in this void. After a cup of tea's time, they were completely tangled together. The monstrous aura covered a small part of the void, blocking the figures of Xian, the fallen demon prince, and Witch Dust Maiden. They couldn't be seen clearly. Outside the area of this battle, Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor's eyes shone with an invisible brilliance. They stared closely, afraid that young Master Ling Hu would take this opportunity to escape. As for the experts from the top forces of the 3 universes in the surrounding void, they had long been dazzled by this battle, and their expressions were infatuated. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong, the 4 heroes of the human clan, looked gloomy. They were not convinced by the 4 peerless geniuses of the human clan before. As for the so-called 2 peerless geniuses of the human clan, they didn't even take them seriously. However, after the battle in the 3rd universe's heavenly battle Starfield, young Master Ling Hu, one of the 2 peerless geniuses of the human clan, suppressed all of them by himself. Even the other two peerless geniuses of the human clan, young Master Linghu and Fairy Xianxia, were oppressed until they couldn't do anything. That battle could be said to have greatly damaged the confidence of the four heroes of the human clan. Today, when they saw that the other two peerless geniuses of the human clan, Witch Dust Maiden and Fallen Demon Prince, were stronger than young Master Linghu and Fairy Yinyao, and that another peerless geniuses of the Second Universe's Federation had appeared out of nowhere, comparable to the invincible war god and young Master Linghu. The depression in their hearts could no longer be described with words. Not only them, but even the young clan leaders and other peerless geniuses of the Second Universe's Federation had a deeper feeling. This was the Second Universe, but at this moment, the two peerless geniuses of the human clan and the young master of the Netherworld, whose identity was still unknown. Among the peerless geniuses of the 10 clans of the Second Universe, although there was a young master of the Battle Lion clan, Shi Baofeng, who was ranked 3rd, he didn't jump for long before he was beheaded and eaten. This was simply unbearable. Screech! At this moment, in the distant void, a sky-splitting screech suddenly sounded. It was soul-shaking, and the powerhouses of the major forces in the surrounding void all looked sideways and turned their heads to look. In their line of sight, a huge green rock with a wingspan of thousands of feet was crossing the void with its physical body, flapping its wings. Behind it, there was clearly a void fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Even with full kinetic energy, it faintly couldn't keep up with its speed. The powerhouses of the Second Universe were stunned at first, but then their spirits were lifted, and they exclaimed in unison. Red-eyed Green Rock? It's actually him. It's the young master of the Green Rock clan, ranked 2nd among the peerless geniuses of the Second Universe, Peng Jingxiao. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiao Baishan. The Green Rock race was ranked 2nd among the top 10 races in the Second Universe Federation. They were even ranked 3rd before the Battle Lion race. This showed how powerful this race was. The strength of the Green Rock race was not only reflected in the overall strength of the race, but also in the individual strength of the Green Rock race. This strength was reflected in the bloodline in their bodies and the special abilities in their bloodline. The Green Rock race was said to be the descendant of the ancient era's Azure Sky Rock. The ancestor of the ancient era's Azure Sky Rock was the legendary Kuan Peng. The Kuan Peng, like the Netherworld Emperor, was a supreme existence in the ancient era. It was comparable to the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Tortoise. However, it was not on the side of the headless infant corpse. It was on the side of the green eyes of the heavenly Tao. Of course, whether it was Yi Xian or the top powers of the 3 universes, none of them knew about this. After all, the battle of the primordial era had involved almost all the creatures of the primordial era, and all of them had to take sides. In that battle, there were hundreds of primordial sovereigns like the Golden Divine Dragon and the desolate ancient Yiksha. Yi Xian was unable to call out their names one by one, so it was understandable that he didn't know much about the Kuan Peng's camp. Perhaps there would be records of this in the clan's inherited secret scriptures, but it would clearly not be easily divulged to the outside world. It was a secret that would not be shown to others. Peng Jingxiao was the young leader of the Green Rock race, one of the 3 heroes of the Second Universe Federation. Among the 3 heroes, Lion Baofeng was ranked last. Other than Peng Jingxiao, who was ranked 2nd, there was an even more amazing existence. Although he was also at the Void Realm rank 1, Peng Jingxiao was not a match for him. This was because his bloodline was too powerful. This person was called Jiao Badian. Jiao Badian was the young master of the Blood Wyrm race and the leader of the 3 heroes of the Second Universe Federation. He was also in the 12th Great Realm, Void Space rank 1, but he was said to be able to fight against the older generation experts of the 13th Great Realm, Genesis Realm. The Blood Wyrm race was the strongest race in the Federation of the Second Universe, the strongest race. It was said that this race was the descendant of the ancient era's 9-headed blood dragon, and the ancestor of the 9-headed blood dragon was the legendary Blood Sea Demon Dragon. The Blood Sea Devilworm was like the Rock and Netherworld Emperor. It was an exalted existence during the primordial era, and it could similarly compare to the Divine Gold Dragon and Void Tortoise. However, its faction was the same as the Kuan Peng bird. It was the enemy of the Headless Infant Corpse's faction. At this moment, Peng Jingxiao had revealed his bloodline true body. He had turned into a red-eyed green rock with a wingspan of 1,000 zhang. He flapped his wings and charged forward at an extreme speed. The green fortress behind him could barely keep up. Meanwhile, in another direction, a massive crimson cloud was surging toward them from a distance of countless kilometers in an instant. The blood cloud was boundless and vast, spanning thousands of miles. Within it, one could vaguely see 1,000 zhang-long one-horned blood jiao dragon swallowing the clouds and spitting out blood. Its aura was disdainful, and its speed was not any slower than Peng Jingxiao's. Behind the one-horned blood-flood dragon, there was also a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This space fortress was blood-red, and a 9-headed blood-flood dragon was engraved on its hull. This was the symbol of the blood-flood dragon clan, the leader of the various races of the second universe. In the void, the experts of the top forces were stunned at first, and then they exclaimed again, "Nine-headed blood dragon? The blood dragon race's universe master is here. He is the leader of the top 10 races in the second universe. It seems that the Desolate Era's treasure Yanluo is really attractive." The top 3 races in the second universe didn't even participate in the turmoil in the third universe's heavenly battle starfield. They are not interested in young Master Linghu and his Medicine King's ancient cauldron. But this time, they came one after the other. The Battle Lion race has retreated, but the more powerful Green Rock race and Blood Dragon race have come at the same time. This void is going to be chaotic. There will be a good show to watch. The universe masters of the various races won't make a move easily. Although the Green Rock race and Blood Dragon race have living fossils that are beyond the universe realm, and their overall strength is stronger than the Dark Turtle race, this is the Dark Turtle Sea. The nest of the Dark Turtle race is where the Dark Turtle race is located. Even the universe masters of these two races can only guard it. It seems that the universe masters of the human race can't make a move. After all, this is the second universe. Besides the Dark Turtle race, the Green Rock race and Blood Dragon race also have universe masters of the human race. If they don't make a move, the human race's universe masters can only watch. Yes, this battle is destined to be a competition between the younger generation. Although the human race has 2 peerless geniuses, the Demon Dust Woman and the Fallen Demon Sun, and even Xiaoyaozi and Fairy Xianxia may be lurking in the dark, among the younger generation of the various races in the second universe, Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian have also arrived. It's hard to predict who will win in the end. It's a pity that the 2 peerless geniuses of the human race, the invincible war god, are still in the cultivation camp. They are being chased by the Tenju Celestial Palace and can't get away. Young Master Linghu died early and was exiled to the void turbulence. Otherwise, if he was here today, the battle would be more exciting. Isn't it the same? Although young Master Linghu is gone, there's young Master Netherworld. He's just as monstrous and abnormal. Moreover, he's also a big foodie. Even lion boffing was roasted by him. His ferocity isn't inferior to young Master Linghu's at all. Yes, this person's identity is now questionable. He may not be the young master of the Netherworld race from the end of the Desolate Antiquity era. He is too mysterious and shocking. Screech. Roar. Just as the experts of the top forces in the void were exclaiming, from the left and right of the void, a roar of a rock and a roar of a dragon came at the same time. The Cyan Fortress behind Peng Jingxiao and the Scarlet Fortress behind Jiao Badian both stopped steadily thousands of miles away, occupying 2 different positions in the void. Like the camps of the other major forces, they formed an encirclement, firmly trapping the pink light pillar that was still soaring into the sky. However, the 2 red-eyed Cyan Rock and the ferocious Blood Dragon did not stop at all. They directly rushed into the encirclement where the battle was taking place. Previously, only the Demon Dust Woman, the Fallen Demon Sun, and the Netherworld Young Master were fighting fiercely here. But now, it was obviously different. 2 of the 3 heroes among the geniuses of the second universe had joined the battle. The 5-sided battle royale basically determined the ownership of Yanluo. Because the older generation of universe masters could no longer fight, the older generation experts of the other forces of the human race sighed and turned their heads to look at the younger generation behind them. They were also of the younger generation, but they were not qualified to participate in this battle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Corp's flames fill the sky. Screech. Roar. The roar of a rock and the roar of a flood dragon could be heard from both sides. Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian had made their moves at the same time. A large amount of green mist gushed out of the red-eyed green rock's body. The wind and clouds swirled and covered a corner of the void, sealing the entire battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the rules of the void seemed to be affected by something, which was beneficial to the red-eyed green rock. Peng Jingxiao's aura skyrocketed, while the power of the others was suppressed. At the same time, in another direction, the ferocious blood-flood dragon, which was originally thousands of feet tall, punched out with its claws. Then, an energy blood-flood dragon of the same size roared and appeared in front of Yixian in an instant. Roar! Roar! Although this energy blood-flood dragon was the same size as Jiao Badian, it had 9 ferocious heads. Each of them spat out fire, water, and smoke, which also covered a small part of the void, covering Yixian's entire body. These were 2 kinds of bloodline divine abilities. They were similar to the bloodline divine ability of the Battle Lion tribe, which originated from the Blood Slaughter Lion tribe. They belonged to the Green Rock tribe and the Blood Flood Dragon tribe. The innate divine ability of the Green Sky Rock tribe, Demonic Rock Seals the Heavens. The innate divine ability of the 9-headed Blood Flood Dragon tribe, Demonic Blood Flood Dragon Fist. As soon as Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian entered the battlefield, they immediately displayed their strongest bloodline divine ability and forcibly joined the battle. The chaotic battle between the 3 of them turned into a chaotic battle between 5 people in the blink of an eye. Young Master Netherworld, Lion Boffing is our 3rd brother. You dared to kill him and roast him. Today, we will not let you live. Yes, one of the 3 heroes of the 2nd universe has fallen. Today, this young master will use your netherworld blood as a sacrifice to comfort his soul. Roaring furiously, Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian simultaneously descended. Although their target was only Yixian, the latter had already engaged in a fierce battle with the fallen demon son and the witch dust woman. It was difficult to distinguish between them, and their attacks were unable to determine the target. In the end, the only result was a chaotic battle between the 5 of them. Humph. In the next instant, the fallen demon prince let out a muffled groan from his nose. He had been hit unintentionally. The energy dragon with 9 ferocious heads collided with the 2 demon gods. One of the heads was directly devoured by one of the dragon heads, causing the fallen demon prince to suffer a small backlash. Zheng. Fresh blood splashed out from Devil Dust Woman's hand again, and the 8th weakest dragon was severed. The natal blood dragon was already barely able to hold off the 4 demon gods. Now, the 9 blood Jiao dragons rushed in, and 3 of the Jiao dragons spat out mist at the natal blood dragon, causing it to crumble. You 2 are simply courting death. What does our battle have to do with you? The 3 elites of the 2nd Universe Federation? Wasn't one of them already killed? The remaining 2 will also perish here today. The fallen demon prince and devil dust woman were enraged, and they roared at the same time. They waved the demon flags in their hands, and the ancient zither rang, summoning several demon god phantoms and blood-red giant dragons, which roared towards Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian. Yixian didn't hold back, and he didn't care about the cost. He waved his hand again, and although there was no dark green withered claw this time, there was a dark green radiance that shot out from his palm and sank into the glabella of the 2,000 feet tall dark green skeleton. With this palm strike, Yixian's face instantly turned pale. The price he had to pay was not small. He had to pay half of the dark baleful energy of the netherworld physique, and the innate Coldine spirit he absorbed in the Een Pond had been turned into pure energy, boosting the dark green skeleton's power. It was overflowing with ferocity, and its power skyrocketed. Huff, under the strong wind, the originally 2,000 feet tall dark green skeleton expanded to 5,000 feet in the blink of an eye. It roared silently, and its blood burst out. It opened its mouth and devoured half of the 9-headed blood Jiao dragons. 4 of the Jiao dragons' heads were destroyed, and they turned into blood energy mist that was swallowed by the dark green skeleton. Xiao! 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 At the same time, Peng Jingxiao also displayed his might. The red-eyed green Peng flapped its wings crazily, and the entire void that was shrouded by the green mist trembled slightly. Then, countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared in the void of the universe that was affected by the power of the demonic rock sky-sealing field. Like green goose feather snowflakes, they covered the sky and covered a part of the sky. This was one of the killing methods of the great green Peng's innate divine ability, the demonic Pung sealing the heavens field. Although the demonic Pung sealing the heavens field sounded like a sealing ability, how could the Great Green Pang's innate divine ability be so simple? Previously, Pung Jing Tian had only displayed the basic form of this innate divine ability. He had covered a small part of the void with the unique field of this innate divine ability to strengthen his attacks and weaken his enemies. To put it bluntly, it was only a supplementary effect. And right now, the killing power of this innate divine ability was displayed. The green feathered arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth like a snowstorm instantly moved, whistling unceasingly. Except for the targets that Ping Jing Tian had specifically instructed not to be targeted, all other existences within this sealed world would be targeted. This included the light pillar that was not far away from where the 5 of them were fighting. Thousands upon thousands of green Pung feathers shot into the pink light pillar. Because they were in the form of energy, they immediately collided with the pink light pillar, causing some kind of magnetic field to become chaotic. The pink light pillar that was originally like a lamp post that pierced the sky suddenly rippled. Inside the light pillar, the pink silk cloth that was 1,000 feet wide began to undulate even more violently. This directly affected Hitorigami Corp's progenitor, who was undulating on the silk cloth with her bare feet. Her dance was no longer as graceful as before. At the same time, Hitorigami Corp's ancestor was finally awakened from her intoxicated state of dancing. She extended her attention out of the pink light pillar and took in everything that was happening outside. Screech, Hitorigami Corp's ancestor was enchanting and cold. At this moment, her eyes were bursting with bloody anger. While roaring to the sky, she shook her right arm and a 30 feet long blood-bone spear appeared in her hand. The spear tip was steaming with black flames. That was the innate corpse flame. There were also many ferocious primordial evil spirits phantoms appearing and disappearing. These were all powerful creatures that were slain by Hitorigami Corp's ancestor in the remote antiquity era. At the same time, boundless black and red corpse flames seethed from the fiery red armor worn by Corp's ancestor Hamba. It instantly suffused an area of 50 kilometers in the surroundings, and it transformed the space in an area of 50 kilometers into an ocean of corpse flames. In the sky above the sea area, countless powerful primordial evil spirits roared, soared into the sky, and then collapsed. They set off Hitorigami Corp's ancestor, who was holding a bloody spear and standing barefoot above the sea of flames. Her corpse flame was even more monstrous. Rumble. At this moment, the pink light pillar that was hundreds of miles in diameter and had an unfathomable height completely collapsed. The pink silk that was hundreds of feet wide turned into a wisp of bloody light and shot into the space between Hitorigami Corp's ancestor's eyebrows. She took a step forward and appeared at the place where Xianxia and the others were fighting. Her blood-bone spear shook the sky. Peerless Beauty, the greater demon, the rock? The Bloodsea Devil Flood Dragon? No, it merely possesses a very faint bloodline. The Zither of Hatred? The Crimson Devil Banner? I've actually seen it again. But why is it in the hands of such an ant? There's actually a primeval netherworld with a pure bloodline? This is absolutely impossible. The Netherworld Emperor has fallen a long time ago, and the Netherworld's bloodline has been completely severed at the end of the primordial era. I'm Corp's ancestor. I'm Hamba. Hoqing, Xianxia. Where are those fellows? Wait. Why are so many memories missing? Where is this? Even the aura of time is different. What exactly happened? As soon as Corp's ancestor Hamba was born, she immediately awoke from her intoxicated state and summoned the blood-bone spear, destroyed the pink pillar of light, and took a step forward to descend into the world. Her eyes were filled with dense bewilderment at the first possible moment, and her peerlessly beautiful face had a stupefied expression. She looked around blankly while muttering to herself, and in the end, she actually held her forehead with one hand while howling madly towards the sky with pain. Obviously, only a strand of Corp's ancestor Hamba's soul quintessence was sealed within the treasure artifact, Hamba. Even though she was still herself, she was too damaged, and it was even to the extent that her memories were no longer complete. This scene stunned all the starry sky experts in the surrounding void. The peerless battle between Xianxia and the others had stopped, and the entire expanse of space had fallen into deathly silence, when they faced Corp's ancestor Hamba in such a state and heard the perplexed muttering coming from her mouth. The hearts of everyone shook violently, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion, an almighty figure of the primordial era, an existence that was almost at the supreme level of that era, had actually been reduced to such a state. Her body had perished a long time ago, and only an incomplete strand of her soul quintessence remained, and it was sealed within an ancient treasure. This was too miserable. Many people started to develop their train of thought because of this, and they started to recall the peerless battle that occurred at the end of the primordial era all those years ago. Exactly what sort of calamity had occurred that caused even an existence that was second to the supreme level of the primordial era to be reduced to such a state? However, this was a battlefield, and it was also the place where an extremely important primordial treasure had appeared. It was not a peaceful place, and it was destined to be impossible for people to calm their hearts and sigh extravagantly. The thoughts of corpse ancestor Hamba's quintessence of life quintessence was quickly disrupted, and they suddenly came to their senses, and their thoughts returned to reality. Whoosh! Rumble, hiss. The corpse ancestor Hitorigami roared again. This time, the expression on his face was completely ferocious. With a shake of his right arm, he pointed out from a distance of 500 kilometers, and 2 streams of black corpse flames shot out. He pointed to the east and actually broke through the barrier of distance. He tore through the void and directly appeared in front of the witch dust maiden. He turned into an incomparably sharp spear and pierced through her shoulder. A rain of blood immediately poured down, dyeing the ancient zither of hatred that rested on the witch's knees red. A canopy pointed to the west and instantly arrived. It was also a spear that pierced through fallen demon child's left arm, causing the demon chi banner he held in his left hand to almost fall from the sky. This was not the end. Almost at the same time, the sea of black corpse flames around corpse ancestor Hamba began to churn. 2 huge black corpse flames soared into the sky from the north and south, turning into 2 hazy figures. They were like corpses and demons, with blood-black flesh on their backs. In the blink of an eye, they tore through the void and appeared behind Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian respectively. Their fangs were like spears, and they ruthlessly bit down on their necks. Roar! Aoo! Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian were caught off guard. Their huge bloodline true bodies trembled violently, and their figures were already unstable. They almost fell from the void, and their auras were slightly weakened. This was clearly the rhythm of the 2 hazy corpses draining a small part of their bloodline essence chi. At the same time, a faint pink glow rushed out from between corpse ancestor Hamba's eyebrows. It turned into a waterfall, and like a nimble ghost blade, it slashed towards Xian in the other direction. Roar! The dark green skull, which was already 50,000 feet in size, instantly roared. With a slight sway, it directly blocked in front of Xian. Unfortunately, just as its ferocious wide mouth opened, the blood-colored waterfall that was formed by the primordial treasure, Yen Luo, in the shape of a thin brocade blade, had already slashed down vertically between the eyebrows of the dark green skull. In the blink of an eye, it was cut into 2 and exploded with a loud bang, turning into 2 dark green infernal energy that quickly rolled and dissipated. Pooh! The dark green skull collapsed, and Xian was hit by the backlash of the divine ability. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The nether body had suffered a serious injury in the blink of an eye, and had lost the ability to fight for a short period of time. He could not continue to use the nether body's bloodline divine ability, Nether Claw. He had to use the Een Pool innate cold liquid to heal his internal injuries before he could fight again. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took 3 breaths of time. The 5 supreme masters of the younger generation had reached or were comparable to the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. However, in just 3 breaths of time, they were all defeated by Hamba alone. The prestige of one of the 4 ancestors of the desolate ancient corpse path had been deduced to the extreme in just a few breaths of time. It was simply like a dream, with peerless grace. Although the corpse ancestor Hitorigami only had a strand of his spiritual sense origin left, he still had the cultivation base of the 15th great realm, the late stage of the universe realm. He could suppress the existence of the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. Even if there were 5 opponents, it was actually reasonable for him to complete the task within 3 breaths. However, there were more than 3 late-stage universe realm masters in the surrounding void. But if they were to attack just now, they would definitely not be able to do it. Whether it was Xian, Demon Dust Maiden, Fallen Demon Sun, Peng Jingxiao, or Jiao Badian, the 5 of them were not ordinary existences. Even if they encountered the Genesis Realm Masters of the 13th Great Realm, they could still fight. Moreover, the 5 of them had treasures of the Desolate Ancient Era or the bloodline of the powerful existences of the Desolate Ancient Era. Their combat strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. But even so, they were still collectively suppressed by corpse ancestor Hamba in just 3 breaths of time. Such a result of the battle shocked everyone, and the surrounding void was filled with gasps. Even Long Ziwen, Zhan Tu, Ancestor Wu Mei, and the other almighty figures in the 15th level of the universe turned pale with astonishment. They instantly realized the gap between them and corpse ancestor Hamba. Although they were all the mighty figures of the universe in the 15th realm, the corpse ancestor drought demon was an existence that truly originated from the primordial age. Now, just a wisp of incomplete spiritual sense was already so powerful. His combat experience and combat awareness were still there. He could definitely fight 2 or 3 mighty figures of the same realm by himself. This was definitely a heaven-defying rhythm, but even so, they still had to attack. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a blind dog, corpse ancestor Hitorigami suddenly attacked and suppressed the 5 geniuses within 3 breaths. This scene shocked everyone, and all the experts from the top forces of the 3 universes in the surrounding void were in an uproar. The powerful figures of the universe roared and rushed out immediately. There were a total of 10 powerful figures of the universe present, and a total of 5 from the Federation of the Second Universe. There were 2 elders from the Green Rock clan and the Blood Dragon clan guarding the Starry Sky Fortress, 2 elders from the Barbarian Bull clan and the Inji clan from the Qianquan clan, and one who was alone and did not represent any clan. He was a powerful rogue cultivator from the Second Universe. In addition, there were 4 powerful figures of the universe from the Third Universe. They were the Imperial Family Elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal Dynasty, the Elder Zhan Tu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, and his old friend Ancestor Wu Mei. In addition, there was also a protector from the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp. In addition to these 9 people, there was another powerful figure of the universe. His entire body was shrouded in a grey fog. No one knew which force he came from, but it was suspected that he was the ancestor of a servant clan under the Tianji clan of the First Universe. At this time, as the powerful figure of the universe, corpse ancestor Hitorigami, attacked, the 10 powerful figures of the universe from the 3 universes all jumped out and used all kinds of methods. Some even took out their offensive treasures and swarmed forward together. This was the rhythm of besieging corpse ancestor Hitorigami, wanting to suppress him and seize the primordial treasure, Yen Luo. So what if you're corpse ancestor Hitorigami? You might be a figure in the primordial era, but in this world, you're just an incomplete source of spiritual sense. Even your memory is incomplete, so you can't cause much trouble. Hand over the treasure Yen Luo immediately, or today will be the day you completely die. You can't even save a wisp of your soul. Corpse ancestor Hitorigami, I advise you not to make a mistake. Rumble, screech, swish, along with numerous furious roars that resounded through space, the entire expanse of the universe had been thrown into chaos. The 10 great figures of the universe had joined forces to fight the corpse ancestor and Hamba at the area where the pink pillar of light had shot into the sky and its surroundings. All kinds of energy surged endlessly, and the void was cracked. Turbulence in the void, and the light of all kinds of magic treasures and arts bloomed continuously. It was so is translation ancestor Hitorigami? Translation translation, 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 is translation, is translation, 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 translation. The methods of the universe almighty expert were too terrifying. Normally, if 2 universe almighty expert were to fight in anger, it would completely disturb a large area of space. But now, 11 universe almighty experts were fighting in a chaotic battle, and the circle of battle continued to expand. In a short span of 10 breaths, the area of 10,000 miles was already filled with surging energy. The scene inside was completely obscured, and it was impossible to see clearly. At the same time, Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Badian, who were caught off guard and suddenly injured, also retreated bravely. The Qianquan clan elder who was guarding the Starry Sky Fortress had already made his move. The fight for the Yen Luo had nothing to do with them anymore, so healing their injuries was more important. On the other hand, the Witch Dust Maiden, the Fallen Demon's son, and Yi Xian were the exact opposite. Although they retreated at the same time and avoided the area where the 11 supreme beings were fighting, the three of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. They teleported at the same time and chose the space on the right side of the chaotic battlefield in the central region, continuing to tangle with each other. To the three of them, this battle was unavoidable. Even if they were seriously injured and on the verge of death, they had to persevere. The pressure on the demon dust maiden was slightly less, because even if she lost this competition, she would at most have to pay 2 of the system exchange store's treasures and shoulder a large amount of system debt. Even so, this kind of pressure was almost unbearable for her. After all, if she really failed the system competition mission, Xian and Fallen Demon's son would definitely not be polite. Even if they did not need it, they would definitely choose the treasure with the highest exchange price. Her losses were too heavy. If even she was in such a situation, then there was no need to mention Xian and Fallen Demon's son. Once they failed the system competition mission, then they would not even be able to protect the devouring system within their bodies. Everything would be taken away by the demon dust maiden, including their lives, so, compared to the demon dust maiden, Xian and Fallen Demon's son were under even greater pressure. Amongst them, Xian was in a bad situation. Earlier, Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami had attacked Xian's group of 5 at the same time. Even though the Fallen Demon's son and Demon Dust Maiden had suffered quite heavy injuries, they had both utilized a primordial treasure during the battle. So, a portion of Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami's attack had been shared with the primordial treasures they had refined. On the other hand, Xian was different. He was using the innate divine ability of the Netherworld bloodline. When the 50,000-meter-tall dark green skull was destroyed by the Silk Blood Blade, Xian was the only one who suffered the backlash. After that attack, his nether lineage had been heavily injured. Even though he could still maintain it, he no longer had the ability to attack. Both the Fallen Demon's son and Demon Dust Maiden had vaguely sensed this. The Fallen Demon's son frowned. He had already realized how difficult it would be to deal with the Demon Dust Maiden. However, the system competition mission was extremely disadvantageous to him, so he could not afford to lose. Under these circumstances, even though he was competing with Xian, he had planned to first join forces with Xian to deal with the Demon Dust Maiden together. After all, once the Demon Dust Maiden's crisis was resolved, even if he lost the system competition mission against Xian, he would at most lose a system competition treasure. The pressure would be completely different. But right now, Xian was in such a state, causing his plan to become unrealistic. Currently, the Fallen Demon's son was considering what kind of response he should take in this situation. As for the Demon Dust Maiden, she did not hesitate at all. Since Xian was currently at a disadvantage, eliminating one of them first was naturally the best choice for her. This was because once she won a system competition mission, she would immediately receive a lot of benefits. Not only would her injuries recover immediately, but her cultivation would also skyrocket. She might even be able to grasp more techniques. With this thought, a murderous light flashed in the Demon Dust Maiden's eyes. Her figure swayed, and she immediately pounced towards Xian. Almost at the same time, the Fallen Demon's son finally made his decision. His choice was the same. He would first eliminate the weaker Xian. This was also beneficial to him. Previously, he had taken a fancy to a treasure in the system exchange store. It was very beneficial to him in his current predicament. As long as he could kill Xian, even if he was severely injured, the Fallen Demon's son would immediately be able to obtain an exchange treasure from Xian's system exchange store. The system in Xian's body was also at an intermediate mutation, so it was very likely that he would have the treasure that he needed. It was precisely because of this consideration that the Fallen Demon's son waved the Demon Dust Maiden in his hand at the same time as she rushed out. A demon god thousands of feet tall lunged towards Xian. 2 competitors actually attacked him at the same time. The originally 3-sided chaotic battle turned into a 2-on-1 in the blink of an eye. Xian became a pushover. It was as if everyone wanted to pinch him. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin my lord's or-blind dog? As soon as Xian roared, the experts of the starry sky in the camps of the major forces in the surrounding void immediately exclaimed in surprise. Almost all the experts of the starry sky who were originally paying attention to the battle between the 11 powerful figures of universe on the other side all shifted their gazes over. After all, the entire void over there was covered by the rolling and surging energy mist, and nothing could be seen. However, it seemed that something big was about to happen here, and it must be extremely exciting. Previously, it was just a three-way battle, but now, the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son attacked the netherworld young master at the same time. The battle strength displayed by the three of them was equal in the previous battle. Although the netherworld young master seemed to be more amazing, his cultivation was only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, but he could fight evenly with the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son, who were at the 12th level of the void realm. However, just now, in the face of the lightning attack of the corpse ancestor Hamba, the netherworld young master was clearly injured the most, and it seemed that he had lost the ability to continue fighting. However, the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son, who still had the strength to fight, attacked him at the same time. Under such circumstances, the netherworld young master's situation and danger could be imagined. All of this was witnessed by the experts of the starry sky in the camps of the major forces in the surrounding void, and they were well aware of it. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Yi Xian's arrogant roar, they were stunned at first, and then sighed one after another. They believed that Yi Xian knew that he was going to die, and that he was going crazy before despair. Alas, what a pity, the netherworld young master is definitely stronger than the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son. In this battle, the battle strength he displayed just now is equal to the two of them, but he is only at the 5th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, and he doesn't have any ancient treasures in his hand. He fought evenly with them with his brute strength, but now he is going to die. This is definitely an existence comparable to the two peerless geniuses of the human clan, the invincible war god and the young master Ling Hu. His growth potential surpasses that of the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son. Whether he really came from the ancient times or not, his talent can't be buried. He was originally destined to bloom in this world. It's time, it's fate. He didn't possess any precious treasures in this battle, and he was heavily injured by the corpse ancestor, Hamba, causing him to seem to have lost the ability to continue fighting. This is the sorrow of a tiger that has fallen to the ground. Even though Devil Dust Maiden and Devil Fall Sun aren't dogs, a tiger like young Master Netherworld is going to lie down in his lair. There will be an eternal mystery left in this world. With the fall of young Master Netherworld, his identity and origin will become an eternal mystery, just like young Master Ling Hu's final whereabouts and life and death. Those who are too monstrous will incur the jealousy of the heavens. Young Master Netherworld was like that, and so was young Master Ling Hu. Was this a vicious cycle? Could it really be the power of curses? Will the invincible war god in the human cultivator's territory be spared? Following these exclamations and sighs, the atmosphere in the surrounding void instantly became a little stagnant and oppressive. All the starry sky powerhouses looked at Yi Xian with a trace of pity in their eyes. In the distance, the pitch-black Black Lion Star Fortress suddenly began to charge at full speed, and the muzzles of the death ray cannon on the ship were activated. This was clearly the result of Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao being unwilling to accept the imminent death of young Master Netherworld. They gradually became crazy and wanted to use the power of the death ray cannon to disrupt the rhythm of the battle. There was no doubt that as soon as the death ray cannon was fully charged, they would immediately give the order to bombard. The fleets of the several major forces in the void facing the Black Lion Star Fortress had already begun to dodge to the sides to avoid being caught in the crossfire. However, everyone was obviously not optimistic about this kind of struggling remedy. Devil Dust Maiden and Devil Fall Sun were already existences in the 12th Great Realm, Rank 1 Void. They were also peerless geniuses of the human clan. Their methods were extraordinary, and they also had a primordial treasure. Moreover, they were thousands of miles away. In this situation where they already knew the whereabouts of the Black Lion Star Fortress, even the death ray cannon might not be able to cause any substantial hindrance or interference to them. In this battle, young Master Netherworld was bound to die. This was the consensus of all the spectating powerhouses. However, it was at this moment that a heaven-shaking change that no one had expected suddenly occurred without any warning. Your cultivation is high, and you have treasures. I have nothing. My cultivation has not recovered, and I am only at rank 5 Grotto Heaven. I don't have any treasures, and I only have the bloodline ability of the Netherworld clan. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. The Devil Dust Maiden and Devil Fall Sun's joint bullying made him furious. He was a little crazy and was on the verge of going berserk. As he spoke, his hair fluttered wildly, and his expression was ferocious. His figure was suspended in the void, and he did not dodge the full-force attacks of Devil Dust Maiden and Devil Fall Sun. He completely ignored them. In the end, he roared to the sky, "However, I also have a final trump card, which is enough to suppress all enemies in the world." Screech, as Yi Xian's roaring voice sounded, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest also suddenly burned and instantly disappeared, leaving only a piercing roar of a corpse. It was clearly a roar from the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, but because Yi Xian also happened to look up at the sky and roar ferociously, all the powerhouses in the surrounding void mistakenly thought that this strange roar came from Yi Xian's mouth. Before the roar ended, Yi Xian's face showed a hint of sluggishness. What happened to the infant corpse? Even if it didn't show its true body, it should at least show some terrifying magical power, right? Yi Xian would not reject this. Although he had already said that he would train himself and try not to rely on the power of the infant corpse and the Rai Di seal to resolve the crisis, he did not have the ability to deal with it. It was just that he was afraid that his identity would be exposed, so it was inconvenient for him to use many of his methods. Under such circumstances, it was completely acceptable for him to occasionally let the headless infant corpse use its methods to resolve the situation. However, the situation was clearly not right. Just now, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest was so hot that Yi Xian thought that the mysterious guy was going to use some kind of ultimate move. That was why he roared such words domineeringly, claiming that he still had a final trump card, which was enough to suppress all enemies in the world, but the result was a big joke. The headless infant corpse only let out a strange roar, and then completely went silent. The corpse lamp tattoo on his chest no longer had any burning sensation. Yi Xian had already figured this out, so he could be sure. This was clearly a scam. The last few words were shouted in such a high-profile manner that the countless starry sky powerhouses in the surrounding void were all aghast. They all looked over in shock, and even the black lion in the distant void had stopped recharging. If he did not use any ultimate move in the end, there was no need for the fallen demon son and the demon dust woman to make a move. Yi Xian himself would die of shame and anger, vomiting blood and dying on the spot. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face turned green. The demon dust woman and the fallen demon son, who were rushing towards him, also showed vigilance and suspicion on their faces. Just as Yi Xian did not know how to deal with the aftermath, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami suddenly roared angrily in the distance where the 11 universe masters were fighting in the sky. "This is the aura of our master? My beloved, rise, this is my lord's aura?" Screech, the murmur of corpse ancestor Hamba resounded, causing all the experts from the various top powers in the surrounding space to be stunned. Before they could react, a violent howl that shook the heavens suddenly sounded out from the place where the aura was in chaos, and it clearly revealed a wisp of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Immediately after, a blood-red light shot into the sky. Corpse ancestor Drought Demon, who was besieged by 10 supreme experts of the universe, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura at this moment. He directly broke through the encirclement that even sealed a small area of space, transforming into a ray of light that shot towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, she was already 100 meters away from him. She suddenly stopped, revealing a peerlessly graceful figure. However, on that peerlessly beautiful face, the original ferocious expression had already disappeared, replaced by a wisp of excitement. Even her eyes were slightly red. "My lord." Under the dumbstruck gazes of all the experts in the surrounding space, corpse ancestor Drought Demon, who had charged out of the encirclement, actually knelt down on one knee in the air. The blood-bone spear in his hand had also disappeared. He lowered his head and cupped his hands towards Yi Xian as he called out, "My lord." Plop. Plop. This scene was too strange, causing everyone to be caught off guard. Some of them were stunned on the spot, their bodies froze, and they almost fell from the sky. Among them, this included the demon dust woman and the fallen devil child, who were charging towards Yi Xian. Their figures had just stopped 1,000 miles away because Yi Xian's sudden roar was somewhat suspicious. After all, he was a peerless monster who could fight them to a draw in the heavenly passage realm, so they couldn't help but be afraid of his crazy counterattack before his death. The moment their bodies froze, they were already on full alert. But even so, the demon dust woman and the fallen devil child still did not expect to see such a scene. They felt their vision go black, and they almost fell from the sky on the spot. My lord, what kind of joke is this? What kind of method did this kid use? How could he have so easily fooled a universe master from the primordial age in such a short period of time? After all, less than a minute ago, the corpse ancestor, Hamba, had made a move against Yixian, causing him to suffer a heavy injury and lose the ability to continue fighting. If this fellow was really in existence from the primordial era, then how could the corpse ancestor Hanba not have recognized him earlier? Yet now, he had suddenly recognized him after he suddenly roared? Besides that, even the Netherworld Emperor from the primordial era probably didn't possess the qualifications to become the master of the corpse ancestor, Hamba, right? Even though the Netherworld Emperor was an exalted figure of the primordial era, the corpse ancestor, Hamba, was a great figure of the primordial era that was merely inferior to the exalted figure of the primordial era. Coupled with the fact that he was one of the 4 ancestors of the corpse Tao, he was wild and unyielding, so it was absolutely impossible for him to respect the Netherworld Emperor as his master. All of this was filled with a dense and strange aura, causing the demon Dust Maiden and the fallen demon's son to have a bad feeling. So, after they glanced at corpse ancestor Hamba with astonishment, the two of them glanced at Yixian with complicated gazes, and then they didn't hesitate to immediately turn around and flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even though Yixian was slightly stunned as well when facing all of this, he was obviously the first to recover from his shock. At practically the instant that corpse ancestor Hanba let out that vicious roar, he'd understood exactly who the master Hanba spoke of was. It was clearly the headless corpse of an infant. It was even to the extent that he wasn't surprised. Even the divine gold dragon and the primordial Xianxia had over 100 supreme existences under his command, so what could corpse ancestor Hanba, who hadn't attained the supreme exalt rank of the primordial era, be? However, this at least allowed him to understand one thing, and that was that corpse ancestor Hanba's main body was on the same side as the infant corpse back then. To put it bluntly, they were on the same side. Since that was the case, then the matter of him accidentally injuring him could be forgotten. Thinking like this, Yixian's resentment towards corpse ancestor Hanba disappeared, but he definitely wouldn't let go of this perfect opportunity to act like a big bad wolf. He immediately placed his hands behind his back and glanced disdainfully at corpse ancestor Hanba, who was still cupping his fists and lowering his head, kneeling on one knee in the void 100 meters in front of him. He nodded slightly and said, "Oh, at least you still have some intelligence. You actually recognized this ancestor. My beloved, rise." Plop. Plop. As soon as these words left his mouth, a series of thumping sounds came from the surroundings. Many experts fell from the sky like dumplings, while the demon Dust Maiden and the fallen demon's son, who had turned around and fled, were so angry that the roots of their teeth were itching. Everyone could see that Yixian was pretending, but in the face of such a situation, what could they do? The person kneeling in front of him was a supreme expert of the universe. You two blind dogs, you actually want to run? Before the demon Dust Maiden and the fallen demon's son could escape far, Yixian's cold laughter rang out. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance, shouting, "Why are you still kneeling? Just keep the two of them here and bind them. Don't kill them." What he wanted was for the two of them to admit defeat and allow him to win the system's competitive mission. If he really killed them, the exchange treasure in the system's exchange store would probably be wasted. In addition, as long as he could win the system's competitive mission, then the system in his opponent's body would be branded with a subordinate source code, which would definitely be of great use in the future. Therefore, Yixian had never thought of killing them, including Xiaoyaozi and Fairy Xianxia. Whoosh! As soon as Yixian's words fell, a blood-red waterfall rushed out from between the corpse ancestor Hamba's eyebrows. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was thousands of feet long. It wrapped around the demon Dust Maiden and the fallen demon's son, completely imprisoning them. A supreme expert of the universe had made a move, and he had even used the primordial treasure, the Yan Luo. There was no doubt about the result. In the blink of an eye, the Yan Luo, which had shrunk again, brought the demon Dust Maiden and the fallen demon's son to Yixian. It tightly wrapped the two of them, making them look like human-shaped cocoons. Not a single inch of their skin was exposed. Yixian sneered, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to admit defeat. Otherwise, once the Yan Luo tightens its grip, you will immediately explode into pieces of flesh and blood." Two sighs came from the two pink human-shaped cocoons. At least they could keep their lives if they admitted defeat. There was no need to choose. Almost at the same time, the familiar system notification sounded in Xianxia's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission has been completed. The host reward is to choose any exchange item from the opponent's system's exchange store. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission has been completed. The system's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the opponent's system database. At the same time, imprint the system's source code and establish a subordinate relationship. The same system notification sounded in Xianxia's mind twice in succession. At this point, his tight heartstrings were finally completely relaxed. Everything was settled, and there were no more changes. The target of public criticism just as the system's notification sounded in his mind, the demonic dust lady and the fallen demon prince, whose bodies were completely bound and sealed in a huge humanoid cocoon, had their faces visibly darkened. Their faces were so dark that it was as if water could drip from them. At this moment, their hearts were dripping blood. They gnashed their teeth fiercely, and their faces were full of unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do. The sound of the system notification rang out, which meant that the competition had failed, and they had no chance to make a comeback. But no matter how unwilling they were, they didn't lose their temper at all because Xianxia had executed such a divine ability at the critical moment, and even corpse ancestor Hamba had been strangely subdued by him. They had no choice but to accept all of this. Ha ha ha, the two of you still lost in the end. Xian raised his head and laughed heartily. He was in an extremely good mood. However, he did not waste any time. He immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body, and chose a treasure for exchange from the exchange store in the fallen demon sun and demon dust lady. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two treasures that were chosen for the exchange directly appeared in his body. Xian didn't even bother to look at them in detail as he directly threw them into his undying world. At the same time, the source codes of the fallen demon sun and the demon dust woman's systems, as well as the data copied from each other's systems, were all completed. At this point, Xian had completed the two competitive missions that had been launched at the same time. Moreover, he had obtained the primordial treasure, Yan Luo. For Xian, everything in the sea of hellish turtles had been completed. It was time to leave. However, it was also at this moment that a series of frenzied roars suddenly came from the surrounding void. The energy mist thousands of miles away was still surging, and 10 figures with terrifying auras whistled over at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they were already close, gathering flame chop. 7 stars trample the heavens, seal the heavens. Fingyu Huiming. Devastating silver bullet wave. These 10 figures with terrifying auras were precisely those 10 great figures of the universe that had besieged corpse ancestor Hamba earlier. At this moment, they'd attacked at the same time, and they'd approached Xianxia in the blink of an eye. The brilliance of all kinds of magical treasures was dazzling for a moment. Among them, the fastest figure was actually the protector of the Earth Extinction Temple from the Third Universe's Cultivation camp. This person was a woman, and the overturning nation's silver bullet wave she displayed was similar to a powerful deity who could shrink the ground into an inch. This was a kind of ethereal footwork that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Coupled with the invisible energy emitted by the true Qi, the ever-changing situation was perfectly combined together. It could quietly control the rhythm of the battle unknowingly, making the opponent feel awkward. The weak could defeat the strong, and the control of the battle would always be in the hands of the weak. Unknowingly, Xian even had a strange feeling that his heartbeat was synchronized with his opponent's footwork, which made him feel a chill run down his back. It was also at this moment that another mighty figure of the universe suddenly waved his hand from afar. He roared, "Illusion Ghost's triple kill." The so-called triple kill was actually 3 different blade techniques. The blade was like an illusion ghost, and each style was stronger than the previous one. Each style could kill, and it could be said to be able to kill illusionary ghosts. As he waved his hand from afar, a huge energy blade that was 100 feet long rumbled over. There were 3 layers of dim shadows superimposed on the blade, and its aura was terrifying. However, this slash also broke the rhythm of the battle that the female protector of the Earth Extinction Temple had unknowingly mastered. The feeling that made Xian's heart follow the opponent's footwork suddenly disappeared. The female protector's face was cold. She knew that the other party did it deliberately. Although these 10 people had joined forces to attack, they were actually secretly fighting each other. Everyone wanted to get Yan Luo. Once someone had an obvious advantage, the others would naturally destroy it secretly. Without waiting for the female protector of the Earth Extinction Temple to react, one of the 9 great figures of the universe behind her waved his hand and cast out 9 bloody lights, which turned into 9 banners and firmly inserted in the surrounding void. These 9 blood-red banners were a set of magic treasures called the 9 Beast Soul Banners. It was said that they were made from the souls of more than 10,000 ferocious beasts in the starry sky, and the black threads were fined from the foul air in the depths of thousands of cold stars. They were extremely vicious. There were a total of 9 banners. Once they were cast out at the same time, they could instantly form a sealing formation and seal a corner of the void. At this moment, with Yixian and the corpse ancestor Hamba as the center, the void within 1,000 miles had been temporarily sealed. Now Yixian was obviously the target of public criticism. These 10 great figures of the universe had only targeted the corpse ancestor Hamba before, but now they had surrounded him as well. In the surrounding void, the great figures of the universe and the fleets from the top forces of the 3 universes were eyeing him covetously. He had become the center of attention, which made Yixian complain inwardly. Now was the time to retreat. How could he escape when he was suddenly under the attention of so many people? Seeing Yixian's eyes flickering, Zhan Tu and the ancestor without eyebrows subconsciously exchanged glances. Both of them were enlightened. They had already realized something, so they quietly slowed down their attacks and even feigned attacks to jointly occupy a position. At this time, they were no longer thinking of leaving the corpse ancestor Hamba behind. Instead, they secretly helped Yixian leave, and then they would attack and take everything for themselves. Although the corpse ancestor Hamba was extremely powerful, and even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to resist him. However, if Yixian wanted to leave, he would definitely change his identity and quietly escape. Under such circumstances, the corpse ancestor Hamba would not be by his side. He should have entered the Yan Luo and been absorbed into Yixian's body. In this way, as long as they were fast enough to restrain Yixian at lightning speed and cut off the opportunity for him to use the Bao Luo, everything would be settled without suspense. 2 powerful figures of the universe attacked at the same time. Moreover, they were well prepared. Their opponent was only at level 5 of the Tao Insight realm. It was not a problem for them to do this. Let them go. Don't worry about them. Yixian swept his gaze over the 9 beast soul flags in the air. He was fearless as he indifferently said, "Previously, you were able to calmly withdraw from the encirclement of these 10 old bastards. I believe it shouldn't be difficult for you to do so now, right? I'm tired. There are 2 gigolos in the 9 Dragon Cyan Phoenix carriage. I can use them to nurse my body. But first, I need to find a quiet place." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at the black lion in the void in the distance. He pointed at it and said, "Hey, let's go there, whoosh." As soon as he finished speaking, the pink Yan Luo quietly shook and threw out the fallen demon sun and the demon dust woman. Then, it unfolded and rolled, directly covering Yixian. The corpse ancestor Hamba also jumped into it. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red waterfall and soared into the sky. Without any suspense, it rushed out of the imprisonment of the 9 shadow beast soul banners. It was as if there was no one around. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The cicada shedding its carapace Hamba, the ancestor of the corpse tribe, looked down on everything. She had escaped from the joint attack and imprisonment of 10 equally powerful figures of the universe twice. This was not something that could be explained by the fact that she was a wisp of the spiritual sense of a powerful figure from the remote antiquity era. Everything must be related to the treasure of the remote antiquity era, Yan Luo. Although this strand of corpse ancestor Hamba's spirit sense was sealed in this treasure, it was also because of this that this strand of her spirit sense had fused with this treasure. Perhaps there was more than one strand of the Huanggu Yan Xiu's spirit sense that was sealed in this treasure, but she was the only one that had awakened. The power of the treasure, Yan Luo, could be fully exerted in her hands. From a certain point of view, this was actually the same as if the treasure was obtained by a powerful figure of the present age and completely refined. However, if it was in the hands of a powerful figure of the present age, even if they refined it, if their cultivation was not high enough, they would not be able to exert the power of the treasure to such an extent. The power of the treasure that Hamba, the ancestor of the corpse tribe, had just displayed, could be used to attack and defend. It could also enter and leave the void as if there was no one there. Perhaps this was not its strongest state. At least, it could only be exerted by a powerful figure of the universe. If one's cultivation was higher than that of a powerful figure of the universe, the treasure would be even more powerful after being refined. At this point, the powerful figures of the starry sky who had witnessed everything were all enlightened at this moment. They had a deeper understanding of this mysterious treasure of the remote antiquity era. Precisely because of this, when a large number of gasps sounded in the void, the fleets of the top forces immediately activated their kinetic energy and surrounded the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress from all directions. A large number of powerful figures of the Starry Sky followed behind the 10 powerful figures of the universe. They all took out their magic treasures and used all their means to seal this part of the void and do their best to stop the escape of the Black Lion Starry Sky. At this time, the treasure, Yanluo, which had turned into a blood-red waterfall, finally entered the main passage of the Black Lion Starry Sky, which had been opened in advance. Then, the main passage closed, and the rumbling sound of kinetic energy starting came. In the Black Lion Starry Sky, Xianxia's excited roar faintly sounded, "Charge! Charge! Once it's done, we'll perform a spatial leap and leave this place." Even he had realized that he had to flee now. Otherwise, he would become the target of all the fleets and experts in the surroundings. He had obtained the Yanluo, and the corpse ancestor and the drought demon had been subdued by the ancestor. The other forces would not be willing to accept this. This matter could not be settled peacefully. "You want to leave?" "I'm afraid that's impossible today." "That's right. We must not let him leave. Otherwise, who will be able to suppress the Netherworld young master in the future? This guy was already heaven-defying to begin with. He was comparable to Prince Xian of the human clan, the invincible god of war, and young master Linghu. He could be said to be one of the 4 great evildoers of the present age. Now, he has obtained the precious weapon, the smokescreen net. Just the wisp of spiritual sense that has already been awakened in the world is already a top-notch universe mighty figure. He is like a tiger that has a seed. If we don't suppress him today, he will definitely bring disaster to the present age. Especially the various races of the second universe. I'm afraid that everyone will be in danger in the future. This guy is a big foodie who is not inferior to young master Linghu. Even Lion Bafeng was roasted into a braised lion's head in public. What else is there that he doesn't dare to do? Surround him immediately. We must not let him escape. If the Black Lion wants to perform a spatial leap, even if the precious weapon, the smokescreen net, is destroyed, we can only take action. At that time, thousands of cannons will fire at the same time. The Black Lion will be turned into powder after a round of fire, not to mention the Netherworld young master in the ship, Buzz. Buzz, along with the exclamations in the surrounding void, the space oscillators of the battleships were fully loaded. Thousands of battleships of different levels. Thousands of space oscillators of different types and powers were aimed at the Black Lion that was surrounded at the same time. Ripples immediately appeared in the void, and it was completely trapped. Not to mention performing a spatial leap, even ordinary navigation was extremely difficult. Its speed could not be increased at all. It was like moving at a snail's pace. Under such circumstances, it was no longer realistic for the Netherworld young master to use the Black Lion to escape. It was simply impossible. However, whether it was the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Chanru, or Zhan Tu and the eyeless old ancestor, none of them were worried in the slightest. The former basically knew a little about Yi Xian's background, and the latter at least knew his identity as young master Linghu. Previously, in the Heavenly Chen Star region under the rule of the Heavenly War Empire in the Third Universe, the situation was the same, but young master Linghu still left calmly. Today's situation was also not difficult for him. At this time, Zhan Tu and the eyeless old ancestor were secretly communicating with each other. This brat is full of tricks. Now that he has entered the Black Lion, if nothing unexpected happens, he has most likely changed his identity. I think something will happen soon. Yes, at that time, he will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to escape. You and I have to be careful. don't let him escape." Exchanging a glance, the two of them quietly retreated to the back. Their figures gradually faded away, disappearing from sight. The 10 mighty figures of heaven and earth were originally eye-catching figures. However, at this moment, the void was too chaotic. The energy and chi were extremely chaotic, and the shadows of people were flickering. For a short period of time, no one noticed the mysterious disappearance of Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrows. At the same time, in the Black Lion Star Fortress, Yi Xian's figure appeared, and then the pink silk cloth that was originally wrapped around his body automatically loosened. The corpse ancestor Hitorigami did not appear, and the pink silk cloth was directly absorbed into Yi Xian's body with a wave of his hand. "Old ancestor, what should we do now?" Seeing this scene, especially that the corpse ancestor Hitorigami with a terrifying aura did not appear, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiu were slightly relieved and immediately came forward, their faces full of panic, because in the void around the ship, the space oscillators of thousands of battleships and fortresses had been activated, so it was impossible for the Black Lion to perform a space jump to leave. "It doesn't matter, it's just a group of chickens and pottery dogs. I need to heal now, and after I recover, I will refine the precious weapon Yanluo." Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He did not have the slightest good impression of this group of people, especially Yin Qi. Yi Xian now knew that he was the one who put the immortal and imperishable bead in the Shinnon cauldron, so it was good that he did not kill him personally. After waving his hand with a calm expression, Yi Xian walked towards a cabin. "There's no need to pay attention to those fellows outside. The treasure, Yan Luo, is still in this ancestor's hands. They won't be willing to destroy it. At most, they'll just threaten me. After I recover from my injuries and refine the Yan Luo, it will be easy to join forces with Hitorigami to break through the siege." After that, the secret door of the cabin behind him was already closed. Yi Xian waved his hand to set up a restriction, and then directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body, immediately activating the universal coordinate jumping ability attached to the system title, and jumping to the destination, the second universe Bitwall, the ancestral land of the Yin demon clan. Yin's Nest. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. I don't understand. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. During this period of time, the Black Lion had been under tremendous pressure. The thousands of warships, fortresses in the surrounding void had been fully activating the space oscillators, trapping a large area of the void. The Black Lion in the central domain could not even perform a normal flight, let alone perform a space jump. It had been 2 hours, and it had not moved half a step, remaining in the same place all the time. During this time, the flagships of the top forces of the 3 universes in the surrounding void sent out threatening words from time to time, saying that they were going to use force. Each time, the tens of thousands of Yin demons in the Black Lion were scared witless. After all, there was only one Black Lion, while thousands of warships and fortresses of various types were surrounding it. There were even many small fortresses and real space fortresses. If thousands of cannons were to be fired at the same time, the heat of the energy light beams from the star cannons could directly vaporize the Black Lion. However, these guys didn't take action in the end. On the one hand, they were unwilling to let their precious weapon, the Smoky Net, be destroyed. On the other hand, they were still hoping that they could capture Yi Xian alive or force him to surrender. In addition, the 8 powerful figures of the universe, including Long Ziwen, the imperial elder of the everlasting dynasty, each occupied a region. However, they didn't take any action in the past 2 hours. They had already discovered the strange disappearance of Zhan Tu and the elfless ancestor and realized that there must be something fishy about it. However, they didn't have time to care about it. After all, they had all seen young Master Netherworld enter the Black Lion with their own eyes. Now that this part of the void was confined, teleportation, space jump, and even teleportation formations couldn't be used, young Master Netherworld must still be in the Black Lion. As long as this didn't change, they didn't have to worry about Zhan Tu and the elfless ancestors' tricks and plots. They just had to keep an eye on the target. However, because they were afraid of the corpse ancestor, Hamba, these 8 great figures hadn't made a move during the past 2 hours of time, and it was even to the extent that they didn't speak much. All of them resided in the surrounding space as they thought bitterly about a good plan. In fact, they were anxious and worried that the situation would change if they delayed. However, none of them dared to act rashly. If they took action and were ambushed by Ancestor Corpse Drought Demon as soon as they entered the Black Lion, that would be too unfair. The other party was a top-notch almighty who could fight against several universe almighties at the same time. He could not let his guard down. At the same time, on the top floor of the Black Lion Star Fortress, the three elders, Yin-Chi, Yin-Ba, and Yin-Jiao, had been waiting in the main control cabin on the top floor the entire time. They were more than 1,000 meters away from the cabin door that Yixian had entered. Ever since Yixian had entered, the three old fellows had not taken a single step away. They stared at the cabin door, hoping every minute and every second that it would open immediately. This kind of situation of being surrounded by enemies and threatened from time to time, yet being completely unable to move an inch, was too heart-wrenching. Every second felt like years. Unfortunately, it was useless for them to be anxious. After entering the cabin, the ancestor did not come out. After 2 hours, the three old men's patience was exhausted. At this moment, they finally could not sit still anymore. Yinjiao immediately got up and walked toward the independent cabin where Yixian was in seclusion. Yin-Chi and Yin-Ba looked at each other, but did not say anything. They stayed where they were and waited. The door of the independent cabin was not closed from the inside. The restriction set by Yixian was only a simple tactical array that blocked the detection of divine sense. Therefore, after the cabin door was opened, Yinjiao stepped in quickly. After a short while, Yinjiao, who had finished walking around the few rooms inside, walked out with a pale face. He was like a completely different person from when he went in. In just more than a minute, his eyes were staring blankly, and his eyes were dull. He was simply like a walking corpse. He even muttered to himself, "Gone, gone, gone." Yin-Chi and Yin-Ba's expressions changed immediately. They hurriedly went up to him. The former asked anxiously with a trembling voice, "Old Jiao, what's wrong with you? What's gone? What's gone? I don't quite understand." "The ancestor is gone. The ancestor is." Hearing Yin-Chi's questioning words, Yin-Jiao's body trembled. He shuddered and came back to his senses in an instant. Then, he jumped up and roared in exasperation, "Old ancestor, my ass. That guy is really a fake. He left us behind and ran away alone. Let alone the people in the cabin, there is not even a hair. We're finished." "Ah? Finished, we're really finished. Those guys outside will eat the three of us." Yin-Chi and Yin-Ba's expressions changed drastically. They fell to the ground and were completely dumbfounded. In the surrounding void outside the cabin of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, for 2 hours, the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress did not move at all. As time went by, the atmosphere in the surrounding void became more and more strange. The Starry Sky Masters and the fleets of the top forces from the three universes became more and more anxious. Some of them even began to feel restless. Finally, from the flagships of these fleets, several figures dashed out one after another toward the 8 supreme beings of the 15th realm, who were occupying one side of the inner circle of the encirclement. Then, they all asked the elders of the Universe clan for help. "Elder, we can't go on like this. 2 hours have passed. Even if young Master Netherworld wants to recover from his injuries first, there should be enough time. This is too strange. I'm afraid there is something fishy." Although the surrounding void has been confined, and even the teleportation array can't be activated, young Master Netherworld is definitely still in the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, but if this continues, the situation will become worse. If something unexpected happens, it will be even worse. Should we take some measures? Why don't we send some masters to approach the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress and test it out? If there is no problem, then we will invade. Long Ziwen, the 8 supreme beings of the Universe clan from the Green Rock clan, the Blood Dragon clan, and the other clans frowned. They turned to look at each other and exchanged glances. In the end, they nodded one after another. This couldn't go on like this. They were already impatient. The dozen or so figures who came to ask for help were overjoyed and immediately returned to their flagships. After a short while, a small team rushed out from the flagships of the fleets in the surrounding void. There were a total of hundreds of people, and they swarmed toward the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress from different directions. They approached the fortress cautiously. At this moment, the hearts of the other masters were in their throats. They were afraid that the moment this group of probing forces approached the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, they would be ambushed by Corpse Ancestor Hamba, who was hiding inside. However, a scene that no one had expected suddenly appeared at this moment. Whoosh! An energy light screen flashed, and the main passage of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress suddenly opened. Then, a large flag stretched out from inside. The flag was actually a large piece of white cloth. Surrender. Everyone was dumbfounded. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations gone just like that. It was not only Xianxia and the ancestor without eyebrows. In fact, the moment the white flag that represented surrender stretched out from the main channel of the Black Lion, all the experts of the big influences in the surrounding void, especially Long Ziwen and the other 7 powerful figures of heaven and earth, were on high alert at the first moment. With young Master Netherworld's temperament, how could he admit defeat, surrender, and allow himself to be captured? It should be known that he still had the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who could fight against several powerful figures of the same level. In addition, he had the primordial antiquity treasure, Yen Luo, which could attack and defend, and had the terrifying power to break restrictions. Even if he could not take the Black Lion battleship and the more than 10,000 clansmen of the Een Demon clan, he could not leave together with them. But if he risked his life, it was very possible for him to leave alone under the cover of corpse ancestor Hitorigami. Therefore, in the eyes of the surrounding experts, this kind of surrender after waiting quietly for 2 hours was clearly a trick to deceive the enemy. The Netherworld young master wanted to numb the opponent, and perhaps create chaos later, and then take advantage of the chaos to find an opportunity to escape. In the surrounding void, some people started to sneer. Xianxia and Ancestor Wu Mei, who were hiding in the distance, secretly opened their divine senses to the maximum extent, and gazed at everything invisibly. A few breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. The white flag swayed for a while, and then slowly extended outward. Then, a pair of hands appeared at the end of the flag, and then a face stretched out, full of anxiety. His head stretched out stealthily, and looked left and right. After revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, Yin Qi finally gritted his teeth, and walked out of the main passage shakily, and his figure appeared in the void outside the battleship. However, all the experts in the surrounding void ignored him. Their gazes were fixed on the main passageway behind Yin Qi, and they locked onto him. There's more, of course there's more. Yin Qi was stunned, and then smiled awkwardly. He bowed to the surrounding like a grandson, and slowly walked out. He still held the white flag in one hand, and the other hand, he gestured to the main passage behind him. Soon, Yin Ba walked out. Then Yin Jiao, then, one by one, the clansmen of the Een Demon clan followed. It was almost like a long line. One by one, they walked out in succession. Their faces all looked like they had just lost their parents. After exiting the main passage, they obediently lined up in the void outside the ship one by one, as if they were waiting to be inspected. Realizing that their ancestor was an imposter who had abandoned them, those guys lost all their temper. The only thing they could think of now was to behave themselves with their tails between their legs, hoping to appease the fury of countless experts from the fleets of more than 100 top forces in space. At this moment, the surrounding void was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the main entrance of the Black Lion battleship. At the same time, some eyes were patrolling the other parts of the enormous Black Lion battleship, in case the Netherworld young master hid himself and walked out from other directions and left quietly. However, this void was now under the full power suppression of thousands of void oscillators. Coupled with the fact that there were 8 supreme experts of the universe who were only several hundred miles away from the void and shrouded it with layers upon layers of divine senses, no matter how good the concealment technique or secret technique was, it would definitely be exposed. Therefore, although the Netherworld young master didn't appear in the main passage or other positions, the experts in space weren't worried at all. When the map was exhausted, the dagger would appear. However, what no one had expected was that the dagger had been delayed for too long. There were more than 10,000 clansmen of the Een Demon clan in the Black Lion battleship. When they walked out of the main passage one by one and filled the void outside the battleship, the Netherworld young master still didn't appear. Shanyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru glanced at each other suspiciously. They had successfully met up with the rest of the clansmen and squeezed into a corner. She even lowered her voice and muttered to herself, What the hell is this guy doing? Wearing down their patience? But what's the use? He hasn't left, has he? Look at the expressions of these clansmen of the Demon clan. It's as if they've all died. This clan is disagreeable. They wouldn't be like this unless they've lost all hope. Although the three of them knew of Yi Xian's methods, the current situation was still like this. Under such circumstances, even a supreme expert of the universe wouldn't be able to leave quietly. Therefore, even they were certain that Yi Xian was still inside the Black Lion. Zhao Qianru's guess was just a casual guess. At this moment, all the clansmen of the Demon clan in the Black Lion battleship had come out. There was no one at the main passage of the Starry Sky Fortress. Outside, there was only a black mass. However, the gazes of many experts in the void were still fixed there. Xianxia also saw the problem at this moment. He complained in his heart. His face twitched a few times, and he turned his head to look at a kind-looking expert hundreds of miles away. He swallowed his saliva and said weakly, Senior, everyone has come out and gathered. There's no one in the Black Lion battleship. Can we start the next step? In his opinion, since they surrendered, they naturally had to give an explanation. No matter if it was circumcision, compensation, or other humiliating terms, as long as these fellows were willing to negotiate, there would be no problem. At least they wouldn't have to worry about their lives. How dare you? How dare you fool me? The old man whom Xianxia was interested in was the imperial elder of the everlasting dynasty, Long Ziwen. Although he looked kind, he had a violent temper. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, he roared and almost slapped him to death on the spot. No, the little bastard you're looking for, he's gone. Xianxia was so anxious that he was about to cry. In the end, he told the truth. More than 2 hours ago, just before I raised the white flag, I found that the secret room he entered was already empty. We are also victims. That guy is not the young master of the Netherworld at all. He must be lying. I don't know what kind of trick he used, but he disappeared just like that. At the end of his words, Xianxia spread out his hands. He looked so dejected that he almost sat down and wailed on the spot. His demeanor and expression didn't seem to be fake. The 8 powerful experts looked at each other, and an extremely bad feeling surged in their hearts. In the distance, Zhang Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei, who had been waiting in ambush, couldn't sit still anymore. They showed themselves in the void and turned into 2 streams of flowing arrows, flying straight into the main passage of the Black Lion battleship. At the same time, anxious words were heard. Fellow cultivators, half of you stay outside to guard, in case there's a trick. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio The third form whoosh. A ray of light so weak that even his divine sense could not detect flashed past. Then, Yi Xian stepped out of a void vortex that had suddenly appeared. As soon as he pulled his hind leg out, the void vortex behind him completely disappeared without a trace. Even the fluctuations in the void were extremely weak. The range that had spread out was not more than 10 feet, which was only slightly bigger than Yi Xian's body. It was also because of this that when he stepped into the same void vortex in the independent cabin of the Black Lion, he could leave so quietly. Even though there were 10 powerful beings of universe in the void around the fortress, they did not sense him at all. Although it was not the first time that he had used the universal coordinate jumping ability of the system's title, there had never been so many powerful beings of universe guarding nearby, including the time in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. Therefore, this time, after successfully leaving without attracting anyone's attention, he once again had a clear understanding of the devouring system's ability. It was really hard to believe that this was just a technological product of the human race's technological race. Back then, the human race's technological pioneer Xingbo was really amazing. His talent was simply amazing. Until now, there were still too many unexplainable things about the devouring system that he left behind. Xingbo back then was probably not as simple as a technological pioneer. Unconsciously, Yi Xian was lost in thought for a while. But soon, he shook his head and dispelled the thoughts in his mind. The time and place were not suitable. Looking around, he quickly saw his surroundings clearly. It was the Een pool in the heart of the Een demon clan's nest in the second universe, where he had left the interstellar coordinates not long ago. The reason why he chose to return here instead of the Death Star vortex in the third universe was that this place still had value. Xian did not intend to let go of this pool of innate cold spiritual liquid. Before he left, he had to take it with him. In addition, his nether body also needed to be healed and restored here. This was the Yin Nest's forbidden area. Apart from a few elders and the leader of the Yin demon clan, Yin D, no other clansmen were allowed to set foot here. Therefore, Xian was not worried at all, even though there were still many of his clansmen left in the Yin's nest. As for the patriarch Yin Emperor in the depths of the Yin Pond, he was in a life and death seclusion. Before he broke through beyond the universe realm and evolved his bloodline into the netherworld physique, he couldn't come out of seclusion. But now, Yin Emperor, who was at the peak of the universe realm, had been in seclusion at the bottom of the Yin Pond for several hundred years, but there was no sign of him making a breakthrough. Xian didn't believe that things could be so coincidental that Yin Emperor would make a breakthrough just as he quietly returned and began to treat his injuries. It was precisely because of this that Xian could be said to be extremely confident. He directly sat down cross-legged in the depths of the Yin pool, circulated the nether body, and started to recuperate. The innate chilling spiritual liquid was not something that could be found anywhere. In the entire second universe, there was only one such place, and it was the birthplace of the Yin demon clan. It could be said that every drop of innate chilling spiritual liquid in the Yin pond was a treasure. For the Yin demons, one drop of innate chilling spiritual liquid could sustain their cultivation for a year. It was enough to show how precious it was, but this was the second time that Xian had bathed in the Yin pond. At this moment, his entire body was immersed in the boundless innate chilling spiritual liquid. He sat cross-legged and gradually sank to the bottom of the Yin pond. As the nether body circulated, Xian's injuries from the corpse ancestor Hanba's attack began to slowly heal. As the saying goes, break and rebuild. This time, although Xian's nether body was far from reaching that level of breaking, it was extremely serious. After all, after taking that attack from the corpse ancestor Hanba, his nether body had reached a state where it could only maintain its current state, and he couldn't use the nether claw to attack anymore. At this moment, as the large amount of innate chilling spiritual liquid in the Yin pond turned into pure innate chilling spiritual liquid and entered his body through the 108,000 pores on his body, Xian's nether body seemed to be nourished by an endless drizzle. Not only did it rapidly heal itself, but it also improved in some way. A small part of the special energy transformed from the innate chilling spiritual liquid was used to heal Xian's nether body, but more than half followed his nether body and was absorbed by the dark green withered claw that represented the bloodline ability of the nether claw, which was suspended above Xian's sea of consciousness. Gradually, some complicated and obscure patterns appeared on the surface of the dark green withered claw. It became more and more simple, and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Faintly, there seemed to be circles of invisible mysterious ripples that rippled out from Xian's sea of consciousness. They passed through his nether body and appeared in the Yin pond outside his body. These invisible mysterious ripples were clearly related to Xian's nether claw bloodline ability. At this moment, they rippled out from Xian's sea of consciousness and appeared in the Yin pond, gradually affecting the enormous pool of innate chilling spiritual liquid. Some kind of ripples occurred, as if some kind of resonance. In the end, it affected the entire pool of innate chilling spiritual liquid. Moreover, a certain cave dwelling at the bottom of the Yin pond that had been completely sealed off by a restriction seemed to be affected by this mysterious resonance. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, a translucent black light curtain appeared, and this light curtain gradually began to ripple. This was the place where the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin demon race, cultivated in seclusion. At this moment, the mysterious power of the nether claw bloodline ability in Xian's sea of consciousness had passed through the black light barrier of the cave dwelling and seeped into the cave dwelling. Xian was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his entire body and mind were immersed in the complicated patterns on the dark green claw that hovered in the air above his sea of consciousness. Even though he too did not know why all of this was happening, he vaguely understood that this was a sign that his nether body was evolving. Along with the evolution of the nether body, the corresponding bloodline ability, the nether claw, would become even more powerful. Previously, when he used the nether claw bloodline ability, he could only manifest two forms. The first was the dark green claw, and the second was the claw manifestation nether claw. The complicated patterns that gradually appeared on the dark green claw hovering in the air above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness represented the third transformation of this bloodline ability. However, the third transformation was even more powerful. It clearly couldn't be fully manifested with just this one evolution. After an unknown period of time, when Yi Xian's nether body was completely repaired and his battle prowess recovered, the surface of the dark green withered claw that floated above his sea of consciousness was completely covered by this ancient and complicated cryptic pattern. However, the patterns were very faint and blurry. This meant that the evolution this time wasn't complete, and the third transformation of the nether claw bloodline ability couldn't be manifested yet. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Refining Yan Luo. I didn't expect the netherworld claw to have so many forms. Just the second form of the netherworld claw was already so powerful. How powerful will the third form be? I'm really looking forward to it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. He wasn't in a hurry. The harder it was to complete the third form, the more powerful it would be. Faintly, Yi Xian started to look forward to it. Presumably, the next time he had the opportunity to encounter an energy that could allow the nether body to evolve, the third transformation of this bloodline ability should be able to be completely revealed. And now, although the innate chilling spirit liquid was useless, it could at most be used to repair the netherworld body in the future. At this time, the familiar system notification quietly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, level 6 Grotto Heaven realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host, your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Level 7 Grotto Heaven realm. As expected, even the netherworld claw that was floating above his sea of consciousness had started to evolve towards its third form. The benefits that Yi Xian's netherworld body had obtained were obvious. It was reflected in his original body, which was the evolution of his physical body. He had taken another solid step forward, level 10 Grotto Heaven realm late stage. Yi Xian clenched his fists and muttered to himself. There was a surge of confidence in his chest. Previously, his physical body's chi and blood realm was at level 5 Grotto Heaven realm, which was the middle stage. But now, it was at level 7 Grotto Heaven realm, which was the late stage. Although they were still in the same realm, the gap between the middle stage and late stage was still very big. If he were to face either the fallen demon son or the demon dust woman now, the result of the battle would probably not be a tie. Yi Xian was absolutely confident that he could suppress them one by one. Of course, a big battle was unavoidable. After all, he had only advanced by 2 small stages. It was impossible for him to instantly crush opponents who were on par with him, but even so, Yi Xian was very satisfied. But when he thought of the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng who unexpectedly didn't die, his mood became heavy again. Although he had already obtained Yu Yan Luo, it would not be so easy to capture the zombie king, Ta Ba Lin Feng. Other than gathering a powerful elite zombie army under his command, that fellow had unexpectedly evolved into a heavenly demon body. His cultivation had soared to the late stage of the profound light realm, which was the 11th great realm. He was afraid that when Yi Xian finally found him, his cultivation would at least be at the void realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled. Normal cultivators at the void realm were difficult to deal with. With Yi Xian's various powerful methods, it was possible to kill them, but capturing them alive would add endless variables. This was a long way to go, and the pressure on his shoulders was still very heavy. After tidying up his mood, Yi Xian did not leave. He quickly took out the Yu Yan Luo from the primordial era in his undying world. Even though this treasure had not been refined by him, because of the few strands of the primordial era's incomplete spiritual sense sealed within the treasure, one of the corpse ancestor, Hitorigami, had fully awakened. Therefore, before this treasure was refined, it was obviously under the control of Hitorigami. Because of this, if one wanted to refine this treasure, they would first have to go through Hitorigami. This was absolutely a headache for the other experts in the starry sky. Because corpse ancestor Hamba was in existence at the advanced stage of the universe realm. So, one had to possess a cultivation that surpassed the universe realm in order to suppress her. It could be said that even if Long Ziwen and the other cosmos realm experts joined forces to temporarily suppress Hitorigami and seize the treasure, they would not be able to refine this treasure. After all, the 10 of them could join forces to suppress Hitorigami, but to refine this treasure, even if the 10 of them were willing, they would not be able to refine the same treasure together. However, to Yi Xian, this most troublesome problem had become something that he didn't need to worry about at all. With the headless corpse of the infant, the corpse ancestor Hamba took the initiative to recognize him as his master. It was also because of this that Yi Xian was able to casually absorb the treasure into his body. It was no different from refining it. However, the necessary refining process was still necessary. Otherwise, if Yi Xian wanted to display the power of this treasure, he would have to rely on Hitorigami, who was like the spirit of the treasure. That would be too troublesome. At this moment, Baoluo transformed into a wisp of pink light that shot out from Yi Xian's body. He immediately floated in the cold water of the pond in front of him, and as the scales in the pond undulated, due to the fact that his power was completely restrained, it was only the size of 2 palms, making him look like an ordinary silk cloth soaked in water. However, on the surface of this seemingly ordinary pink silk cloth, there were 6 vivid female cultivators. There were 3 of them. These 6 female cultivators looked like figures embroidered on ordinary silk cloth. However, upon closer inspection, they were extremely delicate. Even their eyes were extremely vivid. Under the insight of divine sense, the tiny pores on the exposed skin of the hands and necks of the figures were extremely clear. The 6 figures, each with a different temperament and aura, were all stunning without exception. Their figures were even more heaven-defying. Perhaps the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, would not lose in terms of beauty, but their temperament was obviously inferior. After all, these 6 figures were all the top powerful figures of the primordial age. Their aura was a kind of peerless temperament that people could only look up to. His original body was second only to the golden divine dragon and the void giant turtle, who were at the supreme level of the remote antiquity. His incomplete spiritual sense was already at the grand completion of the universe realm, which showed how powerful he was. Naturally, he was far more powerful than the 3 women of the Purplish Warbler who had not yet grown up. Among them, the 3 figures in front of Baoluo clearly had a gentler temperament, while the 3 figures behind him had a more sinister and ferocious temperament. This should be the difference between good and evil. Hamba the corpse ancestor was one of the 3 beautiful figures on the back of Baoluo. Amongst the 6 figures, only the aura of the corpse ancestor, Hamba, was the most obvious, whereas the other 5 were extremely dim. Obviously, they hadn't awakened yet. So this is the 6 paths of desolation's most powerful beings in complete spiritual sense source? In this lifetime, these are 6 terrifying existences at the perfection stage of the universe realm. If all of them awaken like the corpse ancestor and Hamba, then wouldn't this young master's tent instantly possess 6 almighty generals? As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's eyes blazed with a fiery light, and a feeling of incomparable anticipation surged in his heart. In Emperor, the process of refining the treasure hunt luster was very smooth. Yi Xian didn't encounter any obstacles. In just a few minutes, he successfully refined the treasure hunt luster. Of course, this was all because he had the help of the fully awakened Hitorigami corpse ancestor inside the treasure hunt luster. Previously, when Hitorigami corpse ancestor was still in the outside world and hadn't entered the treasure hunt luster, Yi Xian could communicate with her verbally. Of course, this kind of communication was almost non-existent. The situation at that time didn't give them the time to do so. But ever since Hitorigami corpse ancestor entered the treasure hunt luster, Yi Xian had lost contact with her even though the treasure hunt luster had been absorbed into his body. This was all because Yi Xian hadn't refined the treasure hunt luster yet. And now, as the treasure hunt luster was being refined, Yi Xian immediately received Hitorigami corpse ancestor's consciousness from the treasure hunt luster. What surprised him was that Hitorigami corpse ancestor's first consciousness was that she needed to be healed. Moreover, she clearly said that she had sensed the rich innate chilling spiritual liquid in the surroundings. It was very beneficial to her injuries, but she needed a large amount. She was asking for Yi Xian's opinion. This made Yi Xian feel a little strange. A great expert from the primordial era, an existence at the peak of the 9th step of the universe realm, needed to absorb energy to heal her injuries, but she was actually asking for his opinion so carefully. From her words, it seemed that she would immediately give up if Yi Xian didn't agree. This really made him feel speechless. But thinking about it, it was understandable. It seemed very normal. This was because in the eyes of the corpse ancestor, even if Xian wasn't the headless infant corpse from back then, he definitely had an extremely close relationship with the headless infant corpse. This could be seen from the fact that when she heard the headless infant corpse's roar, she immediately rushed out of the encirclement and kowtowed to Xian, calling out to him as her master. In that unprecedented battle back then, the headless infant corpse was an existence that could contend against the will of the heavenly way of the untainted land, which was suspected to be the green eye of the heavenly way. Although Xian did not know his specific origins and details, he vaguely had a guess in his heart. Back then, the headless baby corpse had countless powerful creatures of the untainted land under its command. There were 108 supreme beings of the remote antiquity like the golden divine dragon, the void tortoise, the desolate Xianxia, and the netherworld emperor. On the other hand, the corpse ancestor, Hitorigami, was merely a top-rate almighty of the primordial era all those years ago, and he was a level weaker than the exalts of the primordial era like the divine gold dragon. Headless infant corpses must have at least hundreds of such existences under their command. Therefore, even if Xian was only closely related to the headless infant corpse, and not himself, for Hitorigami, he was an existence that she absolutely had to respect and revere. Not to mention that she was only an incomplete wisp of the origin of spiritual sense now. It could be said that if Xian really refused, the wisp of Hitorigami's incomplete wisp of origin of spiritual sense in the treasure tool desire for smoke would definitely obey and immediately give up the idea of absorbing the surrounding innately chilling spiritual liquid to heal his injuries. But that was obviously impossible. Xian would not do that. Anyway, it was someone else's thing. It would be a waste not to use it. Although his netherworld body would need this innately chilling spiritual liquid in the future, Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor, was obviously more important to him. Moreover, Xian had already collected 10,000 cubic meters of the innately chilling spiritual liquid, which was more than enough for him to use for a period of time. Moreover, there was such a large pool here. Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor, could not use up all of it. Xian could still take away the rest of the innately chilling spiritual liquid in one go. That was the reason why he had come here again. Soon, Xian gave a reply. Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor, did not say anything else. As a top mighty figure in the remote antiquity era and one of the 4 ancestors of the corpse Tao, she had a rebellious temperament. Even when facing Xian, who was closely related to the headless infant corpse, she could not be too friendly. Soon, Xian felt that the innately chilling spiritual liquid in the surroundings began to rush into the treasure tool desire for smoke floating in front of him. At this time, he was still immersed in the depths of the Yin pool. In front of him was the treasure tool desire for smoke. As a large amount of innately chilling spiritual liquid flowed into it, a small whirlpool gradually formed above the treasure tool desire, and the range of its influence gradually expanded. What surprised Xian was that in less than a minute, the entire Yin pond was affected. The water of the Yin pond, which was originally just rippling scales, started to ripple. Fortunately, it wasn't very violent, otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the Yin demon clansmen who were guarding the Yin nest. Of course, even if that was the case, Xian was not afraid. There was nothing to worry about. At most, he would put on the airs of an old ancestor and scold a few old bastards. Another 2 minutes passed, and the water level of the Yin pool had decreased significantly. According to Xian's estimation, about 1/5 of the innately chilling spiritual liquid had been absorbed into the treasure tool desire for smoke. At this time, the treasure tool desire for smoke finally transmitted a message from Hitorigami, indicating that she had obtained enough energy. Now, she needed to refine and recover from her injuries. 3 minutes ago, the whirlpool above the treasure tool desire had disappeared. Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the treasure tool into his undying world. With a flip of his palm, he took out a bottle-shaped storage magic treasure. He had a lot of these things in his possession, and he'd obtained a lot of treasures and resources from extorting them time and time again. Not to mention, Xian had a huge fortune before this. Xian had already stored a bottle of this innately chilling spiritual liquid, a total of 10,000 cubic meters. And now, the treasure tool desire for smoke had an even larger capacity of 100,000 cubic meters. According to Xian's estimation, there was about 40 to 50,000 cubic meters of innately chilling spiritual liquid left in the Yin pool. The treasure tool desire in his hand was enough to store it all. Following the activation of the treasure control technique, a powerful suction force immediately emanated from the cyan spatial bottle in Yixian's palm. The innate cold spirit liquid in the Yin pond was quickly poured into the mouth of the spatial bottle at a speed that was even faster than when it was absorbed by the corpse ancestor drought demon. At this time, if one were to look down from the top of the Yin pool, they would see that the surface of the entire Yin pool was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short 2 minutes, Yixian's body, which was originally soaking in the innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid, was revealed. And the surface of the pool was still dropping. Finally, after another 2 minutes, the entire Yin pool was completely dried up. Not a single drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid was left. This time, it was all gone. At this time, Yixian's figure was floating above the Yin pool. Seeing that the last drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid had been sucked into the bottle, he immediately sealed the bottle and put it into his undying world with a flip of his hand. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a dense black light suddenly blossomed from the bottom of the completely dried up Yin pond. Immediately after, a low and sinister sneer entered Yixian's ears, causing his body to violently tremble. "GGG, although you inadvertently helped this old man break through the bloodline shackles and successfully reach atavism, forming the nether body and stepping into the Star Lord realm, you destroyed the foundation of my race, leaving not a single drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid behind. Planar coordinate jump little doll, tell me, should I kill you? Or should I kill you?" As this sinister voice sounded, the light screen at the bottom of the Yin pond suddenly flickered again. Then, a figure walked out from the black light screen. He wore a black robe, had black hair, and a black beard. He looked to be in high spirits and was around 50 years old. He had the formless majesty of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. In addition, he referred to himself as this emperor, so it was obvious that this person should be the patriarch of the Yin Devil clan, Yin Emperor. Yixian's heart sank, and his expression immediately darkened. Yin Emperor had been in seclusion for several hundred years, and it was a life-and-death seclusion. If his bloodline couldn't reach ancestral awakening and form the netherworld physique, he wouldn't be able to come out. This was no longer a secret in the 3 universes. The reason for this was because this person had been forced to do so. The Yin demon race wasn't liked by other races in the 2nd universe. Although they didn't make many enemies, they were still a race with more than 10,000 people. It was inevitable that they would stumble when they were outside. Therefore, there were many enemies who were secretly eyeing them. Furthermore, the Yin demon race had to contend with both the Myriad Luo Federation and the overlord of the 1st universe, the Tianji race. They were opportunists who wanted to take advantage of both sides and curry favor with both sides. Originally, this was a dangerous action that was equivalent to walking on the edge of a blade. Under such circumstances, if there were no top-notch powerhouses in the clan, they would have no confidence at all. Even though the clan leader, Yin Emperor, had already reached the 15th Great Realm, the Great Circle of Universe Realm 9th stage cultivation several hundred years ago, for an enormous clan, this level of strength was clearly not enough. Among the top 10 races in the 2nd universe, there was an existence that surpassed the 15th Grand Realm of Universe Master. There was even more than one. As for the human race of the 3rd universe and the overlord of the 1st universe, the Tianji race, there was no need to mention them. The Heaven's Legacy tribe announced that their tribe leader Diyi's cultivation was at the 15th level and that he was a supreme expert of the universe. This kind of statement only made people laugh. If one took it seriously, they would probably die very miserably. Such a childish existence wouldn't be able to survive for long in the current starry sky environment. It was precisely because of this that Yin Emperor made a grand vow to publicly announce that he was going into seclusion and wouldn't come out until he made a breakthrough. And now, since he had already walked out of the cave at the bottom of the lake, the truth was already very obvious. Coupled with his words, Yixian instantly confirmed some things. Not only had Yin Emperor broken through the universe realm, becoming an existence that surpassed the universe realm, even his bloodline had successfully returned to its ancestral state, obtaining the netherworld physique. Originally, the Yin demon clan only had a little bit of the netherworld bloodline. Although the growth paths of the starry sky experts were different, to put it bluntly, it was actually a variety of different evolutionary methods. In the 2nd universe, the path to becoming stronger was basically the evolution of one's own bloodline. In other words, it was atavism or even transcendence. Before going into seclusion, Yin Emperor, who had the cultivation of the 15th Great Realm, Universe Realm 9, had already reached perfection in his own bloodline and was about to undergo a qualitative change. Following this breakthrough, the netherworld body formed, and the innate talent imprinted in his bloodline would immediately appear. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the Yin Emperor in front of him was most likely the same as Xianxia. He had already grasped the netherworld claw's magical ability. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart immediately sank again. No one in the current world was clearer than him about how powerful the netherworld claw was. Currently, he was only in the 10th Great Realm, Heavenly Passage Realm 7, but the power of this bloodline magical ability was already so powerful. Xianxia really couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying scene it would be when a heaven-defying existence that surpassed the universe realm used the netherworld claw with a wave of his hand. At the very least, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it, and even escaping would be a problem. If it was the 15th Great Realm Universe Realm expert, Xianxia might have been able to use all kinds of methods to barely escape, but now, he was facing a super old monster that surpassed the universe realm. If he wanted to live, there were only two paths he could take. He could directly ask the headless infant corpse to suppress the other party, or he could directly use the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape in an instant. The former method was naturally the most reliable. Once the infant corpse took action, the other party would only be beaten up. To put it more harshly, the Yin Emperor didn't even have the qualifications to be beaten up by the infant corpse. As for the latter method, Xianxia was confident in facing the 15th Great Realm Universe Realm expert, but the current Yin Emperor was a super old monster that surpassed the universe realm. No matter how fast the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title was, it still needed time to activate. Xianxia didn't dare to be sure whether he could successfully use the coordinate jump ability to escape under the watchful eyes of the other party at such a close distance. In addition, the place where Xianxia was standing was already the Yin Pond where he had branded the interstellar coordinates in the second universe. If he wanted to use this method to escape, he would have to directly activate it. The interstellar coordinate jump ability was on the level of the first universe's black hole, or the third universe's Death Star vortex. This was even less safe. Although Xianxia had experienced the interstellar coordinate jump ability many times, he had never experienced it before. If it took even longer, Xianxia might not even know how he died when facing the Yin Emperor. It was too risky. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Xianxia bitterly smiled inwardly. He couldn't count on the headless infant corpse. That fellow was just a brat. When he wanted to attack, he would naturally attack. However, if Xianxia took the initiative to ask him, he wouldn't even respond. His only choice was to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, but before that, he had to at least use some methods to distract the other party's attention. Or perhaps, tie him down. There was no need to think about the netherworld claw and fallen skybow bloodline abilities. There was no doubt that they were powerful. Unfortunately, Xianxia's cultivation was too weak. The power he displayed couldn't cause any trouble to the super old monster that had surpassed the universe realm. Even the Rai-D seal and Thunder Origin bead were useless. Xianxia had already tried it in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates in the 3rd universe's cultivation camp. The Thunder Origin bead couldn't even injure the core of a universe realm expert like Xianxia. It could only cause him to fall into an awkward situation, let alone a super old monster that had surpassed the universe realm. Perhaps when Xianxia's cultivation was stronger in the future, he could compress and condense the Thunder Origin bead a second time. This would give the bead even more power, but right now, it was useless. It was the same for the Farmer God Cauldron. It might not be able to seal the super old monster in front of him. After pondering for a while, Xianxia suddenly realized that although he had many precious treasures and powerful abilities in his hands, his cultivation was too weak. Once he encountered a true super expert, none of them could be used. Fortunately, he had just refined the Yan Luo not long ago. Even if it was stored in the undying world in his body, Xianxia could directly communicate with corpse ancestor Hamba. With her battle prowess that could rival 10 universe realm experts, even if she couldn't defeat the Yin Emperor in front of her, she could at least contend with him for a period of time. Thinking of this, Xianxia secretly gave orders to Hamba as he sneered at the Yin Emperor, who was currently soaring into the air from the bottom of the Yin Pond. Terrifying methods, old bastard, are you the patriarch of the Een demon race, Een Emperor? Since that's the case, why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to your ancestor? So what if you're a Star Lord? Your nether body was bestowed upon you by this ancestor. Could it be that you still want to devour your master? At that moment, Xian was standing in the void above the Een pond with his hands behind his back. He had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he didn't care about Een Emperor at all. However, in reality, his heart was bleeding. Only now did he know that the 16th realm of the starry skies was the Star-Lord realm. Previously, it had always been mentioned as an existence that surpassed the universe, and all the great forces had done the same. It was a form of reverence. The reason why Een Emperor could break through the universe was all because of Xian. If it wasn't for the fact that Xian had been careless when he was healing his injuries, causing the mysterious fluctuations that appeared from the dark green withered claw floating above his sea of consciousness to spread out from his body, allowing the Een Emperor to capture and inspire him. Thus, he was able to sever the bloodline shackles in one fell swoop and achieve the netherworld body. How could this old fellow enter this realm? At the very least, there was no chance of that happening right now. Xian had already understood everything, and his intestines were turning green with regret. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only pretend to be calm and hope to numb his opponent. That was because he still had to use Yanluo. Although it was something that could be done with a wave of his hand, the person in front of him was an old monster that surpassed the universe. The so-called Star Lord was the master of a star domain, and it meant that he was the sole ruler of a star domain. The methods he grasped were not to be underestimated. Xian was extremely suspicious that his opponent had the ability to make him unable to use his treasures. He had called him an old bastard in order to anger his opponent and distract him. Otherwise, why would he be so reckless as to seek trouble for himself in such a situation? Unfortunately, the old monster wasn't as simple as Xian thought. Not only did Een Emperor not get angry in the face of his provocation, he even started to laugh strangely again. "GGG, kid, are you trying to anger this emperor? Are you deliberately trying to distract me so that you can take the opportunity to escape? I advise you to give up. You won't be able to escape. If you obediently surrender, you'll be spared some physical pain." Upon hearing this, Xian's heart suddenly sank again. This old fellow was indeed not simple. As expected of the patriarch of the Een Devil clan, his schemes were too deep. He was not as easy to fool as Een Chi and the other old fellows. This time, he was in trouble. Not only did he fail to divert the other party's attention, but he also alerted the other party, making them even more vigilant. Just as he was secretly annoyed, hesitating whether or not to grit his teeth and give it a try in front of the old man who was eyeing him covetously, an unexpected episode occurred. "Ancestor? When did you come back? Patriarch?" Heavens, the aura within the patriarch's body. This is the netherworld divine body. This must have been bestowed by the ancestor. No wonder the ancestor suddenly returned. So it turns out that he had taken all of the clansmen away to confuse the outside world. Now, he has specially returned to help the patriarch condense the netherworld divine body. The commotion at the Een pond finally attracted the Een devils who were guarding the Een nest. A large group of black figures gathered from all directions. There were at least 1,000 of them. This group of people didn't hear the conversation between Xian and Een Emperor at all. At this moment, they rushed over and saw that the ancestor who had led everyone out to patrol had returned. Furthermore, there was a figure rising from the Een pond. It was actually the patriarch who had been in seclusion for several hundred years, Een Emperor. After being stunned for a moment, they were overjoyed and immediately knelt down with their heads lowered. Immediately after, a large number of chants of praise rang out and entered Een Emperor's ears like a clap of thunder. "Ancestor Huan Ting, #1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. Ancestor Huan Ting, punch and kick. The three great cosmoses, cry bitterly, greetings ancestor, welcome patriarch out of seclusion. You bunch of idiots. Wayayaya, this emperor is angered to death." No matter how deep the Een Emperor's shrewdness was, he couldn't remain calm at this moment. The people kneeling in front of him were all his clansmen, but now, they were calling Xian ancestor over and over again. Moreover, they were all shouting out such a shameless slogan, no one would be able to endure this kind of thing if it happened to them. What shocked him even more was that from the words of this group of people, the entire Een Devil clan's 10,000 clansmen had been abducted by this person in front of him. In such a large nest, there were probably only 1,000 or 2 clansmen kneeling in front of him. As the patriarch of the clan, this was what shocked Een Emperor the most. Under the combination of the two, Een Emperor felt an overflowing fury surge up from his chest. His brain buzzed, and he felt like it was about to explode. Although he wanted nothing more than to immediately slap Yi Xian to death on the spot, the tens of thousands of clansmen were still in the other party's hands. He didn't know where they'd been taken to, so he subconsciously restrained this impulse. His heart was filled with anger as he vented it all on the Een demon clansmen kneeling on the ground. If the 10,000 or so clansmen that had been abducted could still be brought back, the 1,000 or 2 clansmen wouldn't make much of a difference. If the 10,000 or so clansmen couldn't come back, then it would be better for them to die completely. That way, they wouldn't be tied down. When he thought of this, Een Emperor's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He raised his hand and slapped the ground in front of him. As he shouted, he pressed down with his palm, "So stupid. What use does this emperor have for you?" Boom. Rumble. In the next instant, a world-shaking energy rumble rang out, and the ground below was completely turned into powder. The flat ground with a radius of 3,000 feet was turned into a huge crater by Een Emperor's palm. Such a method was truly frightening. Yi Xian didn't even see any energy fluctuations. Everything was without a trace, but it was as if a large piece of ground, as well as the thousands of Een demon clansmen that were kneeling on the ground, had completely disappeared. Within a radius of 3,000 feet, not to mention hair, not even a single rock was left. It was as if they had been vaporized in an instant. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so scared that the white hairs on his back broke out in cold sweat. As expected of a Star Lord who surpassed the Almighty of the universe. Just a casual palm strike, without even using the Netherworld claw, was already so terrifying. Wouldn't it be terrible if it really hit him? As his heart trembled, an even stronger sense of danger enveloped his body and mind. Yi Xian didn't dare delay any longer. Taking advantage of the Een Emperor's furious distraction, he shook his hand and summoned the Yen Luo from the undying world within his body. Whoosh! Just as Bao Luo appeared from Yi Xian's palm, a figure flew out from within. Like a bolt of blood-colored lightning, it shot straight towards the Een Emperor in the air. It was Corp's ancestor Han Ba. At that moment, the injuries she had suffered when she was besieged by the 10 Almighty Universe Masters had completely healed. Perhaps it was because she had refined the large amount of innate Coldine spirit liquid that she had absorbed before, but her aura had increased slightly. Although she was still at the peak of the 9th rank Universe Master realm, she was infinitely close to the Star Lord realm. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. How could this be? Whoosh! As the Corp's ancestor Drought Demon flew out at an extremely fast speed, the desolate ancient treasure smoke net that Yi Xian had just taken out also instantly shot out. It transformed into a blood-colored waterfall that was a foot long and as thin as a cicada. However, it was incomparably sharp as it directly slashed towards the Een Emperor's neck. The treasure was miraculous. It could turn into a curtain to protect the user, and it could turn into all kinds of weapons to slash at the enemy. It might not have been able to display too much power in Yi Xian's hands, but in the hands of the Corp's ancestor Hitorigami, who was infinitely close to the Star Lord realm, its power could only be described as terrifying. Both the speed and the invisible murderous aura were shocking. Even the Star Lord's super old monster Een Emperor couldn't help but look askance. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of kilometers away, but he laughed arrogantly. Kakik. What a treasure. It's actually a desolate era treasure with both offense and defense. It even has the remnant soul of a half-step Star Lord Hitorigami as its artifact spirit. It's really extraordinary. This emperor wants this treasure. Amidst the strange laughter, the old fellow suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a dark green light shot out from his palm. It instantly transformed into 100,000 feet long withered claw that enveloped the blood-colored waterfall and the Corp's ancestor Hitorigami that were charging towards him from the front and back. It was the Netherworld race's bloodline ability, the Netherworld Claw. Een Emperor's bloodline had already undergone ancestral awakening, and he had formed the Netherworld body. Naturally, he had also obtained the innate ability of the Netherworld race. A Star Lord was indeed extraordinary. Although it was his first time using it, he was clearly still a little shaky, but he could condense a 10,000-meter-long dark green withered claw with a wave of his hand. The aura of the Netherworld race assaulted his face, and even Xianxia, who was thousands of kilometers away, felt his heart tremble. It was too powerful. It was the same ability, but when Emperor used it, it was completely different from when Xianxia used it. The corpse ancestor Hitorigami obviously didn't dare to face it head-on. His body flickered, and he moved 10,000 meters away, narrowly escaping the edge of the dark green withered claw. However, the blood-colored chain formed by the Netherworld race was even faster. Under the control of the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, it rushed out of the area covered by the claw and slashed at Emperor again. Boom! However, at that moment, a corpse ancestor Hitorigami suddenly, a faint muffled sound of thunder, and her expression changed. Her body froze, and then she jumped to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. The old man was truly worthy of being the leader of the demons. He was a Star Lord, yet he had launched a sneak attack. The Hellish Claw's attack was just a feint, the invisible palm power he launched in secret was the real attack. Humph! The almighty experts of the universe at the 15th realm were already able to come into contact with the laws of the universe, so Star Lords were obviously even stronger. They had most likely grasped some kind of special mystery in this regard. Even though Emperor was 1,000 li away and had such boundless energy, he didn't leave behind the slightest trace of his attack. Even corpse ancestor and Hitorigami only noticed it when it was right in front of him. Although she managed to dodge it in time, she was injured by the invisible energy that brushed past her body. Her body swayed, and she let out a painful groan. Seeing this, Emperor, who was thousands of kilometers away in the void, laughed strangely again. He. Although you are a half-step Star Lord, you will always be an ant if you don't take that step. Surrender. I can take you as my slave because you have cultivated hard. Humph, you are already a remnant soul, but you are still alive. I presume you don't want to be completely annihilated, right? Old bastard, you are too shameless. A Star Lord is actually launching a sneak attack. Bao Luo, return quickly. That old bastard's palm is too strange. There are no traces at all. Immediately turn into a curtain and protect this ancestor. Before the Emperor could finish his threat, Xianxia, who was on the other side of the void, jumped up and cursed. He even raised his hand and waved towards the distance. Whoosh! In the next instant, the blood-colored waterfall that was shooting toward Emperor, as if it wanted to cut him in half, quickly turned around and floated toward Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Corpse ancestor Hitorigami, whose body was covered in torrential corpse flames and looked extremely ferocious, stopped at that moment and activated teleportation. After Xianxia summoned the Yan Luo, he immediately ordered the system to activate the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump at full speed. However, he didn't stay idle. He fully activated the dark green withered claw in his mind, accumulating power and waiting. Although only a few breaths had passed, the system's response had already arrived. The planar-level interstellar coordinate jump had been warmed up, and he could leave at any time. Old bastard, it seems that this ancestor still needs to teach you the true power of the Netherworld claw. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Xianxia waved his hand and shot a ray of light toward Emperor, who was 1,000 kilometers away. It expanded with the wind and turned into a dark green withered claw that was 1,000 meters long in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, the withered claw exploded, and baleful energy filled the air, transforming into a dark green skeleton that looked like a mountain barbarian. Baleful blood flames flickered in its eye sockets, and it opened its mouth wide, swallowing Emperor with a howl. Previously, it was corpse ancestor Hitorigami who had bought time for him, but now, Xianxia had summoned the Netherworld Claw and activated the second form of the Netherworld Claw. He had even deliberately shouted to attract the other party's attention. His goal was to cover for Hitorigami, who had already been lightly injured, to take the opportunity to retreat. Huh? As expected of the Netherworld Claw. It can actually transform like that? Why didn't this Emperor know? Little bastard, where did you come from? Sure enough, when he suddenly saw Xianxia use the second form of the claw Netherworld, the eyes of the Emperor, who was thousands of kilometers away, flashed with a bright light. His attention was instantly focused on the enormous dark green skeleton that was rapidly opening its bloody mouth and swallowing it in one gulp. He let out a cry of surprise, and then laughed strangely again, "Kikik. But it doesn't matter, no matter where you come from, after I capture you, I will be able to search your soul, including all the secrets of this netherworld claw." Whoosh, at the same time, Yen Luo, which had turned into a blood-colored waterfall, arrived in front of Xian. Corpse ancestor Hitorigami directly teleported back and turned into a blood-colored ray of light that entered Yen Luo. "Old bastard, the next time we meet, this ancestor will definitely kill you." Xian's heart settled, and he grinned. He even raised his hand and waved at Yin Emperor, whose expression had changed. "But today, this ancestor's body is a bit tired, so I'll take my leave first. Don't send me off. See you later." Whoosh, before he finished speaking, Xian's figure had already completely disappeared. This time, he used the planar-level interstellar coordinate jump ability, and even the dark space vortex that was several meters wide didn't appear. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air, but there wasn't the slightest bit of spatial energy fluctuation. The nest exploded. "No matter who you are, no matter where you run to, if this emperor doesn't kill you, I will never return to the nest." Hong, after being stunned for a moment, Yin Emperor's expression became extremely gloomy, and he roared towards the sky. He then punched out, and this time, although he didn't use the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, Netherworld Claw, all of the cultivation power in his body surged out as if he was venting it out. He then smashed it towards the huge dark green skull in the sky that was about to swallow it whole. Then, Yin Emperor didn't even look at the result of this punch, and with a shake of his shoulder, he disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Yin nest. It had to be known that the Yin nest was an innately cold place, and it could be considered a half-independent space like a secret realm or a heavenly passage. It was only connected to the void of the second cosmos by a half-open passage. And at this moment, Yin Emperor took a step forward, and he actually went from the Yin nest to the void of the second cosmos. This wasn't teleportation, but rather some kind of ability to cross realms. Of course, this wasn't the true meaning of crossing realms. After all, the Yin nest was only a half-independent space, and it couldn't be compared to the coordinate transmission ability of Xian's system title that could cross realms. However, at the very least, it was completely possible for the Yin Emperor to stop Xian from leaving when they were only a few thousand kilometers apart. From this, it could be seen that the methods and actions that Xian had used to distract him were truly indispensable. If he hadn't been careful, it would have been very difficult for him to resolve the matter today. He would either be captured or forced into a corner, and he would have no choice but to take action as the headless corpse with the corpse lamp tattoo. At that time, Yin Emperor's greatest trump card would be completely exposed. Hong, long, long. At this moment, as Yin Emperor's figure appeared outside the Yin nest, he immediately soared into the sky without even turning his head. Behind him, a huge explosion suddenly rang out from the half-open passage. It was the sound of that huge dark green skull being blown apart by Yin Emperor's punch, and then the two energies colliding and wreaking havoc. In order to protect the corpse ancestor drought demon, Xian had already used all his strength when he used the Netherworld Claw to condense the dark green bone. As for the Yin Emperor, a super-old monster at the 16th realm, the Star-Lord realm, his full strength was even more terrifying when he punched out in anger. The collision of the two energies caused a chain reaction in the Yin nest, and the void exploded. This was originally a half-open secret realm, and all the innate colding spirit liquid inside had been taken away by Xian, which caused the Yin nest's foundation to become unstable. Now, with such a level of energy roaring inside, the final result was that the entire Yin's nest exploded, turning into a void turbulence vortex full of countless small void cracks. The degree of danger was definitely not to be approached. Even if a powerful figure of heaven and earth stepped into it, he would be injured if he was caught off guard. Yin Emperor didn't care about any of this. The 2,000 clansmen guarding the Yin nest had already been killed by his palm in anger, and the other clansmen had already been abducted by the guy who had just escaped, and their whereabouts were unknown. He himself roared toward the sky and swore that he wouldn't return to the Yin nest until he killed the other party. Therefore, no matter how intense the explosion in the Yin nest behind him was, he didn't turn his head. His entire body was filled with killing intent, and he disappeared into the distant void in the blink of an eye, never to be seen again. From then on, he had embarked on a path of no return, a path of pursuit that spanned across all three universes. Universe 2, Nether Turtle Sea Star region. It had already been half a day since Xian left, but this space was still filled with battleships. They were densely packed together and spread out across a vast galaxy. Several thousand battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes were present, but none of them had left. They were still in a circular formation, surrounding the lonely Black Lion battleship. In the void beside the Black Lion battleship, more than 10,000 clansmen of the Een Demon clan shrunk their necks as they obediently lined up in formation. Including Een Chi and the other two clan elders, none of them dared to take a deep breath. Even Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Geo were only at the late stage of void space, the 12th great realm, but there were 10 almighty experts of the universe glaring at them with resentment and unwillingness. It would be strange if they dared to jump around. The entire Black Lion had been searched several times, inside and out, but none of the 10 mighty experts had been able to find a single trace of it. Right now, they didn't even know if that damned young master of the Netherworld had left using some unknown mysterious method, or if he had also used some unknown mysterious method that even they couldn't detect to hide himself inside the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress. Therefore, out of caution, not only did they not leave, but they also didn't turn off the space oscillators of the several thousand battleships and fortresses in order to avoid falling into young master of the Netherworld clan's trap and being detected by him and teleported away. Like this, half a day had already passed. Among the 10 almighty experts of the universe, there were those who were proficient in arrays, and there were also those who had studied the laws of space. However, at this moment, they looked at each other and couldn't do anything but stare at each other. Basically, the starry sky experts in the fleets of most of the top forces of the three universes were the same. None of them were willing to leave, but they couldn't do anything if they stayed. They had to endure the buzzing sound of the space oscillators, which was extremely annoying. At this moment, an explosive piece of news suddenly came. Something big had happened to the Een Demon's nest. It was in chaos. The news came from a small race near the Shadow Nest space zone, which immediately sent the shocking news to the interstellar network of all the races in the Federation of the Second Universe. The Shadow Nest had turned into an enormous void vortex, which was full of countless cracks of various sizes. Energy was raging inside, and a new dangerous place of the Star State was born. It was said that the reason for this was because the patriarch of the Een Devil clan fought with a mysterious existence. That guy was the one who pretended to be the ancestor of the Een Devil clan and called himself the Netherworld Young Master. The reason why the Een Emperor was awakened was because he had used up all the innate Coldeen spiritual liquid in the entire Een pond. The final result of the battle was that the mysterious being had successfully escaped. The chief of the Een demons, Een Emperor, killed all the people who stayed in the Shadow Nest and left in a fit of rage. He hadn't even left the Shadow Nest space zone when he announced that the enemy should wash their necks and wait. Not everyone could withstand the pursuit of a super-old monster at the Star-Lord state. As the news spread, that corner of the void in the Dark Turtle space zone fell into a dead silence. All the Star State experts, including the 10 almighty experts of the universe, were dumbfounded. Their minds were buzzing, and their faces were full of confusion. After a long time, someone murmured to himself, "How is this possible? How long has it been? He has already arrived at the Shadow Nest and fought against Een Emperor?" Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The four geniuses, after multiple confirmations and verifications, they finally confirmed that the news was indeed true. The 10 universe almighties were completely stunned. After a long time, someone finally pinched his nose and waved at Een Chi and the others, who were ecstatic, asking them to leave immediately in disgust. It wasn't that they were scared. Een D, the leader of the Een demons, had successfully achieved ancestral awakening and condensed a nether body, breaking through the 16th level and becoming a super-old monster in the Star-Lord state. However, it wasn't as if there weren't Star-Lords behind the major forces. There might even be more than one. More importantly, they couldn't afford to be disgusted. The real master had already run away. Was there a need to keep those idiots around to vent their anger? That would only be a joke, not to mention that it would cause trouble. It was truly unwise. Soon, Een Chi, Een Ba, and Een Geo led more than 10,000 clansmen and re-entered the Black Lion. Although the Starry Sky Fortress belonged to the Battle Lion clan, Their old nest had been blown into a void turbulence vortex, and there was no place for them to stay. Naturally, they would not let go of the Black Lion. They would have to rely on it to wander the universe in the future. So far, the storm in the Nether Turtle Sea had come to an end. That fake Netherworld young master became the only big winner. Not only did he take away the primordial treasure Luo Yin, but he also subdued a primordial almighty being who had reached the peak of the universe realm. He even took away the Een Demon Clan's foundation, which was the vast Een pool in the depths of the Een nest. Not a single drop was left. Moreover, under the banner of the Netherworld young master and the deterrence of the Nether Turtle Patriarch, they wantonly extorted and plundered all sorts of treasures and cultivation resources in the Nether Turtle Sea, and they even called it protection fees. He had made a lot of money, however, at the same time, young master of the Netherworld clan had gotten himself into a lot of trouble. First, there was the pursuit of the Een demon race's patriarch, the Een Emperor. This was a 16th realm Star Lord old monster. His tribesmen were abducted, his race was stolen, and even his home was blown up. He was absolutely filled with hatred. No wonder he swore publicly that if he didn't kill this person, he wouldn't return. It could be imagined that in the following days, Een Emperor's pursuit wouldn't stop even if he had to search through the 3 universes and countless starfields. Once he was caught, he would definitely lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. That wasn't all. Aside from Een Emperor, the Dark Turtle ancestor and even the entire Dark Turtle clan had been used. If he hadn't used the banner of becoming sworn friends with the Dark Turtle ancestor, how could the fake Netherworld young master have the ability to run amok in the Dark Turtle Sea? Moreover, his identity was fake to begin with. This was a lie. No matter how good the temper of the Dark Turtle clan was and how they didn't ask about the affairs of the world, it was difficult for them to swallow this anger. Of course, there was also the Battle Lion clan and the other races of the Second Universe's Federation. After this incident, almost all of them hated the fake Netherworld young master to the core. Even the forces and powerhouses from the First and Third Universes who had been collected protection fees felt the same way. Even the few forces who hadn't paid the protection fee secretly bore a grudge. This time, they had made a trip for nothing, and they had even been tricked. How could they not hate him? This fake Netherworld young master was actually able to make almost half of the forces in the 3 universes gnash their teeth in hatred towards him. This fake Netherworld young master could be considered to be unprecedented in history. After this matter spread, the 3 universes were in an uproar. Someone exclaimed that the 4th peerless genius of the current era had appeared. The previous 3 peerless geniuses had been publicly acknowledged. The first was Prince Xian. Although he had been quiet recently, he had roamed the First Universe alone and disturbed the Tianji clan to the point that they issued a warrant for his arrest in the First Universe. Furthermore, he had shot up the Federation's heavenly ranking list at an inconceivable speed and method. He had entered the top 10 for a time and finally settled on the 11th place. He had become the idol of the entire Federation and was considered a genius. The second was the invincible war god who was still bouncing around in the Third Universe's human cultivation camp. It was said that in order to hunt him down, the Tenju Celestial Palace had sent out 4 Universe Realm Vice Palace Masters. Among them, there was even a peak 9th rank Universe Realm Vice Palace Master who was known as a half-step star master of the Earth Extinction Palace. But even so, the invincible war god was still at large. From time to time, he would jump out to cause trouble and annoy the powerhouses of the Tenju Celestial Palace who were chasing him. In the end, he would escape with injuries all over his body. The next time he came out, he was still alive and kicking and continued to cause trouble. With such means, he was indeed a genius. What was even more intriguing was that until now, the true identity of this invincible war god had yet to be determined. No one knew whether he was the clone of the 6th Palace Master of the Tenju Celestial Palace, Tian Qianzi, or the clone of the Eternal Dynasty's Prince Xian. If it was the latter, then Prince Xian was really too terrifying. His original body's wisdom and means were monstrous, and his clone's combat power was heaven-defying. He was simply an unkillable cockroach. If they joined forces, who could be a match for them today? The third was naturally young Master Linghu. There was no need to elaborate on everything related to him. After all, it had just ended. Whether it was the powerhouses of the human race, the various races of the Second Universe, or even the Tianji clan of the First Universe, their memories were still fresh. Unfortunately, this peerless genius, young Master Ling Hu was known as one of the 3 peerless geniuses in medicine, tools, and arrays, had not been able to grow up. He died early and was banished to the endless void turbulence, never to return. At the mention of this matter, many people in the 3 universes sighed deeply. The 4th was even more mysterious. Until now, not only did all the forces in the 3 universes not know where he had come from, but he had suddenly appeared. They couldn't even be sure whether he was a human, another race, or a descendant of the Netherworld race. It was also because of this that when people mentioned the clan leader of the Yin Demon clan, Yin Emperor, their expressions would often be extremely strange. There was even a faint sense of pity and unwillingness to bear. A dignified Star-Lord old monster of the 16th Great Realm had been angered to this extent. He had lost his home, lost his entire clan, and even had to be hunted down by the 3 universes. The most important thing was, this old guy didn't even know who he was hunting down. It was simply too tragic to speak of. Apart from clan leader Yin Emperor, Yin Qi, and the remaining 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan were in a similar situation. Their home was gone, and they could only wander in the universe. They didn't even dare to look for clan leader Yin Emperor, because this time, the entire Yin Demon clan's face had been completely lost. Their entire clan had been abducted and carried through the streets of the starry sky with the 9 dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. From time to time, they would say that they would enjoy immortal blessings and live as long as the heavens. In the end, they were kicked aside as scapegoats and became hostages of various great forces. This had long become the biggest joke in the 3 universes for 10,000 years. If they really went to look for them, clan leader Yin Emperor might really kill them all in a fit of anger. In any case, he had already killed over 2,000 of them. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Eyebrowless treachery. As the Black Lion battleship left, the fleets of the top forces from the 3 realms of the universe also left one after another. The 10 supreme beings of heaven and earth also left as soon as possible. It was too embarrassing for them to stay here. They couldn't wait to leave as soon as possible. They didn't want to stay here for even 1 second longer. Henceforth, the storm in the Turtle Star Zone of the Nether Sea in the 2nd universe had completely come to an end. However, the follow-up storm caused by this matter was obviously far from over. It would be tormented for a long time. Zhang Tu and the eyebrowless old ancestor were still together. They didn't separate and left together. However, the 2 old men's faces were very gloomy. They could probably squeeze out ink if they pinched each other. They thought that they had grasped the opportunity and had already guessed the identity of the fake young Master Netherworld. With the means of the 2 almighty experts of the universe, they would definitely be able to get what they wanted this time. They would capture young Master Ling Hu, seize the treasures in his hands, and dig out all his heaven-defying talents and various secrets. However, the result was very disappointing. Young Master Ling Hu actually left calmly under the watchful eyes of so many people. It was said that before leaving, he even recovered from all his injuries in the Black Lion battleship's independent secret cabin. This simply made them blush. Especially when they thought about how the 2 of them had actually secretly withdrawn in advance, concealed their figures and auras, and lay dormant in the distant void while thinking that they were the aureole behind the aureole. The 2 old fellows felt like their faces were burning with panic, like they were being sliced by blades. It seems that this kid's secrets are not simple. He could actually leave calmly under the watchful eyes of so many people. If it were you or me, we wouldn't be able to do it. What's even more outrageous is that in such a short time, he directly appeared in the Yin Demon clan's nest. This is simply unimaginable. Even a Star-Lord old monster of the 16th realm can't do it. It's too mysterious. After leaving the star field of the Nether Turtle Sea, the 2 old fellows flew through the void. Zhang Tu's eyes shone with a fierce light, and his tone revealed a strong sense of unwillingness. The entire void within a radius of 5,000 kilometers has been sealed. The effect of thousands of spatial oscillators is no joke. All teleportation, and other methods cannot be used. Even teleportation formations are ineffective. But the guy left without leaving any trace behind. It seems that he either has a teleportation magical equipment of the primordial era, or he has mastered some kind of unbelievable technique or secret art that is related to the rules of the void of the universe. Also, it is not something that is simply related to this level. This child cannot be allowed to live. Once he matures, it will be difficult to suppress him. Also, he seems to have more and more treasures and secret techniques. Just this time, he showed the nether body, the nether claw, and this incredible teleportation ability. Not to mention you and me, even the 16th realm star lords would be tempted. Speaking of this, Xianxia paused for a moment, and the old ancestor of the eyebrows, who was flying side by side with him, continued. His triangular eyes were full of fierceness. So what? No matter how talented he is, how many treasures he has, how powerful his techniques are, his cultivation is still his shortcoming. He is only at the 10th realm, Grotto Heaven rank 7. Who knows how long it will take for him to grow? You and I have plenty of time and opportunities. More importantly, we're the only ones who know his identity. Even some of the Star Lords in the 16th realm are interested in him, but they don't have as complete information as we do. We still have the advantage. Next to him, Xianxia sneered. Cultivation is his shortcoming? Humph, don't forget about the Yanluo in his hand. Although only one of the powerful beings from the Antiquity era sealed in this treasure has awakened, it has the terrifying battle strength to fight against 10 powerful beings of the universe realm at the same time. It was said that not long ago, after recovering from the injury in the Dark Nest, it went one step further and is already a half-step Star Lord who is infinitely close to the 16th realm. With just the two of us, I'm afraid we can't do anything to Linghu. Speaking of this, Xianxia suddenly thought of something and sighed faintly. I'm really unwilling to accept this. That kid must have a big secret. Otherwise, why would the corpse ancestor Hamba suddenly recognize him as his master? That's a mighty figure from the Antiquity age. Even if it's just a wisp of the origin of spiritual sense, it's abnormal enough to make such an existence submit. It's no small matter. That's why you and I can't stop, and we can't stop. Speaking of the corpse ancestor Hamba, the 3 cold eyes of the ancestor of the eyebrowless ancestor suddenly burst out a touch of lust. He laughed strangely and said, let me give you an idea. But let's make a deal. After we get it, the Yanluo will belong to me. As compensation, you have the priority to choose one of the treasures or divine skills on that kid. Hee, you know, I like this kind of thing. I haven't played with the beautiful cultivators of the Antiquity era, it's just one side of the Yanluo. After all, it's a foreign object. You and I have known each other for many years. If you like it, just take it. Taking advantage of the moment when the eyebrowless old ancestor was slightly distracted, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. He pretended to reply casually and then asked, but, can the idea you mentioned really work? That kid is not easy to deal with now. It seems that you have forgotten about the 3 girls. Fortunately, I don't have other hobbies, but I am most interested in beautiful female cultivators. The 3 girls are all stunning. I have been thinking about them. As he spoke, the lustful look on the old ancestor's face became even more pronounced. If I'm not mistaken, the relationship between those 3 girls and that little thiefling who should be extraordinary. They most likely know a lot of his secrets. As long as we capture them, even if we can't force that little thiefling who to submit, we can at least gain a clearer understanding of his secrets and background. When that time comes, we'll have more options and methods to deal with him. It's just that the families and forces behind the 3 girls are extraordinary, but now there is no trace of the thiefling who. You and I don't know where to start, so we can only plan on the 3 girls. It just so happens that I haven't tasted the ecstasy of a dragon and 3 phoenixes for a long time. Coincidentally, they are all stunning. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ha. Seeing the eyebrowless ancestor raised his head and laughed, the lust on his face was no longer concealed. The contempt in the bottom of Xianxia's eyes grew stronger, but this was indeed a good idea. He also agreed very much. After thinking for a while, he also laughed, at the same time, in the life black hole of the demon cultivator star field in the first universe. Xiao. An extremely faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the figure of Yi Xian suddenly appeared without warning. Then he turned around and looked around. After confirming that this was indeed the familiar life black hole of the first universe, his heart that had been hanging in his throat finally settled down completely. He then extended his divine thought to the surroundings. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Soldier Ladle Clan's danger. The Void Soldier Ladle clan only existed in the black hole of the Demonkin star region in the first universe. At the very least, they had only been discovered here. However, this clan actually had a lot of soldier ladles. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn clan had killed the 9-star Ladle Monarch, leaving behind 3 late-stage Origin Realm 8-star Ladle Monarch and tens of millions of soldier ladles. When Xian left, he took 1 8-star ladle and 100,000 soldier ladles with him. There were still 2 8-star ladles and tens of millions of soldier ladles left in the black hole. Xian didn't take them all with him because it wasn't necessary. On the other hand, he wanted them to guard the black hole here. After all, his interstellar coordinates in the first universe were imprinted here, and this place was like a secret realm. It belonged to a semi-independent space like the Een Demon clan's lair, and there were still some powers that coveted it. Xian didn't want to discover that his surroundings were filled with unfamiliar existences when he activated his interstellar coordinate jump ability in the future. That would be too disgusting. Although the black hole was vast, there were tens of millions of void soldier ladles living here. If one patrolled here, they would be able to see some soldier ladles at regular intervals. Tens of millions wasn't a small number. However, at this moment, Xian extended his divine sense, but he couldn't find a single void soldier ladle. To be precise, there wasn't a single living one, that's right. Although there weren't any living void soldier ladles, Xian found at least hundreds of thousands of void soldier ladle corpses with his divine sense. They floated in the void inside the black hole. Most of them were broken and had no signs of life. Strictly speaking, the void soldier ladles weren't actually living beings. Like the superbrain, this clan was an existence between living and non-living matter. They were actually impurities expelled by the void marrow crystal during its condensing process. Even so, they were sturdy enough. The void marrow crystal was the product of a universe plane or a massive independent star system that hadn't yet reached the level of a universe plane. It was formed after expanding to the limit and condensing. In the end, it would become a tiny origin. When this origin was condensed to the limit, once the conditions were met, it would explode again and enter a new stage of expansion. This cycle would repeat. Although the void essence crystal that Xian had obtained hadn't condensed to its limit, it was still small enough. At the very least, a vast star domain had condensed into a small meteor-like crystal, which was enough to show its density. Even the impurities that were expelled during the condensation process were far from what ordinary minerals could compare to. It was so hard that it was jaw-dropping. These so-called impurities were the soldier ladles and ladles. They were the soldier ladle translation. And they were the ladle words ladle art translation. Right now, not only were the sturdy crystalline bodies of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the surrounding void shattered, but even the unique energy waves that they were endowed with had completely disappeared. It was as if the souls of living beings had been taken away, and they had completely turned into dead objects. Obviously, a fierce battle had taken place here. The hundreds of thousands of broken crystal bodies that Xian had detected with his divine sense had all perished in that battle. Amongst these hundreds of thousands of soldiers, Xian didn't find the 2 8-star king ladles that were left behind in the black hole of life. From this, it could be seen that they had led the majority of the other void soldiers out of the black hole of life to chase after the invading enemies. Otherwise, they had all been captured. The latter was more likely because the battlefield was clearly inside the black hole of life. Otherwise, the remains of hundreds of thousands of soldiers would not appear here. After the battle, how could the enemy send the remains of the soldiers to their nest? It was impossible for the soldier ladle tribe to clean up the battlefield themselves and bring their fallen brethren back to their lair, because the remains of the hundreds of thousands of void soldier ladle corpses had been randomly distributed. Since they had the strength to directly attack the Soldier Dipper clan's nest and use it as a battlefield, it was easy to imagine how powerful the invaders were. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the Soldier Dipper clan being captured was obviously more plausible than the possibility that they had left under the command of the 2 8-star royal ladles to pursue the invaders. Upon realizing this, Xian's heart instantly sank to the bottom. The Soldier Dipper clan was in danger. There were tens of millions of void Soldier Dipper clan, and hundreds of thousands of them had died, while the rest had been captured. This was definitely a disaster for the entire clan. Yi Xian could not sit idly by and do nothing. The Tianji clan? As his eyes flashed, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and squeezed these 3 words out of his mouth. A formless aura of violence instantly surged out of his body. From the aftermath of the battle, although it was impossible that the invaders to invade the black hole of life were just a few powerful existences, there had to be at least a huge fleet. Yi Xian even caught the aura of the antimatter energy of the death ray cannons from the void. Moreover, it was quite complex, indicating that the enemy had not only used a void fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but also not just 1 or 2. There were at least dozens of them. This was the first universe. Whether it was the human clan or the various clans of the second universe's federation, it was basically impossible for them to send such a huge fleet here. Otherwise, the 3 universes would have been in an uproar long ago, and this was the prelude to an all-out war. Previously, the Everlasting Dynasty had withstood so much pressure from public opinion and only allowed Naples to bring 2 void fortresses to the first universe for this reason. Within the first universe, among the various slave clans, there was no clan that had the strength to mobilize such a huge fleet at once, including the Demon Clan. Only the Tianji clan, who dominated this universe, could do so. As such, the truth was as clear as day. The 2 missing 8-star royal ladles and the tens of millions of Void Soldier Dipper clan had definitely been captured by the Tianji clan. Looks like they really came back at the right time this time. Judging from the traces on the battlefield and the energy aura left in the void, the great battle that took place in the black hole of vitality wasn't too long ago. It should have happened within a month. Since the Tianji clan chose to take the tens of millions of Void Soldier Dipper clan away instead of killing them on the spot, it means that they have other plans or uses for them. No matter what they are, at least one thing can be confirmed: it's only been a month, so the captured Void Soldier Dipper clan shouldn't have been dealt with yet. After all, it will take at least several months to return to the Tianji clan's main camp in the central region of the first universe. They should still be on the way. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's figure suddenly flashed, and his target was the exit of the black hole of vitality. The murderous aura that surged out of his body became even denser. It's rare for me to come back. Last time, I was a little regretful that I didn't pay a visit to that super void fortress that's said to have a diameter of more than 1,000,000 meters, which is more than 1,000 kilometers. Its size is comparable to a planet. This time, I can't miss it no matter what. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Universe 1, Demonic Dweller Star Area. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was sailing leisurely in the void. It was the demon battleship that had just returned from Universe 3. In the battle in Tianjin Star Area under the rule of Heavenly Battle Empire, the demon battleship that represented the arrival of the Heavenly Fate race was defeated. Even Sha Baofeng, who had used the ultimate trump card of the core of the Heavenly Fate race, was beaten black and blue by Yi Xian's Wild Star ship. Not only was he in a sorry state, but he even had to limp when he walked. The disadvantage of this kind of mechanical fusion was that although the ship was damaged, the Heavenly Fate race clansmen who had fused with the ship would be affected to a certain extent. If it weren't for Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong of the Demonic Dweller royal family, Yi Xian might have killed him on the spot. At this moment, Sha Baofeng was in the central control room on the top floor of the demon battleship. His face was full of resentment. He looked at the void outside and gnashed his teeth. Ling Huchong, just you wait. I won't let you go. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. You've been exiled. Although the demon battleship had been repaired, or else it wouldn't have been able to jump through wormholes, and Sha Baofeng's injuries had been completely healed, the pain in his heart was still fresh. He had never forgotten it. This battle was simply a great humiliation. It made him feel a strong sense of crisis. Young Masterling who was too monstrous. Not only did he master the 3 arts of medicine, tool, and array, but he also mastered the mechanical fusion art, which was only given to a few of the core members of the Heavenly Fate race. His attainment was even higher than Sha Baofeng's. Moreover, the young master didn't have any relationship with the Heavenly Fate race. Obviously, he had researched it himself. It was simply unimaginable. That was why Sha Baofeng had rushed back to Universe 1 as soon as possible after the demon battleship was repaired. He had to meet Patriarch De as soon as possible and report everything in detail. And now, after Demon Battle Cruiser entered the first universe, it was heading straight for the Demon Emperor planet. It planned to stay there for a while before returning at full speed to the Heavenly Fate clan's mechanical hive in the central region of the first universe, which was the super-cosmic fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. At the same time, Sha Baofeng's eyes widened so much that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Through the transparent material on the ceiling of Devil Battle ship, which was used to admire the starry sky, he saw a figure that should not have appeared, or at least should not have appeared here. It was Ling Huchong, whom he had been so angry with just a moment ago. At this moment, he, who should have been wandering in some unknown turbulent void, had actually appeared in the demon domain of the first universe. Moreover, he was not too far away from the demon battle cry, only a little more than 10,000 li. He was moving alone in the void at extreme speed. Although it was only a side view, Baofeng recognized him at a glance. He would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. He had never hated someone so much before. After a short daze, Baofeng's eyes turned red. He raised his head and roared, "Damn it! Why is this brat so lucky? He was exiled to the turbulent void, but he is still alive. What kind of luck is this? He had actually found the void path to return? And it just so happens to be connected to the demon domain of the first universe? However, this is good as well. It should be the will of the heavens that I am destined to personally slay my enemy. After this great defeat, my cultivation base has made another breakthrough. I have also gained new insights into my mechanical fusion ability. If we fight again, I will definitely kill you. I can't wait any longer." Now is the time. While roaring, Baofeng's body melted like mercury and seeped into the alloy floor of the top cabin. Once again, he performed the mechanical fusion ability, Kacha. Kacha. In the next moment, a series of crackling sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of machinery running inside the demon battle ship. The internal structure of the demon battleship was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were rearranged. It was all the result of Sha Baofeng's control. He was now completing the perfect integration with the demon battleship at an even faster speed. It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had gained intelligence and turned into a small fortress-level mechanical life form. The transformation process was extremely fast. First, the internal structure changed and rearranged. Then, it extended to the outside of the ship. The shape of the entire demon battleship began to change. Steel limbs extended out one after another. There were also horns, tentacles, and giant mantis sword-like black blades. In less than a minute, the demon battleship had completely changed. The small fortress from before had disappeared, and it had completely turned into a mechanical war bug that looked similar to the blade-praying mantis. Just one of its arms was 10,000 meters long. Its body was terrifyingly large. In addition to the external changes, the internal structure was also developing toward the blade-praying mantis's innate attribute. It had terrifying jumping ability, and with a single jump, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely fast. The blade-praying mantis's arms were extremely sharp. With a single slash, a small fortress of the same level would be cut in half. This time, other than the original main cannon of the demon battleship, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade-praying mantis. A pair of giant wings appeared on the back of the mechanical blade-praying mantis, but they were not used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could form a complete energy shield that protected the entire body of the mechanical blade-praying mantis. There were also several hundred alloy spears with hooks on the back of the blade-praying mantis. Each spear could be fired and penetrated everything. In the previous battle with the demon battleship, the mechanical demon bug that had tortured it to death had a giant hammer scorpion tail. Now, the mechanical blade-praying mantis had alloy spears. Each had their own merits, and they were all killer moves. In fact, he had learned these two moves from the mechanical demon bug of Yixian's Dragon's Field ship. He was inspired and became more confident. It was also at this time that Yixian, who was flying in the void ahead, finally noticed the changes here. His expression became strange. After rushing out of the black hole of life, he had recovered his identity as young Master Linghu. Because it was not appropriate for the identity of young Master Netherworld to appear here, it would make people think that he had the ability to teleport across the universe. On the other hand, young Master Linghu, who had been exiled to the void turbulence, suddenly appeared in the first universe, which would not arouse suspicion. The turbulent void was filled with all kinds of unknowns to begin with. It was possible to accidentally find a void crack that connected to the first universe. This was very normal. Although the probability was so small that it was almost negligible, no one dared to say that it was impossible. However, what Xian did not expect was that not long after leaving the black hole of life, he would actually encounter the demon battleship. It seemed that the other party had just returned from the third universe and was rushing toward the Demon Emperor planet. Fight or torture? Xian was slightly taken aback when he saw the Devil battleship. While lamenting that enemies often cross paths, his expression immediately turned gloomy. Inside the Devil battleship, Sha Baofeng had clearly seen it. He immediately activated his mech race fusion ability and transformed the Devil battleship into a gigantic blade mantis. Compared to the last time, it looked even more formidable. There was a dense layer of alloy spikes on its back, and it even had a shield of light that could be used to attack and defend. This was clearly something that it had learned from the starfield. I was just worried that I couldn't find the Heaven's Legacy race to vent my anger on. Since you came knocking on my door, this young master will reluctantly give you another beating. The change in the Soldier Dipper clan had already caused Xian to be extremely angry. Now that he met Sha Baofeng, the other party actually took the initiative to reveal his fangs, so Xian naturally wouldn't be polite. With a cold smile, he waved his hand and took out the life stronghold that was within the undying world within his body. This time, he didn't even intend to give face to Imochi-gong. He had to capture Sha Baofeng no matter what. In an instant, as Xian stepped into the Starfield battleship, the entire life fortress started to emit cracking noises. At the same time, the Starfield battleship's outer appearance started to change. Long mechanical arms extended from its body and the shape of the battleship rapidly changed. In just 10 breaths' time, the battleship had completely transformed into a gigantic mech war bug. It was still the same as before. It had the terrifying sharp mouth of a mosquito, the sharp arms of a mantis, the long legs of a spider full of barbs, and the huge tail of a scorpion like a pair of scissors. The pair of antimatter death rays on its back that could be used to attack and defend also stretched out. Apart from that, the blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. It also had 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will and became the energy cannons of the death ray cannons, used for long-range attacks. Its appearance could be said to be extremely strange and ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various space combat bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Even the mechanical blade mantis, which had made great progress and improvements, could not compare to it. Compared to the mechanical transformation of the Devil battleship, the Starfield battleship was a true life fortress. Its transformation was completed in less than a minute. Then, under Xian's command, this gigantic mech war bug suddenly spread its wings and bounced up. Like a cannonball fired from a barrel, it rushed toward the mechanical blade puppets in the void opposite. Chi! Chi! Boom! Rumble! As the mechanical demon bug's body rose, the 2 enormous energy lights on its back vibrated at an extremely fast speed. Together with the terrifying jumping force of the mechanical legs, it actually traveled several thousand kilometers in an instant, shooting all the way, leaving behind a string of reverberating rumbles and ripping sounds in the void behind it. This was the resonance reaction of the void being torn apart. Under such extreme speed, it approached the blade mantis in less than half a breath's time. This was very useful for the energy beams. They were originally in the form of energy, so they could be retracted and released at will. When retracted, they would disappear in an instant. When released, they could cover a distance of 50,000 meters like 2 stretched energy blades. Because they were formed from black antimatter energy, they were practically indestructible. When stirred, they had the effect of increasing speed like a propeller. This was not used in the previous battle because the battlefield was only so big. But this time, the mech war bug displayed the terrifying speed of the black energy beams, which immediately shocked the blade mantis. Sha Baofeng, who was still in the mechanical fusion with the Devil battleship, suddenly had a bad feeling. Although he seemed to have improved, his opponent did not seem to be slacking either. Either it was holding back last time, or it also had a breakthrough. Boom! At the same time, a huge roar sounded. The scorpion tail at the mech war bug's tail was like a cold meteor hammer. Its speed was faster than a meteor as it shot forward, even tearing the void apart. In the blink of an eye, it blasted one of the blade mantis's legs. Without any suspense, it bent down at a strange angle. Although it was not directly broken, it was heavily damaged. Even if it could be repaired, at least this leg would temporarily lose a part of its function. How could this be? Sha Baofeng was completely dumbfounded by this sudden and rapid attack. He roared crazily from within the blade mantis. He was once again on the verge of going crazy with anger. The mechanical puppet was like a part of his body. At this moment, one of its legs was broken. Although it was the devil battle horn that was damaged, Sha Baofeng was the one who had to bear the pain. In the previous battle, he was beaten black and blue. This time, one of his legs was broken the moment he met his enemy. It was simply humiliating. Ling Hu Chong, I'm going to kill you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The great humiliation made Sha Baofeng furious. His roar was as loud as thunder. Almost at the same time, the huge energy beams on his back closed and protected his body. However, before this, the several hundred giant sharp alloy spears that were also located on the mechanical blade mantis's back were fully activated, turning into a rain of spears that shot out before Guangji closed in, directly shooting towards the mechanical demon bug. Not only do you have energy beams, but you even grew alloy spears? You've made some progress. Unfortunately, that's all. Trash will always be trash. No matter how much progress you make, you're still too weak to take a beating. Also, Xueping, who you secretly learned from you, isn't that good? Although this pair of protective light shields looks good, you clearly only learned the surface. You haven't understood the true meaning of this kind of mechanical transformation. It's useless. Facing Sha Baofeng's roar, Yi Xian sneered. The mech war bug cooperated with him and swung a chopping arm at the blade mantis's protective energy beams. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air braking rang out at an extremely fast speed. This incomparably sharp severed arm instantly broke through the black light enveloping the mechanical puppet's body and slashed in without any suspense. It was like cutting through a thin layer of paper. Although there was some resistance, it was not very significant. The huge body of the blade mantis was directly torn open. A gash as long as 100 meters was immediately produced and dazzling sparks flashed. Boom! Ouch, Ling Hu Chong, I'm going to kill you. Boom, boom. He was still being abused. Even the protective energy beams he secretly learned were just for show. They were flashy but useless. He had not grasped the essence at all. This was too unbearable. Sha Baofeng was furious. His roar resounded through the void. At the same time, the huge mech war bug attacked again and again. It was no longer chopping but bombarding. The blade mantis, which was close to being crippled, was blown away again and again. It was completely abusing it. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Stronghold Skull. Facing this kind of beating, especially the psychological humiliation and torture, Sha Baofeng was quickly unable to endure it. The enormous yet scarred mechanical blade leaped thousands of kilometers away, then took advantage of the fact that Yi Xian hadn't given chase and immediately began to change again. The giant alloy body of the mechanical puppet expanded and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, it had returned to the size of a small stronghold, and it continued to do so. In the end, it had shrunk to a diameter of around 2,000 meters. The interior space had been compressed, leaving only a small space in the center for the demon dwellers to reside in. As for the rest of the ship, it was all made of a dense and compact superalloy. Even though the surface was already riddled with holes, with quite a few areas caved in, looking extremely unbearable, its resistance to beatings was impeccable. Even if the mechanical demon bug scorpion tail hammer smashed into it, there wouldn't be a large dent or any cracks in the ship's hull. It was as if a huge hollow ball had evolved into a small solid ball. This move was something that Sha Baofeng had secretly learned from Yi Xian. Previously, when he was in the Heavenly War Star region of the Third Universe, the Starfield ship had used this method to forcefully withstand a blow from the supreme expert of the universe. Seeing this, Yi Xian inside the mechanical puppet was stunned for a moment, but then he grinned and said, "Sha Baofeng, in this young master's opinion, you should change your surname. Steel is more appropriate. Of course, donkey is not bad either. You actually used a move that you secretly learned from me to fight this young master. Saying that you are as stupid as a donkey is an insult to donkeys." With a sneer, not only did the mechanical puppet not chase after him, it even stopped in the void. Then, Yi Xian's voice was heard again. "Do you really think this young master can't do anything to you after you transform into a solid ball? How stupid. Why don't you think about it? This move was thought of by this young master, and I've already used it in battle before. You must have learned it, and as an opponent who also has this kind of mechanical fusion ability, it is very likely that you will imitate it. If that's the case, how can this young master not consider a countermeasure? It's rare for us to meet again on such a narrow road. This young master will show you what true mechanical transformation is." Rumble. Kacha kacha. As Yi Xian's words fell, the gigantic mechanical devil bug's body once again emitted a series of mechanical noises, densely packed and even more intense than before. Its appearance rapidly changed. Its extended limbs and slashes were all retracted. Even the pair of black death rays on the back of the demonic bug disappeared. It seemed like it was returning to its original form as a starry sky fortress, but in reality, that was not the case. In less than a minute, although the mechanical demon bug had transformed into an almost circular shape, it was not a starry sky fortress, but a giant alloy skull. It malevolently opened its ghastly wide mouth, revealing a deep and gloomy darkness within, causing one's hair to stand on end when looking at it. All of this was completed in a short amount of time. The originally abnormally powerful mechanical demon bug actually turned into a giant alloy skull. Although its appearance was sinister, its combat strength was clearly much, much weaker. It didn't have any severed arms, nor did it have any light. Even the 4 soft mouthparts like death ray cannon barrels had disappeared. The only thing that possessed a bit of offensive power was that ghastly wide mouth, which was simply useless. Seeing this scene, not only was Sha Baofeng confused, even the demon emperor Uncle Mo Qigong and the other demon cultivator experts, who were hiding in the small space inside the solid steel ball, were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what Yi Xian's actions meant. This gigantic skull only has a wide mouth that has offensive power. Could it be that it is planning to chew on the demon battle cry that has turned into a solid steel ball with a diameter of 2,000 meters? Amidst the shock, the Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong muttered to himself, "This is the top-grade alloy used in starry sky fortresses, and now it is in a compact form. How could it have such a good mouth?" Unfortunately, he was right in fact. Screech! An earth-shattering screech sounded, and the starry sky that had turned into a gigantic alloy skull directly performed a space jump. When it reappeared, it was already thousands of li away, appearing in front of the solid steel ball that the demon battle cry had turned into. It then swallowed the solid steel ball, but it did not chew on it, only closing its huge mouth. In fact, Yi Xian did not plan to let the starry sky chew on the solid steel ball that the demon battle cry had turned into. If that was the case, the Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong inside the sphere would also be affected. He was planning to use a similar method to dissolve the enemy. The transformation of the starry sky into this gigantic steel skull was not just a change in appearance. Its internal performance was the true key. It was originally a life fortress, and its entire body was made up of countless micromolecules from the world insects. These micromolecules possessed extremely strong penetrative abilities, and even the sturdiest of battleship alloys could be slowly penetrated like melting ice, breaking down the internal molecular structure and achieving a similar melting effect. While the solid steel ball that the demon battle cry had turned into was gigantic with a diameter of 2,000 meters, when faced with the countless micromolecules from the world insects, the most it could do was delay the process a little longer. The entire sphere, starting from the outermost layer, would eventually be completely melted away from the inside. In fact, Yi Xian didn't need to wait that long. This was because during this process, the Heavenly Fate clan's upper echelon, Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the demon battle cry, would definitely be the first to be unable to endure it. If nothing unexpected happened, that fellow would surrender not long after this decomposition began. After all, in this state of complete fusion, the melting of every inch of the demon battle cry was the same as enduring the pain of his body slowly melting away. This was not something an ordinary person could endure. No matter how strong one's will was, there would still be a moment when they would break down. As for all this, Yi Xian reported to Sha Baofeng as soon as the alloy skull swallowed the demon battle cry. He did not want to waste too much time. This was a psychological attack, and if nothing unexpected happened, Sha Baofeng would collapse on the spot after the melting process began. Not saying anything, huh? That's fine. This young master has plenty of time. Since you like to be tortured before you beg for mercy, then I'll do as you wish. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Yi Xian sneered and did not say anything else. At this moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a life form that can be devoured. Sha Baofeng, mechanical life form. Evolution level, medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Huh, that works. Since when could the system devour even the heavenly legacy race? Even when he encountered Ying Tai, this notification had not appeared. The system's new ability, congratulations, host. You have discovered an intelligent life form that can be devoured. Sha Baofeng, mechanical life form. Evolution level, medium. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Although the system's notification was short, the information it revealed was not simple. Yi Xian could not help but be slightly shocked. First of all, it meant that the devouring system in Yi Xian's body could already devour mechanical intelligent life forms like the heavenly legacy race. Just like how Yi Xian absorbed the source of mental energy from the magic core in the demon cultivator's head, the devouring of this kind of mechanical intelligent life form would definitely bring about great benefits to the devouring system. Yi Xian was the system's host, so the benefits the system obtained were actually the same as the benefits he obtained. It was of great significance. In addition, this kind of devouring towards mechanical intelligent life forms hadn't appeared before, but now, it had suddenly appeared. There must be some key factor that Yi Xian had unintentionally overlooked. He could carefully recall this point afterwards, and from this, he would be able to gain a deeper understanding of some of the system's characteristics. After all, although the devouring system was also an intelligent life form, it was too old-fashioned and followed the rules. It would not reveal many things to Yi Xian in advance until it was in front of it. For example, this time it could suddenly devour mechanical life forms. Another example was that the system's database would only display information about an unknown substance after it came into contact with that substance. For Yi Xian, this was extremely inconvenient and restricted too many opportunities and choices that he could have obtained. If Yi Xian could gain a deeper understanding of the system's rules, he would be able to better exploit or use the system's abilities to solve problems in the future. This was no small matter. Furthermore, this system notification was able to devour a mechanical intelligent life form. In other words, Sha Baofeng's appraisal result was a medium level of evolution. This sentence also imperceptibly allowed Yi Xian to gain something. One had to know that Sha Baofeng was one of the core members of the Heavenly Fate tribe. Not only was his strength equivalent to the late Void Dimension realm, but he also had the ultimate secret skill of the Heavenly Fate tribe, the mechanical fusion ability. This was an extraordinary ability. Once activated, the Tianji clan member's entire body would disintegrate into mechanical components, bioenergy, and so on. These components would fuse into the important parts of the Devil Battle battleship, such as the AI core and the propulsion system, granting the entire battleship a temporary life. It was as if the battleship had gained sentience and intelligence, becoming a battleship-level AI robot, although Sha Baofeng and Mo Qigong, the royal uncle of the demon tribe, had only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters when they arrived in the third universe of the human race. His status and authority in the Heavenly Legacy clan were far greater than those of Ying Tai and Shan Bo, who had owned Thunderbolt, a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. At the very least, Ying Tai and Shan Bo, who had been killed by Yi Xian, definitely did not possess such a powerful mechanical fusion ability. Even the original owner of the dark purple mecha that Yi Xian had fused with the indestructible glaze armor, who was a top member of the Heavenly Fate tribe and had been killed inside the mecha by Yi Xian, who was at the cosmic light realm, the 14th Great Realm, probably did not possess such an ability. Otherwise, when he was in the Death Star vortex, he would have used this ability and fused it with a fortress. If that was the case, perhaps he would not have died. According to Xianxia's guess, this mechanical fusion ability should be one of the core abilities of the Heavenly Fate tribe, which was controlled by Patriarch De. It would not be given to anyone other than his direct subordinates. How could a member of the Heavenly Fate tribe, who was chosen by Patriarch De and accepted as a direct subordinate, be an ordinary person? At the very least, he had to be at the level of the Heaven's Pride, the successor of the major human sections. To put it simply, he had to have great potential and outstanding talent. This kind of genius among the mechanical AI race was only evaluated by the system as having an intermediate level of evolution. Then, what kind of monster would an existence with a high level of evolution be? Xian immediately became vigilant because he was about to head to the Heavenly Fate tribe's base camp. This unintentional association was not a small matter, and Xian's mind, which had been clouded by anger, immediately cleared up a little. However, he still had to go to the Heavenly Fate tribe's base camp. If one did not enter the tiger's den, how could one obtain the tiger's cub? Moreover, he would not give up on the entire soldier Dao race no matter what. Otherwise, it would definitely affect his Dao heart in the future. Back then, Xian had made a promise to the consciousness in the void essence crystal that had fused with his undying world. As the disintegration process unfolded, Sha Baofeng's pleas for mercy could be heard from the giant skull that had transformed the Wild Star Fortress. However, Xian did not care. He no longer needed the other party to surrender. Since it was beneficial to the system, it was necessary to devour him. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Fortunately, although the Wild Star Fortress had changed its form, its concealment function could still be activated and was not affected. During these few days, several demonic race battleships passed by in the nearby void. If not for the Wild Star Fortress's concealment function, it would have been exposed, or at least disturbed. The Wild Star Fortress clearly did not have much offensive capabilities at the moment. In the end, when the solid alloy ball in the skull's giant mouth was decomposed by the micromolecules derived from the world bugs until it was only about 500 meters in diameter, the mechanical consciousness of Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Heavenly Legacy clan that had completely merged with it, was finally completely devoured. At this moment, the system's familiar notification sounded in Xian's mind. A new system ability had been activated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a mechanical AI life form. You have obtained a mechanical intelligence core. The system's notification was brief and did not mention the new ability that the system had obtained after devouring the Heavenly Fate tribe's member, Sha Baofeng. It only mentioned that the system had obtained a mechanical intelligence core. Xian had a good understanding of the system's character. It would not directly notify him of certain things, but since he had already come into contact with the mechanical intelligence core, the system's database should have already shown all sorts of information related to it. Xian immediately checked and found that it was indeed so. The so-called mechanical intelligence core looked like an ordinary crystal on the surface, but in reality, this crystal was the crystallization of a mechanical AI life form. The Heavenly Fate tribe evolved from the self-consciousness of intelligent robots. Their bodies were not made of flesh and blood, nor were they born naturally. Instead, they were perfected step by step after they were born. Their true core was actually a series of electronic consciousness similar to data. It was like the primordial spirit consciousness of a human, or the mental strength of a demon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Like the help of God, the cultivators in the universe, no matter which race or species they were from, their physical bodies had long been reduced to mere appearances. Even a crystal life form could change its appearance and possess a human body. As for the races of the Second Universe Federation, although they were not humans, they generally appeared in human form on a daily basis. After all, humans were the primes of all living things. The human race had a considerable influence in the various dimensions of the universe. This race's reproductive ability was too strong, and they possessed high intelligence. Their creativity was even more astonishing, and this was publicly acknowledged. Even the Tianji race, although they weren't made of flesh and blood, had transformed themselves step by step on the path of evolution. In terms of physical appearance, they were also developing toward the human race. However, this was only the appearance. Inside, every life form and race was in fact completely different. This was the foundation. Once it changed, it would no longer be the original life form. For example, although the demon looked like a human, its essence and foundation was the spirit source core in its brain. This was the unique characteristic of the demon race. Although Xian was a human, after grasping this unique characteristic of the demon race and condensing a demon core in his brain, he was able to move about the demon race with ease. He didn't fear being exposed at all. Similarly, if a demon powerhouse coincidentally possessed the primordial spirit and consciousness of a human, they could also blend into the human race. Even if someone suspected their identity, they wouldn't be afraid. Once they extended their consciousness, they would be able to shut the other party up in an instant. This was because everyone knew that demons didn't have souls, or primordial spirits. Naturally, they didn't possess consciousness. The unique characteristic of the Tianji race was their electronic consciousness. This was an existence similar to the spiritual power of the demon race and the consciousness of the human race. Moreover, this kind of electronic consciousness would only appear after the electronic intelligent machine had developed self-awareness and evolved into a mechanical life form. Every electronic consciousness stream was different from the others, just like the source code of every intelligent computer was unique. No human or demon could possess electronic consciousness. Therefore, no outsider powerhouse had ever infiltrated the headquarters of the Tianji race. Compared to the human race, the demon race, and all the other races in the universe, the Tianji race was a mechanical life form. This was inseparable from the fact that they were the most united race. However, this publicly acknowledged fact was about to be disrupted. After completely refining this mechanical intelligence core, the devouring system would be able to give Xian the unique electronic consciousness of the mechanical race through it. He would be able to infiltrate the headquarters of the Tianji race without a hitch. Furthermore, he would be able to use the identity of the Tianji race's trusted aide, Xia. As long as his body wouldn't Xian translation, he wouldn't be exposed. But who would do that? The mechanical intelligence was already the best security code, it was far more reliable than dissecting the body, and the mechanical intelligence core. And the information. In other words, as long as he gave the order to the system and used this mechanical intelligence core to bestow him with the electronic consciousness of the Heavenly Fate clan, then Xian would be able to instantly transform into the reincarnation of Sha Baofeng. As for his body and appearance, it was too simple. He just had to change into Sha's appearance. After figuring out all this, Xian immediately became excited. He didn't expect to meet Sha in the demon race's star field. He was planning to infiltrate the headquarters of the Tianji race to rescue the soldier ladle race. He didn't expect to receive such a significant benefit before he even set off. It was like a divine intervention. Xian immediately flipped through Sha Baofeng's memories and quickly understood the situation. It turned out that this guy had come for young Master Linghu. It seemed that he deserved to be killed. In addition, as a core member of the Tianji race, Sha naturally had his own warship. It was also a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was called Baofeng, but he didn't bring it with him this time. Instead, he left it in the headquarters of the Tianji race. It was said that the Tianji race had made a new research and development breakthrough in warship construction technology. Therefore, as a direct subordinate of Patriarch De, Sha and some other high-ranking members of the Tianji race had the opportunity to enjoy it first. The reason why his Baofeng was left in the headquarters of the Tianji race was to be modified by this new warship technology. Apart from that, although some members of the Tianji clan knew how to use the magical treasures of other races, Sha Baofeng was not very interested in them. As for the rare minerals, materials, and energy crystals that were used to perfect the flesh shell, he put them all in the Baofeng ship. He had come to the demon race from the headquarters of the Tianji race alone. Then, together with his imperial uncle Mo Qigong, he drove the demon war battleship into the third universe of the human race. In other words, if there were no accidents, he would be returning to the Tianji race alone. But before that, his imperial uncle Mo Qigong and the others had to settle down first. There were more than 2,000 demon experts in the demon battle horn, and they were all squeezed into the narrow space in the middle of the alloy ball, which was only about 500 meters in diameter. Although Sha Baofeng had died, they were completely unharmed due to the protection of the alloy ball. Yi Xian immediately activated the starfield ship and spat out the solid alloy ball that was about to be completely decomposed and melted. Then, its shape changed, and with the sound of mechanical friction, the enormous alloy skull finally returned to the original appearance of the starfield life fortress. With a wave of Yi Xian's hand, it was absorbed into the undying world within his body. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a figure suddenly jumped out of the alloy sphere spat out by the skull. It was the Imperial Uncle Emochi Gong. Although the demon war battleship had lost almost all of its functions not long after it started decomposing, and even the demon race experts couldn't see what was happening outside through the holographic screen, Imperial Uncle Emochi Gong was a demon race expert in the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. He had powerful mental strength. Even with the high density of the alloy sphere, he could still extend his mental strength to investigate everything outside. Therefore, he knew what was happening outside. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to leave, he immediately stepped out of the battleship and called out, "Stinking brat, you know that this old man is here, but you turned and left. Are you humans really so heartless? Have you forgotten how this old man took care of you on the Demon Emperor planet?" End of chapter 3472. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.